A strange global game appears overnight, launched directly by the governments of every blue star country. No promotion, no countdown, nothing, just a sudden announcement that instantly puts the whole world on edge. Gregorian calendar year 2099. At a time when technology is changing rapidly and AI has replaced most physical labor and a small part of non-abstract intellectual labor, this should have been an era where everyone is comfortable, happy, and contented. However, the international situation is turbulent, countries are at war with each other, and two major factions are gradually forming under the alliance. The entire human civilization is like a powder keg that is about to explode. The weak piece in the storm, nuclear deterrence, can be said to be standing. Great work! Nuclear deterrence has greatly suppressed the possibility of large-scale gunpowder wars, but on a battlefield without gunpowder, countries are not polite at all. The latest non-smoke war took place in the economic field. Although there was no gun smoke, the consequences were no less than those of a war with gun smoke. Latecomers named this war, War of Currency. That war almost set the global economy back by 50 years. The credit of mainstream international currencies such as the Eagle Yuan, Xia Yuan, and the Euro was almost cut in half. It also indirectly caused hundreds of millions of people in backward countries to starve to death. But also because of the currency war that lasted for 10 years, Blue Star's economy took off rapidly after the currency war ended. There are no winners in this war, because all countries were forced to hand over their currency issuance rights. Similarly, all winners in this war are because a new currency, united currency, has emerged, which is jointly issued by the upper 5 permanent members and the lower 10 permanent members. Provide supervision. The emergence of the united coin has made trade between countries unprecedentedly prosperous, and Blue Star's economy has recovered after 10 consecutive years of decline. Except for Eagle Country, almost all countries believe that the final result of the currency war is victory. However, the outcome of the currency war cannot satisfy all countries, and it is even more difficult to pass on the fruits of victory to the bottom layer. In areas other than where the economy as a whole and on average is doing well, everything is in shambles. In various countries, under the influence of high unemployment, the social environment is depressing, and most people live on relief funds. In some countries, there are demonstrations and shootings almost every day, and hostility surrounds everyone. All countries face a common problem, a harsh external environment and a fragile internal environment. In such a terrifying atmosphere, the confrontation between the various forces came to an abrupt end. December 15th. This is a day worthy of being written into history books. On this day, the entire Blue Star leadership group gathered at the United Nations building in Antarctica. 154 heads of state, 6 rebel leaders, 14 gang bosses, 8 terrorist organization leaders, 3 dark website leaders, and 26 tribal chiefs. This is the first such high-scale gathering of supreme leaders in the history of human civilization. Of course, if this is nothing, the next one must be heavyweight. Humanity has come into contact with alien civilization for the first time. The General Assembly Hall, which has been closed for nearly 10 years, is open again. Generally speaking, normal United Nations meetings will not use this kind of conference hall, which is like a lecture. In order to reflect equality and respect, normal meetings generally use circular conference rooms. At this moment, on the rostrum in front, a man with red eyes and a black coat was talking endlessly in a language that did not exist on the Blue Star. The heads of various forces sat under it. There was a document bound on A4 paper on the table in front of them, and the simultaneous translator in their ears transmitted the language of their country. You are lucky to have been discovered by us before the shadow world was activated. I don't have much time to stay, so I won't talk nonsense. For details, you can look at the information on your desk. It records the common characteristics of the shadow world of various civilizations that we have compiled. Because the shadow worlds of different civilizations are different, there's only so much information we can provide. You still have 12 years to develop in the shadow world. We have tried to leave people behind to assist the new civilization in the past, but without exception, they all left and never came back. All the people left behind were destroyed together with the new civilization. As he spoke, the red-eyed man moved his hand, and several small holes were dug out of the floor tiles and concrete beneath his feet. We don't want to make this kind of sacrifice without seeing the results anymore, so the final result can only depend on you. Of course, other assistance is within the scope allowed by the system, and we will provide the greatest support. I saw the excavated concrete block floating in the hand of the red-eyed man. Under the influence of unknown force, the atomic structure of the cement block seemed to have changed. After a few minutes, the original cement block gradually turned into 11 radiating particles. The small balls emitted azure light, but one of them was obviously smaller. Because your planet only has a population of 10.7 billion, we can only provide 10.7 talent cores. Install them on the landing module. When you land in the shadow world, you will get a talent. This is a one-time thing. I personally recommend it to those with outstanding individual abilities. People. In addition, I have set up more than a dozen production lines for you with landing modules and landing helmets. The relevant technologies and blueprints will also be left behind. You can find ways to expand them yourself. After speaking, the man looked at his watch. 5 minutes and 26 seconds. Finally, before I leave, I will awaken the will of your planet, and it will give you some help. By the way, as the will of the planet awakens, there will be second-level seismic waves covering the world. Places near the seismic zone may experience higher magnitude earthquakes due to chain reactions. This is a normal situation when the will of the planet awakens, you handle it yourself. That's all there is to say. Well, I hope to see you again in 12 years. As soon as he finished speaking, a white beam of light appeared and enveloped the man, disappearing with him in an instant. Above Mount Everest. A huge spaceship is docked here. The red-eyed man who disappeared in the United Nations General Assembly Hall a second ago gradually condensed into a figure in the spacecraft. Has the data been adjusted? Speed up, we're too late, I don't want to stay here waiting to die. As soon as his figure condensed, the red-eyed man spoke. It's ready, but we still need to wait 2 minutes for the energy to be loaded. This new civilization is about to enter the final stage. We can't leave any traces, so we can only rely on machinery to work. Naturally, it should be slower. Sitting in the driver's seat. The woman in white robe stretched out and closed the paper book in her hand. Are you actually interested in this civilized thing? The red-eyed man looked at the large characters Book of Mountains and Seas on the cover of the paper book and asked doubtfully. This civilization is a bit strange. The woman in white robe frowned. According to data testing, this planet's will is much stronger than other civilized planets, and this thing. The woman in white robe held the Book of Mountains and Seas and shook it in front of her face. It actually recorded some information about those holy areas, although most of it is incomplete and many are wrong. Not only this one, but also these. The woman in white robe swiped her finger in front of her face, and a light curtain appeared, with books with simple covers arranged one after another on it. Olympus, Garden of Eden, Emperor Wa, Buddha, Kesu. This is too strange. If time were not limited, I would have stayed to investigate. It's a bit strange. He reached out and pulled out a paper book from the light screen. The man with red eyes flipped through it and nodded. He turned around and looked at the charging progress of the fully charged energy. But there's no time for us to think about that now. Suddenly, a disturbance spread outward from the center of the spacecraft. As the disturbance appeared, a huge ball of light condensed below the spacecraft. The color of the light ball kept changing, and finally it seemed that it had gathered to the limit. With a roar, it turned into a beam of light and shot straight down. Without any collision, the beam passed through the atmosphere, passed through the mountain wall, passed through the stratum, and shot straight into the core of the Earth. An invisible wave spreads outward from the Earth's core. Let's go! Mission accomplished, maybe this strange civilization can survive. Who knows, come back in 12 years. I hope it won't be desolate by then. It's been 100 million years since any new civilization entered the universe, right? The woman in white robe sighed. Hurry up and activate the jumping device. If you don't leave, you won't be able to leave. Seeing that the woman in white robe was still in good health, the man with red eyes urged as he looked at the time on his watch. 56 seconds. There was a fluctuation in time and space, and the spaceship disappeared through the temporarily opened wormhole as if fleeing. United Nations General Assembly Hall. The meeting did not end with the departure of the man in black. Looking at the information left by the man in black, a new round of discussion began. After 5 hours of discussion, the final meeting decision was as follows. 1. Package the Shadow World into a virtual game and make it public. According to the information provided by the man in black, Shadow World is more like a digital world, and there is nothing wrong with calling it a game. 2. Stop real-life conflicts between all national groups and put all conflicts in the Shadow World to resolve, but large-scale conflicts in the Shadow World are prohibited. According to the information given by the man in black, death in the Shadow World will occur simultaneously in the real world. Because we need to face the crisis in 12 years together, mass deaths are not allowed. 3. Release all information about the film world 10 years later. 4. Let everyone enter the Shadow World as much as possible. 5. Close all online games. Meeting after meeting was another meeting. Compared to the calm atmosphere of the previous meeting, the meeting was extremely noisy because this meeting decided to allocate the 10.7 talent cores in more than a dozen production lines. Mr. Xia, I'm really sorry. I received a notice from the City Hall yesterday that our company's work tasks need to leave 80% vacancies for this year's college interns. The originally planned recruitment positions have now been cancelled. A beautiful-looking beauty received the reception. Yuan Zhang explained to Xia Ji with an apologetic look. However, as compensation for your passing the recruitment assessment, we will give you a compensation of $10,000, and at the same time, you will receive priority employment rights from our company. If you are still willing to come to our next recruitment event, you will be given the same ability under the same ability. Our company will give you priority in admission. Okay. Xia Ji waved his hand and got $10,000 in vain. What else could he say? It was his first day at work and he had not signed the employment contract yet, so he was fired. Walking out of the hundreds of story office building, Xia Ji sighed softly and looked at the busy street without knowing where to go. Forget it, let's go play that game. It happens to be that the server opens today. For more than a year since graduation, Xia Ji has been spending time interviewing. Now I finally found one, but it was inexplicably gone before I even started working. You must know that the unemployment rate in Dacia at the end of the 21st century is more than 90%, but all jobs that do not require the use of brains and innovation have basically been replaced by robot AI. Standing on the street and looking around, it is already common in this world that there are more robots than real people. Normal. In Dacia, and even around the world, the vast majority of people live on the subsistence allowance of relief funds. There are not enough jobs in the world for real people to do them. Dacia's officials also tried to forcibly add meaningless jobs to promote employment, and once suppressed the domestic unemployment rate to less than 1,000th, but that policy only lasted less than 10 years. Because the official calculation was later made, it was less cost-effective to forcibly add positions than to directly send money. It was a serious waste of manpower and material resources. Compared with the world average, Dacia's relief fund is not low. Even Xia Ji, who has just graduated, can receive $2,000 every month. If you are lucky enough to find a partner and get married, the benefit will be increased to 1,000. If you go further and have a son and a half, the couple will be able to receive another 1,000 benefits for each child they have, until it reaches 1,000. The personal limit is 5,000 joint coins per month. In fact, it is okay to stay at home and receive subsistence allowance every day, but after more than 10 years of education, it is really difficult for Xia Ji to accept that kind of degenerate life. There are many people who think the same as Xia Ji, and they all want to realize the value of their lives, so they find a job. The difficulty becomes increasingly outrageous. Walking on the wide and clean streets and looking at the huge word shadow on the skyscrapers, Xia Ji completely gave up on looking for a job. Looking around, wherever you can see advertisements, they are all promotional posters for the game Shadow. But the funny thing is that among the many posters, there is not a single actual picture of Shadow, and there is no so-called text description. A little practical introduction to what the game is about. It's quite mysterious. 15 days ago, countries around the world suddenly jointly promoted a game called Shadow. At the same time, all online games on the market entered a countdown to shutting down their servers to make way for this sudden game. According to the official website of the game, this game has 100% realism. Due to the extremely high degree of realism, it may even happen that after the player dies in the game, the real world will also follow the brain death. As soon as the announcement came out, public opinion was in an uproar. Only a ghost would play a game that could kill people. As soon as the promotion of Shadow came out, it was full of curses. There was even an anti-Shadow association, but it was voluntarily disbanded the next day. It seems that the public's attitude cannot change the government's thinking, and the progress of Shadow has not been delayed in the slightest. The official attitude of various countries is very firm. In order to allow more people to enter the game, Dacia officials even directly cancelled the relief system and renamed the subsidy. You must play Shadow to receive it, and the online time per day is required to be no less than 8 hours. Xiaji, who was unemployed after graduation and lost his job as soon as he found one, relied on relief funds to survive. The government directly cut off his livelihood. There is no way, now that the relief fund is restructured, in order to subsidize Jin Xiaji, he can only enter the game, otherwise he will only starve to death. I just hope the game won't be too dangerous. With a sigh, Xiaji came to the game helmet collection point in City C. It is very deserted here now. After all, more than 10 days have passed, and those who should receive the gaming helmet have already received it. The game will be launched today, and there are only a few people at the collection point now. With a beep, the Xiaji ID card was swiped through the machine, the identity registration was completed, and he received his own gaming helmet. Gaming helmets are free. After all, people may die from playing games. If gaming helmets were charged, the officials would probably be scolded to death. After getting the gaming helmet, Xiaji didn't plan to wander around the main city. He bought 100 nutrition bars on the way and took the subway home. Nutrition bars can perfectly meet the needs of the human body. They are very cheap, but the taste is a bit indescribable. However, Xiaji has become accustomed to them and will buy some instant noodles from time to time to improve the taste. Due to human development, the pollution on Blue Star has long been overwhelmed. Although in recent years, due to the expansion into other planets in the solar system, most of the heavily polluting factories have moved out, the environment of Blue Star has improved a lot. However, in this era, green food has become the same as luxury goods are on the hook. You must know that the evaluation standards for green food in this era have been reduced to food that is grown in the soil and meets food hygiene and safety standards. At a time when industrial synthetic foods are everywhere, even instant noodles, which were once known for their low prices and cost 1 cow a year, are also rising. The train is about to arrive at Yonghu Community Station. Passengers who want to get off the train, please prepare in advance and proceed from, please pay attention when getting off. The subway was very fast, but there were many stops in between. After more than 2 hours, Xiaji finally arrived at his destination. Xiaji's house is a government-allocated relief house. It is free, has 1 bedroom and 1 bathroom, and is about 40 square meters. It is located in the Qingba community under the jurisdiction of Yonghu community in the suburban community. After returning home and putting things away, Xiaji came to the newly built sports ground in the community. Many people are running here at the moment. After warming up and turning on the recording function on my phone, Xiaji also joined the running queue. It's not that you want to run during the summer solstice. There is a condition for logging into the game using a gaming helmet, which is to run for 5 kilometers. This is an artificial limit. Lying down wearing a helmet all the time will have adverse effects on the body. The official has this regulation in order to prevent players from ruining their bodies by playing games. Not only that, if you log in with a game helmet, you will be kicked out of the game for up to 8 hours each time, and you will be allowed to log in again after an interval of 1 hour. Of course, you must not be less than 5 kilometers before logging in. In comparison, the game cabin is much better. There are no login restrictions and you can log in 24 hours a day. Moreover, the game cabin has a nerve stimulation function and a life maintenance system. If you lie down all the time, not only will your body not suffer from adverse consequences, can also strengthen body functions. Unfortunately, the game cabin is very expensive, with 1 unit costing $10 million United dollars. It is said that there are 11 special game cabins around the world, and there are special rewards for logging in. However, it seems that they have been divided up by the governments of various countries. There is one for each country in the Wuchang, and the remaining ones are divided into 5, and one is mixed with the ordinary game cabin for sale. Of course, all this has nothing to do with Xiaji, he only has a free gaming helmet. Xiaji's physical fitness was not very good. It took more than half an hour to run the 5 kilometers. Even though the temperature was only a few degrees, I was still sweating profusely and felt a heat rolling around my body. Ding dong! Xiaji, who was about to go home after running and holding her cell phone, suddenly received a message. Affected by the geomagnetism, a magnitude 4 earthquake is about to occur in your current area, which will last for about 10 minutes. Residents, please do not panic during this period. Modern buildings can directly withstand magnitude 8 earthquakes. Just wait at home and wait for the earthquake to end. Please do not take the initiative, go to other places that may cause danger. See City Natural Disaster Prevention Bureau. Again? Xiaji curled her lips and turned off the cell phone that had already started counting down to the last 300 seconds. The screen flashed red and started beeping alarms. This was already the 8th earthquake in the past 10 days. It was getting bigger and smaller, and the highest was only level 4, he was already used to it. I heard that earthquakes have occurred all over the world in the past few days. In a few days, the number of earthquakes has exceeded the total number of earthquakes in the past 10 years, especially in Japan, which seems to have never stopped. Abnormalities that suddenly sweep across the world always give people a feeling that the end of the world is coming. If the authorities hadn't been suppressing it desperately, there would have been riots. It was still a few minutes' walk from home. Although it was not surprising, Xiaji still erred on the side of caution and found an open place to wait for the earthquake to pass. More than 10 minutes passed quickly, the earthquake subsided, the sweat on Xiaji's body dried, and the cold wind blew, still feeling a bit chilly. I went back to the room, turned on the air conditioner, took a hot shower, ate a nutrition bar, and lay on the bed in my pajamas. It felt so comfortable. In fact, it's not that hard to accept that I have been unable to find a job, and I don't have to worry about food and clothing anyway. After staring at the ceiling for a few seconds, Xiaji got bored of waiting and simply put on his gaming helmet. The server of Shadow has not yet been launched, and everything in front of me is dark, but I can connect directly to the official website. Xiaji clicked in through conscious operation. There was no information about the game on the official website, only 2 top tips. Because in-game death will bring about real-life death, players are asked to be as careful as possible during play. The game is not standardized, and relatives shed tears. Malicious PK is prohibited in the game. Certain behaviors in the game have been included in the criminal law. For relevant regulations, please refer to the 1562nd Amendment to the criminal law. I sighed that it was outrageous. When I opened the game forum, I could only see the Daxia area. If I wanted to see other areas, I had to go through the wall. However, the posts on the forum are not very nutritious. Except for the labor union and studio recruitment, they are basically those who criticize Shadow and some conspiracy theories. The whole forum is in a state of chaos, and the officials don't care about it. For example, Shadow is actually an alien technology. Blue Star's technology cannot support hundreds of millions of people online at the same time. Governments and military forces from various countries have joined in because the game world needs to be integrated with reality. Things in the game can be brought out, and the world so earthquakes occur because of this game. Xiaji has a little bit of faith in this. After all, the official behavior of various countries after the emergence of this game is really strange and abnormal no matter how you look at it. The official only said that the game will be launched today, but did not announce the specific time. Not sure how long he would have to wait, Xiaji passed the time by looking through the boring posts on the forum. Daxia, a military base. The nuclear-proof fortification that was originally used as a warehouse has now been sorted out. Rows of bright silver game cabins are neatly placed, and without exception, they are all open. Chief, except for the soldiers on patrol duty, all other soldiers have entered the login cabin and are on standby. They are just waiting. A young officer was giving a situation report to the top person in charge of the base. The same thing happened in different places on Blue Star at the same time. December 31st, 2099, 23:59 and 60 seconds. With the bell ringing on New Year's Day, the game starts. Mental testing in progress, meeting the login conditions. Account creation in progress, creation completed. Binding completed. Following a series of system prompts, a dazzling light suddenly lit up in the originally endless darkness. Xiaji unconsciously put her hand in front of her eyebrows to cover it. When her eyes adjusted a little, Xiaji put down her hand and found that she was standing in a place where she could not see. Arriving at the huge square on the edge, the square was crowded with people, beams of light flashed, and people were constantly being teleported in. Is this in the game? Looking at the surrounding environment, Xiaji suddenly realized that he was no longer lying on the bed. Holy crap! This game is awesome, I can actually hear it again. I'm sorry. I can move my unconscious left hand. Is this the horror of 100% realism? TSK. The screams of several people who may actually be disabled made Xiaji come back to her senses and move her eyes upward. The most attractive thing about this square is probably the two spherical shadows in the sky, one blue and one white. The miniature of the larger blue planet is suspended in the sky above the square, and there is a white ball rotating next to it, which looks like the moon is revolving around the blue star. Suddenly, the blue shadow burst out with azure light. The light was not dazzling, but when Xiaji reacted, he found that he was the only one left in the square. System prompt: you have been blessed by Blue Star and awakened your exclusive talent. System prompt: you have received the blessing of Blue Star and obtained the buff status, Blue Blessing and Zero Growth. Two mechanical system sounds sounded from his ears, the light in front of Xiaji fluctuated again, and the originally crowded square appeared in front of him again. Blue Star Blessing? Xiaji looked up at the blue shadow in the sky in confusion. After scanning for a week, he found that everyone in the square was as confused as he was. It seemed that everyone had experienced the same thing. Brother, do you know what the effect of Blue Star's blessing is? A person next to Xiaji was asking him doubtfully, but before he could finish his words, he was taken away by a beam of light falling from the sky. Xiaji was also taken away by another beam of light that fell from behind. System prompt: character construction in progress. Please name your character. The scene before him changed again, but this time it was floating in the void. Now it was time to name. After thinking about Xiaji, he said, Winter. He usually calls this name when playing games, but sometimes he will be registered by someone. Single character names are usually easy to be snatched, but this time he was lucky, the name passed, and he went directly to the next stage. System prompt: body detection in progress, adaptive generation of personal attributes. Name: Dong. Level 0, 0 out of 100. Constitution: 3. Affects physical attack, physical defense, spell defense, agility, life, physical strength, weight bearing, etc. Spirit: 5, affects spell attack, abnormal resistance, mana, agility, etc. Life: 30, physique x 10. Power/mana, not turned on. Agility: 4, physique plus spirit, /2, affects movement speed, attack speed, chanting time, etc. Base speed: 10, the maximum moving speed is 10 meters/second, the actual maximum speed is base speed. Physical defense: 3, physique x 1. Spell defense: 3, physique x 1. Mental resistance: 5, mental x 1. Talent. Crazy decimal point: when you see the decimal point in the panel, you can move it one position to the left or right. Each independent panel can only be moved once. Operable panels: some system prompts, item panels, skill panels, decimal points appear on the panel adaptively. Equipment: none. Skills: none. Gain. Blue Blessing: special when you die, your level will be -1, half of the equipment worn will be randomly dropped, and you will be prohibited from logging in for 10 days. Duration: 12 years. 0-point growth: special you are given an experience bar, and most of your actions will receive certain experience rewards, and the pain can be reduced by up to 80%. Duration disappears at level 100. Debuff, none. The attribute panel was generated quickly. Looking at the gain effects on the panel, Xiaozi didn't know what to say. Such a heavy death penalty, do you call this a gain? Of course, compared with the official promotion of the game where death will follow in reality, it is indeed a gain, but is it played like this? Although I wanted to complain a little, at least I didn't have to worry about dying inexplicably in the game. Xiaozi turned to look at her own talent. However, a system prompt sounded at this time. System prompt, attributes have been generated, please select the direction of your ability, physical system, activation strength value, strength equals constitution 0. Energy level, level 2, all systems, activated spiritual power value, spiritual power equals, physique plus spirit, x 1.0, energy level, level 12. System prompt, strength value is used for the use of physical skills, mana value is used for the use of legal skills, and spiritual power value is used for the use of all skills. There are no advantages or disadvantages among the three options. Please choose carefully according to your own situation. Note, some special professions will generate profession-specific energy bars, and high-level energy bars will cover low-level energy bars. Looking at the system prompts, Xiaozi opened his panel again and took a look at his talents. Crazy decimal point, you can move the decimal point. Then his eyes moved back and forth on the three numbers prompted by the system. Normally, there are only two choices, one is to turn on power, and the other is to turn on mana. This spiritual power is a trap at first glance. Now based on Xiaozi's panel attributes, after choosing this, there will only be a total of 8 points of spiritual power. I am afraid that not even a single skill can be used. But looking at the energy level 12, Xiaozi was a little jealous. If he didn't have the talent to move a decimal point, Xiaozi would definitely not even take a look at it. But if he moved a decimal point, there would be no numerical difference between Xiaozi's spiritual power and the other two. Maybe the level of strength is 10 levels higher. Although Xiaozi doesn't know what the use of this energy level is, as a talent that can't move the decimal point, it shouldn't be weak no matter how you look at it. If the decimal point can be moved in levels, then Xiaozi will definitely choose mana directly, and then the energy level is level 20. With his own talent, it is most suitable to follow the master line that relies on skills to make a living. After thinking for a while, Xiaozi finally made his choice. System prompt, attributes have been generated, please select the direction of your ability. Physical system, activation strength value, strength equals constitution x 20, energy level, level 2, law system, activation mana value, mana equals spirit, level 2, all systems, activated spiritual power value, spiritual power equals, physique plus spirit, x 10, energy level, level 12. Each independent panel can only be moved once. After Xiaozi moved the decimal point behind the spiritual power, all the decimal points in this system prompt disappeared. Choose all types. This spiritual power seems to be very advanced no matter how you look at it. It doesn't matter even if it is not very strong. As long as it is not worse than the strength and mana, even if you choose the wrong one, you will not fall behind at all compared to others. There was basically no loss, so Xiaozi planned to take a gamble. After all, his talent became more and more outrageous in the later stages, so a small gamble in the early stages was harmless. With the selection completed, the original strength/mana bar becomes spiritual strength, 80. System prompt, the energy bar has been activated, please select your initial skill. Once selected, the initial skills cannot be replaced or forgotten, and will stay with you for a lifetime, so please choose carefully. Immediately afterwards, a light curtain appeared in front of Xiaozi, with dozens of skill icons on each page. 1, 2, 3. I lost it, 10.7 billion pages. Xiaozi counted the page numbers, and there were 11. Fortunately, there is a search box above the light screen, otherwise it would take me a lifetime to browse through it, and I might not be able to finish it. After dozens of eliminations, Xiaozi finally chose an attack skill that consumed spiritual energy. He originally wanted to find a percentage of damage. If it caused 10% of the target's maximum health, wouldn't it be possible to kill everything instantly by moving the decimal point? Even 10% of the target's current health would be fine. Unfortunately, after looking through it all, without exception, all percentage damage skills have a built-in damage limit, and the critical cooldown time is too long. Regardless of the movement percentage or the built-in damage limit of movement, they will be limited by another value. You may learn one in the future to protect yourself, but the first time you learn it, it will be useless. Skill name, Annihilation. Skill type, Active. Skill consumption, 10.0 Spiritual Power. Skill cooldown, 5.0 seconds. Skill effect, causes 16, physique plus mental, x 2.0, points of real damage to 5, spirit, real damage ignores shields, defenses, etc. This was Xiaoji's final choice. He planned to take the master route, so he chose a skill that favored the mage system. By rummaging through the skills page, Xiaoji determined that the spiritual power option was really a huge pit. If he hadn't been able to move the decimal point, the 8 points of spiritual power wouldn't even be able to be used as a skill now. Looking at the skill I chose, there was nothing to consider. If I moved a decimal point, the damage became 20 times physical plus mental, and the skill damage came to 160. I have to say that my talent is really incredible. This move is equivalent to releasing the skill once and having the effect 10 times. The key consumption and cooldown are still calculated based on the original release. System prompt, character creation is completed, enter the shadow world. The field of vision in front of me changed again, and Xiaoji returned to the original square. What the hell, aren't you entering the shadow world? You're entering a game with repeated sideways jumps? Xiaoji wanted to complain as he watched light beams flashing continuously, leading each player to leave or return to the square. The blue shadow in the sky in the square flashes brightly from time to time. It should be that people are constantly entering the game and giving blessings. But his character has been created, so why come back? During Xiaoji's confusion, he saw the white ball of light in the sky flashing. System prompt, did you get it? As a gift, the related items have been put into your backpack. Before Xiaoji could open her backpack to see what was there, a beam of light fell and took Xiaoji out of the space. The light dissipated, and the vision in front of my eyes returned to normal. Xiaoji came to a quaint village square. System prompt, you have entered the land of birth and acquired the skill, meditation. After waiting in place for a few seconds to make sure there were no other changes, Xiaoji took action. Looking around, some people were in a daze, probably looking at the attribute panel, some were running in the direction of the NPC, and some were holding a stick and smashing it on the ground angrily. The village square is not that big. In the middle is a statue whose face cannot be seen clearly. From time to time, beams of light fall down, bringing in new players one after another. Xiaoji also joined the army of days. Open the 40 grid system backpack that allows 99% of material items to be stacked. First, let's take a look at what the 3 question marks are. There was only a sign and a stick in the empty system backpack. Item name, Newcomer's Certificate, Winter Exclusive. Item quality, Special. Item effect, when the adventurer kills the target will randomly drop items. At the same time, the energy consumption of the adventurer's skills is -5.0, for continuous consumption skills, the energy consumption is reduced by 10%. It takes effect when placed in the backpack. When the adventurer leaves the land of birth, the dropped items and newcomer's certificate will be forcibly recovered by the system. Item description, this is a preference for newcomers. The newcomer's certificate is the only one that can effectively move for Xiaoji. He has no continuous consumption skills, and it is useless to reduce the movement energy consumption to 100%. If there is no one who will be forcibly recycled by the system after leaving the place of birth, Xiaoji will definitely not. The only thing to consider is moving that 10%. The cost of the newcomer's certificate has been reduced to 50, which means that the cost of Xiaoji's annihilation skill is now negative. Feeling the terror of his talent again, Xiaoji can't help but wonder why this kind of talent is allowed to exist in the game. There is a kind of game that has no planning and relies solely on the beauty of randomness without considering balance at all. Putting the new couple's certificate back into his backpack, Xiaoji took out the stick. Equipment name, Chaos Long Stick. Equipment quality, Special. Equipment effect. Absolute hardness: when performing a physical strike, it will cause a maximum of 4, physique plus 1.0, points of physical damage, and it will consume 1.0 points of strength when causing the maximum damage. Inscription pathway: when performing a spell strike, it will cause a maximum of 6, spiritual plus 1.0, points of spell damage, and it will consume 1.0 mana points when causing the maximum damage. Different paths lead to the same destination. Any form of energy can be turned into force or mana to act on the Chaos Stick. Indestructible: the Chaos Stick cannot be destroyed and requires a 2.0 second cooldown after each strike. Equipment durability: indelible. Equipment introduction: the stick is the ancestor of all weapons. As soon as the stick was in hand, before Xiaoji could finish reading its data panel, a system prompt suddenly sounded. System prompt: the recognition of the master is completed, and the talent test is in progress. The adventurer's talent for gunmanship is outstanding, and the Chaos Long Stick has been automatically solidified. What? Xiaoji looked at the long stick of chaos in his hand that had changed its name, and was speechless for a moment. Chaos Long Stick Gun Embryonic, Winter Exclusive. Was there any mistake? I selected the initial skills before you told me that I am suitable for taking the gun path? Is the process reversed? Shouldn't something like this that is completely random and cannot be chosen independently be ranked first? Just like Talent Awakening, you should be ranked first, right? There is no talent notification until all skills have been selected. There is definitely something wrong with those 3 question marks. It's so inappropriate to do such a disgusting thing. Now Xiaoji understood why someone hit the ground with a stick. We still can't see the use of this stick. Xiaoji tentatively plans to continue the master's route. We will see later what the gun talent and this stick do. We can change the development route at any time depending on the situation. After all, we have already selected the initial skills. Can't change. Looking at the attribute panel of the Chaos Staff again, the equipment effect has not changed at all. I feel that moving is dispensable. My annihilation can deal 160 points of real damage every 5 seconds. Currently, even if the Chaos Staff is moved, even with the decimal point, the strength is average. After thinking about it for a while, Xiaoji moved the cooldown of the Chaos Stick strike to 0.2 seconds, which made it more selective, which is equivalent to increasing the physical damage and spell damage caused per unit time. He held a long stick in his hand. It was made of unknown material. It was 2 meters long and felt very good. In addition to the 2 items given by the 3 question marks in the bag, the system also gave me a skill when I first entered this new place, the Novice Village, Meditation. Skill name, Meditation. Skill type, Active. Skill consumption, None. Skill cooldown, None. Skill effect: recover 2% of maximum spiritual power every 1.0 minutes while meditating. No operations are allowed during meditation. This is a skill that restores the blue bar. Under normal circumstances, it takes 50 minutes to restore a person's empty blue bar to full. Looking at the 2 numbers on the meditation panel, it seems that no matter which one is moved, the effect is the same, allowing Xiaoji to fully regain his spiritual power within 5 minutes. But in fact, moving the former is better than moving the latter, especially in combat mode. The maneuverability is countless times better. Not bad. Talent activation, decimal point movement, meditation becomes 2% of maximum spiritual power restored every 0.1 minutes. After all the things that were given to me when I first entered the game were moved, Xiaoji opened her properties panel. In fact, in addition to these things, Xiaoji also has a set of novice equipment, but apart from the indelible characteristics, it has no attributes at all. It is simply used to cover the body, so don't mention it. Name, Dong. Level 0, 0 out of 100. Constitution, 3. Spirit, 5. Life, 30. Spiritual power, 80. Agility, 4. Base speed, 10. Physical defense, 3. Spell defense, 3. Mental resistance, 5. Talent, crazy decimal point. Equipment, Chaos Long Stick, Linen Suit. Skills, Annihilation, Meditation. Gains, blue blessing, special, 0 growth, special. Debuff, none. There is nothing interesting about the mediocre panel, and there is no decimal point on his attribute panel that allows him to move. Xiaxi feels a little regretful about this, as his talent is still not strong enough. There seems to be something over there, and everyone is heading there. Come on, let's go take a look too. Entering Novice Village is random, and it is difficult to meet people you know in real life. However, as soon as you enter, there are already people forming a team in the square of Novice Village. There are not many players in this Novice Village. At first glance, it is conservatively estimated to be less than 500 people. It is not crowded at all. However, there are always light pillars bringing new people to join, so it may be a little crowded in the future. As far as Xiaji knows, Guang de Xiao will have no fewer than 800 million people entering the game at this point. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case. But this situation has already occurred, so there is only one possibility. There are so many novice villages in this game, and billions of people enter the game at the same time without any lag. This game really deserves to be called outrageous. The originally quiet novice village square suddenly became noisy. Although Xiaji didn't know what happened, seeing many people walking in the same direction, he decided to go with the flow. Follow the flow of people through a stone street, where there is a long queue. Brother, what are you doing queuing up here? Xiaji, who was queuing up, patted the person in front of him on the shoulder. I don't know either. I'll ask the person in front. The person in front turned around and said something, then patted the person in front of him on the shoulder. Big sister, what are you doing in line here? I don't know either. Let me ask. The older girl said timidly and patted the person in front of her. Who knows how many people were asked before, and a few minutes later Xiaxi got the answer. This is the station of the novice village guards. You can queue up here to receive the skills that a player must have for free. After telling the people behind him this information, Xiaxi stroked his chin. Necessary skills. Do players have any necessary skills? Xiaxi didn't let Xiaxi think too much. The efficiency in the front was quite fast, and it was Xiaxi's turn soon. Name. Keep it secret. Gender. It shouldn't be hard to see. Age. Youth. Faced with the question, Xiaxi's answer was extremely perfunctory. The people in front of him all said the same thing, so Xiaxi followed suit. The registered NPC didn't care and continued to ask. Interest. System prompt, you successfully accepted the mission, Rabbit Overrun. After being asked a few questions by the NPC as if checking their household registration, Xiaxi received a skill book and also accepted a task. Item name, Information Source Skill Book. Item quality, Special. Item effect, skills can be learned immediately after use, Information Source. Item introduction. Information Source. Type, Active. Consumption, None. Cooling, None. Effect, you can see the target's attribute information. It cannot be viewed when the target level exceeds level 10.0. After leaving the guard station, Xiaxi took out the skill book and read it. It is indeed a skill that players must have. Although it has a different name, isn't it just the detection skill in ordinary games? It is not even considered a skill in many games, it is just the system's own ability to see monster attributes. However, Xiaxi was a little confused when these escort NPCs were counting players' data. It was not an exaggeration to say that they had only seen them in their lives. Although they were counting things that were not considered private, and no matter how perfunctory the NPC's answers were, they would still give them the things. If you think about it carefully, maybe those NPCs asking questions are just a formality. If this behavior is not a fixed process set by the system, then what they really want may have been obtained the moment the players started to register. Contact before the launch of the game, the official has been emphasizing that the NPCs in the game have completely independent intelligence and calling on players to maintain the utmost respect for them. Xiaxi feels that the latter is more likely. Then there is only one answer. Use skills that players cannot refuse to attract all players to register once. but do not care about the player's answers when registering. Then there is only one thing that can be counted, and that is the number of players. I feel like these NPCs are a bit weird. But how do they prevent players from registering twice? You have to believe that players can definitely do this kind of thing. Suddenly stuck in the middle of the thought, Xiaoji simply stopped thinking about it, and was not interested in testing whether he could get it again. Anyway, there will definitely be some good people who will do this kind of experiment, and then post the results to the game forum to show off. If you still remember it later, just take a look at the forum. Looking at the skill book in my hand, there is only one decimal point that can be moved, and the information source has become a target that can be viewed beyond level 100. It is not bad, and I can learn directly. After finishing learning, Xiaoji opened the attribute panel and clicked on the information source panel. He had an idea. If the skill book moved the decimal point once, could the skill be moved again? The talent introduction only states that each panel can only be moved once, but the panels of the skill book are obviously different from the skill panels. TSK, what a pity. Xiaoji found that the panel data of the information source was before the move, and it was still cannot be viewed when the target level exceeds 10.0 levels. It seems that moving the data in the item introduction will not affect the item itself. After learning the skills, Xiaoji clicked on the task he took on when he registered. Task name, Rabbit Overrun. Mission content, rabbits are overrun on the pasture outside Qingqiang village, which has seriously threatened farmers' livestock rations. The escort team asks you to solve the problem of rabbit overrun. Completion conditions, complete anyone to submit. 1. Rabbits are no longer infested. 2. Rabbit skin, 0 out of 100. Mission reward, silver coin x1, experience x50. The next task panel did not have adaptive decimal point generation. Xiaoji was a little angry. He thought this was really possible. But the problem is not big, people cannot be too greedy. Because the decimal point cannot be moved on the mission panel, Xiaoji is not interested in finding NPCs in the village to take missions like some players. He opens the system map and walks to the pasture east of the village. The grassland is not too far from the village, only a few minutes away. When I arrived at the grassland, I looked around and saw white spots scattered among the green bushes. It is roughly estimated that there are 200 to 300 people killing rabbits here. I haven't seen the explosive plot of a new game where a few people grab a monster from a novice village, and Xiaoji always feels like something is missing. Brother, do you want to farm rabbits together? As soon as we arrived at the pasture, a burly man next to us came up and asked. No, I'm used to being alone. Xiaoji has no plans to form a team. He plays games, no matter how good or bad he is. Except for the kind of dungeon that requires several people to play together, he basically plays alone. Then don't bother me. With that said, the man approached another girl who had just arrived. The girl obviously didn't have the determination of Xiaoji, so she blushed and agreed. Looking at the backs of the two of them, Xiaoji was silent for a moment. The grassland is so big that even if 1,000 people come, they won't be able to make any waves. The summer solstice comes to a deserted corner. The rabbit here doesn't seem to be afraid of people. When lying down, it is half as tall as a human. It's unknown what it ate to grow so big. Looking at the rabbit jumping next to him, he threw an information source up. Name, White Rabbit. Level 1. Life, 30. Constitution, 3. Spirit, 3. Skill. Emergency Eye, when the health value is lower than 10 points, you will get a bounce enhancement, pounce and bite the target, causing 9 points of physical damage. It's not very strong, it can be done in seconds. Xiaoji planned to try the Chaos Long Stick first, although it didn't work. As the spiritual power flows, a fist-sized white ball of light condenses on the top of the long stick. Chirp chirp chirp. Several light balls shot out. And hit the rabbit. -2. -1. -1. -1. -1. The damage after the defense judgment is really outrageous, it's just like scraping a rabbit. My attributes are not very high, so the damage of this stick is very low, which means that the attack speed after moving the decimal point is very high, barely usable, and the damage per second can reach 5. Except for the first light bullet, which consumed a little spiritual energy, the next 4 were under Xiaoji's control and did not consume spiritual energy because the damage was lower than the maximum damage. The consumption of the first light bullet did not trigger the newcomer's certificate, indicating that the light bullet attack should fall within the range of normal attacks. The rabbit was attacked and just turned around. His eyes were red, as if he was angry and planned to attack Xiaoji. Try annihilation. -160. System prompt, experience +1. -160. System prompt, experience +1. The thought fell, and annihilation was used without any special effects or forward movement. 2 rabbits within 3 meters in front of Xiaoji died suddenly on the spot. At the same time, the newcomer's certificate was triggered, and no spiritual power was consumed. The spiritual power consumed by the chaos stick has not been recovered. It seems that the spiritual power consumption cannot be reduced to a negative number. Unfortunately, there is no decimal point to move the kill experience. Xiaoji feels that her talent is not strong enough. The effect of the newcomer's certificate is still very good, but unfortunately it will disappear after leaving the novice village. If you want to complete the rabbit overflow mission, you only need to complete one of 2 conditions. How to prevent rabbits from overflowing in the summer solstice and unable to find them is as simple as hunting rabbit skins. After the rabbit was killed, Xiaoji was only given a little experience and nothing else, and the rabbit's body was not refreshed. He took out the newcomer's certificate and looked at it. It drops randomly, so not only the items dropped are random, but whether they are dropped is also random? Just as Xiaoji was thinking about it, he saw the couple's certificate in his hand flashed, and the 2 rabbit corpses that had been lying quietly disappeared, leaving only a white rabbit skin and a piece of bright red rabbit meat. Item name, complete white rabbit skin. Item quality, ordinary. Item effect, none, newcomer's certificate. This item will be forcibly recycled by the system after leaving the land of birth. Item description, a piece of rabbit skin peeled off by an expert, barely used. Item name, rabbit meat. Item quality, ordinary. Item effect, none, newcomer's certificate. This item will be forcibly recycled by the system after leaving the land of birth. Item description, a piece of food that is not very tasty. It is recommended to cook it before eating. The newbie's proof of love needs to be triggered by oneself. Picking up 2 things dropped by rabbits from the ground, Xiaoji figured it out. Putting the rabbit skin and rabbit meat into his backpack, Xiaoji looked at the white rabbit 3 meters away. I don't know what the explosion rate of this rabbit skin is. Now that I have killed 2 of them, the explosion rate is 50%. Using my annihilation skill to kill rabbits is a complete waste. However, I have accepted the missions, and Xiaoji plans to kill them first. Complete the task items first. Annihilation. -160. System prompt, experience +1. -160. System prompt, experience +1. -160. System prompt, experience +1. As soon as an idea came to his mind, the only 3 white rabbits that were gnawing grass within 3 meters in front of Xiaoji immediately fell to the ground and stopped moving. A skill with only a 5-second cooldown, but with up to 160 points of real damage. The key is that this skill is a pseudo-group skill. Now Xiaoji can attack up to 5 targets within a 3-meter range at a time, which is very efficient in killing rabbits. If you go all out to kill rabbits, you can theoretically kill 60 rabbits in 1 minute on summer solstice. However, if you include picking up things and running around the map to find rabbits that are clustered together, you can conservatively estimate that you can kill more than 30 rabbits in 1 minute. The thought of the newlyweds in the backpack caused the 3 rabbits to completely disappear, replaced by a rabbit tail, a pair of rabbit ears, and 2 rabbit incisors. Okay, now the rabbit skin's explosion rate has dropped to 20%. Put away your things and walk towards another group of rabbits not far away. Although these things dropped by the rabbits have the effect of being a newcomer's certificate and will disappear after leaving the novice village, but if Xiaoji doesn't pick up the things, he will have obsessive-compulsive disorder. What if it can be used later? Annihilation. -160. 3 minutes passed by in a flash, and as Xiaoji's annihilation fell, the rabbit in front completely lost its movement, and Xiaoji finally heard a new system prompt. He killed 100 rabbits and leveled up. -160. System prompt, experience +1. System prompt, level improvement. As the 100th rabbit fell, in just 3 minutes, Xiaoji reached level 1. The upgrade did not make Xiaoji's body shine with golden light, but the spiritual power that was originally consumed due to the experiment with the Chaos Long Stick was restored to its full value. State. After upgrading, Xiaoji found that her physical fitness and mental strength were automatically increased by 1 point. At the same time, she also gained 2 free attribute points that she could choose to add. In other words, for each level up, you can get a total of 4 points of attribute growth. Compared with the 3 points of physical fitness and 5 points of spirit at level 0, it is equivalent to a direct increase of 50% in your attributes after level 1. The growth of this attribute is still very high in the early stage, but it becomes more and more rubbish in the later stage. As for the choice of 2 free attribute points, since this game only has physical and mental points that can be added, Xiaoji doesn't have much to worry about. Now I just need to focus on strengthening the effect of annihilation. After all, I only have this output skill. Physique affects the coverage area of the annihilation skill, while spirit affects the number of targets. No matter which one increases the damage, it will not affect it. The improvement is the same. What can be considered is the practical problem. These rabbits don't like to get together. For Xiaoji, physical fitness and mental strength are equally important. Whether it is just increasing the release range of the skill or just increasing the total number of maximum attacks, it will not work. If you want to make the annihilation skill to maximize the effect, you can only add points for balance. Only in this way can we avoid the situation where the attack range is enough but the number of attacks is not enough, or the number of attacks is enough but the attack range is not enough. The situation in Xiaoji is the latter now. With a 3-meter attack range, it is difficult to cover 5 of these animals that don't like to get together at the same time. Rabbit. Of course, Xiaoji had another consideration for balancing the points. Originally, relying on his awakening talent, Xiaoji planned to follow the FAE style. This must be the spirit of the main edition, but the Chaos Long Stick that came out later told him that he was suitable for shooting. No matter how you look at it, it all depends on increasing your physical fitness. Hesitating for a while, Xiaoji decided to make a compromise. Although doing so might result in the loss of both sides, he could only hope that the game would have a cleaning mechanism, but at the worst, he would just take the path of dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. Anyway, with his ridiculous talent, how could he be any worse? Adding all the attribute points to the physique, Xiaoji's physique and spirit both reached 6 points. The damage radius of the annihilation skill has reached 6 meters. Compared with the original 3 meters, the area has been increased by 4 times. In this case, basically every time the annihilation skill Summer Solstice is released, more than 4 rabbits can be covered. In fact, sometimes there are more, but this annihilation must be locked before it can be released. Rabbits outside of Xiaoji's perception cannot be attacked even if they are within the scope of Annihilation's flip cover, so Annihilation's actual attack range is actually the 188-degree field of view in front of Xiaoji. Overlay area with panel range. But even so, Xiaoji is definitely ranked first in this novice village in terms of rabbit killing speed, because he has never seen anyone use skills to kill rabbits in seconds. They basically use chaos long sticks to grind the blood of rabbits. It's not that others don't have high damage skills. After all, the initial skills are all carefully selected by the players themselves from the tens of billions of pages of the list. How could there be weak ones? In the options, even if the decimal point is not moved, there are countless skills that can kill rabbits instantly. And the reason why it is not used is that it is not worth it. Normal players can only spend 50 minutes through meditation if they want to get their blue bar back. The slow percentage recovery speed of meditation is a huge pitfall in the early stage, which will only be useful later when the player's blue bar grows. If Xiaoji's newcomer's certificate has not moved beyond the decimal point, assuming that one hit of annihilation consumes 5 points of spiritual power after normal reduction, Xiaoji can only be released 16 times at level 0 before having to stop. As for whether there is anyone selling blue medicine in the novice village, the game has only been launched for a few minutes, and Xiaoji has killed hundreds of rabbits and exploded a lot of various materials, but not even a copper coin has been seen. He didn't think anyone would have money to buy medicine at this time. The attributes have been greatly improved due to the upgrade, which has caused Xiaoji's rabbit killing speed to rise sharply, from an average of about 30 rabbits per minute at level 0 to almost 50 rabbits. Looking at the 18 rabbit skins in the bag, Xiaoji estimated that even if he was unlucky, he would be able to kill up to 600 more rabbits. At the current level 1 killing speed, it would only take more than 10 minutes. If he upgraded during the period, the time required can be further shortened. Taking a look at the attribute panel, the experience required to upgrade from level 1 to level 2 is 200 points. It is unclear whether the increase is 100% or just 100 points, but Xiaoji found that his upgrade speed did not seem to slow down due to the level increase. How many? It only takes a little over 4 minutes to upgrade from level 1 to level 2. In response, Xiaoji devoted himself enthusiastically to the cause of killing rabbits. Annihilation. Minus 240. System prompt, experience +1. System prompt, level improvement. Another shot of annihilation fell, and the system upgrade prompt appeared again. Looking at the 63 rabbit skins in the bag, Xiaoji found that he had been conservative. He could complete the task in less than 10 minutes, just a few minutes. After reaching the second level, the experience required for upgrading increases to 300 points. The experience required for each level is only 100 points higher than the previous level, which is not a terrifying exponential increase. However, after killing 300 rabbits, Xiaoji also discovered that killing rabbits seems to not drop anything else except materials. So far, Xiaoji has not exploded either equipment or copper plates. And the bags are all rabbit parts. After adding the points evenly, Xiaoji continued his rabbit killing business with a twist of his head. He still had 37 rabbit skins left. After collecting them, he left immediately and never stopped. He killed these fluffy little, cute ones. There were too many kills, mainly because the items provided were not very good. He didn't want to stay here anymore and wanted to kill higher-level monsters. Phew, it's finally over. Picking up the last rabbit skin on the ground, Xiaoji lost interest in continuing to kill rabbits. He went back to hand in the task first, and then took a look at the more advanced monster area to let himself have a skill that can reach 320 points of real damage per second. It's really unreasonable for a super master to kill rabbits here. Just killing rabbits instantly is a bit boring, and watching others fight rabbits from a distance is a bit fun, but watching too much is boring. Returning to the guard station in Novice Village, the original long queue is no longer there. Only new players who have entered the game come to register to receive the information source skill from time to time. System prompt, mission, Rabbit Flood, has been completed. Reward, Silver Coin X 1.0, Experience X 50.0. After submitting the task, Xiaoji was surprised to find that although the decimal point cannot be moved when receiving the task, the decimal point of the task reward can be moved when submitting the task. Looking at the two options that could be moved, Xiaoji looked at his panel. Level 2, 186/300. If he moved his experience points, he could immediately move up a level, and he would not be far from the next level. In this regard, Xiaoji chose to move the decimal point behind the silver coin without hesitation. With experience, I can go and kill monsters. 500 experience points is just a matter of time, but I am still penniless after killing almost 500 rabbits. Obviously, I need silver coins more than experience. The experience bar was visible to the naked eye by 1/6, but receiving 10 silver coins made Xiaoji even more comfortable. Here is your reward for completing the mission. After Xiaoji submitted 100 rabbit skins to the NPC who released the mission, the NPC handed Xiaoji a silver coin. Did you make a mistake? Xiaoji glanced at the 10 silver coins in the bag, and then at the silver coin lying in the palm of the hand handed over by the NPC. His mind did not turn around for a moment. Ha! What's wrong? When I gave up the task, I told everyone who accepted the task that they would be rewarded with a silver coin after completing the task. Don't you think it's too little? The NPC looked at Xiaoji in confusion. No, you. Xiaoji didn't know what to say for a moment. What's going on? Are the rewards given by NPCs calculated separately from the system? Can I get 2 copies? Get it for you. If you want more, you won't have it. The funds given by the above are limited. Seeing that Xiaoji's reaction didn't seem to be too little, the NPC directly slapped the silver coin into Xiaoji's hand. Are there any other tasks? After putting away the silver coins that were forced into his hands, Xiaoji asked the NPC who issued the task. Currently, completing tasks is the only way Xiaoji knows to obtain game currency. Not only will the system give it, but the NPC will give. No more. 1 silver coin is enough for adventurers to take the teleportation array and leave the land of birth. We have specially set up this task. You can ask other villagers. They may have tasks. Teleportation array? Well, after level 10, adventurers can take the teleportation array to the main city to change jobs, and the cost of the teleportation array is 1 silver coin. Okay. Xiaoji turned around and planned to leave. Adventurer, wait a moment, you are very strong. As the first person to complete this task, and the time to complete it is so short, I have another task for you. Are you interested in taking it? Grown-ups. Remind you again? I am now the captain of the escort team. What? I took your position and you are not convinced? You must call me sir. It's the captain. Oh, obviously this captain's identity is unusual. How to say? It's a very simple mission. Go to the wild boar forest and help me kill coyotes. What's the token? Just wolf teeth. If you collect 200 wolf teeth and give them to me, the mission is complete. The guard captain said with a smile. I'll take it. After hearing this perfunctory way of announcing the task, Xiaoji planned to take it. System prompt, you successfully accepted the mission, help kill the coyote. Task name, help kill the coyote. Mission content, are there coyotes in the wild boar forest outside Qingxiang village? The captain of the escort team asks you to get rid of the coyote. Completion conditions, complete anyone to submit. 1. Kill the coyote, 0 to 1. 2. Wolf fawn, 0 out of 200. Mission reward, gold coin x1, experience x 5000. As Xiaoji opened his mouth, the mission was automatically accepted, and the reward was pretty good, but looking at the completion conditions, it felt so evil. Okay, go ahead. When you complete the task, this reward will be given to you. Xiaoji was reading the contents of the task. The guard captain took out a golden card and handed it to Xiaoji. What? Xiaoji took the card into his hand. Item name, Hall of Heroes entry voucher. Item quality, special. Item effect, the holder can use this to enter the Hall of Heroes to challenge inherited professions. Item introduction, even if you want to create your own path, the path taken by the predecessors is not worth learning from, not to mention how many people can open up a new path. For most people, reaching the top that has been reached before is extremely difficult. Can I switch to a special profession? Looking at the attribute panel of the small card, Xiaoji was a little surprised. Is this thing rare? Xiaoji raised his head and looked at the guard captain. He felt that what the other party gave him was too casual. Now Xiaoji could completely escape and take advantage of it. Everyone can challenge the Hall of Heroes, but this thing can save you a lot of entrance trials, which can save a lot of time. Not bad. I'll go kill the wolf and be back soon. Xiaoji handed the card back. The guard captain waved his hand and pointed at the upright NPC standing next to him. You can keep it yourself. Just submit the task to him directly. I may not still be here when you come back. Do you trust me so much? Think of it as Destiny City's investment in you. The guard captain explained briefly and threw a piece of grey cloth to Xiaoji. By the way, I'll give you this. Maybe you can use it. Equipment name, covering cloak. Equipment quality, bronze. Equipment effect, physical fitness plus 10.0. Shadow concealment, hides one's figure and can avoid all detection below the first level. Duration, 20.0 minutes. Number of uses remaining, 1.0. Temporary activation, this equipment is condensed from temporary energy. After 24.0 hours, the equipment will disintegrate due to insufficient energy, and the equipment cannot be taken away from the birthplace. Equipment durability, 30.0/30.0. Equipment introduction, I write it casually because I am lazy. Are things so worthless that they should be given randomly? Looking at the attribute panel of this piece of gray cloth, Xiaoji is simply amazing. Don't worry, I promise to complete the mission. After taking the concealing cloak and equipping it directly, Xiaoji nodded and promised, feeling that this NPC was a bit bold, and said, should you try to find a way to escape and lie again, to get something? That's all I can give you. Go ahead. Once the mission is almost completed, you can go to the main city at level 10. Before Xiaoji could think of an excuse, the other party had already started to chase people away. Forget it, I bit off more than I could chew, so I didn't stay any longer. I said goodbye to the guard captain, and Xiaoji decided to take a look around the village. Originally, Xiaoji planned to kill the wolf directly after accepting the mission, but the attributes of the cloak given by the NPC were a bit blinding. Now that Xiaoji has 11 silver coins in his hand, he plans to see if there is a tailor shop or a blacksmith shop in the novice village. You can buy 2 pieces of pretense with attributes. Unfortunately, after searching around, there were both blacksmith shops and tailor shops, but there was no equipment with attributes in them. The clothes in the tailor shop are just like the novice outfit. No, it is not even as good as the novice outfit. At least the novice outfit has infinite durability. The blacksmith shop is full of farm tools. Of course, the most disgusting thing is the drugstore. The prices are clearly marked on the shelves, but the boss says that players are not qualified to purchase. Xiaoji tried to buy and sell by force. After throwing a silver coin to the boss, he tried to forcefully take away a set of red medicine with a price of 99 copper coins on the shelf. The owner of the drugstore had no objection to this and said that as long as he could take away as much as he wanted during the summer solstice, he could take away as much as he wanted. Then, the moment Xiaoji left the drugstore with her things, the red medicine in her bag was forcibly recovered by the system. Fortunately, the drugstore owner was kind in the end and returned the money to Xiaoji. I have been playing for nearly 20 minutes. If I had to give this game an evaluation, Xiaoji can only say 2 words, evil nature. This is really not like a normal game. After walking around the village, a lot of time was wasted, but nothing was caught. Xiaoji was a little annoyed, and finally decided to just kill the coyote step by step. Walking on the road to the wild boar forest, Xiaoji focused on the sheltering cloak. This cloak has a lot of moving numbers, but what attracts Xiaoji the most is the physique plus 10.0. Although it can only be used for 1 day is long enough for Xiaoji. I believe that I want to get a stronger one later. Equipment is not a difficult task either. After all, I already have this piece of equipment in just 20 minutes. Are you afraid that there won't be something better later? Although this equipment seems to have fallen from the sky. After moving the decimal point, my hands were shaking a little when I looked at the physique plus 100 Xiaoji on the equipment panel. Will my talent really not be punished by God? Putting on the equipment, Xiaoji instantly felt that his strength had skyrocketed, and his body's flexibility had greatly improved. However, his movement speed didn't seem to increase much. I tried running at the fastest speed, but the improvement was not big. Although a piece of equipment increased Xiaoji's physique by the equivalent of adding 25 levels of pure physique points, but the current limit speed of movement is not even 11 meters per second. If you can't run fast, then go fast. Xiaoji doesn't care. Now that he is the novice village's top tyrant, no one will object. Looking at the 2,320 points of real damage on the annihilation panel, Xiaoji feels like he is playing a cracked version of the game. Feel. On different panels, the effects after moving the decimal point with talents can actually be multiplied. The attribute increase effect of the obscuring cloak was moved by the decimal point, and the damage effect of the annihilation skill was moved by the decimal point. The final result is that Xiaoji gained 100 times. Original effect. With such an outrageous talent, he can definitely set a small goal. Beat the game in one day, but the movement speed is a bit too slow. 1 week, 1 month, yes, just 1 month. If the size of the game is not too big, I can completely beat the game within a month. As long as the game does not have a disgusting expansion plot lock, forcibly restricting player development, or directly setting an attribute upper limit or something, I can push it all the way to the end. Imagination is very beautiful, and reality may be even better than imagination. In the beautiful imagination, time flies very quickly, and it feels like not a while later, Xiaoji found a route on the system map and came to a forest. Outside. After looking at the system map twice and confirming that this was the wild boar forest, Xiaoji stepped in. The forest is very dense. After entering, the surrounding light is visibly darker. This forest is a good place for shade. There were constant chirping of birds in the forest, and from time to time there was the sound of cicadas, but Xiaoji was not here to listen to the singing of birds. He concentrated on looking for his prey, and soon he found a big guy, an information source thrown over him. Name, Jungle Boar. Level 11. Life, 650. Constitution, 65. Spirit, 35. Skill. Pig Rush. After a short period of charging, it charges towards the target, knocking up all units along the way. It causes 13 points of physical damage to the knocked up unit and 100 points of physical damage to the final target. The maximum charging distance is 35 meters. Cooldown, 180 seconds. This wild boar is bigger than a rabbit, and its gray skin can serve as a good protective color in the jungle full of dead branches and leaves. When Xiaoji discovered this wild boar, the distance between the man and the pig was less than 10 meters away. The man and the pig stared blankly for half a second. When I discovered it, I discovered the uninvited guest of Xiaoji at the same time. Hum. The wild boar barked twice, raised its limbs, and ran towards Xiaoji. The speed was so fast that even Xiaoji's horse couldn't catch up. Obviously, this wild boar didn't care about martial arts, and only used its skills when meeting. Annihilation. Minus 2320. -1. Bang. System prompt, experience plus 110. System prompt, level improvement. Brother Zhu, it's you who didn't follow martial ethics first, don't blame me for cheating. He got up from the ground with a curse, patted the ashes on his body, and came to the dead wild boar in Xiaoji. This wild boar activates its skills when it sees them, and Xiaoji is so close to the wild boar. Even at Xiaoji's speed, it only takes 1 second to run in front of the wild boar, not to mention that after the skills are activated, the speed is several times faster than Xiaoji's. Wild boar. It didn't even take half a second for the wild boar to push in front of Xiaoji. Although Xiaoji's reaction was not slow, he killed Brother Pig with an annihilation shot before he was touched. However, the dead Brother Zhu's body remained unabated, and he directly knocked Xiaoji away. He also dealt damage with skills, but this damage was a bit touching. After putting on the concealing cloak, Xiaoji had a full 108 points of constitution, which was equivalent to 108 points of physical defense. The 100 points of skill damage from the Jungle Boar skill could not break through the defense at all, and only dealt a little forced damage. If it wasn't for the surprise attack, Xiaoji shouldn't have even been knocked away. After all, the wild boar's physique was much worse than his, and its strength was probably not as strong as his. The effect of the newcomer's certificate was activated, and the body of a wild boar that was half a man tall was replaced by a pair of tusks. He picked it up and looked at the panel. It was of no use, and threw it into the system backpack. After putting away his things, Xiaoji opened the attribute panel and used the newly obtained free attribute points. He killed the wild boar and directly upgraded himself to a level. This was something Xiaoji did not expect. 110 experience points were exactly 10 times the level of the wild boar. I don't know if they're is additional experience for over-level kills. Regarding this, Xiaoji just wanted to complain about the injustice of the rabbit. He was also very strong. How could the wild boar have 10 times the level of experience? He only had a little experience. This was so unfair to the rabbit. The efficiency of this upgrade is much higher than killing rabbits. One wild boar can kill 100 rabbits, and they are all instant kills for Xiaoji, but the damage is more or less. With this encounter with Brother Zhu, Xiaoji is basically sure that he has no opponent in Novice Village. After all, the NPC in the escort team said that he can go to the main city after level 10. Now the wild boar at level 11 can do it in seconds. What else can be your opponent? Running wildly in the wild boar forest, there is no need to be careful about this kind of thing. It is difficult to find a monster that can break your own defenses. Oh, it's Brother Pig again, this time I'm the one taking the lead. After running not far, Xiaoji saw another wild boar, but this time the wild boar didn't notice him and was digging excitedly into the soil 100 meters away. Minus 2320. System prompt, experience plus 110. 110 points of constitution gave Xiaoji's annihilation an attack range of 110 meters. When Xiaoji's annihilation fell, the wild boar that was still digging into the ground in the distance suddenly stopped moving. Approaching the effect of activating the newcomer's certificate, Xiaoji successfully harvested a pigtail. The experience gain has not been reduced because I have just leveled up, so the experience of killing wild monsters is fixed? Then can he go back to the pasture and kill rabbits to become a god? Picking up the pigtail, Xiaoji couldn't help but think of it. But the rabbits are so cute, let's go kill the coyotes. Shaking his head and getting rid of the meaningless thoughts, Xiaoji continued to search for traces of coyotes in the wild boar forest. Of course, facing the wild boars that passed by him from time to time, Xiaoji he also accepted it without any politeness. Rabbit is so cute, Brother Long, why don't we kill it? While Xiaoji was still searching for coyotes in the wild boar forest, someone in another novice village, Fuyu village not far away from Qingchang village, had already discovered traces of the boss. This is in a 5x5x3 underground hole. In the center of the hole, a huge rabbit as big as a building is crawling and sleeping. Every time it breathes and breathes, it gives people a huge sense of oppression. Not far from the giant rabbit, 2 players, a man and a woman, were standing aside to discuss, but it seemed that the female player did not want to kill the giant rabbit, which was obviously the boss. Faced with the almost unreasonable demands of his companion, the man known as Brother Long had no reaction. Instead, he asked about the rabbit's data. What level is this rabbit? How much health is it? I'm at level 8 now. If I kill him, I should be able to reach level 10 and go to the main city. Level 20, 1 million health points. Brother Long, let's not kill it. I'll take you to find a more powerful one. Killing such a weak rabbit will really damage your reputation. The woman answered crisply. After that, he continued to ask Brother Long to show mercy. 1 million? It's still within the acceptable range. The man nodded, rubbed his fists, and planned to take action. Ha! However, the woman next to him suddenly interrupted his movements with a startled sound. What's wrong? Brother Long, there really is a bigger guy who is not far from us. Would you like to go and have a look? The woman looked at the man expectantly. After looking at the giant rabbit that was still cooking, the man finally nodded. Let's go and have a look. Hey! I love Brother Long the most. The woman jumped up happily and hugged the giant rabbit's plush body. This giant rabbit was so sleepy that even if the woman hugged it, it didn't even look like it was about to wake up. It feels great, Brother Long, would you like to touch it? You are a big boss now. Be more serious. The man pulled the woman off the giant rabbit. Lead the way. Little rabbit, I'll come back to you later. The woman waved goodbye to the giant rabbit, but she didn't get any response. What the 2 people who left didn't know was that as soon as their front feet left the hole, the sleeping giant rabbit suddenly raised its head. After looking in the direction the 2 left for a few seconds, the giant rabbit immediately found the opposite direction, waved its paws and began to dig into the soil. Within a few minutes, the giant rabbit also disappeared into the hole. Here we are, Brother Long. This big black cocoon suddenly appeared in my perception. However, it seems that it has not been fully hatched yet. It will take 2 minutes to come out. After leaving the cave, it took a few minutes for the woman to lead the man to a huge cocoon. Will killing in advance affect my experience gain? I don't know about this either, can you try? Forget it, it's not safe. Can you see the data after it hatches? The man's face twisted and he shook his head. Well, after hatching, it will be a big white wolf with many suffixes. It is level 30 and has 20 million health points. What do you think? Do you want to do it? The woman said in an encouraging tone. 20 million? The man was stunned. Come on, go back and kill that rabbit and go to the main city. If you kill this thing, I won't be able to carry out normal activities for 3 days. The cost is too high, and the benefits are almost zero. Oh, okay. The woman was a little discouraged, but she didn't disobey the man. Hey, little rabbit actually moved so quickly. Brother Long, go this way. The woman turned around and walked back, but after taking 2 steps, she changed direction. Wait a minute. The two were about to leave, but were suddenly stopped by a voice. Who are you? Hearing this sudden sound, the two of them were like cats with fried hair. The man instantly turned to the direction of the sound and entered a fighting state. His fists were clenched and a wave of force swirled around his body. The woman hid quietly behind the man. Although she did not show any fear, her nervousness could be seen at a glance on her face. The two little dolls are really arrogant. I just asked you to wait a moment, but you were so frightened that you actually told the creature in the cocoon that you too could kill it casually. The person who suddenly spoke was a young man wearing the uniform of the novice village guards. Seeing the frightened two people turning around, he couldn't help but chuckle. As for who I am, I'm just the guard captain in this village. If I find anything unusual here, I'll come over and have a look. Brother Long, I can't see his information, but one thing is for sure, you can't beat him. After staring at the man who claimed to be the captain of the escort for a few seconds, the woman whispered behind the man. I wonder if you have any advice, senior? Hearing the woman say that she couldn't beat her, the man simply calmed down and asked, cupping his fists. Advice is not an issue. I heard what you just said means that you have the ability to kill the creature hatched from this cocoon by yourself. I have a task here. I wonder if you are interested in taking it on. Senior, tell me. Kill it. The man who claimed to be the guard captain pointed at the big cocoon that was emitting black gas. I wonder what the reward is for this mission. The man looked at the cocoon and asked. Is this possible? The guard captain took out a golden card and handed it to the man. If you kill it, the most I can give you is 100. How about it? And for completing a task of this difficulty, the system should give you a generous reward. It's not enough. The price is too high and the benefits are not commensurate with the benefits. Please forgive me for refusing. The man shook his head and handed the card back. Ha, he is just a brat who talks shamelessly. The guard captain chuckled, but did not accept the card handed back by the man. Even if Senior says so, I won't take action. Please ask Senior to hire someone else. How about adding this? The guard captain took out a green fruit and threw it to the man. After looking at the properties of the fruit, the man nodded. Can. Then I'll sit back and wait for the good show. I hope you won't disappoint me. It should be out in half a minute. Hearing this, the guard captain stood aside, but still gave a reminder. Little girl, after this cocoon hatches, you attack it first. Okay. Although she didn't know why, the woman still agreed. The guard captain gave her a very scary feeling, and she always had the illusion of an ant facing the sun. System prompt, regional mission released, the Wolf King is coming. Mission name, the Wolf King is attacking. Mission content, the adventurers killed a large number of wild wolves, which aroused the wrath of the Wolf King. The angry Wolf King has already come towards the direction of the village. Juvenile. Pick up the long stick in your hand and protect the safety of Fuyu village together. Coordinates, XXX. Completion conditions, complete anyone to submit. 1. Kill the Wolf King. 2. Block the Wolf King outside the Wild Bone Plains for 10 hours. Task reward, Silver Coin X1, Experience X1000, additional rewards will be given based on contribution. Accompanied by bursts of clicking sounds, the outer shell of the cocoon began to crack, followed by an automatically accepted regional task. This? The man looked at the guard captain. The coordinates of the mission in this area were exactly where they were. The guard captain didn't say much, just made a gesture of invitation. Roar. -0. The shell of the big cocoon burst faster and faster, and within a few seconds, a wolf head stuck out from the inside, and at the same time, a ball of light flew just in time, successfully causing 0 damage. Although there was no damage at all, the light ball successfully attracted the attention of the wolf head. The wolf head turned to see who dared to attack it. Bang! -50 million. The wolf's head was still turning, and a terrifying number appeared on its head, completely freezing its movements. There was a hint of confusion in its emotionless eyes. Under the wolf's head, there was a human fist in close contact with the cocoon chest. Time seemed to freeze for half a second. The Wolf King in the cocoon that it had not yet completely escaped turned into powder. With one blow, it seemed that even exploding into blood mist was a luxury. Hui jumped up and finished the blow. The man fell to the ground to control his breathing, and his red body, which was emitting white smoke, began to calm down. A powerful blow. Unfortunately, after this blow, you will be basically useless for the rest of your life. The Wolf King who had just come out was beaten to death by a man's punch, and the guard captain came over inside. Yes, if I don't find something similar to this, I probably won't use it to this extent in the future. The man spit out a core from his mouth without objecting. The fruit that the guard captain gave him just now has only one effect. After eating it, the price of the next attack will be cleared. It is a simple effect. Since there is no longer any price to pay, there is no need to refuse, not to mention that he also wants to see where your current limits are? You really opened my eyes. Here, plus the one I just gave you, the total is 100, no more, no less. Now that this is over, I have to leave. Throwing a stack of cards to the man, the captain seemed to be planning to leave. Senior, the purpose of your coming here is probably to destroy the cocoon just now, why? Ha, why did you let me take action? If I take action, how can you get the systems? Mission reward? The number of adventurers like you appears is seriously inconsistent with the prediction. I think there should be some other changes. Maybe you can really stand up after 12 years. As cannon fodder, Mazu also takes great care of you. Of course, we in the City of Destiny can't say nothing about this, but there is a system watching from above, and the help it can provide is limited. You can only rely on yourselves. Senior, can I meet your leader? After listening to the guard captain's words, the man was silent for a while and suddenly said with his fists clasped. Oh? Do you think you are qualified? No, not in my own name, but in the name of all adventurers' representatives. The man said without being arrogant or humble. Are you sure you can represent all adventurers? The guard captain also became serious. Qingchang Village, Wild Boar Forest. In the center of the wild boar forest, a 5-meter-tall super wild boar was sleeping lazily in the sun, basking in the mud. Next to the wild boar, there was a man who had wrapped himself tightly and stood quietly, as if waiting for something. How about it? What does it say above? Suddenly, a similarly tightly wrapped figure appeared next to him, and the waiting person asked quickly. 3 shadow generals, 5 shadow generals and 10 shadow generals all want to end this plan that has lost its meaning, but 4 shadow generals want to continue to implement it. What did the second king say? The second king didn't say anything. Let us use our own brains and don't rely on him for everything. Is this like this? Okay, let's do it. This pig is the strongest in this land of birth. That's it. After finishing it, go to the next land of birth. After thinking for a while, the waiting person said, "Let's go, ah? Aren't there more shadow generals who are against it? Do we listen to the fourth shadow general? But the third shadow general is our immediate boss." The visitor was about to leave, but after hearing the words of the waiting person, there was no reaction for a moment. "Come over. The three shadow generals just want to end it, and they didn't give an order directly. Besides, didn't the second king say it? Let us use our brains more." The waiter patted the person on the head, looking like he hated iron. He said, "The second king asked us to use our brains more. He wants us to think more about how to cause the greatest losses to those adventurers. He is not asking us to retreat in spite of difficulties. But these adventurers all have the ability to be resurrected. Even if the puppets we create can kill a few, it is useless. They will be resurrected in a few days, and the people in the City of Destiny even deliberately use this to send out missions. From the system, to bring benefits to adventurers, aren't we giving food to adventurers?" The visitor said, took out a black crystal stone, walked next to the big wild boar, and slapped it into the big wild boar's body. "This is indeed a problem." The waiter nodded while looking at the wild boar that was struggling wildly on the spot, with blood mist constantly leaking out of its body. "Do you have any good ideas?" "I still think it's better to give up and stop the loss in time. You also saw the video of being sent back to the City of Destiny. The adventurer jumped up and killed the wolf with one punch. We are completely giving people give us benefits." The person shook his head. "You can't say that. How many adventurers are there at that level? 99% of adventurers cannot have that kind of strength from the beginning, but then again, it seems that adventurers can't fly." "Waiter," I patted my head and seemed to think of something. "We can definitely make flying puppets. Not many of those adventurers can fly. With air supremacy, the lethality of the puppets will be much higher." "What about this?" The visitor pointed to the giant thing next to him. At this moment, the big wild boar had no movement at all. The blood mist from its body gradually enveloped it and formed a huge cocoon. "Everything has been used. Forget about this born land. It is blocked by the power of the will of the world. If you do too much, the backlash will be serious. Starting from the next born land, all puppets can fly." "Good." After waiting quietly for about 5 minutes, the big wild boar completely turned into a big black cocoon. "Let's go, this is done." I guess the person sent by the City of Destiny has also sensed it. Although we are not afraid of him, our power will be suppressed below the first level by the will of the world. If we fight, our identity will be easily exposed. It's not appropriate to meet him. Walk." As they spoke, the two disappeared from the spot, leaving only a large cocoon quietly nurturing. I finally left. Not long after the two tightly wrapped people left, a figure gradually appeared in the middle of the forest leaves next to them. The person who appeared was Xiaji, who was looking for coyotes in the wild boar forest. It took more than an hour for Xiaji to completely wipe out the entire wild boar forest. However, there were only wild boars in this forest, not to mention the living wolves. The wild boars were killed to level 10. None were seen. However, although the wolf was not seen, Xiaji found a boss, the Jungle Pig King. Normally, seeing the boss should be a surprise, especially for a player like Xiaji, who is considered a cheater. However, after seeing the attributes of the Pig King, Xiaji withered on the spot. The 1.5 million health points were not given at all. Hit by people. Now with the level 10 Xiaji in the concealment cloak, the damage of annihilation can reach 2,960 points. Even if the Jungle Pig King stands still and lets him fight, it will take a full 43 minutes. Moreover, the Jungle Pig King's dual attributes are higher than Xiaji. It is not difficult to defeat the summer solstice. A small boss in the novice village is so outrageous. Xiaji has already planned to take back what he said before. If it is this kind of thing, even if he is cheating, trying to defeat it is just wishful thinking, especially what happened next made Xiaji open up. After seeing the Pig King's attributes from a distance, Just as he was about to leave, a figure suddenly appeared in Xiaoji's field of vision. The figure appeared out of thin air like a flash, which was obviously not simple. Almost immediately after the figure appeared, Xiaoji turned to the direction of Xiaoji. Frightened, Xiaoji immediately used the shadow masking effect of the cloak and hid behind the leaves without daring to move. The main reason was that the other party was dressed too conservatively. His eyes weren't even exposed, and he didn't look like a good person at first glance. Although there was almost an accident at the beginning, fortunately, the other party did not notice Xiaoji until they left. To be on the safe side, after the two left, Xiaoji did not come out until the effect of shadow obscuration ended. I feel like I saw something extraordinary. Walking up to the big cocoon, Xiaoji threw out an information source. Name, cocoon of pregnancy, hatching, 40%. Level 25. Lives, 1.5 million. Skill. Tough shell, physical defenses increased by 10,000 points, and spell defenses increased by 10,000 points. Looking at the attributes of the cocoon of breeding, the health volume is the same as that of the pig king, but the double resistance is ridiculously high. Of course, this is not the key. The hatching progress that jumps up to 1% in almost 4 or 5 seconds is the problem. I originally thought that after the wild boar turned into a cocoon, it could not fight back and could use annihilation to steal a chicken. However, in the face of the too fast hatching speed, the idea of Xiaoji was stillborn. Did you see who did it? Xiaoji was looking at the cocoon when a person suddenly appeared next to him and asked, "Who?" Xiaoji was startled and turned around quickly. She was surprised that the two invisible people were back. "Damn it, it's you, you scared me." Xiaoji was relieved after seeing the person speaking clearly. The person coming was the captain of the guard team from Novice Village. He was also the one who issued the mission for Xiaoji to come to the wild boar forest to kill coyotes. "Have you seen their appearance clearly?" the guard captain asked again. "No, those two people wrapped themselves so well that their eyes were not exposed, and their voices were also very weird, as if they had changed their voices on purpose." Xiaoji replied. "Is that so? You are really cautious, these rats." The guard captain shook his head and sighed. "That's your business and I don't care. Tell me first. Are you sure there are coyotes in this wild boar forest?" Xiaoji ignored the guard captain's sigh and asked instead. Although it is just a general game setting, the situation encountered in Xiaoji now must have a huge conspiracy, and then there are main tasks, hidden tasks, and so on. However, as far as the movement methods of these NPCs are concerned, Xiaoji feels that it is better not to touch them now. Of course, the most fundamental reason is that the mission system of this game is too outrageous. Advanced NPCs actually know that players can use the system after accepting missions. There you get rewards. For example, the person in front of Xiaoji now, and they were too casual in issuing tasks. They just said it casually, and then Xiaoji received the task. It was just like a joke. The system of this game has too weak control over NPCs. This kind of mission system that is casually played by high-level NPCs, it would be purely funny if there could be main missions and hidden missions set by ordinary games. I just asked you to come to the wild boar forest to help me kill coyotes. When did you say there were wolves in the wild boar forest? Are you kidding me? Xiaoji wanted to get angry, but she calmed down again when she looked at the big cocoon next to her. You asked me to come to the wild boar forest to see this pig, right? No, to be precise, you asked me to come to the wild boar forest to see the two masked men who will definitely attack this pig. This is why you will give me the reason for the cloak. Xiaoji pointed to his shoulder. Because I was afraid that I would complete my normal mission too quickly, and in order to allow me to stay here longer, I deliberately made an impossible mission. Xiaoji looked at the guard captain with some confusion. But, you knew they were coming, why didn't you come and wait next to the wild boar yourself? That's not a bad idea. I asked you to come here just to show you what they look like. Unfortunately, these people are very cautious in their actions. The guard captain nodded, confirming Xiaoji's guess. As for why I don't come by myself? There are 2 points. One is that I may not be able to beat them, and I don't want to die. The other is that if I fight with them, this thing will be gone. This is what they gave to me for adventure. It's a great gift from me. If I ruin it like this, you will definitely scold me in the future. So if you don't want to die, why don't you let me do it? Xiaji was shocked by the NPC's shamelessness. Anyway, you adventurers all have the ability to resurrect. What are you afraid of? You're just going to die once. Besides, I've already given you the rewards for the mission in advance. The captain of the guard knew that he was wrong, and his confidence in speaking was inexplicably weaker. Listening to the NPC's words, Xiaxi wanted to scold her in her heart. You must know that if you die, you will be prohibited from logging in for 10 days. If you don't log in for 10 days, your subsidy for this month will be gone. Today is the first day of this month, but you are not allowed to log in for 10 days. It's impossible to tell NPCs about this kind of thing. But what do you mean when you say this thing is a big gift for adventurers? Xiaxi asked, pointing to the big cocoon in front of him. Kill it. If the kill contribution can reach more than 1%, the reward will be very generous. That's it. Looking at the large cocoon with a hatching rate of 70%, Xiaxi turned to the NPC. Is it okay if I do it now? Okay. The guard captain stepped aside, indicating that Xiaxi could take action. I can take you away if necessary. Then I won't be polite. Annihilation. Minus 2,960. A huge damage was done, and the guard captain standing next to him nodded. There was a 5-second vacuum period in annihilation, and Xiaji took out the long stick of chaos. Minus 0. Minus 0. It was a little embarrassing to put away the chaos long stick. The big cocoon had a double resistance of up to 10,000, and the chaos long stick could not cause damage to it regardless of its absolute steel hardness or inscription pathway. Minus 2,960. The long stick of chaos was useless, and the intensity of annihilation was online. 5 seconds passed by in a flash, and another annihilation shot fell from Xiaji. Seeing the huge number reappearing on the big cocoon's head, the guard captain who originally wanted to laugh when he saw Xiaji holding the chaos long stick was stunned for a moment. You have such a short cooldown? Before Xiaji's third annihilation attack could be launched, the guard captain stepped forward to block Xiaji's face. Is there a problem? Of course, if you eat this meat, others won't even be able to drink the soup, said the guard captain. But, you don't have the ability to remove this cocoon instantly? How can this 1.5 million HP last seconds? I'm only level 10, are you kidding me? No? Then there's nothing we can do. I can't let you fight like this. Let's come back later. With that said, the guard captain put his hand on Xiaji's shoulder and disappeared with Xiaji, regardless of whether Xiaji objected or not. What do you mean? In the blink of an eye during the summer solstice, the scene in front of me changed dramatically. The original quagmire and woods were gone, replaced by a Gobi desert. Okay, that's it. I asked you to change your previous task of killing wolves. Now it's to kill scorpions. You can collect 200 scorpion tails for me and it will be completed when you get to the escort. When they arrived, the captain of the escort put Xiaxi down and said, System prompt, the mission has been changed. Helping to kill coyotes has been adjusted to collecting scorpion tails. Task name, collect scorpion tails. Mission content, there is a desert in the north of Qingxiang village. There are a lot of poisonous scorpions there. Now the captain of the escort team asks you to collect 200 scorpion tails. Completion conditions. 1. Scorpion tail, 0 out of 200. Mission reward, gold coin x1, experience x 5000. I need a reason why I'm not allowed to fight that pig? Xiaji wanted to fight with this NPC, but it was too much. Unfortunately, he couldn't fight, and he had to bow his head under the eaves. It's not that I won't let you fight. As long as you complete this task, I won't stop you. Your damage is much higher than other adventurers, but it's not enough to kill that big cocoon instantly. If you are left alone, you will eating too many useless contributions is not a good thing for you adventurers as a whole. Okay, go ahead and do it. I'll be waiting for you at the Pig King. Remember, you must complete the task and submit it before you come back, otherwise I will still send you back. After saying that, the figure of the guard captain disappeared from Xiaoji's sight. Looking at the scorpions that could be seen everywhere on the Gobi, Xiaoji felt that 10,000 spitting beasts were running past. You're being cruel. Xiaoji raised her middle finger to the place where the guard captain left. System prompt, regional mission released, Pig King is coming. Task name, the Pig King is coming. Mission content, the adventurers killed a large number of wild boars, which aroused the anger of the Pig King. The angry Pig King launched an indiscriminate attack on outsiders in the wild boar forest. Finally, attracted by the adventurers, he came to Qingxiang village. Juvenile. Pick up the long stick in your hand and protect the safety of Qingxiang village together. Coordinates, XXX. Completion conditions, complete anyone to submit. 1. Kill the Pig King. 2. Drive the Pig King back to the wild boar forest. Task reward, silver coin X1, experience X1000, additional rewards will be given based on contribution. Holy crap, these coordinates are exactly where I was just now. Xiaoji was furious. This damn NPC. He cursed in his mouth. Xiaoji's annihilation shot fell, and more than 20 poisonous scorpions within more than 100 meters in front of him instantly lay down. With the ridiculous properties of the concealing cloak, Xiaoji's annihilation attack range is now as high as 124 meters, which has exceeded the range of 2 football fields in 2 realities combined. Xiaoji wants to complete the task quickly and fight the boss. Now what limits Xiaoji's speed of completing the task is not the speed of killing monsters, but the speed of picking up things. The effect of the newcomer's certificate is triggered. It takes nearly a minute to pick up more than 20 poisonous scorpions. Time, not to mention that scorpion tail is not 100% ready to appear. I prayed in my heart that the boss would last a little longer. After all, he had more than 1 million health points, and the number of people in Novice Village was not very large. Xiaoji, who wished she had more legs, spent nearly 40 minutes picking up things in a hurry, and finally the number of scorpion tails in her backpack reached 200. Holy shit! Picking up the last scorpion tail, Xiaoji opened his backpack and found that the Gobi where he was now was still a long way from Novice Village. After a hurried run, 20 minutes later, Xiaoji appeared at the gate of Novice Village. At this moment, there are no players in the village. Even those who have just entered the game do not even come to the escort to register the information source after entering. They just follow the coordinates of the regional mission and go to fight the boss. The person guarding the guard station was still the NPC who issued the rabbit killing mission. Shall I submit the mission? Are you the captain? Xiaoji threw out the scorpion tail from the system backpack. Isn't the mission content about wolf fangs? The captain has gone to watch the battle, the NPC asked, looking at the scorpion tails piled up on the table. Your captain changed the mission temporarily. Didn't he tell you? Is that so? Okay, I'll put it away then. System prompt, mission, collect scorpion tail, has been completed. Reward, gold coin X 1.0, experience X 5000.0. Sorry to trouble you. Seeing the system prompt that the task was completed, Xiaoji said politely, turned around and left. After leaving the escort station, looking at the map and comparing the coordinates of the regional mission that had been changed several times, Xiaoji ran towards the location of the Pig King boss. While running, Xiaoji looked at the content of the system rewards, moved the decimal point behind the gold coins, and got 10 gold coins. As for experience, Xiaoji had already reached level 10 when he was in the wild boar forest. After level 10, there is no way to gain experience through the experience bar before changing jobs, and there is no such thing as an experience pool in this game, so all the experience gained disappears out of thin air. So the current experience has no effect on the summer solstice. The location of the Pig King is not too far away, and it only took less than 10 minutes to get there this summer solstice. However, when we arrived at the place, the scene of players fighting the boss was a bit beyond Xiaoji's expectations. The 7 or 8 meter tall Pig King was divided into several square formations and surrounded by players. The overall battle was orderly, and the cooperation between players could not be said to be good. Although the movement of the phalanx was not as ordered and prohibited as that of the army, it was not considered chaotic either. This is obviously someone directing it. But players entering the novice village are completely random. Hundreds of millions of people enter the game almost at the same time. The number of people in this novice village is only over 1,000, let alone people they know, even those from large trade unions with hundreds of thousands of members. And it's also difficult to bump into each other. This also makes the players basically in an isolated state when they are still in the novice village. Even the people in the big union are no exception. In the novice village, there are at most a few strangers who form a team, just like a very strong man came to him to form a team on the grassland at the beginning of the summer solstice, or in reality, rich people will spend money to find someone. Help yourself to upgrade. But in any case, it is impossible to have the kind of cooperation in front of me. Who has such a great reputation that all players can obey orders? Hello, may I ask what type of ability you have? Xiaji was thinking about it when he was blocked by someone. What are you going to do? Xiaji was a little confused. That's right. This pig king is a bit fierce. Joining the battle group at will can easily lead to chaos. We need to arrange the entrance according to our ability. The man explained. Of course, out of respect for personal privacy, you just need to tell me which type you are, output type, defensive type, or functional type. I should be regarded as the output. There is really someone directing, and Xiachi plans to cooperate with the other party. Is it melee combat or long-range combat? Remote. Okay, you can wait in the second group for a while and come on when you are called. As he said that, the man led Xiaji to the location of the second group. There were about 100 people. Not only the second group, there were several groups also here with hundreds of people in a square formation. Nearly half of the players waiting here are sitting on the ground meditating. They should be meditating to restore their energy bars. Even if they have newbie certificates to reduce the consumption of skills, it has been more than an hour since the boss appeared, and everyone's blue bars can't keep up. High-intensity combat. System prompt: you enter the influence range of the energy source and obtain the benefit effect, accelerated energy recovery. As soon as he arrived, Xiaji heard a system prompt in his ears that he had obtained a benefit. Click on the buff effect introduction, which can triple the recovery speed of the energy bar. In the absence of blue medicine, it is a pretty good effect, but it is of no use to Xiaji. His skills use no spiritual energy at all, so no recovery required. Different from the quiet waiting here, 300 meters away, there are 3 teams of 100 people setting off fireworks around the Pig King. In addition to the magic ball attack of the Chaos Long Stick, there are also various skills that appear from time to time. There are 3 more square formations on the outer edge of the attacking square formation. The casting objects of these 3 square formations are different. Judging from the objects they cast spells on, Xiaji estimates that one of them is to restore blood to the player, and the other is to give the player stacking buffs, and one is stacking debuffs for the Pig King. In the middle position, there are more than 40 people holding long sticks surrounding the Pig King at close range. No matter what the Pig King does, someone will immediately stop in front of the Pig King and block his way. Of course, the consequences are very simple: too large a size. Due to the gap, they basically did not have the ability to shake the Pig King head-on, and they were all shot away by the Pig King. Minus 260. Plus 135. Plus 20. Plus 45. Plus 80. The players who were thrown away were not in any danger, and their health was restored to full health through treatment one after another before they landed. The third group goes down to rest, and the second group takes over the position of the third group. After waiting for a few minutes, it was finally the turn of the second group. Walk into an information source and throw it out. Name: Jungle Pig King, Leader, Demon, Puppet. Level 25. Lives: 10 million, current, 5.21 million. Constitution: 200. Spirit: 120. Skill: Pig Rush. After a short period of charging, it charges towards the target, knocking up all units along the way. It causes 200 points of physical damage to the flying unit and 400 points of physical damage to the final target. The maximum charging distance is 200 meters. Cooldown, 180 seconds. Summoning, every time 10% of health is lost, the Pig King will perform a summons, calling wild boars within a 10-mile radius to come to help in the battle. The calling range will increase by 1 mile for every 10% loss of health. Crazy transformation, when the health value is lower than 30%, the damage of the Pig King is greatly increased, the defense is slightly reduced, and the cooldown of the Pig Rush skill is reduced by 120 seconds. At this time, the Pig King's blood bar has been reduced by almost half. After looking at the attributes of the Pig King, they are much stronger than the Pig King we first saw in Xiaji. Except for the fact that the number of skills has not increased, almost all other attributes have been improved. No matter how you look at it, this thing is not something that current players should play. The thing appearing here is as outrageous as a group of strangers in Novice Village suddenly cooperating tacitly. Of course, now that these two outrageous things collide, it is not so outrageous. Looking at the remaining blood volume of the Pig King, Xiaji was relieved. Fortunately, he came quickly, otherwise he would not even be able to drink the soup. According to the guard captain, the contribution is probably calculated based on output. In order to prevent myself from making too many contributions, I forced myself to go offline for a period of time. System prompt: you join the battle sequence and obtain the buff effect, follow. System prompt: you hear the wind in Lulan and get the buff effect, penetration. System prompt: you have received rune blessings and obtained the buff effect, awakening. System prompt: you are affected by the violent aura and gain the buff effect, violent. As soon as he stood in position, a bunch of buffs came one after another. Under the influence of the buff effect, Xiaji's attributes have been greatly improved. The second group starts attacking. All the energy is used for skills. The magic ball of the Chaos Staff is controlled to the maximum damage -1. Following the order, the second group began to attack. White magic balls shot out and hit the Pig King. -1. -1. -0. -3. -1. A bunch of damage appeared, all in single digits, and few could break one. Looking around, he found that no one was paying attention to the 0 points of damage. Xiaji was relieved and felt a little embarrassed looking at the 0 points of damage he had caused. The magic ball damage of the Chaos Long Stick only relies on the bonus of the mental attribute. Although Xiaji's physique is over 100, it can only be effective in close combat. Forget it, let's use Annihilation. With the help of buffs, the damage of Summer Solstice Annihilation can now reach 3,200. You must know that this is real damage without the defense effect. Xiaji was about to use Annihilation when he saw a firebird suddenly condensed in the hands of someone next to him. The firebird flew out of the man's hand, circled over his head, and rushed straight towards the Pig King. Boom! -620. A large purple number appears. This seemed to be a trigger, and the second group of square arrays burst into brilliant light, with various skills that were dazzling. -631. -952. -1102. -1543. -3880. -876. Damn, someone hurt more than 3,000 people. Who is it? Can a human type this? The sudden appearance of a value exceeding 3,000 caused a commotion. Xiaji also looked around, as if trying to find the person who had done damage exceeding 3,000. Looking at the huge number, Xiaji was also shocked. The damage on his panel was obviously only 3,250, but he actually dealt 3,800 damage. It should be because the Pig King had a vulnerable debuff. With the explosion of skills, a bunch of colorful numbers appeared on the Pig King. Red, purple, white, black, green, very spectacular. After an explosion, the Pig King's health bar dropped a small amount visibly to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, the Pig King's blood volume dropped by less than 100,000. However, the explosion comes at a price. After one round of explosion, the scraping phase started again. Xiaxi doesn't know how long the cooldown of other skills is and how high the cost is, but his annihilation is currently cost-effective and the cooldown is only 5 seconds. Minus 3,880. Xiaxi throws an annihilation every few seconds. Because it is a real injury, and coupled with the possible vulnerability effect of the Pig King, the damage of annihilation can only be described as scary. An annihilation fell every 5 seconds, and the chaos long stick in Xiaxi's hand did not stop. Although it did not cause any damage, standing still and doing nothing would easily lead to gossip. The chaos long stick was used only once every 2 seconds. It's time to move your body. Is this a bug? This 3880 is not a damage handle played by the player? It has been 2 minutes and it appears every 5 seconds. When the damage appears, I don't see any skills hitting the Pig King. Why do I feel like it? The Pig King will always lose blood as if he was poisoned. I think so too, but who poisoned him so harshly? The only thing that can rival this is the 0 points of damage that appear every 2 seconds. That brother is really perseverant. The annihilation effect of summer solstice was outrageous. Other players were just surprised when it first started, but after a while, they were shocked. Many players stopped their actions and wanted to find someone. If someone in charge hadn't been urging them, the whole rhythm of beating the Pig King would have been different. It was almost a mess. But over time, everyone became numb and regarded it as a bug. The high damage in summer solstice was just a minor episode, and the progress of conquering the Pig King was not greatly affected. Everyone's scraping was still going on, and the Pig King suddenly stopped and turned his head in the direction of the second group. Steam was coming out of his nose, and his right front leg kept rubbing against the ground. Thanks to the damage of annihilation, the combined damage of the entire second group may not be as high as his. The Pig King's hatred is locked on Xiaxi. This was about to release due Tuesday. Xiaxi reacted instantly when he saw the Pig King's movements, but he didn't panic at all. He came a little late and stood very far back. If he wanted to hit him, he didn't hit him first. Moreover, the Pig King must have used this skill with a cooldown of only a few minutes more than an hour before he came. No one else had any reaction, so they should have countermeasures. Summer solstice is not the only one who reacts similarly. Wu Shi, the man who had been commanding and dispatching the phalanx, suddenly shouted. Suddenly, a man with a tall figure rushed in from outside the battle group. Xiaxi recognized him at a glance. He was the one who invited him to form a team before. Wu Shi rushed into the battle group and stood 8 meters in front of the Pig King. The long stick of chaos was stretched across his chest, and his body was covered with a layer of golden luster. After charging up, the Pig King pressed down its huge and terrifying fangs and launched a sprint in the direction of Xiaxi. Bang! 8 meters short, Wu Shi looked like a mantis trying to block a car in front of the Pig King. The two men, who were so different in size, collided hard. There was no accident. When the two collided, the Pig King's huge body flew out upside down. Zhu Tu was stopped, which was within Xiaxi's expectation, but the way he was stopped was beyond Xiaxi's expectation. The player actually went up and challenged him head-on, and the key point was that he won. It seems that the talents of other players are not bad. Xiaxi put away his underestimated heart and cannot underestimate the players in this world. Minus 80. Plus 100. The Pig King caused a small amount of damage to Wu Shi, and it was instantly filled up by the auxiliary players waiting outside. Skill name, immovable as a mountain. Skill type, active. Skill consumption, 1 point of strength every 3 seconds. Skill cooldown, none. Skill effect, remain motionless in place and gain a physical constitution. Talent, absolute dominance, immune to all controls, abnormalities, debuffs, and force displacement effects, can be used when controlled. Consumption, 10 points of strength are consumed every 1 second. Fudoyama is originally a double-edged sword, but with the addition of absolute dominance, it becomes a magical skill. Of course, even with the blessing of talent, it cannot change the very passive effect of this skill. If the enemy does not take the initiative to attack, the martial arts will not be able to defeat the opponent. Method. -209. -211. The Pig King was knocked, bounced, more than 10 meters away, and a series of numbers floated from his head. After stopping the Pig King, Takeshi did not join the battle, but withdrew from the battle group and waited outside. The episode passed quickly, and the Pig King was scraped for a few more minutes. The other two groups had already been replaced. Except for Xiaji, the people in the second group were still full of energy. Most of the other people's energy bars that had not been fully restored had basically been exhausted. Bottomed out. The second group retreats and the fifth group comes forward. After receiving the order, the second group immediately stopped attacking and prepared to retreat to the rest area to regain mana through meditation. With other functional auxiliary player gains, the speed of mana recovery was actually comparable. The coverage of the buffs that can increase the player's mana recovery effect is limited. Founders who have quit the group are all gathered together. When exchanging square formations to join the group, those who have entered and those who have left will naturally pass by each other. It was naturally impossible for Xiaji, who was full of spirit power, to run away to rest. As the two square formations passed by each other, Xiaji ran directly behind the fifth group. Most of the players who fight the boss here are strangers to each other. There are also several people who are doing the same thing as Xiaji. Obviously, Xiaji is not the only one who has very low skill mana consumption. For their behavior, other players they are all so accustomed to it that they are too lazy to even take a second look. The entire battle against the Pig King was orderly, and people continued to join in. After a period of hard work, many players joined midway like Xiaji. The total number of players reached 1,200, and the Pig King's health was also reduced to 31%. Since arriving on the battlefield in the summer solstice, there has been no player death so far. But commanders are still quite good. Except for a few times when the Pig King summoned his subordinates and almost messed up the formation. After all, this is the first time for a group of players who are strangers to each other to cooperate. Don't criticize too much. During the battle, Xiaji discovered a problem. As for the overall damage done to the players, it should not have been able to achieve that much output during his absence. He almost lost half of his blood at 1 hour. This was judging from the damage seen after the arrival of the summer solstice, it is unreachable. But after thinking about it carefully, because the mana recovery methods are limited, and all the mana is used up at the beginning, the overall damage to the player becomes lower as the game progresses, which seems not difficult to explain. The battle was nothing but mindless annihilation. Xiaxi was a little bored, and his mind began to have random thoughts, but he soon regained his energy. The Pig King was about to go berserk. Xiaxi felt a little strange when he saw that the commander did not issue new instructions to deal with the madness, and everything continued as usual. Under the bombardment of a bunch of white magic balls, the Pig King's blood volume finally dropped to 30%. His originally brown fur turned red, and white steam came out of his body. This change shocked the command staff. Group 2, Group 5, and Group 7 retreated 50 meters. Group 0 all dispersed. Wu Shi and the Shield of Ambition went up to block the direction of Group 7. That's right, Xiaxi is now in the 7th group, and the Pig King's hatred has never left him. The last time the pig burst was in the direction of the 7th group, and the 0 group is the people who have been surrounding the Pig King at close range from the beginning. The Mad Pig King remained silent for a few seconds, stared in the direction of Group 7, snorted and charged again. Pig Strike. Another collision between the Pig King and Wu Shi. -862. The Pig King was blown away again. An astonishing damage also appeared on Wu Shi's head. With the blessing of more than 50 buffs, Wu Shi's physique was as high as 88 points, almost catching up with the effect provided by Xiaxi's cloak of shielding. His physical defense was directly 230 points, and his life was 910 points. The damage of the Pig King, which suddenly changed, increased tenfold, and Wu Shi was almost killed instantly. Ambition Shield, you go and hold the Pig King. Groups 0 to 9 are all long-range attacks. Shulai, your sources turned on Overload, Meteor, Overload Shulai. System prompt, you enter the influence range of the overloaded source and get a buff effect, Energy Recovery. A buff effect was suddenly loaded on the heads of all players present. This effect appeared after the commander gave the order. Xiaji curiously clicked it and took a look. Compared with the previous energy recovery acceleration, it was 2 words less, but the effect was improved to an outrageous degree that Xiaji was almost outrageous. Energy recovery restores 1% of the maximum energy value per second. The introduction of the effect is very short, but the effect is amazing. In comparison, meditation, which only restores 2% in 1 minute, is really a waste, and you can't move during meditation. The energy recovery effect does not have a negative restriction on the player's actions. I just don't know how long this buff can last. This buff effect does not have a duration like the blue blessing. It is obviously an aura effect. If the stimulator can't hold on, the aura effect will disappear. During the long time of fighting, Xiaji's buffs have changed several times. Although the overall effect is similar, it should be specially calculated. Unfortunately, this effect still has no effect on me. This is the trouble of not lacking mana. Xiaji shook his head and continued to output. All members of the output group went into battle. The ambition shield in the middle pulled the hatred of the Pig King, and the Pig King lost blood much faster. But as the blood volume became less and less, the Pig King's damage and attack speed became more and more outrageous. Skill name, Absolute Taunt. Skill type, Active. Skill consumption, 20 strength. Skill cooldown, 10 seconds. Skill effect, force the target to attack you, and the taunted target's attack on itself is reduced by 20%, which lasts for 3 seconds. If the target has a hatred mechanism, the target's highest hatred is transferred to itself. Talent, Life Crushing. Constitution will provide an additional 200% of health. When receiving damage, if the attacker's health is lower than your own, the damage received will be reduced by 50%. Minus 562. Full recovery. Minus 722. Full recovery. Minus 725. Full return. Minus 730. Full return. Although there is no risk in carrying the Shield of Ambition with more than 2,000 lives, the milk supply may not be sustainable. There are a total of 20 players with healing abilities. They are either throwing skills to save people or meditating. Until now, no one has a blue bar higher than 50%. Although the sudden appearance of energy recovery has made their Lan Tiao took a big sip. Damn it, the Pig King started charging again. Didn't we agree to do it every 3 minutes? This is only 1 minute. Hearing the player's exclamation, Xiaji suddenly reacted. His information source had never failed in the face of monsters, so he didn't notice that the players here were only level 10 at most. No one could see the Pig King's attributes, only the Pig King's attributes. That unbeatable health bar, no wonder there was no preparation at all. On the top of the martial stone, pay attention to timing and reduce physical exertion. It will be as clear as snow in a shield. The recovery of physical strength does not require meditation. It can be restored automatically as long as you are in a resting state. Wu Shi, who was lying on the ground to recover his strength, stood up like a carp and came to the Pig King again. A white shield appeared on Wu Shi, and the Pig King charged. Minus 1,620. The shield was broken, and there was still a layer of bloodskin left in the martial stone, which was instantly restored. Without waiting for the commander's arrangements, the Shield of Ambition immediately took away the Pig King's hatred. Now only he can withstand the damage from the Pig King. He can also withstand the damage from the Pig King's charge, but he will be knocked far away. There is no way. Only Wu Shi in the audience has the ability to stop the Pig King. If the Pig King is allowed to rush into the crowd, here, that scene is terrifying just thinking about it. At the beginning, they also tried a cool operation, where he stopped in front of the Pig King, and then Takeshi stood behind him. He took damage and Takeshi stopped the pig, but there was always a discrepancy between reality and ideas. Squeezed in the middle, he was directly knocked away by the Pig King, flew to Wu Shi and was bounced in front of the Pig King by Wu Shi. Then he was hit by Wu Shi again, and then bounced back to the Pig King. Like a ball, he flies back and forth between the two, and there is no injury avoiding mechanism for teammates in this game. Whether it is the Pig King or the Whoosher, they will cause damage to him after collision. If a player hadn't had quick eyesight and used skills to push him out, he would have died suddenly on the spot. After 10 minutes of pulling back and forth, players with energy recovery lost their skills desperately. As soon as the skill cooled down, it was released immediately. In addition, the crazy Pig King became a lot more brittle, and the Pig King's health quickly increased to 10%, and the provider of energy recovery seemed unable to hold on any longer, and this buff disappeared from the panels of the players present. But before disappearing, its contribution was huge. Except for a few extremely mana-consuming players, most players were in a full mana state. Pull up Master Kong's chain. Remember to leave a little blue behind. You must be able to release the skill at least once when the Pig King is bleeding. The energy recovery disappeared, and the commander quickly reminded him that he was a little afraid that the Pig King would come at the moment of death. The big one wanted to force the Pig King to death at the last moment. Whoosher came to the Pig King again and made a defensive posture. A player came behind Whoosher and pulled a green chain between the two. Several shields were added to Whoosher and Kongxiao at the same time. Minus 2,235. Minus 2,235. Two numbers appeared on Whoosher and Kongxiao at the same time. Shield of Ambition immediately stepped forward and pulled King Pig away. The current Shield of Ambition can barely withstand the damage of the Pig King with the help of several damage-free buffs. The Pig King hits him at about 1,900 points every time, which is very exciting. A few more rounds passed, and those who were holding the Pig King head-on felt like they were walking on a tightrope 1,000 meters above the ground. It's the last 1%, come on brothers. Don't save your skills, everyone. The combat team will attack with all their strength and try to defeat them immediately. The commander spoke. Oh. 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 At this moment, the crowd was filled with radiance, and those with long-range skills were throwing wildly. As for melee combat, before the Pig King went crazy, he could touch the pigs but under the arrangement of the commander. After the Pig King went crazy, he could only deal damage with the magic ball of the Chaos Long Stick, and he didn't dare to step forward at all. Woo! The Pig King, whose health bar was no longer visible, let out a roar and entered the charging state again. Whoosher came to the Pig King, and a green chain behind him connected Master Kong. Both of them were wearing more than a dozen shields and 7 or 8 damage reductions at the moment. Even if the level 18 white-headed vultures hovering in the sky swooped down, they wouldn't be able to bring them with them. Dropped shield. This should be the last time. Whoosher swallowed, but he felt that the Pig King was much faster this time than the last time. Minus 13,205. Minus 13,205. Damn it, the damage was only 5,000 last time, why is it so high all of a sudden? To everyone's surprise, they thought everything was stable, but Whoosher and Kongxiao died suddenly on the spot, and the Pig King's momentum continued unabated. Regarding this situation, the players panicked, and Xiaji was also very anxious, because the Pig King was coming in their direction. Although there were many people in front of them, it was impossible for them to withstand it. However, Xiaji quickly calmed down, because he found that although the commander's voice was a bit louder, he was still very calm, and he should have some backup preparations. Xiaji guessed well. Players have many weird talents and skills, and there are indeed many records to deal with various emergencies in the future. By you, Su, Demai, say people. The commander shouted quickly. I saw the red-faced girl who had teamed up with Takeshi suddenly walked out of the crowd of auxiliary phalanx, and saw that she used the long stick of chaos as a medium to condense a ball of light. The light ball flew above Takeshi's body in an instant. After the light ball was in place, it expanded rapidly like a bubble, and the Pig King who rushed out less than 10 meters was also covered by it in half a second. The Pig King in the bubble stopped in mid-air. Not only the Pig King, but also the time in the bubble seemed to have stood still, as if the inside was fixed in amber. After expanding to completely cover the Pig King, the bubble began to shrink, and the Pig King also retreated. Takeshi and Kongxiao, who died suddenly, stood up again. The bubble disappeared, and the Pig King was still half a meter away from the martial stone. Although he was saved, death was close at hand. At that moment, 2 beams of light fell, and Wu Shi and Kong Xiao were dyed golden. Suddenly, a plant seedling burst out of the ground 20 meters behind them, and instantly grew into a towering tree that could be embraced by 10 people. The Pig King was not slow in his sprint, but he passed directly through their bodies and then hit the tree. The giant tree was smashed through, but at least it stopped the Pig King, and the phalanx 10 meters away was not affected. Countless light balls fell, and the Pig King, whose health bar was empty in the white holy light, finally fell powerlessly. Fuck, it's finally gone. This Pig King is too outrageous. The boss in Novice Village has this quality. This game is too difficult. That's right, if someone didn't happen to restrain the Pig King's charge, there would be no way to fight. I estimated that this Pig King has at least 8 million blood, which is really off the charts. After the Pig King fell to the ground, the guard captain who was hiding and watching the battle walked up to the Pig King with a gem in his hand. As the guard captain cast a spell, bursts of black smoke erupted from the Pig King's body, and its size continued to shrink until the Pig King's body returned to the appearance of the ordinary Pig King seen in Xiaji, although it was still very big. System prompt: the mission, the Pig King attacks, has been completed, and the contribution is being calculated. Please wait patiently. Brother, what's going on now? Is the contribution calculation so slow? Xiaji was a little confused and asked the person next to him. Don't you know? You joined later? The combat contribution is 50% allocated by the system and 50% allocated by the guard captain. The player who was asked by Xiaji glanced at Xiaji in confusion, but quickly figured out that Xiaji came later, so he explained. So that's it, thank you. Xiaji understood that the guard captain could actually compete with the system for work. But knowing that this bastard NPC was allocating contributions, Xiaji gave up hope. Before the Pig King was hatched, in order to prevent himself from getting too many contributions, he threw himself far away. The contribution allocated by the guard captain would be too much for him. Don't even think about getting any of it. The system distribution was completed at the end of the battle, and the guard captain started the distribution after collecting the Pig King's body. The allocation of the guard captain was very straightforward. It was allocated based on the combat contribution he saw. The person in charge got 10%, 2% for the martial arts, 1% for the Shield of Ambition, and the rest was evenly distributed among the 3 people responsible for assisting. A square formation and players who did not participate in the whole battle. There were about a dozen players who did not participate. They were watching the show the whole time. Even the Chaos Stick's magic ball did not hit any damage. Their existence had only one purpose, to ensure the bottom line. Just like Bai Yu and others who came to the rescue, if it hadn't been for an accident in the end, they wouldn't have used a single skill throughout the whole process. The distribution result of the guard captain is quite fair. No one can be missing in this battle, but Wu Shi, Ambition Shield and the commander and organizer Greystar must not be missing. No one had any objections to the distribution results, except Greystar, who contributed the most to the distribution. This battle is the result of everyone's concerted efforts. I don't agree to give me such a high personal contribution value. Cough cough. Facing the NPC distribution results, the pale Greystar frowned slightly. Then how do you plan to distribute it? The guard captain was a little puzzled. Some people actually thought that the contribution value was too high. After several discussions, the result was finally announced. Greystar originally planned to leave 0.07% of the contribution value for itself, which is the average value received by the players present, and use the excess to redistribute it. However, this idea was directly rejected by the guard captain, and in the end Greystar was forcibly allocated 1% of the contribution value. Wu Shi and Ambition Shield also followed the same example, taking out all the contribution points and redistributing them without leaving any behind. The guard captain did not object to this. They both still had contribution points allocated by the system, and they were definitely not low. As the guard captain determines the assignment plan, the task is automatically submitted. System prompt: as a regional task participant, you will receive additional participation contribution points. Is this something everyone involved has? The system is quite generous. If you include the more than 1,000 people present, if the additional contribution value is more than 0.07%, it is equivalent to giving the player the contribution of a boss in vain. System prompt, mission, the Pig King attacks, has been completed. Rewards obtained, Silver Coin X 1.0, Experience X 1000.0. Actual contribution value, 11.02%. Additional rewards, Gold Coins X 12.0, Experience X 120000.0. Looking at the decimal point on the reward panel, Xiaoji became excited. 11.02%? Isn't there a saying called what? There are 8 buckets of fortune for the spearman in the world, Zilong has 1 stone, and the rest are short of 2 buckets. Can he also come now? Novice Village contributes 100%, Xiaoji exclusively takes 110%, and the others owe 10%. With excitement and looking at the decimal point of the contribution value, Xiaoji chose to move. The system prompt flashed twice and the panel changed. Reward, Silver Coin X1, Experience X 1000. Actual contribution value, 110.2%. Additional rewards, Gold Coins X111, Experience X11100000. I wipe it, is that really okay? As the actual contribution value increases, even the additional gold coins and experience will be increased at the same time. Looking at 110.2%, Xiaoji tried to use his talent again, but unfortunately, there was no reaction at all this time. System prompt, because your actual contribution reaches 1%, you will receive a special reward, Xian Yingling. System prompt, because your actual contribution reaches 10%, your martial arts talent has been strengthened, and your marksmanship talent has been strengthened. System prompt, because your actual contribution value reaches 100%, your martial arts talent has been strengthened, and your marksmanship talent has been further strengthened. As soon as I chose to receive the system reward, 3 system prompts came one after another. The 3 new system prompts also had numbers, but no decimal points. Are you trying to force me into the shooting lane? Looking at the chaos long stick gun embryon in his hand, Xiaoji felt a little pained. Through these 3 system prompts, Xiaoji also understood why the guard captain did not allow him to participate in the attack on the Pig King from the beginning. After the contribution exceeds 10%, there are only gold coins and experience rewards. It is really better to allow a few more players to get 1% contribution. Rewards. As for the third item of 100% contribution, this is simply not something that humans can accomplish. How long has it been since the game was launched? It is worth mentioning that Takeshi's contribution value allocated by the system alone reached 6%, and the Shield of Ambition also contributed 3%. Part of the contribution value allocation of the guard captain was also given to the combat team, because there are too many people in the combat team. Relying on the system, the 50% allocation is really a bit small. After the contributions were distributed, Xiaoji received the reward, and his eyes searched the crowd. The guard captain disappeared the moment he received the reward and was stunned. Thank you for your hard work, everyone, let's do whatever we have to do next. Cough cough Grey Star, as the commander, said the last word and walked towards Qingxiang village. There were many people walking with Grey Star, and it was obvious that what he did earned him the respect of everyone. A boss battle gives a lot of experience and gold coins. The extra gold coin experience is very rich. As long as you have 1%, you can get 1 gold coin plus 10,000 experience. If you have less than 1%, it will be topped up, so everyone can get at least 10,000 experience. You can get 1 gold coin and 10,000 experience points. You must know that although there are sudden changes from level 9 to level 10, the experience required is the sum of the experience required for the previous 9 levels, which requires a full 4,500 points of experience. But even so, the experience required for a player to upgrade from level 0 to level 10 is only 9,000 points. After this battle, as long as those who participated in killing the Pig King, without exception, all members have reached level 10, whether they were in place from the beginning or joined in the middle, even if they came at the end of the Pig King's death, they used chaos. The long stick caused 0 points of damage remotely, and there were also participation contribution rewards. No matter what the reward for participating in the contribution value is, as long as it is not zero, it will be supplemented to 1% of the reward gold coins and experience during settlement. After reaching level 10, most people plan to go to the next map, except for those who have no desire to play and plan to enjoy the scenery in Novice Village to get subsidies. Xiaoji is no exception. He is preparing to go to the next map. With his talent, he also wants to make a difference. On the way back to the village, Xiaoji remembered that she had been rewarded with an item. Item name, Xian Ying Ling, exclusive for winter. Item quality, special. Item effect, the holder can travel between the blue world and the shadow world. Need to go to the theater to activate. Item introduction, only the truly strong are worthy of possessing it. Are you prepared to be betrayed? Blue world? Shadow realm? The only game that Xiaoji knew was called Shadow. Without too much entanglement, he put the Xian Ying Ling in his backpack. Anyway, he would know it when he went to the cinema to take a look. Returning to Novice Village, Xiaoji did not go directly to the village square and take the teleportation array to leave, but went to the guard station. There was a long queue again. Many players who were late to the game went to fight the Pig King directly after entering the game. Now they only come here to receive skills after finishing the Pig King. Unfortunately, the team stationed at the escort team did not catch Xiaoji Mao. According to the captain of the escort team, the adult left after the Pig King was killed. As for where he went, he did not know. The real owner was not found, so Xiaoji came to the village square where he was born when he first entered the game. The teleportation array leading to the main city is here. After handing a silver coin to the NPC guarding here, Xiaoji walked into the array, along with hundreds of people going to the main city. As a beam of light rose from the teleportation array, nothing happened. As if they were stuck, the group going to the main city was wrapped in a beam of light and waited for nearly 10 seconds before disappearing from the square of Novice Village. Just when Xiaoji thought the teleportation array was broken, the scene in front of him changed. A huge square, dozens of times larger than the one in Novice Village, but at this time, the square was so crowded that it was impossible to move, and people kept teleporting in to occupy the gaps. I knew it. This situation and scene have long been speculated on the summer solstice. According to the conversation between the two masked men that I overheard before, the final bosses in different novice villages were created by them or people like them. Before they came to refine the Pig King, they had obviously gone to I have been to many novice villages. After killing the final boss, as long as the players are not dead, all participants will be sent to level 10, which is not easy at all. Who can advance to the main city in this game has little to do with strength. Luck accounts for the most part. Maybe there are some unlucky novice villages where the final boss has not appeared yet. Of course, with Xiaoji's ability, it was enough to enter the main city early. It only took him less than 10 minutes in the wild boar forest to reach level 10, and he had enough money to come to the main city early. However, he did not find the coyote in the wild boar forest, which made him think that this was a hidden mission. After all, the guard captain also said at the time that he was the first to give the mission to kill the rabbit. So Xiaoji was fooled and wandered around the wild boar forest for nearly an hour. Later, when she found out that she had been cheated, Xiaoji was really unwilling to give up the boss. After procrastinating again and again, although the server reached level 10 within half an hour of the summer solstice, by the time we arrived at the main city, it was already 3 hours later. System prompt: you have left the land of birth, and some items are now being recycled. System prompt: the item recovery is completed and you receive 30.0 silver coins. As soon as he arrived in the main city, a system prompt appeared in his ears. The cloak on Xiaoji's shoulders had long since disappeared, and his attributes plummeted drastically on the spot. Xiaoji quickly opened the system backpack and took a look. All the materials dropped by hunting rabbits, wild boars and scorpions were gone, and the newcomer's certificate was gone. Only the Xian Ying Ling and a ticket to enter the Hall of Heroes were left. It's better than nothing. Move the decimal point when prompted by the system, and the 300 silver coins will automatically be converted into 3 gold coins and put into Xiaoji's backpack. 124 gold coins and 11 silver coins. This is the balance in the summer solstice bag now. I don't know if these gold coins are valuable. Everyone squeezed towards the southeast of the square. There is the job transfer hall, which is right on the edge of the square. If you are squeezed out of the square from other directions, you will not be able to change jobs in a short time. Now the novice village has begun to queue up when entering the main city. It will only be more crowded in the back. A player who had just teleported wanted to go against the flow of people, but found that he couldn't walk at all, so he shouted. As expected, these words were useful. Although there were voices of doubt and inquiry, the originally chaotic and crowded flow of people still turned in one direction. Without the blessing of the cloak, Xiaoji's constitution with balanced points is relatively low, and he can't squeeze in at all, so he can only drift with the tide. After squeezing for several minutes, the door of the job transfer hall passed in front of Xiaoji, but he had no idea of going in. The voucher in the bag allowed him to change to a special job, so he no longer thought of entering the job transfer hall to change to an ordinary job. Just like what the player said, it gets more and more crowded as you go further back. It wasn't until you walked out of the 5 streets that the flow of people began to thin out. Phew! It's finally not crowded anymore. At this time, Xiaoji finally had the intention to look at a corner of this main city. What you see can barely be described as majestic. There are many shops on both sides of the street, only a small part is open, and most of them are closed. Xiaoji, who had nothing to do, went shopping. As soon as he entered the main city, the system map turned dark, and only the places he walked through would light up. There are only 2 things he can do at the moment. 1 is to go to the Hall of Heroes to change his profession, and the other is to go to the cinema to see what the Xianing token rewarded by the system is. But the map was all black and he couldn't find the location. I asked the NPC on the roadside and found out that the theater is outside the city and the Hall of Heroes is inside the city. However, it is a bit difficult to describe the detailed route orally. So Xiaoji went to a nearby map shop under the guidance of the NPC. "Boss, how do you sell maps here?" Xiaoji walked into the store and asked. The east, west and south districts within the city cost 6 gold coins each. Outside the city, there is only a map with a radius of 50 miles for 30 gold coins. If you buy them all, it will be 40 gold coins cheaper for you. "I want it all," Xiaoji said proudly, not short of money, only 1/3 of his own funds. "Boss, why is there no map of the North District?" "The North District is a military zone. Don't say there aren't any. Even if there are small shops, they don't dare to sell it." "Okay, boss, I won't bother you." Taking the map handed over by the boss, Xiaoji left the store. Item name, Wangyue City Map Collection. Item quality, ordinary. Item effect, none. Item introduction, an ordinary map. After choosing to use it, the system map directly lit up a circular area, with Wangyue City in the center of the area. As the map opens, the overall structure of Wangyue City is clear at a glance, except for the northern military zone which is completely dark. The movie theater is outside the North City, but you can't walk from the North District. You can only go around the East City Gate or the West City Gate. As for why you don't go to the Hall of Heroes to change jobs first, according to the old man who showed the way to Xiaoji, you can enter the Hall of Heroes unconditionally with the entry certificate, but if you are the owner of the Xianing order, there will be an extra procedure, and you can only enter the Hall of Heroes after registering in the theater. After confirming the route, Xiaoji came to the nearest hub, which is somewhat similar to the bus that realizes the world. After looking at the map, Xiaoji realized that Wangyue City was very big. If he had to walk on his own feet, he would not be able to get out of the city even if he walked all day and all night. "Boss, what kind of sitting method is this?" Large beasts can seat 10 people, and each fixed hub point has 1 copper coin. If you want to buy or rent independent mounts, there is a price list over there. The person who replied pointed to the side. When he came to the price list, Xiaoji planned to rent one. After all, after leaving the West City Gate, he still had to walk more than half of the city to go to the cinema. Name, Pygmy Wildebeest. Level 10. Life, 300. Constitution, 30. Spirit, 30. Base speed, 15. Skills, None. Price, 10 gold coins. Mount, Pygmy Wildebeest. The dwarf wildebeests on the price list are all identical, with only differences in attributes and prices. After thinking about it, Xiaji bought a dwarf wildebeest with a base speed of 30 for 20 gold coins. After riding the horse along the planned route, Xiaji drove the horse. The base speed of the horse was only 3 times that of Xiaji, but when it actually ran, the actual speed was much more than 3 times that of Xiaji. There should be other bonuses. If it weren't for the many curves in the city that made it difficult to go fast, Xiaji felt that she could still be faster. I am very satisfied with the dwarf wildebeest Xiaji I bought. Even if I don't have any riding skills, I didn't feel any discomfort during the whole process. Except for the wind that hurt my eyes after reaching the maximum speed, it can be said to be perfect. Real world, a military base in Daxia. An old man looked up at the night sky, as if he was thinking about something. Although he is old, he is still energetic. In terms of essence, energy, and spirit alone, I am afraid that many young people will feel ashamed. Today's blue star is severely polluted. Even in the suburbs, you can't see any starlight, only the lone moon hanging high. With the roar of machinery, an armed helicopter descended, interrupting the old man's thoughts. Chief, according to preliminary statistics, a total of 900 million people entered the shadow world within 3 hours of its opening. The total number of novice villages is about 1 million. The largest number of people in a single novice village is 3,000, and the smallest number is less than 100. In the shadow world, the area we enter seems to be divided according to reality, and there is currently no case of sharing a novice village with other countries. What's going on with Long? After Long used the Talon Core to land in the cabin, he received the blessing of Blue Star at the same time. He has dual talents. When he was in the novice village, he happened to bump into that girl rabbit. The two of them cooperated to upgrade quickly. They had already upgraded more than 2 hours ago. Entered the 3rd level main city, but what? Although I entered the main city very early, Dragon is still at level 10. I heard that he is stuck in the job transfer in the Hall of Heroes. Oh. Did you stump the dragon at the step of changing jobs? It depends on the situation. Long has found a few martial arts masters to train himself in the real world. He doesn't seem to be planning to enter the shadow world for the time being. Well, there's no need to interfere with the dragon's affairs. How is the connection with the City of Destiny going? Under Long's contact, a diplomatic mission composed of a diplomat each sent by the Upper Wuchang and the Lower Ten has gone to the City of Destiny. No news has been sent back yet. If you have any news, send it to me immediately. Also, how is the production line of the landing module completed? Yes, the existing production line has been at full capacity. The 200 newly constructed production lines have been completed and are expected to be put into operation in 2 days. The planned 1,000 production lines have been sited and will start construction in 10 days. The original plan was to the landing module will be fully equipped within the year, and if nothing unexpected happens, it should be completed 2 months ahead of schedule. Learn about the situation in the shadow world as soon as possible. After riding on horseback for nearly an hour, Xiaji finally arrived at the movie theater location marked on the map. I compared it on the map to make sure I was on the right track, but looking at the 10-meter-high barrier, Xiaji felt that it was more like a fortress. This is an important military area, no one can enter. As soon as Xiaji approached, he was warned by the guards, and several bows full of arrows were pointed at him, ready to shoot if they disagreed. But this token needs to be activated in the cinema. Xiaji raised the Xianing Ling above his head and shook it. Please follow me. Seeing the token in Xiaji's hand, the people who raised their bows put down their bows and arrows. Xiaji found that after showing the Xianing order, the guard's attitude towards him improved a lot, and someone even took the initiative to take his horse away. Just put your Xianing Ling on it. After following the NPC for a few minutes, Xiaji came to a huge stone pillar. There was a groove on the stone pillar, and Xiaji pressed the Xianing Ling into it. The moment Xianing Ling was pressed up, the stone pillar erupted with a burst of violent light and then returned to calm. Okay, the recording is completed. The movie hall is in the center of the camp. You can go by yourself. I am not qualified to enter. By the way, please take the initiative to show the Xianying order when you come to the camp in the future to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Say goodbye to the guards and arrive at the door of the real cinema alone. There is no one guarding here, step in. The interior of the movie theater is very empty, and the altar in the middle is the only building. Unlike the strict guards outside, there is no one inside. Arriving at the center of the altar, there is a groove on the stone platform that can be inlaid with the Xianying token. Following the same pattern as before, Xiaji pressed the Xianying ling into the groove. System prompt: whether to enable the Black Shadow Order activation task. Turn on. As the summer solstice decided to start, the scene changed and he was teleported to an arena. And there was a person standing on the opposite side of the ring. He couldn't be said to be exactly like Xiaji, but he can only be said to be exactly the same as Xiaji. Ha! You can use information sources. Xiaji found that information sources that were invalid for NPCs and players could be used. Name: Summer, Winter is coming. Level 10. Lives, 360. Constitution, 36. Spirit, 36. Talent: Absolute Freeze, lock a target, and the target's talent cannot be used during the lock period. Temporary talent: the talent disappears after being used once. Talent: Forced Plunder, lock on a target and obtain everything from the target after defeating the target. Including but not limited to attributes, memory, body, possessions, and traces of existence, temporary talents disappear after being used once. Talent: Under Seal. Skill: Under Seal. Equipment: Under Seal. Thing: Under Seal. System prompt: the battle will start in 10 minutes, please be prepared. System prompt: due to the special scene, the buff status, Blue Blessing has expired. Grass. What's the situation? The Blue Blessing has failed. Does this mean that there is no way to resurrect after death? But no matter what, Xiaji didn't have the guts to gamble with his own life. Looking at Donglin walking towards him, Xiaji's heart rate instantly soared to 190. Let's talk? Xiaji didn't expect that the other person would come over to talk. Anyway, one of us must die today. If you die, I will get everything you have. If I die, these two will be yours. With that said, Donglin threw two things into Xiaji's hands. Stick of Order, Seal, Xianying Ling, Seal. Can we not fight? The rewards for this battle are too bad. Xiaji felt that Donglin seemed to be easy to talk to. Now that we're here, we can't help it. Donglin shook his head inside. Besides, you started this battle. I was just forced to fight, and my memory was sealed. How can you evaluate the reward? Can you turn off the battle? No one told him what would happen before coming to the theater. Summer solstice is about to cry, but there are no tears. Ha ha. No way. Donglin showed an evil smile, which made Xiaji's spine shiver. 10 minutes go by in a blink of an eye, and the summer solstice feels like minutes or like seconds. System prompt: the battle has officially begun. System prompt: your talent has been sealed. Xiaji quickly opened the attribute panel. The Blue Blessing in the talent and gain columns were all dimmed, but the skills and chaos stick that had been moved past the decimal point did not return to their original attributes. So is the Absolute Freeze useless to me? Looking at Donglin's 360 points of health and his own annihilation of 960 points of real damage, he should be afraid of the opponent. But just as Xiaji's heart was relieved, her throat suddenly rose again. Winning or losing, don't hold grudges after the fight. Minus 960. I saw Donglin shouting loudly, and an ordinary wooden spear appeared in his hand. It ejected and crossed a distance of 100 meters. In an instant, it was in front of the summer solstice, and then it turned into black light particles and dissipated. Huh, it's so fast. Is this the speed that double 36 attributes can achieve? It's really scary. Xiaoji patted his chest that was rising and falling violently. As long as he thought about using annihilation, he would be the only one who would be slower. He said to himself, I have no confidence that 240 health points can block the opponent's blow. Vaguely, Xiaoji seemed to hear a roar. You are so cheating. System prompt, the battle is won. After a daze, Xiaoji returned to the altar in the cinema before the cold sweat on her back had dried. Hello, adventurer, congratulations on passing the shadow trial. This is your reward. Uncertain, Xiaoji was startled again by the sudden appearance of the old man with a white beard, but he quickly realized that he was here to deliver a reward for passing the trial. After Xiaoji took the items, the old man disappeared in an instant. It was obvious that the old man was in a hurry. How's it going? Did you see anything? It's no different from when we went in. The old man who had just delivered something to Xiaoji shook his head. Oh, I hope there is an extra soldier instead of a time bomb. Several people sighed and said nothing. Weird old man. He didn't pay attention to the old man who came and went without a trace. Let's see how the trip turned out. A piece of Xianyingling that was exactly the same except for the color, a stick, and a voucher given by the old man. Item name, long stick of order, exclusive for winter. Item quality, special. Item effect, can be fused with chaos staff. Item description, an extremely special fusion material. Item name, voucher of shadow. Item quality, ordinary. Item effect, all items purchased in the store will be discounted at 20%, you can use the main city teleportation array for free, and you will also get priority use of some functional areas. Item introduction, only strong men who go hunting in the shadow realm are eligible to possess it. Taking out 2 Xianying tokens, without waiting for Xiaoji's reaction, the 2 tokens merged into one and turned into a beam of light that flew into Xiaoji's eyebrows. A realization occurred. Xiaoji knew that as long as he was within the altar of the movie hall, he could go to the shadow world with just one thought, and where he was now was the blue world. A thought flashed across my mind, and the Xianyingling appeared and disappeared in my hand. It was not put into the system backpack, but seemed to be integrated into my body. Xiaoji has no plans to inspire the Black Shadow Order to go to the Shadow Realm now, because there is a problem. Just like entering the trial arena just now, the blue blessing will become invalid as long as he goes to the Shadow Realm. Xiaoji, who didn't have the guts to risk his life, gave up the idea of going to the Shadow Realm on the spot. He might go when he gets stronger, but not now. After leaving the movie theater and taking over the reins of the wildebeest from the camp guard, Xiaoji planned the next step. I was reporting at Shizhu just now. Now that the registration is complete, it's time to go to the Hall of Heroes to change jobs. Open the map and find the location of the Hall of Heroes, located in the arena in the southern district of Mochizuki City. Each of the 3 districts of Wanyue City has a landmark building, namely the Entertainment Hall in the East District, the Auction House in the West District, and the Arena in the South District. After another nearly an hour's journey, which was equivalent to traveling half the city, Xiaoji arrived at the entrance of the arena. The first time I came to the arena, Xiaoji was shocked. The exterior design was very similar to the real bird's nest, but it was much taller. This giant-like building fully displayed the word majesty. The interior of the arena is intricate, but fortunately the system map is quite powerful, and even the interior of the building is clearly marked. Following the map, we came to the Hall of Heroes, which looked a bit like an ancient court. Entering the hall, there was an empty throne in front of us, and 6 statues were placed on the left and right below the throne. When Xiaoji came to the nearest statue, he was only as high as the statue's knees, and the statue's face could not be seen clearly. System prompt, do you want to start the inheritance of the profession, Tianyan Warlock? Profession, Tianyan Warlock. Introduction, 297th in the all-profession rankings, ranking 12th in Wanyue City. Declaration of the founder of the profession, possessing mysterious abilities, a combination of magic and celestial phenomena, destruction or salvation is only a matter of thought. The 12 statues represent 12 professions, and the empty throne is also a profession, but it is a pity that Xiaoji has no chance to be with it. Profession, leader. Introduction, 5th in the all-profession rankings. Declaration of the founder of the profession, is it power? It is responsibility. Are you willing to wear that golden hope? Requirement, initial spirit must not be less than 10 points. After a circle in the hall, Xiaji finally came to a statue on the left closest to the throne. It was because of its high ranking. Profession, Dragon Shadow Knight, Introduction, second in the entire profession rankings, and first in one US city. Declaration of the profession founder, now you and I are no better, and when the world ends, we will decide whose profession is the first. Where have you been? Mounts are fighting partners, please do not treat them as slaves. Of course, the most important reason for choosing this is that the weapon in the hands of this statue is a spear. At this moment, Xiaji completely gave up the route of the wizard. First, the Chaos Long Staff, and then the contribution reward after killing the boss to improve the gun talent, and now there is another profession that ranks second in the entire profession rankings using a gun. This is God forcing him to play with a gun. Looking at the majestic statue, it was decided that it was you. Start the inheritance. The scene changed, and Xiaji came to an arena similar to the ancient Roman Colosseum. System prompt, trial begins. Different from the trial in the movie theater, there is no waiting time. I saw a figure in front of me who looked like a statue rushing towards me. The figure was holding a spear. Although he was a knight, he was not riding a horse. It seems to be much weaker than the trial object in the movie theater. Looking at the speed of the figure, Xiaji thought secretly. It's not a big problem. Annihilation. Looking at the figure that was about to run in front of him, Xiaji shouted out in a very middle school way. Gongqi. Wow. System prompt, trial failed. A spear pierced through Xiaji's body, and huge pain swept through his body from his abdomen. With a scream, Xiaji returned to the statue in the Hall of Heroes. Fuck! I'm so big, and I'm annihilated? Xiaji covered his stomach, which was still aching. He was hit by a wild boar in the novice village, but he didn't feel anything at that time. Now that he was pierced by a spear, Xiaji felt what it meant to be heart-piercing pain. This pain should be adjusted. Xiaji called out the system panel and clicked on the 0-point growth gain. A pain adjustment button appeared, which can reduce the pain to 20% at the lowest. However, when he was about to click it, Xiaji hesitated. This game was obviously not ordinary and could not be judged by common sense. During the trial in the theater, the blue blessing would actually fail. If this game was controlled by normal humans, other abilities might fail, but this game would never fail. However, the fact is that other abilities are effective normally, and even the temporary inability to use one's own talent is the effect of the other party's talent. Only the blue blessing failed without any signs. So is this game really just a game? Lowering the pain is undoubtedly lowering the upper and lower limits for oneself. If it is just a game, it's fine, but if not. Next, start the inheritance. Xiaji finally did not lower his pain. System prompt, the trial begins. Looking at the figure sprinting over, thoughts flashed in my mind. Annihilation. Just like using information sources for players and NPCs, Xiaji did not get any feedback, and no white numbers appeared on the heads of the trial figures. Where did my system panel go? Xiaji, who wanted to open the system panel to see where the problem was suddenly stunned. Not to mention his skills, his system panel was gone. Exit the game. Xiaji shouted with a hint of anxiety. However, the system did not respond. Hey! Wow! After a period of severe pain, Xiaji returned to the statue again. Retreat! After returning to the Hall of Heroes, Xiaji tried again. This time the feedback was very quick, but it was just a thought, and before Xiaji could shout out, his vision went dark. Exited successfully. Taking off the game helmet, Xiaji let out a long breath. He was a little scared. Sitting up from the bed, twisting her aching body, Xiaji took out her mobile phone and logged into the official game website. He wanted to know what happened just now, and this was almost the only way. As for the gaming helmet, it can also be connected directly to the official website. Now Xiaoji is a little bit psychological about this thing. He doesn't plan to touch it until he understands the situation. The system panel disappears and the game cannot be exited. It is very similar to some animation settings in ancient times. It seems to be nothing as a spectator, but it really happens to me. After a few seconds of operation, the official website page of the game's shadow quickly appeared on Xiaoji's mobile phone. At this moment, the official website was no longer a simple text-based painting style. There were many magnificent-looking pictures, but these pictures did not look good. It looks like it was photographed, more like it was drawn by someone's freehand. Xiaoji was not interested in the changes on the official website. A pinned announcement attracted his attention. In order to improve the quality of the game for players, the following description of the game is now provided. 1. Due to technological advancement, death in the game will not lead to real death, but players are asked to always pay attention to the buff status, Blue Blessing. If the buff status fails, death in the game and real life will be synchronized. We have not fixed it. Ability. Please pay attention to your own safety. Currently known locations that will cause the failure: Auditorium Trial, Shadow Realm. 2. Currency exchange is planned to be launched on January 3, 2100. Only game currency can be exchanged for United Currency. Players in need can exchange it at the receptionist at the door of the job transfer hall in each main city after opening. The current exchange ratio, 1 silver coin equals 10 United coins. This ratio will change in real time based on actual needs. 3. Players who hold the mysterious shadow token can receive a subsidy at the main city cinema campgate with the mysterious shadow token. Tentative, 5,000 joint coins or 3 gold coins per month, choose one. Gold coins are not supported for the time being. 4. When challenging the career inheritance in the Hall of Heroes, the system panel will temporarily disappear. This is normal and there will be no danger. The difficulty of career inheritance is relatively high, and only basic attributes can be used. It is suitable for players who have combat skills in real life. If you don't have them, don't be discouraged. You can conduct special training in the training area of the arena, or you can find relevant teaching and training in the game forum. Video. 5. There is a special mine map in each main city. Monsters in the mine will drop or after death. The difficulty of the monsters is moderate, which is suitable for gaining experience and making money. For specific map locations, please refer to the forum post, comprehensive map of level 3 main cities. 6. System tasks can be obtained from almost all NPCs through induction, but attention should be paid to controlling the total amount of income. If the player's income after the task is completed far exceeds that of the NPC, or the player obtains too many rewards through tasks in a short period of time, it may happen. As a result, task benefits are recycled by the system. In addition, players please be polite when communicating with NPCs. 7. Reaching level 20. After spending a few minutes reading the announcements on the official website word for word, Xiaoji was speechless and relieved. Almost all the outrageous situations he encountered were mentioned in the announcements. However, this kind of game does not provide any information before the server is launched. The behavior of directly posting the guide on the official website after the game is launched makes Xiaoji even more suspicious that there must be something wrong with the game. Officials from various countries must know something, but their knowledge is obviously limited. The strategies provided are basically what players may encounter during normal play. It feels a bit like a game master writing strategies while clearing the wasteland. After reading the announcement, Xiaoji clicked on the link to the forum. The forum was mentioned in many places in the announcement. When I open the forum, I see 2 pinned posts. Complete map of the 3rd level main city, boss killing ranking of each novice village. Open the first one, there are 135 maps in total. If this is the total number of 3rd level main cities, Xiaoji can understand why the main city is so crowded. The map given in the post is similar to the system map. Unfortunately, it cannot be directly imported into the game. If you want to see it, you can only switch back and forth in the game forum. Although it was troublesome, it was better than nothing, but it was of no use to Xiaoji. He bought the map in the game with 40,000 Union coins. The exchange of gold coins and silver coins in the game is 1:100, and it costs 60 gold coins at the beginning. Xia Shi is now a little distressed. Forget it, I can't return it if I regret it anyway. Xia Shi quickly convinced himself that although he was very poor in reality, he earned 124 gold in one day in the game, which is more than 100,000. With his own ability, he would earn more in the future. More is obviously no problem at all. After reading this, Xia Ji opened another post. Qingxiang village is actually on the list. Ranking of boss kills in each novice village. First place, Fuyu village, boss, Wolf King, time taken, 11 seconds, casualties, 0. Second place, Qingxiang village, boss, Pig King, time, 1 hour, 59 minutes and 16 seconds, casualties, 0. Third place, Taiching village, boss, Ghost King, time, 1 hour, 44 minutes and 36 seconds, casualties, 12. Fourth place, Sanglong village, boss, Wolf King, time, 3 hours, 17 minutes and 11 seconds, casualties, 76. Xiaoyu is here, who can tell me what is going on in Fuyu village? Master Zao, I am from Fuyu village. I was still looking for the coordinates on the map, and the system prompted that the task was completed. When I arrived, I didn't even see a single wolf hair. Sky Kitchen, Fuyu village +1, we didn't even contribute to the kill. I heard that we could get at least 1 gold coin, which really convinced me. Tian Chengzi, damn it. Can the boss be killed? More than 3,000 people in our village were fucked by a vulture king. Now they can't enter the game. Fortunately, if you can't enter the game because of death, the subsidy will not be deducted. It's Zhenshuang, you actually went to fight the boss. There are only 100 people in our village, and no one dares to go up to it. They are all hiding in the village. The NPCs in the escort team are really bullshit. They cut the stone man into pieces with just a few swords. A big friend with 1 kick, we are the same. We were fine in the front, but the boss at the back went crazy. The broken crow used his skills randomly, and many people were killed. Finally, he hid in the village and let the NPC kill him. Otherwise, I would definitely be more than 18% contribution. 1. If it were normal, I would definitely say Versailles, but looking at my contribution of only 0.124%, 0.1% of which is the participation award, I just want to say capture the big boss alive. But boss, crows can fly, right? How did you fight? When you encountered the flying boss in the novice village, most of the people who dared to fight were wiped out. Even those watching the fun couldn't run away. A big friend with 1 kick, I'm really not a boss. My talent is in the forbidden airfield. As long as the crow is not using skills, it is in free fall. It is easy to fight. Unfortunately, the damage after going crazy is too high and no one can handle it. This 18 contribution value is pure trip. Junshi Human World, is this how a child of destiny is treated? I'm envious. My talents and skills are so severely suppressed by the boss. If it weren't for the Chaos Long Sticks damage, I might not even have a 0.1001% contribution. That's right, my contribution has 4 digits after the decimal point. Number. Poor by Xiaoshang, rumor has it that Qingxiang village is a boss battle organized by the former Xing Pavilion Deputy Master Taiji Xing. Little Princess Jiang Shui, Tai Chi Star? Isn't he dead? Professional fecal removal professional, stop spreading rumors. He is still alive and well, but he is suffering from 72 terminal diseases, which is just a little worse than a vegetative state. I just saw him move from the ICU to the play bay last night. By the way, I seriously doubt that this game cabin is not Blue Star technology. All the patients in the intensive care unit of our hospital were moved to the game cabin last night. According to the director, as long as there is half a breath, they can rely on the game cabin to forcibly extend their lives. Although there will be no other patients in this life. Figured it out. Solmi Foam, are all the patients in your hospital so rich? Just buy it if you ask for 10 million United coins. Professionals who remove feces, the government provides it for free, no money is required. Patriot, as expected of my country, Great Xia, I am a new player in the game. Is Shinga good at it? It doesn't seem to have a name among the top 100 unions. The zero casualties in Qingxiang village are outrageous. As for Fuyu village, I would call it weird. Inferior by Shaoshang, Shinga was once the well-deserved number 1 guild in Great Xia. At its peak, the number of members exceeded 10 million, ranking second in the overall ranking of Blue Star guilds. It's a pity that because Taejixing left, even the body can't be found now. Patriot Rebellious, is Taejixing so powerful? So a big union will collapse because one person leaves? I'm afraid you're not kidding me. Inferior by Shaoshang, that's true. If you don't believe me, go to the post forum and search it. There is a complete history of the collapse of Shinga. After Taejixing left, the master of the hall could not suppress the rebels below. The management was in chaos, and the outside was targeted. There were a lot of poachers, and Shinga died suddenly even after half a year due to internal and external troubles. Emperor Lindian, if you think Taejixing is back, will he rebuild the Star Pavilion? Mountains and rivers have their flaws. He said he has no intention of forming a union anymore, and now he has changed his name to Grey Star. In addition, let me advertise, the Shanha Trade Union, the third union in the Daxia rankings, is recruiting people, and they are paid. If you are interested, please contact XXXXX. The big tree is with me. I explain clearly that the conductor is called Grey Star. Why are they talking about Tai Chi Star? It turns out that Tai Chi Star is Grey Star. Emperor Lintian Wuet, if you don't hurry up and upgrade, you still. Qingxiang Village's inclusion on the list made Xiaxi feel a little bit happy, and felt an inexplicable sense of pride. If it wasn't for that NPC that interfered with his good deeds, Qingxiang Village would have taken less time to kill the boss. A period of time. After looking at the meaningless water tower for a while, Xiaji looked at the time and turned off his phone. It's only 5:40 in the morning, and the light is late in winter, so it's still dark outside the window. Wow, it hurts so much. I was scared by the game before, but then I concentrated on reading the forum and didn't pay attention. Now I have put down everything. After moving for a while, Xiachi suddenly found that her legs hurt. I had this feeling several times during military training. Yesterday's exercise was very important to me now. It's a bit too much for the summer solstice. By the way, I haven't felt pain in games before. Xiaxi quickly put on the game helmet. Uncompleted motion advance amount detected, login is prohibited. Taking off the gaming helmet, Xiaxi felt a little fucked up. The game requires 5 kilometers of exercise before each login. If the time of a single game is less than half, which is 4 hours, you can continue to log in and then continue the original time calculation. Once the total time since the last exercise exceeds 4 hours and you log out, it will be calculated as 8 hours, and you need to run 5 kilometers again before you can enter. Xiaji, who has been in the game for more than 5 hours, is now prohibited from logging in. I got up from the bed, washed myself, put on my coat with a shake, opened the software specially developed by Shadow on my mobile phone to calculate the distance of movement, and Xiaji opened the door. Hiss. So cold. Xiaji, who had just gone out, took a deep breath, rubbed her hands, went back inside, wrapped a scarf and put on a pair of gloves before going out. Slowly coming downstairs, Xiaxi chose a direction and started walking. It is impossible to run. I have been inactive all year round and suddenly ran 5 kilometers continuously yesterday. Yesterday I felt tired and my lungs were about to explode. Today I feel pain and my legs are about to break. Barely moving is already the limit, run? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I was walking leisurely on the streets of the neighborhood. Not to mention, I suddenly realized that it was quite beautiful during the summer solstice. I used to be always in a hurry to do everything and almost never take a closer look at the scenery on the roadside. Today is New Year's Day, and the landscape trees on the roadside are covered with decorations. Maybe it's because it's still early, and there's only one living person on the summer solstice as far as the eye can see. No matter in the sky, on the road or on the sidewalk, there are busy figures of various robots interspersed among them. Although it does not appear deserted, it still lacks a bit of human atmosphere. Stopping and walking, before I knew it, the summer solstice came to the park outside the community. I thought there would be fewer people here, but I didn't expect that there would be more people here. Under the lights of Baiji, there were people running, dancing swords, playing chess, and dancing, and most of them were old people. It was the first time in my life that I came to the park before dawn. When I saw the scene, I walked into summer solstice and looked at it with a bit of surprise. "Young man, are you exercising too much?" Xiaoji was walking unsteadily because of pain in her legs. An old man practicing boxing saw him and stopped him. "Well, yesterday I suddenly ran 5 kilometers. When I woke up today, I felt like my legs were almost gone." You young people really don't care about your body. There is no official time limit for running. 5 kilometers. You can't just walk slowly. Why do you have to fight with your body? The old man came over and stood on the summer solstice leg. He pinched it twice and said, "Hey, it doesn't seem to hurt that much anymore?" Xiaoji was about to scream when her leg, which was already in terrible pain, was pinched, but found that it didn't hurt that much anymore. "Come on, go to the chair over there and I'll press it for you." "That's troublesome, Grandpa." Faced with the warm-hearted grandpa, Xiaoji couldn't refuse, mainly because his legs were really sore. The massage by the enthusiastic old man lasted about 20 minutes. After the massage, Xiaoji wanted to treat the old man to breakfast, but was rejected. Saying goodbye to the enthusiastic grandfather, Xiaoji looked at the distance displayed on the mobile phone app and planned to continue walking in the park before going back. The old man was really enthusiastic. After massaging his legs, he planned to give Xiaoji a set of bone setting, but Xiaoji decisively refused. He had seen a video of bone setting before, and the clicking sound of the bones was scary. "I'm going home, you don't have to follow me." When it felt like the distance home was just enough to meet the game login requirements, Xiaoji planned to leave the park, so he faced the ball that had been following him since he entered the park. Said the robot. "Goo, goo, click, click." After listening to Xiaoji's words, the 2 basketball-sized robots ran away quickly. Looking at the robots walking away, Xiaoji chuckled and didn't pay much attention. Those 2 robots were service robots in the park. They probably watched Xiaoji swing as he walked, and were afraid that something might happen to him, so they kept following him. After returning home, I opened the door and felt a rush of hot air. I forgot to turn off the air conditioner. The water and electricity in the soup kitchen are free. Unless you go far away during the summer solstice, you often forget to turn them off. With the complete breakthrough of controllable nuclear fusion technology decades ago, in this era, energy is no longer an issue that hinders human development. The word conservation is still mentioned a lot, but the combination of the 2 words conservation and electricity use is precipitated in history. Putting on the gaming helmet again, the field of view changes before Xiaoji directly enters the game. A huge statue was erected. In addition to him, there were several players challenging the inheritance. Xiaoji's sudden launch did not cause any waves. Several people looked at each other, but no one appeared. "What are you looking at? What do you think of you?" Case. Although he knew there was no danger, the pain was real. Xiaoji had no intention of continuing to torture him. He couldn't use skills. Unless he was given a gun that fired bullets and melee weapons, his actual combat ability was almost non-existent. After leaving the Hall of Heroes, there were more people in the arena now, and there were queues in some functional areas. Riding on the wildebeest, Xiaoji wanted to visit the job transfer hall. According to the official announcement, even if you transfer to an ordinary job first, you can also switch to a job in the Hall of Heroes later. Xiaoji had to stop 8 blocks away from the central square. They were all crowded with players, and the number of players was even more terrifying than when Xiaoji first arrived in the main city. There is no doubt that the currency exchange announcement on the official website exposed some people who stood up in Shinsho village to look at the scenery and collect state subsidies. They saw an opportunity to make money. Looking at the endless crowds of people, Xiaoji chose to return the same way. Back at the arena, a long queue had already begun to form outside the building. Apparently when we left, only some of the functional areas inside required queuing. By the way, the shadow certificate. Seems to have priority. Xiaji asked the NPC in the arena with the mentality of giving it a try. The shadow voucher was indeed useful. Under the leadership of the NPC, Xiaji turned left and right and entered the arena from the side door. There was no queue inside and he entered the training area of the arena directly. You can't gain experience without changing jobs. According to the official guide, the training area is the only place where Xiaji can improve his combat power. Of course, he can go to the mining area to make money, but that kind of thing will be more effective if he has the strength. After entering the training area, a separate space opens up. In the training space, the ground is paved with stone slabs, the sky is blue, and the whole world is terrifyingly empty. System prompt, please select a training item. A light curtain pops up. Skills, weapons, miscellaneous, training shop. Click on the skills, and there are only two options, annihilation and meditation, both of which are existing skills of Xiaji. Weapons include primitive weapons, cold weapons, hot weapons. There are many things that can be learned, but there is no proficiency level in the skill panel, and I don't know how to learn them. Click on the final training store, there are only 3 items. Zen incense for training, elementary. Item quality, ordinary. Item effect, increase brain activity, training effect increased by 100%, limited to level 50 and below. Duration, 24 hours. Item introduction, scientific training coupled with suitable tools can often achieve twice the result with half the effort. Price, 1 silver coin. Zen incense for training, intermediate level. Item quality, bronze. Item effect, increase brain activity, training effect increased by 200%, limited to level 50 and below. Duration, 24 hours. Item introduction, scientific training coupled with suitable tools can often achieve twice the result with half the effort. Price, 10 silver coins. Zen incense for training, advanced. Item quality, silver. Item effect, increase brain activity, training effect increased by 300%, limited to level 50 and below. Duration, 24 hours. Item introduction, scientific training coupled with suitable tools can often achieve twice the result with half the effort. Price, 1 gold coin. After buying a high-end Zen incense, Xiaji planned to give it a try and start training on the skill, annihilation. System prompt, skill, annihilation, training begins. A beam of light fell, and a scarecrow appeared 3 meters in front of the summer solstice. System prompt, please try to use the skill, annihilation. Thoughts flashed in my mind. A special feeling, a special power surged from Xiaji's whole body to the center of his eyebrows. In an instant, the feeling of energy flow dissipated. -960. A white number appears above the scarecrow's head. System prompt, please remember this feeling, and then use the skill, annihilation, independently. If you need system assistance, please say system panel silently. After the prompt was completed, the same situation as during the professional inheritance trial occurred, and the system panel disappeared. With the disappearance of the system panel, the realism of this game has skyrocketed. He shook his head to get rid of the meaningless speculation. I tried to recall the feeling I had just now, but I only had a general idea, and I forgot all the specific details. System panel. System prompt, please try to use the skill, annihilation. Looking at the familiar panel, Xiaji breathed a sigh of relief and took out the Zen incense he bought for a full 1,000 United coins from his bag. He had never spent money so lavishly in the real world. Zen incense for training, advanced. Item quality, silver. Item effect, increase brain activity, training effect increased by 300%, limited to use at level 50.0 and below. Duration, 24.0 hours. Item introduction, scientific training coupled with suitable tools can often achieve twice the result with half the effort. After purchasing, a decimal point appears on the items panel. After use, the Zen incense ignites automatically and turns into a stream of green smoke that pours into Xiaji's nasal cavity. Cough. Cough. A bit choking. The feedback on the effect is very fast, and my brain feels as if I have taken wind oil. It is very refreshing. The training effect has been increased by 30 times. I hope you won't let yourself down. Annihilation. The energy flows through the body, and this time the feeling is very clear. The system panel disappears. Follow the feeling just now, guide the energy to flow in the body, and a flash of enlightenment occurs. -500. A white number appeared above the scarecrow's head. It was a success the first time. This Zen fragrance deserves a 5-star rating. Strike while the iron is hot. -785. -236. -1200. Damn it! It's over 960? The damage dealt by Xiaji, who has no proficiency at all, is extremely unstable, and the forward swing of casting is also very long. When there is a system panel, the forward swing is stable for 0.1 seconds. With Xiaji's reaction speed, the forward swing is almost imperceptible. You can rely on feeling to cast the spell for up to 5 seconds, and sometimes it can go up to 10 seconds if your attention is distracted. If you are in a battle, you will probably be gone before the skill is released. Open the system panel and continue to experience the casting process of several annihilations. Xiaji never gets tired of learning skills. If it's not for any other reason, he must learn it if the damage value of independent casting can exceed the value on the panel. It can be foreseen that if you want to become a master in this game in the future, independent spell casting must be the first threshold that must be crossed. -806. -937. Over time, Solstice has been able to keep the damage close to where the system casts it. It's just that the speed is even slower, the forward swing has reached an outrageous 20 seconds, and the skill has completely lost its practicality. The lengthening of the forward swing does not mean that the more you learn in Xiaji, the worse you get. Before you get up fast, you need to thoroughly understand the energy pathways. The shortcomings that cause instability cannot be made up for by fast. As soon as I got into studying, I forgot about time. If I didn't pay attention to the summer solstice, I was kicked out of the game by the system because the time was up. After taking off the gaming helmet, Xiaji felt refreshed. I just felt a little hungry suddenly. After washing up a little, Xiaji went out with 2 nutrition bars in her mouth. When I came to the sports ground for the second time, the setting sun was still hanging in the sky, not giving me any warmth in the cold weather. I rubbed my sore calves. After being massaged by the enthusiastic grandfather in the morning, the pain had eased a lot, but it was still a bit difficult to run. It's better to walk slowly. While walking, I was recalling how to cast skills in the game. Xiaji had a sudden thought, could it be used in real life? Referring to the perceptual experience in the game, Xiaji imagined that there was a warm current flowing in the body according to the annihilation cycle, and the whole process was exactly the same. Unfortunately, after the run was completed on Sunday, nothing happened. Not far away, Ichijo-era, whom Xiaji regarded as the target of annihilation, just yawned and rolled his eyes when Xiaji looked at it. Although annihilation has no effect, this does not prevent Xiaji from constantly deducing the use of annihilation in his mind. Before he knew it, the 5 kilometers were over. Put on your helmet again, time is not up yet. With nothing to do, Xiaji logged into the official website and forum again and took a look. Among a bunch of stickers, he actually found a piece of useful information. Regarding the professional inheritance trial in the Hall of Heroes, players can buy a basic weapon from an NPC and bring it in. The scene in front of me changed and I came to the training area again. The duration of Zen incense does not stop counting when you exit the game. Without any distractions, Xiaji continued to practice casting spells on his own. Time spent like this in the summer solstice training. 10 days later. -456. -457. -458. With the modified version of Advanced Zen Incense still available, Xiaji was finally able to perfectly control the casting of annihilation. The damage would be as much as it needs to be without any error. The casting speed also reached an astonishing 0.5 seconds, although it was still far from perfect. It's a long way to go, but Xiaji is quite satisfied with her progress. In the game, Xiaji will go to the central square every day. Compared with the first few days, it is much better. Now I can squeeze into the second street. I think I should be able to enter in a few days. Xiaxi suddenly had an idea for the job transfer hall. The main reason is that the career inheritance in the Hall of Heroes is too disappointing. After countless players' experiments, the trial figure of the career inheritance is completely immune to real damage and percentage damage, and also has a very high resistance to other damage. Reduction: only the same basic weapon as the trial silhouette can deal normal damage. Those who can get inherited professions now, without exception, all have a solid foundation in reality. According to the incomplete statistics of the inferior by Xiaoxing on the forum, even though there are many martial arts families in Daxia, the total number of people who have obtained inherited professions is currently only 5,000. It is worth mentioning that the first-ranked profession does not exist in all third-level major cities in the world. Currently, the name is not even known. According to the declaration of the founder of the second profession, many people speculate that the third profession may not exist at all. A profession. What is also a bit special is that the Dragon Shadow Knight, the highest-ranked professional, has now known to have 13 people who have successfully transferred jobs, which is the most among all inherited professions. Of course, this does not mean that it is easy to change the Dragon Shadow Knight's profession. It is a martial arts family with 4 generations, specializing in marksmanship. The whole family, from the old man Qi to the children, all changed their profession and became the Dragon Shadow Knight. That's right, a total of 13 Dragon Shadow Knights have successfully changed their professions, and 9 of them are from the same family. This family has inherited a total of 12 sets of marksmanship, and now there are 8 sets of marksmanship hanging on the forum. As for why people are so kind and post it for free, according to people familiar with the matter, in this era of AI billing, it seems that someone came to their home and copied their water meter. The mastery of the skill annihilation has reached a bottleneck, and it can no longer be improved by blind repetition. It can only be improved through continuous battles in the future. I still have some doubts about whether to change my profession to the Dragon Shadow Knight and continue to fight against Xiaxi, but thinking about the shocking shot in the movie hall trial that was far beyond what my attributes can achieve, and my marksmanship talent certified by the Chaos Long Stick, Xiaxi finally decided to give it a try anyway. Having completely completed the annihilation training, Xiaxi looked at the weapon training button. Of course, before that, go to the forum to observe the marksmanship. The marksmanship posted on the forum not only include pictures and texts, but also comes with accompanying video explanations. There are a total of 28 sets of marksmanship posted on the forum, including Yang Family Marksmanship, Zhao Family Marksmanship, Plum Blossom Spear, Dian Shui. In addition to the 8 sets of marksmanship uploaded by the family whose entire family became Dragon Shadow Knights, there are also more than 10 sets of marksmanship uploaded by other families with aristocratic marksmanship. The so-called marksmanship is nothing more than stabbing, blocking, holding, and more advanced stabbing, attacking, wrapping, circle, pounce, point, poke, etc., and then there are the fixed marksmanship of each faction. After carefully writing down the moves of each set of spear techniques, Xiaxi always felt that there was a kind of beauty in these spear techniques after running them through his mind, and after watching them a few times, Xiaxi felt that he could use them immediately. Enter the game again. To be honest, since I started using Zen incense, my brain in real life feels much better. I just feel hungry very quickly recently, and I don't know why. Different from skill training, 4 options pop up after selecting long spear mastery in the weapon training column. Weapon training is chargeable. Junior Spearmanship Training Instructor, price, 10 silver coins/day. Intermediate Spearmanship Training Instructor, price, 10 gold coins/day. Advanced Spearmanship Training Instructor, price, 10,000 gold coins/day. A random defeated general with spear skills, price, 1 gold coin/day. It's so expensive. It's not that expensive to find a gun training instructor in reality. Looking at the price on the panel, Xiaxi now only has 54 gold coins. The senior training instructor can't even think about it, and the intermediate training instructor can't bear it. A man with spear skills is defeated? Looking at the last option, Xiaxi clicked it curiously. A picture of a figure holding a spear pops up in front of Xiaxi. Well, this face, this posture, this style, it's quite handsome. No, isn't this me? Looking at his own picture on the panel, Xiaxi fell into deep thought. Could it be the Donglin who activated the Black Shadow token? Xiaji rubbed his chin. Although the other party only chatted for a few minutes before being sent to the west by him, he actually had a pretty good impression of Donglin. I made a comparison between Winter's Coming and the trial figure in my mind. Without that bunch of damage immunity, Winter's Coming was stronger anyway, so Xiaji decided to call them out to take a look. As for the training instructors, the middle and high-level ones can't carry their money, and the junior ones. Xiaji believes that you get what you pay for, although 10 silver coins are not cheap. If the winter solstice is really too much, it's not too late to change it. A gold coin is still a waste for the summer solstice. With the mentality of buying a lottery ticket, Xiaji clicked on the picture of myself. System prompt: the summoning is completed and weapon training is officially started. If you need to open the system panel, please say System Panel silently. The panel disappeared and a beam of light fell on Xiaji. As the light pillar covered him, countless light particles floated out from Xiaji's body, gradually condensing into a figure that was almost the same as Xiaji. Oh! I didn't expect that, you kid. You are quite rich, and you can actually hire my projection to give you special training. The figure appeared with one hand behind his back, his expression was a bit bad, and the way he spoke was the same as before. The one you practice is a little different. And in the hands of Donglin, who could not be seen in the summer solstice, a magic ball wrapped with black aura that had condensed at some point gradually faded away. Are you Donglin himself? Xiaji asked carefully. You did summon my projection, but I was already dead. I found a loophole in the system and came out in person. Thinking that Xiaji was wondering why the projection that came out was not an unconscious projection, Donglin explained. It's better to be alive. After explaining, Donglin stretched and sighed. You can teach me spear skills when you come out, right? Xiaji asked uncertainly. You spent so much money to summon me, so you must teach me. As for how much I teach, it depends on my mood, Jia. 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 Donglin stared at Xiaji with an evil look on his face, and Xiaji looked a little confused. Harry. Is one gold coin a lot? They can't even hire an intermediate tutor. It seems that Donglin is very poor. Xiaji has already realized that gold coins have been wasted. As the saying goes, wealth and strength are directly proportional to each other in a world where force is respected. Could it be that during the trial, he was just too nervous because the blue blessing failed and mistakenly thought that winter was coming? Very strong? Then let's get started. Xiaji said, feeling a little unsatisfied. Before that, answer me a question. What is your purpose of learning to shoot? Donglin's tone suddenly became a bit serious. To change jobs. Xiaji didn't hide anything. Which profession should I change to? The Martial Emperor's Divine Spear, ranked 6th in the Blue World, or the Master of Spear Intent, ranked 16th? Neither. Then I regret to tell you that your money was wasted. Donglin's tone suddenly became very cold. You'd better hire another Gao Ming. The person I taught doesn't even have the pursuit of being ranked in the top 100 in his career. I can't afford to lose that person. I want to transfer to the second-ranked Dragon Shadow Knight. Hearing Donglin's tone, he didn't teach anyone with a career ranking of over 100. He had a boss-like demeanor. He was afraid that he would run away when he got angry, so Xiaji hurriedly explained. What? Dragon Shadow Knight. Is there any mistake? If you don't learn riding, why would you learn to gun? Donglin looked like a fool. I can't beat the trial figure even if I don't learn how to gun. It's not too late to learn riding skills after I change my job. I can't ride a horse in a circle to kill the trial figure. Besides, I can't bring the horse in. Tell me what the trial of your Dragon Shadow Knight is like. After recalling the family's summary of the trial, Xiaji said a little bit, but he always felt that Donglin was holding back a smile. I'm sorry, I just can't bear it anymore. The assessment for Long Ying's career change is actually spearmanship. Putting a hand on Xiaji's shoulder, Donglin smiled and bent down. Is it funny? He didn't feel much about what Donglin said. The only thing he knew about the Dragon Shadow Knight was that he ranked second. To change his profession, he needed to defeat the trial figure with a gun. Ahem, very good. Although it is only for temporary assessment, I have taught you and I guarantee that you will successfully transfer to another job within 10 days. But do you have enough money to keep hiring me? It doesn't matter if it's not enough. I'll teach you a few tricks. It'll only take a few hours. You can go to the City of Destiny and ask a few world-breaking mentors for guidance. Half a month is enough to change jobs. Dong Lin looked like he was preparing for the summer solstice. Wallet consideration. Don't worry, if we don't miss this little money, it won't be a problem to treat you for 10 days and a half. Xiaji said, patting his chest. Regarding Dong Lin, who seemed very strong but had never seen money, Xiaji just hoped that he wasn't bragging. Okay. You show the basics first. Dong Lin's face was full of distrust of Xiaji's financial resources. I actually don't have any foundation. With a thought, a long spear appeared out of thin air in his hand. Recalling the shooting skills he saw on the forum, Xiaji imitated cats and tigers, swaying this way and that, and danced in a nondescript manner. But as she danced, Xiaji realized that something was wrong. Horror. Control over the spear in her hand was constantly improving. After a set of shots, Xiaji could already use her arms and fingers like an arm. Is this the talent that was certified by the Chaos Long Stick and upgraded twice by the system? Xiaji was a little surprised by herself, and was a little secretly happy in her heart, until Dong Lin spoke. The moves are good, but what kind of dance are you doing? I saw a spear appearing in Dong Lin's hand, and he started dancing to himself. The spear dance in winter is so pleasing to the eye. Sometimes it is sharp and full of murderous intent. Sometimes it is like 100 flowers blooming like thousands of birds coming to visit. Sometimes it is as steady as a mountain that cannot be splashed by water. But every move is exactly the same as Xiaji. No, it should be exactly the same as the tutorial on the forum. Several mistakes in Xiaji dance have been corrected by him. Okay. Xiaji couldn't help but applaud as she saw Dong Lin put away her gun and stand up. Practicing a gun is very hard, are you ready? A monthly stick, a year of swords and a lifetime of shooting are not just words. Of course, it won't be too difficult for you. After all, you just need to get started and be proficient. Practicing a gun is the easiest. Dong Lin said seriously. I plan to always use a gun. Xiaji retorted. Since you want to learn a weapon, you have to go all the way. If you study here and there, and learn miscellaneous things, if you are not proficient in anything, you will definitely not become a great master. Of course, except for those immortals who only know a little bit about everything they talk about, but are actually proficient in everything. You sure? Certainly. Okay, throw away the gun, follow my posture and rhythm, and learn to dance first. Ha! A boxer who can't dance is not a qualified gunner. Watch out. This kid's learning ability is so strong, even better than mine before. He is worthy of being the same person as me. Looking at Xiaji, who was working hard in various awkward postures, Dong Lin was a little surprised, but on the surface, he was very calm. You are trash with an impatient expression. With constant repetition, I am becoming more and more comfortable with this weird dance of summer solstice. It also made him sigh more and more that the 30-fold increase in training effect was really outrageous. She was dancing comfortably, but before she knew it, Xiaji's vision went dark and she was kicked out of the game. Goo. So hungry. The level of realism in this game is still not high enough. It doesn't even have a hunger value. I took out the last 3 nutrition bars, and it seemed like I was going to restock them. I originally planned to prepare a month's supply, but ended up finishing them in 10 days. Still at the sports ground, Xiaji suddenly decided to practice the dance taught by Dong Lin in real life. Click. Ah, hiss. Xiaji overestimated the toughness of the body in the real world and twisted her waist. No more messing around. Holding her waist, in the strange eyes of others, Xiaji barely walked 4 kilometers, and there was still 1 kilometer left to go to the supermarket to buy some goods. The destination has been arrived, 5-star review. Dear. Xiaji was helped back by a half-person high cylindrical robot responsible for distribution in the supermarket. The delivery was free. I originally planned to buy nutrition bars online, but after walking a few kilometers at the sports ground, I couldn't bear it anymore. Xiaxi chose to hitchhike at the supermarket. Turning on her phone, she decisively gave the robot a 5-star review, then applied the plaster she just bought on herself, and Xiaji lay back on the bed. Opened the game forum and rummaged through it. Ranking and distribution of inherited occupations, ranking of the easiest monsters to farm at level 20, top 10 trade unions. Except for a few pinned to the top. For a look, they are basically just stickers. Nowadays, most players have reached level 20. Because the quality of the inherited professions in Wangyue City is very high, with the lowest ranking being within 100, many rich players have come to Wangyue City to challenge them, causing other main cities to have long been cleared. It is expected that there are still millions of players in Moon City and Xiaxi who have not been able to change jobs. Xiaxi once worked hard to practice the annihilation skill in order to change jobs. When he succeeded in his magical skill, others told him that the trial figure was immune to real damage. Now he decided to practice marksmanship, but the teacher asked him to learn dancing, and he even twisted his waist. Enter the game again, light a modified version of Advanced Zen Incense, and click on the image on the panel. Why did it end so suddenly? Do you have no money? Dong Lin looked as if it was unexpected. No, I still have money. Due to physical reasons, I need to go out and take a rest. Young man, please exercise restraint and don't regret it when you grow old. Looking at Dong Lin's expression, even though it was his own face, Xiaxi still wanted to punch him. Okay, you jump twice more and we practice boxing. I asked you to learn how to shoot. Are you deliberately taking revenge on me? I'm not that kind of person. I haven't retaliated yet. Ahem, how could I possibly retaliate? This is all a necessary process for practicing guns. Dong Lin's tone was a little less confident. Really? Xiaxi's voice sounded long. Of course, if you just use a gun to pass that test or something, I can just teach you gun skills directly, but if you plan to use a gun all the time, then you can't just do it half-heartedly. I am serious about guns. Dong Lin suddenly became very serious. But dancing and boxing, is it really useful? Xiaxi was very confused. It's very easy to get started with a gun. Even people with mediocre qualifications can go head-to-head with veterans who have been practicing other melee weapons for several years after 3 or 2 months of training. But with a gun, it becomes more and more difficult to move forward as you go to the back. If you want to practice to the extreme, among many weapons, I would call it the most difficult. Of course, this is why I learned to shoot. For example, if you want to pass the trial, your marksmanship needs to reach 10 points. If I teach you marksmanship directly for 10 days, it will be no problem. But later, if I teach you marksmanship for 100 days, it will only reach 30 points at most. But through Dance with the Baptism of Martial Arts, it is impossible to reach 10 points in marksmanship in 10 days, but it is still very easy to achieve 50 points in 100 days. Then how many points can you get? Xiaxi asked curiously. Just try to score 10,000 points. Study hard and it won't hurt you. Dong Lin said proudly. Just blow it. Xiaxi muttered and started dancing. There is a very deep foundation in boxing. Of course, we can just try it briefly and stop at it. There is no need to learn so deeply. The so-called boxing is not only the fist, but also the palms, claws, hooks, fingers, etc. are included one by one. For example, Tai Chi, even business and death are included in it. After dancing a perfect dance in the summer solstice, I finally got into boxing practice. The boxing skills are very ordinary. Apart from a few moves, there are no distinguishing features. Xia Ziyuan calls them broadcast gymnastics. The practice of boxing took a little longer, and it took about 6 or 7 days to make Dong Lin satisfied. Okay, dancing and boxing are almost the same. From now on, it's enough to spend half of your time practicing every day. You can start the formal training of spear. Before that, you should take a good rest and start again tomorrow. Looking at Xiaoji's boxing skills that had some real meaning, Dong Lin nodded, and his figure disappeared instantly. Stopping his movements, taking a deep breath, Xiaoji called out the system panel, and rarely took the initiative to quit the game. These days, my waist has healed and my legs are no longer sore. Now I can jog for 5 kilometers without panting. My body is visibly stronger. After all, 3 to 5 kilometers a day can keep me strong for more than half a month. Strange. But Xiaoji always feels so tired, not just physically, but in the game it should be equivalent to sleeping. Xiaoji doubted that she might have been using her brain too much because she inhaled too much Zen incense. I looked at the time, 8 o'clock in the evening. I finished my 5-kilometer run before going out. It was raining outside and I was soaked in summer solstice. After washing myself, I lay down on the bed. It might be better to sleep normally, Xiaoji thought, having not slept for a long time. Then let me sleep until dawn. Xiaoji, who had trouble falling asleep, miraculously fell asleep with her eyes closed. A few birds were playing among the trees, and many early rising robots had already started changing shifts. After all, machines also suffer from mental fatigue, and they also need to refuel, change lubricants, and take care of themselves after work. The morning light outside the window shot in through the curtains, successfully awakening Xiaoji with a silly smile on his face. Didn't I say it was going to rain for 2 days in a row? The sun actually came out. Looking at the light spots through the curtains, Xiaoji suddenly sat up. Oh my god, the weather forecast is wrong. This is a rare thing in 10 years. I remember that the last time it was wrong was 15 years ago. The weather observatories in this era are terrible. Goo goo. Can you be so hungry even after sleeping? Xiaoji ate 5 nutrition bars before feeling better. Enter the game. Now the traffic situation in Wangyue City has improved, but it has nothing to do with Xiaoji. He has no interest in switching to ordinary professions. Who would use a shotgun when there are cannons? Entering the training area, 1 gold coin lights up Zen incense, and 1 gold coin calls for the coming of winter, and we all live together. The gunmanship teaching officially started, and I couldn't express my excitement. Boy, if I let you take a break, you'll give yourself a big vacation, right? Xiaoji heard disappointment in Dong Lin's cold tone. Didn't you ask me to come the next day? Xiaoji was a little confused about the situation. You care if today is the second day? I think you have lost your mind. Originally, I came here as soon as I woke up. This was originally the next day. Xiaoji retorted. Drink! How dare you make up lies about your laziness? Donglin rolled up his sleeves, with a dark face, and clenched his fists as he walked towards Xiaoji. Hey! What are you doing? So you really just slept? Looking at Xiaoji's head full of bruises, Donglin confirmed in his own way that he was telling the truth. Yes. You didn't know it would take so long. Xiaoji was also surprised that he slept for a day and 2 nights. That's okay, but your bag of hair really hinders my handsome face. Without waiting for Xiaoji's reaction, Donglin thrust out a spear and skewered Xiaoji's head on the spear. A few seconds later, the corpse hanging on the gun turned into particles of light and condensed into a complete summer solstice. Hey, it hurts. It looks just like you. Do you blame me? Xiaoji rubbed her temples, feeling like a hole had been poked in her brain. Death in the training space can be resurrected indefinitely, even without the blessing of blue. Basic weapons are also in unlimited supply, and an idea will appear. The first step in practicing gun training is to stab, block, and hold. No matter what the gun style is, you can't escape their shadow. The summer solstice and winter solstice stand 10 meters apart from each other. Watch it. After Dong Lin finished explaining, he held a gunflower in his hand, pointed the tip of the gun in the direction of Xiaoji, and made a simple stab. Xiaoji, who was watching Dong Lin's movements, suddenly stood on the spot, his eyes losing color. A few seconds later, Xiaoji's body turned into a point of light and reorganized. How did I die? Xiaoji moved his hands up and down on himself. After checking, he looked confused and didn't feel dead at all. Remember? Do you need to do it again? Donglin stood with a gun. You didn't lose to me on purpose in that battle, right? In fact, you won't die even if you lose. Xiaoxi felt that he had discovered the truth. With just that one move, he had no chance of winning, even if there was annihilation. The delay of 0.1 seconds was too high, and annihilation had a distance limit. You get angry when you talk about this. If you change jobs and go there, there's no way I could lose that duel. Donglin's face turned frighteningly dark. Why? Winter coming looks a bit scary, but summer solstice's curiosity killed the cat. Because of the system, overall the battle was fair, but you were still a 10th level newbie who ran to start the battle. You only have one talent and initial skills. Although the Chaos Long Stick is very unusual, you can before it is fully developed, its calculated combat ability is 0. As a result, my skills, profession, equipment items, energy bar, gun power, gun intention, and realm are all blocked. Even my memory is 99.99% sealed. Can you tell me how to fight? Of course, I can actually fight. Even if I'm a first-level person, I'm not in vain. Maybe I've lived too long and been punished by God. When I met you, a wall-mounted person with extreme fighting methods, you actually fought with all your talents. 100% of the calculated value of force is based on the initial skill. Okay, let's stop here. Let the past go by. Don't bring it up again. Repeat what I did just now. Well, I may need you to do it again, I don't understand. Xiaoxi said weakly. No wonder this winter feels a little different from the trial, with emotions and even memories sealed. In the demonstrations again and again, Winter's patience disappeared visibly to the naked eye. After dying 100 times, Xiaoxi finally gained some insights. Standing still with a long spear in his hand, he suddenly raised his spear and thrust it out. Xiaoxi was very satisfied with himself. In just the first stroke, he had 7 points of similarity in form and 1 point in spirit. Snap click ah! With a scream, Xiaoxi's legs were broken by Donglin with a gun. Your legs are crooked. Hello? Bang! Before Xiaoxi could say anything, Donglin swung his gun and forcibly beat Xiaoxi into pieces of light. You can't continue practicing with a broken leg. A fleeting word made Xiaoxi feel what it means to be ruthless. Continue. Donglin's face showed no emotion at all. Xiaoxi's spear, which had been reorganized with light particles, waved again. Snap click ah! Bang! Keep your waist straight. Continue. Bang! The left hand is too high. Different from the tolerance when practicing dancing and boxing, Winter is surprisingly harsh when practicing spear. No, in Xiaoxi's eyes, this is no longer a harsh thing. There were several times during this period that Donglin shot him in the head because his hair was messed up. After these 8 hours, Xiaoxi was either reorganizing or on the road to reorganization. It was okay when I watched Winter's demonstration, at least I didn't feel any pain. I kept suffering when I was practicing, and Xiaoxi even wanted to give up. That bastard must be seeking revenge. Taking off his helmet, Xiaoxi spat. Hey, what's going on with my body? Run forward. Opening her arms and listening to the song, Xiaoxi ran hard on the track. It may be that the large number of deaths in the game has caused serious sequelae. After leaving the game, Xiaoxi's body was shaking wildly and uncontrollably. Only strenuous exercise could alleviate it. Whether the game directly affects the realization or not, Xiaoxi cannot be sure. After all, there is no problem with the body in the game. It may be that there are too many deaths in the game, causing the subconscious to be affected, which in turn affects the body, just like fainting. Typically subconscious, mental, influences on the body. I ran for more than 10 kilometers until my legs were as heavy as lead, my breathing was like a bellows roaring, and Xiaoxi could no longer run a step. The trembling of the body is still there, but it is not the trembling like when I first came out of the game, but caused by excessive exercise. Although they are the same, they are definitely different. Turn on your mobile phone and order a takeaway at the supermarket, an energy drink. After a while, a cylindrical robot ran over. Looking at the number on the robot, it is still the same as last time. Your drink has arrived, dear. The robot took out a bottle of drink from its stomach and handed it to Xiaji. Do me a favor and help me go home? Xiaji didn't answer. This is not within the service scope. Dear. Don't you care about bad reviews? Xiaji raised her phone. It's a pleasure to serve you, dear. Finally, with the help of the robot, Xiaji successfully returned to his kennel. After giving the 5-star review, Xiaji lay on the bed. Looking at the gaming helmet in his hand, Xiaji had some doubts in his heart. If it's really not possible, just switch to a normal profession. The uncontrollable shaking of his body made Xiaji a little scared. He was really afraid of playing a game and killing himself. If you're here, then continue. Donlin's voice was still cold. I have a question before we start. After removing the information from the real world, Xiaji explained his situation in detail, although he felt that it was quite stupid to tell an NPC such a thing. Are you sure? Donglin suddenly put his face in front of Xiaji. He pinched Xiaji again. It's not what you said. I said, after leaving here. I didn't expect you to be so strong-willed. It should have been half a month before you reacted. I didn't expect you to show up on the first day. Don't worry, you won't die. I have to say that talent and Zen fragrance are both good things. If there is no doubt, then continue. So the summer solstice began another day of reorganization. I actually made a mistake one day, but he has never experienced it and could not know that he would have that kind of reaction. There is no condition for lying. Looking at Xiaji, who had switched to boxing after practicing 10 times of dancing, Donglin unconsciously had a smile on her lips. Since it is a good seedling, it must be polished well. It's a pity that Donglin's smile is a bit scary in Xiaji's eyes. His spine felt chilly, his arms and legs were trembling, and his fist dance movements were wrong in several places. Fortunately, Donglin had no intention of correcting him. Oh, hiss-oh. Take off your gaming helmet. The over-the-top exercise 8 hours ago, coupled with Donglin's normal reaction, made Xiaji feel what it meant to be truly sour. It was the same as the first time he ate a nutrition bar, and the taste went straight to his forehead. It was difficult to get out of bed, and it was difficult to stand up with trembling and sore legs. I actually believed in an NPC. I took out my phone, spent a lot of effort, clicked on the familiar kangaroo icon, and tremblingly ordered a takeaway. After pushing the toothbrush into her nostril several times, Xiaji gave up on brushing her teeth and walked out of the bathroom. Ding dong. Sir, here's your takeaway. A cylindrical robot stands in front of the summer solstice door. Hearing the pleasant ringing of the doorbell, Xiaji's swaying pace was a little faster. Open the door. Number, Gudong 12456, still the same. Robot. Sir, here is your takeaway. Sir, you don't seem to be in good health. Do you want me to contact the doctor for you? No, but please help me out for a few laps. Xiaji said after taking the bag and placing it by the door. Sir, this is not. Looking at the rating interface on Xiaji's phone, the robot fell silent. Then you sign this, otherwise I won't help you even if you get 0 points. The robot's facial display suddenly turned into a text. Disclaimer. I have physical problems myself, so I proactively requested help from machine number, Gudong 12456. Any subsequent accidents have nothing to do with machine number, Gudong 12456. Confirmer. Well. After signing the disclaimer, holding a nutritional bar in his mouth, and supported by a cylindrical robot, Xiaji went to a deserted small flower bed downstairs and wandered around. He did not go to the sports ground because there were so many people and he was afraid of social death. Sister, look, there is a brother doing rehabilitation training. Why doesn't he go to the doctor? It took more than an hour to finally complete the 5 kilometers. Both Xiaji and the robot breathed a sigh of relief. It's a pleasure to serve you. Remember to give me a 5-star review. Dear. After delivering Xiaoji to your doorstep, the robot turned around and walked away without stopping at all. Don't worry, it will definitely be well received, but I will have to trouble you in the next few days. Sir, you can actually order takeout from 3 to 12 o'clock in 2100 hours to 2400 hours every day. The robot stopped its tracks and turned to Xiaoji. Why? Xiaoji asked strangely. Because I'm not on duty during this time. Okay, I'll bother you from now on. I'll avoid those 2 times. First. After some pulling, the robot returned laughing, and Xiaoji promised to give it 2 bottles of engine oil worth $1,000. As for why Xiaoji insists on pulling this robot, this Gudong 12456 gives Xiaoji a somewhat different feeling than other robots. The level of humanization is a bit high, especially the emotions, which are more than a little high. It is impossible for a normal robot to appear. Make the summer solstice a different time to order takeout. Perhaps the relevant software had been upgraded and the robot's emotion module was more advanced. Anyway, Xiaoji wanted to tease the robot. After I finish my job transfer, I have to find a way to get some money in the game to buy a game cabin. It's too troublesome to get in and out every day. Xiaoji, who earns more than 100,000 United coins a day, now has a new pursuit. Put on a gaming helmet and the scene changes. Now that you're here, let's continue. Continue the pricking motion, you want to incorporate it into your. Time flies by, and 10 days pass by quietly. After many days of adaptation, Xiaoji's body has basically recovered. Although he still trembles slightly, it will not affect his normal actions. In order to thank the robot for its help, Xiaoji also bought it 2 bottles of 502 engine oil at a large price. He successfully spent all his savings and the number on his bank account dropped to 3 digits. During this period, Xiaoji also went to the park several times, and every time I got a free massage from a kind-hearted old man there. However, one time during the massage, the old man received a call saying that he had to go to Kyoto for something urgent, and then Xiaoji went to the park again. I haven't seen that old man in the park either. What is worth mentioning is that when the grandfather left, he also gave Xiaoji a rhizome of an unknown plant, saying that scraping it on his legs a few times after each exercise can effectively relieve the pain. Xiaoji tried it on his own body, and it really worked. He took off his helmet and opened his phone. There was a new message. Hello residents of Qingba Community, at 3 p.m. sharp on January 26, 2100, we will carry out an overall renovation of the building in the community. Please ensure that you are at home by then. See City Hall. The message was sent 6 hours ago, and the transformation was 3 hours later. Opening the community group, it was very lively, but a little too lively. The messages flashed so fast that you couldn't see them clearly unless you pressed your finger on the screen. Then the following unseen messages changed to 999 plus in seconds. Open the unit group, much better. 18 to 6 Chi XX, does anyone know what's going on? As soon as I left the game, I saw that the community was going to be renovated. At Frog, come out and die. 16 to 8 Tion XX, building director, grid member. I heard the notice from above that the nutrient solution delivery pipeline is to be installed for the game cabin. The entire Sea City has been installed, and our community is the last one. 12 to 4 Wang XX, the game cabin is so expensive. How can people who can live here afford it? Does the government have money and no land to burn it? Why don't you come here and give us the money? 26 to 1 Zhao XX, don't you know? The price of the game cabin is now reduced to only 1 million. 6 to 15 Ren XX, as long as? 26 to 1 Zhao XX, sorry, I got caught. 16 to 8 Tion XX, building director, grid member. At all staff, okay everyone, stop chatting, people from the engineering team are here, tidy up the house, and put away things you don't want others to see. Leave the door open and come all downstairs. After chatting with the group and seeing the message from the building manager, Xiaoji was ready to go out with a garbage bag in hand. He had nothing to clean up. Damn it, Xiaoji, did you take hormones? I haven't seen you in more than a month. Why have you grown taller? Also opening the door with Xiaoji are Xiaoji's neighbors, who are considered to be Xiaoji's few friends. No way, it's your illusion. Although Xiaji himself felt that he had grown taller and stronger. Why not? You are already taller than me, at least 2 centimeters longer. The yellow-haired young man walked up to Xiaji, held Xiaji's shoulders, and gestured with one hand between their heads. You were obviously not as tall as me before. Soon after arriving downstairs, someone came over and started to register. After a while, several designers and a group of construction robots officially started work. The whole project didn't take very long, and was completed in just 2 hours. After a building safety inspection, everyone waiting downstairs was informed that they could go home. By the way, your body is shaking. After walking out of the elevator and looking at Xiaji, who was shaking from time to time, the yellow-haired young man asked. Cold. You don't look like you came out of cold. Let me tell you, hormones shouldn't be taken casually. I really didn't take hormones. My uncle Wang, you are home. Pushing the yellow-haired young man quickly to the door of 12 to 4, Xiaji walked to 12 to 5 without looking back, pressed his fingerprints, opened the door, and closed the door. Done in one go. Finally clean. That talkative guy can't stop talking once he starts talking. While waiting downstairs, Xiaji felt that his ears were being tortured inhumanely. Looking at the nutrient pipe interface at the bedside, according to the registration staff, nutrient solution is provided free of charge. The only thing that makes Xiaji a little regretful is that the nutrient solution supplied to the game cabin must be processed twice through the game cabin and cannot be drank directly. Xiaji chose the interface location on the virtual model of the building. He planned to replace the bed after purchasing the game cabin. The current price of the game cabin is 1 million, which is 1,000 gold coins. If you take the black market route, the gold coins required are even lower. With 124 gold coins earned on the first day, there is still a chance if you work hard. After being out for so long, I'm probably going to get scolded again. After cheering up a little, Xiaji put on his helmet. Xiaji is now convinced by the training of Winter Advent. In the game, even if the attribute points are not improved at all, the current Xiaji is confident that as long as he does not let go of Annihilation, it is easy to beat his former self at 1v10. Not only in games, but also in reality, Xiaji built up her abdominal muscles by training 3 and 5 kilometers a day, and her body's toughness also improved a lot. At the summer solstice a month ago, when my legs were straightened, my fingertips could not touch my ankles. Now my palms touch the ground easily. But could this really be achieved by running? Xiaji was a little doubtful. February 8, 2100. Today is New Year's Eve in Daxia. On this day of family reunion, the originally deserted streets were filled with blessing stickers and colorful ribbons. Small stalls that are rarely seen are placed on both sides of the street. Many families went out and played in the streets. Everyone was carrying big and small bags, with smiles on their faces. It was so lively. Not only that, the robots have also been put on brand new paint, which is warm and festive. Xiaji's parents died in a power station accident 3 years ago. As a single generation, he has no relatives with whom he can celebrate the Spring Festival. His Spring Festival was very simple. He bought a pair of couplets and put them on the door. He used the blessing money given by the government to buy a spring flavor family bucket. It is worth mentioning that the supermarket robot came and gave Xiaji a rabbit doll. Maybe it's a return gift of engine oil. Xiaji hung the doll on the bedside, tied a rope to the dusty rhizome given by Grandpa Park and hung it around the doll's neck. Now he no longer needs this thing. After more than 2 months of exercise, 5 kilometers can no longer make Xiaji's legs feel even the slightest bit sore. After carefully cleaning the house inside and outside, Xiaji put on a gaming helmet and entered the game. In reality, there was really nothing to do. It has been a month since the launch of the Shadow server. Most players have reached level 30. The experience growth in this game has been criticized by many people. It takes 4,500 experience to upgrade from level 9 to 10, 450,000 experience to upgrade from 19 to 20, and 450,000 experience to upgrade from 49 to 50. 45 million experiences. It's really just like leveling up to 10 levels in the first day, and leveling up to 1 level in the next 10 days. And according to gossip on the forum, the group of people who upgraded the fastest were all stuck at level 50. The first person to reach level 50 was stuck for more than 20 days. Currently, no one in the entire Blue Star has reached level 50. Level 51. It is said that career promotion is required at level 50, but the conditions for promotion are lacking. Of course, the level limit is still far away from the summer solstice. He is only level 10 now and has been staying in the training area without even changing jobs. After nearly 20 days of practice, your marksmanship is almost at an advanced level. Stopping Xiaji from preparing to dance, Don Lin said, "Let's practice sparring today." A long sword appeared in Dong Lin's hand. "Don't say I'm bullying you, I only use half of your attribute values." After saying this, Dong Lin stepped forward with a sword. His speed was beyond what Xiaji's half attributes and 12 points of agility could achieve. "This is a unique set of footwork that I just learned 3 days ago." Following the same pace, Xiaji quickly retreated, widening the distance while dancing with his spear, piercing the door facing Dong Lin. "An inch long, an inch strong. If Dong Lin dares to press upward, he will definitely die." But he saw Dong Lin swinging from side to side, effortlessly dodging Xiaji's backhand stab. Although the thrust missed, the tip of Xiaji's spear tightly clamped down on Dong Lin's body, preventing him from getting close at all. However, after a few rounds, the pressure on Xiaji increased, and the rhythm of the entire battle was completely controlled by winter coming. Pia. I saw Dong Lin's body flash to the left, the long sword flying, biting the head of the gun that was coming, and before Xiaji could withdraw the long gun, he pulled it up along the gun shaft, pulled back the long sword, his body flew around, and his hands pushed forward. A sword seals the throat. KO. Do you know your problem? I was too impatient with my gun. I always wanted to make great achievements, but you took advantage of me. Yes, but one more thing is that your mentality is not enough when your opponent uses a sword. After Dong Lin explained and reviewed the situation, the two stood opposite each other again. Come again. Dong Lin threw away his long sword, and a big knife appeared in his hand. Every move he made was open and close, and seemed to be full of flaws. But when Xiaji actually confronts him, he discovers that those flaws are all traps, and anyone who dares to exploit them will surely die. It only takes 10 rounds to kill the owl with one knife. KO. Xiaji was cut off by Dong Li with a knife. Come again. A flail appeared in Dong Lin's hand. How many kinds of weapons do you know? Seeing the wheel blade appearing in Dong Lin's hand, Xiaji couldn't help it. Xiaji died hundreds of times in one day, and each time he died in a different way. Each time you defeat summer solstice and winter coming, you will be given a different weapon after an explanation. The key is that no matter what weapon Dong Lin uses, Xiaji can't survive more than a few rounds. The longest time was when Dong Lin used a dagger, and Xiaji lasted for 30 rounds. The most outrageous thing was when Dong Lin was empty-handed, but in just 2 rounds, Xiaji was taken away from her gun. Xiaji's whole body was numb. Looking at the wheel blade in his hand, Dong Lin looked at Xiaji. Okay, you're almost done. If you encounter unfamiliar weapons in the future, just show them off. However, this last scene must continue, and I will teach you the final point. After saying that, Dong Lin made a charging gesture. Are you ready? Bring it on. Xiaji stared at Dong Lin with all his concentration, thinking that he must hold on for a few more rounds in the last round. Then Xiaji saw the wheel blade in Dong Lin's hand come out of his hand and fly straight towards him. The wheel blade flew very fast, but Xiaji's reaction was faster. The tip of the spear picked up. Ding! There was a crisp collision sound, and the wheel blade was tilted. Before Xiaji could be happy, he saw the wheel blade inexplicably flipping in midair after being hit, and was set on Xiaji's spear. Then Xiaji watched helplessly as the wheel blade ran along the gun shaft, arm, and straight towards his head. The whole process from the separation of the winter blade to the reorganization of the summer solstice only takes 2 seconds. Remember, no matter what weapon you use, if forced, it may be regarded as a long range, and you can also take the initiative. That's it for learning spear skills. With your current level, it's more than enough to challenge for job transfer. How far you can go with the spear depends on your luck. Dong Lin made a farewell look. If I encounter problems in the future, can I come to you? Okay, but you answer me a question first. I'm really curious. As a new awakened person, how can you get so much money to hire my projection and it takes so long? It's only 1 gold coin. Although it's a bit expensive, it's not bad. I think you are worth more than 1 gold coin. What? Kid. Tell me clearly. Who is worth a gold coin? Dong Lin suddenly rushed in front of Xiaji and grabbed Xiaji's collar. His face was hideous and terrifying, as if he had been sold cheaply by someone. It's the defeated general. Who has spear skills. I summoned you from there for 1 gold coin a day. Xiaji explained quickly. There is such a loophole, why didn't I think of it? Letting go of Xiaji, Dong Lin regained his composure. But it's useless to know. It will only appear in the random pool if defeated in a duel. The current situation is an accident that cannot be copied. Xiaji stood aside and did not disturb Dong Lin's soliloquy. Kid, summon any training instructor to come out. A ball of black energy appeared in Dong Lin's hand and said to Xiaji. Oh. Xiaji did as she was told without asking. Open the system panel and spend 10 silver coins to summon a junior spearmanship training instructor. After buying maps, horses, Zen incense, and winter, only a few of the original 124 gold coins are left. A beam of light fell. The black energy in Dong Lin's hand suddenly burst out and swept up the light pillar. The light pillar that was supposed to disappear immediately after summoning the training instructor seemed to be solidified. The person did not summon it, and it did not disappear itself. As the black energy continued to increase, the solidified light pillar was like broken glass, with cracks appearing on the surface. After the crack appeared, the black energy seemed to have found an entrance, and crazily poured into the light column from the crack until the entire light column was dyed ink. Soon, the ink-colored light pillar turned into black light particles, and the black energy also dissipated. Okay, if you want to find me in the future, just summon this training instructor. After you change jobs, don't try to rely on that defeated general to randomly summon me again. But this is not very stable. I don't know how many times it can be used. If you have nothing to do in the future, don't come to me. I have a question, are you really dead? If I really killed you, why are you still? Looking at the disappearing beam of light, Xiaji was inexplicably shocked. This winter's arrival can actually shake the rules of the system? Ha, why do I still need to teach you spear skills? It doesn't hurt to tell you. It is an investment in my future. You may make a profit, but I will definitely not lose. Why? Trust me, you don't want to know. Without further questioning, Xiaji asked instead, is there a way to resurrect you? Resurrection me? Are you sure? This is a disaster for you in the blue realm. After all, my current alignment is the shadow realm. Dong Lin suddenly showed an expression as if he was watching a show. So what can be done? What does the NPC battle between the blue world and the shadow world have to do with him as a player? Xiaji didn't think much about it. It's very simple, and it's easy for you. Just remove the resurrection ability from your body and then commit suicide. Ha! Kid, do you think it's a coincidence that we look exactly the same? Dong Lin suddenly approached Xiaji, cheek to cheek. Otherwise? Looking at Dong Lin's expression, Xiaji's heartbeat suddenly accelerated a little bit. Could it be that all this is a conspiracy? He is the protagonist trapped in a whirlpool. In the future, he will break through all the obstacles and go against the will of heaven. Is this life destined to be extraordinary? This is what is written in the novels about Xiaji. Yes, it is indeed just a coincidence. Don't think too much about it. Seeing Xiaji's expression change again and again, Dong Lin stopped teasing him. Because we are so compatible, I was targeted by the system when you obtained the Xianying order. To be precise, you didn't kill me. The outcome was already determined before the duel started. I was bound to die, and you were just a knife that happened to appear. Saying this, Donglin threw a scroll towards Xiaji. I was killed by this thing. Item name, Death. Item quality, Special, Fate, Rules. Item effect, select a target. When the agreed time comes, the selected person will die. Strength of the power of fate, 100.0. Number of uses remaining, 1. Item introduction, is it worth sacrificing hundreds of billions of creatures just for a scroll? But, this is the power of the god of slaughter. Looking at the scroll in his hand, Xiaji was speechless. Just leave it to me like this, aren't you afraid that I'll run away? You want it? I'll give it to you. I won't need it anyway. Since it's just a coincidence that we look alike, what does my suicide have to do with your resurrection? Because you killed me, you have the last traces of me on your body, and you are the same person as me, so when you die, I can take over everything about you through the traces of my existence. Then you still teach me marksmanship. The weaker I am, the faster I die. Can't you also resurrect earlier? Xiaji was confused. It is not easy to be resurrected through traces. It must be extremely close. If you are not the one who killed me, I will not be able to be resurrected. I can only wait for the next time. To a certain extent, you have saved my life, so I'll treat it as repayment. Besides, you have the foundation to practice guns. When the time comes, I will be able to adapt to your body better. Then you may not want to be resurrected. I won't die easily. I'm afraid of death. It's okay. You won't live for many years anyway. Even if you are lucky enough to live for 12 years, you will die of old age one day. I'm not in a hurry. Donglin said indifferently. When you die, try to die as completely as possible, don't do it in one piece here or in the West. Well, there is someone waiting for you to die, but has no intention of killing you. Does anyone know what to do if this happens? I'm waiting online. It's very urgent. Have you ever manipulated the marksmanship you taught me, and then suddenly died suddenly when I fought against you one day? Xiaji asked worriedly. Hearing this, Donglin's face instantly darkened, and he suddenly raised Xiaji. Kid, you are insulting my belief in guns. Believe it or not, I will kill you right now. I'm sorry. Xiaji apologized quickly. He seriously doubted that Donglin had the means to kill him in the training area, something that even Blue Blessing couldn't protect. After all, even the system's teleportation beam was blackened. In all senses, black. Forget it, you are also worried about your own safety. Donglin said impatiently after throwing Xiaji on the ground. If you have any questions, just ask them and get out. What is your profession? How does it compare to the Dragon Shadow Knight? After seeing Donglin's actions, Donglin's strength directly improved several levels in Xiaji's heart, so he desperately started playing the Donglin profession. Idea. It's just the same. We had a fight before, and no one could do anything to the other. We have grown up since then, but there is no more competition. Now that we are both dead, there is no chance for us to compete again. Why, do you want to change my job? Occupation? Somehow, Donglin suddenly sighed. After looking at Xiaji, Donglin said, It's not that I can't give it to you if you want it. With the same profession, I can adapt better when I take over your body. Come to me after you reach level 100 and I'll give it to you. A dual career. There is no need to say this. Last question, do you have any enemies? Will they hunt me down because they saw me using the marksmanship you taught me? Everything that kills me is in my hands. Where do you think my enemy will be? Donglin asked. It's okay, farewell. Xiaji cupped her hands and looked at Donglin. Then the two of them stood there staring at each other for a few minutes, waiting for the other side to leave first. After all, you can be considered half of my master, how about you go first? Donglin flicked his sleeves, a burst of black energy enveloped him, and his figure disappeared. Facing the place where Donglin disappeared, Xia. She bowed her hand again, disappeared, and exited the training ground. Oh, this kid. After the disappearance of the summer solstice, winter appeared again, and the floor tiles shook underfoot. Within a few moments, the originally empty training ground turned into a paradise scene with beautiful mountains and clear waters. He took out a tea set out of thin air, lay on the Taisher chair, made himself a cup, and drank the tea leisurely in Donglin. Leaving the training ground, a system prompt surprised Xiaji. System prompt: congratulations, you have obtained exclusive skills. Skill name: marksmanship, winter exclusive. Skill type: chaos. Skill consumption: chaos. Skill cooldown: chaos. Skill effect: the foundation of gunmanship, the cornerstone of your own path. The exclusive skill looks a bit high-end, but Xiaxi doesn't feel like he has any skill at all, because this skill is not systematically cast, and he can't actively use it himself. It feels more like you have condensed your marksmanship into a skill display. After studying the skills for a while, there was nothing gained. After looking at the map, Xiaxi came to the Hall of Heroes. Outside the hall is a huge open-air square, where many people are queuing up. Without the entry voucher to the Hall of Heroes, if you want to enter and challenge the professional inheritance, you must first pass the trial set by the NPC. He took out his shadow voucher and asked the NPC guarding the door. He was told that he could enter directly, eliminating the need to queue up. Xiaji stepped in. Then why did you go in directly? Can NPCs also establish relationships? Xiaji, who went in directly, was noticed by many people. Didn't you read the information on the official website? Those who can enter directly are those who can contribute more than 1% by fighting the boss in Novice Village. They seem to have some kind of mysterious shadow order, and many functional areas have priority. Another person also said he glanced at the palace gate and said something sour. That's a big boss. I only have 0.2% contribution value, I can't envy you. Entering the Hall of Heroes, there were many people, among which the largest number of people were in front of the Dragon Shadow Knight sculpture. The career ranking of Dragon Shadow Knight is very high, but the difficulty of the trial cannot even reach the top 500. Although it is a bit counterintuitive, it gives many players more hope of switching to a high-level career. Since the launch of the game, the number of successful Dragon Shadow Knight transfers has reached the highest level among the top 1,000 inherited professions. There are fully 1,000 in the entire Blue Star. This is despite the fact that only 3 countries have this inherited profession. Players queue up consciously, and only one person per sculpture can enter the trial at a time. Xiaji just came in, and he happened to see a player appear next to the statue after completing the challenge. The next player immediately enters the trial space, and the player who just left the trial space immediately runs to the back of the team and queues up again. Apparently he failed the challenge and planned to try again. How about it? How much blood will it cost to kill the trial figure this time? I've drained about 80% of my blood this time. If I try it a few more times, I should be able to pass it once I fully understand the attack pattern after the trial of the silhouette's remaining blood. Arriving at the back of the line, Xiaji lined up silently. There are no NPCs on duty in the Hall of Heroes, and players will not have the priority to recognize the credentials. Listening to the previous 2 brothers' exchange of experiences on the trial figures, it was not boring. After waiting in line for about an hour, it was finally Xiaji's turn. After glancing at the frowning brother who appeared next to the statue, it was obvious that he had failed again and Xiaji entered the trial. Seeing the trial figure who twice skewered himself into candied haws, rushing towards him with a gun again, Xiaji smiled. He was no longer the same person he was a month ago. Even looking at the lance in the hands of the trial figure, he was still in the mood to comment. It's a bit too long to use a lance in a single-player infantry battle, especially in a game where individual combat power is overwhelming. There are 3 types of guns. One is the large gun used in battle formations, which is about 5 meters long, allowing the infantry to attack the cavalry. The second is the lance used on horses, which is shorter and is often used for sprinting. The third is mostly used for sprinting. Used for performance, the flower spear is shorter than the lance and has a gaudy beauty. The 3 types of guns have their own advantages and disadvantages in different scenarios, and they are all covered in Winter's teaching. However, Xiaxi still prefers to use a long lance between the length of a lance and a spear in infantry combat. It has the advantage of long attack distance and flexibility. He dodged slightly to the left and easily avoided the charge of the trial figure. Before the trial figure could stop and draw the gun, Xiaoji rotated the gun barrel, biting the trial figure's spear with its head firmly, and passed over the trial figure's spear head. The basic spear he bought was half a meter shorter than the one used to test the silhouette, and it had to be locked in place. The attribute values of the trial figure were copied from those of the player. Thanks to the footwork taught by Donglin, Xiaoji kept the two people at an appropriate distance by taking advantage of their body skills. While he was blocking the sweep of the trial figure, he could also draw his gun and stab the trial figure from time to time. As for the trial figure, no matter whether it was retreating or advancing, it was always being pulled because its speed could not keep up with Xiaoji. In less than 2 minutes, the health bar on the figure's head dropped to less than 1/10. Without the system panel, that was the only thing Xiaoji could see. Snapped. Perhaps because he saw that he was almost dead and could not touch the opposite corner of the clothes, after the trial figure swept across again and was blocked, he directly threw away the spear in his hand, ignored the tip of the spear in front of him, and rushed straight towards Xiaoji. How could Xiaoji live up to his wish? The gun barrel in his hand danced, and the gun tip turned into countless phantoms and stabbed at the vitals of the trial figure. Bah, bah, bah. Several consecutive stabs did not cause any damage. The trial figure's weapon now is not a spear, but his hands. There might be something wrong with this trial. We can still change weapons temporarily. Xiaoji secretly complained in his heart, but his hand was very simple and he threw the spear in the same way. Compared with boxing, he is really worthy of Xiaoji. The two of them got closer, and the trial figure struck with fists, while Xiaoji transformed it into palms, and from time to time used strength to fight back. The trial figure changed his fists into palms and wanted to fight with Xiaoji. Xiaoji changed his palms into fists and relied on his flexible body skills to move and target the trial figure's flaws with punches to the flesh. Within a moment, the figure was overwhelmed, fell to the ground and died, turning into a point of light and disappearing. From the beginning to the end of the trial, the figure could not even touch the corner of Xiaoji's clothes. System prompt: congratulations. If the challenge is successful, you are allowed to change your job to Dragon Shadow Knight. System prompt: unlike ordinary professions, once you transfer to a heritage profession, you will never be able to transfer again. Do you want to confirm the transfer? Confirm. As the summer solstice was confirmed, a golden light hit the summer solstice. System prompt: congratulations. Successfully transferred to Dragon Shadow Knight. System prompt: due to the inherited profession, you can obtain additional free attribute points each time you upgrade, and the level attribute points have been automatically replenished. Xiaoji looked at the panel and found 20 more free attribute points out of thin air, which means that now you can get an additional 2 free attribute points each time you upgrade. System prompt: you have obtained a new energy bar, Power of Dragon Shadow, energy level 9. Affected by the existing energy bar, spiritual power, the power of Dragon Shadow disappears, and the configured skills undergo adaptive changes. System prompt: you have obtained professional skills, Dragon Shadow Riding, Dragon Shadow Charge, Dragon Shadow Marksmanship. System prompt: Dragon Shadow Marksmanship is affected by the existing skill, Marksmanship, Dragon Shadow Marksmanship disappears, and Marksmanship gains new effects. Skill name: Dragon Shadow Riding. Skill type: Chaos. Skill consumption: 1% of maximum spiritual power /second. Skill cooldown: none. Skill effect. Passive: the knight and the mount are linked through the power of the Dragon Shadow, and their wills are connected to form a symbiotic body. The mount's physique, spirit, and base speed are superimposed on the knight. Active: use the huge power of Dragon Shadow to stimulate the power of knights and mounts. The attributes of the symbiotic body are X 10.0. Skill name: Dragon Shadow Charge. Skill type: active. Skill consumption: 100.0 spiritual power. Skill cooldown: 10.0 minutes. Skill effect: cover yourself with the power of Dragon Shadow, charge forward, speed calculated as 1, if it fails to knock the target away, it will stop itself, and at the same time, the power of the Dragon Shadow will infect the target, causing an additional, Spirit X 100.0 points of spell damage. The longest charging distance is, Physique X 10.0 meters. Mounted state, charge distance and infection damage X 2.0. Skill name, Marksmanship, Winter exclusive. Skill type, Chaos. Skill consumption, Chaos. Skill cooldown, Chaos. Skill effect, the foundation of gunmanship, the cornerstone of your own path. Dragon Shadow, in the mounted state, Marksmanship damage X 2.0. As expected of the second-ranked profession, this skill bonus is too outrageous. After looking at the skill panel, Xiaoji exited the trial space. Looking at the decimal points on the 3 new skill panels, Xiaoji was a little confused. Regarding the skill Dragon Shadow Riding, Xiaoji was a little undecided between choosing to be durable and reduce the skill consumption, or choose to be explosive and increase the overall attribute bonus. The difference between being able to persist for 100 seconds or 1000 seconds is huge, but equally, the difference between a 10-fold attribute improvement and a 100-fold attribute improvement is also terrifying. For the time being, she has not thought about how to move this skill. Xiaoxi plans to wait until she encounters problems in the future and make a choice based on the situation. The marksmanship skill currently seems to be able to absorb other marksmanship to obtain new characteristics. It is difficult to guarantee whether there will be new characteristics that are more worthy of moving the decimal point in the future. The main reason is that Donglin promised to give him a dual career, and Donglin mainly plays guns, so Xiaoxi plans to wait until he changes to Donglin's profession and then see how to move the decimal point of the marksmanship skill. Therefore, the 3 newly acquired skills, Dragon Shadow Charge, allow Xiaoxi to move the decimal point without any worries, and move increased charging distance and infection damage while mounted to 20 times. The cooldown of Dragon Shadow Charge is too long, and its use to deal damage is completely overwhelmed by the annihilation effect. It seems that its only use for Xiaoji is to use it to escape when encountering danger. A beam of light flashed, and Xiaoji appeared next to the job transfer statue. After taking a look at the queue, which had been getting shorter since he entered the Hall of Heroes, Xiaoji walked straight out of the Hall of Heroes and then exited the game. There will be a New Year's Eve fireworks at 12 o'clock tonight, and I plan to go see them during the summer solstice. It is said that the cost of each firework is enough to provide a year's relief to more than 100 unemployed single young people. Put on your coat and open the door. Ah! A little girl of 7 or 8 years old was at the door ready to knock on the door, but Xiaoxi suddenly opened the door, startling her. Xian Su. Brother Xiaoji, do you want to watch the fireworks together? The little girl asked. Okay. I'm about to go too, what about your brother? He went downstairs to get snacks and asked me to go with you first. Okay, let's go. Bang. Bang. Not long after Xiaoji arrived with the little girl, fireworks exploded. The 4 characters' best wishes for the Year of the Sheep cover a large area of the sky. A certain military restricted area in Daxia. Xiaolong, is there still no way to break through level 50? A capable silver-haired old man wearing a dark green military uniform, with extremely deep brown pupils in his eyes, a straight waist, and a scar on the left side of his face added a bit of majesty. Breaking through level 50 requires a special item to open the career promotion trial, but players cannot obtain this item. Some NPCs do have it, but whether it is snatched or given to players, the attributes cannot be seen. There is no way to use it. Opposite the old man was a man with a cold face, as if the whole world owed him 8 million. I heard that you switched to the 3rd-ranked profession, why not switch to the 2nd-ranked Dragon Shadow Knight? It's not suitable for me. Besides, rankings of professions at the same level are meaningless. After testing, although the sample is small, it can be basically confirmed that there is almost no question of who is stronger and who is weaker among the top 10 professions. The so-called career rankings, it should be said it's a ranking of the strengths and weaknesses of professional owners. As we get older, our brains become a bit rigid. By the way, the Research Institute has now reproduced the DF-451, a KCR airburst bomb with a warhead assembly. I'll make the decision to load 100 rounds for your squad. You can go to Tianhua City in the Shadow World to get them. Looking at the cold-faced man sitting in the driver's seat of the plane, the old man suddenly remembered something, patted his head and said, Okay. The cold-faced man replied, pulled up the control stick, and with a roar, the helicopter's propellers rotated, causing a gust of wind. Today, Long came here specifically to accompany the old man on New Year's Eve, and both of them were very busy. But I have to go after half an hour's rest. Let's go, old man. The old man never married a wife and devoted his whole life to the country. The 7 continents and 5 oceans of Blue Star are all engraved with traces of his existence. He flew a fighter jet and walked his dog, and he flew a submarine and stole his house. That's exactly what he said. After retirement, he adopted the grandson of his comrades in arms and lived a leisurely retirement life. He thought that his life would be complete and would end in peace. Unexpectedly, he was pulled out of the army to serve as supreme commander in an unexpected situation, taking charge of the overall situation. It's over in just 1 hour. Why is it so short this year? Wang Xiansu opened a pair of large, clear eyes, which reflected the 4 characters Happy Year of the monkey made up of fireworks light spots. The appearance of these 4 words represents the end of this year's New Year's Eve fireworks. When it's over, go back to bed. I heard from Mom that your winter and summer vacations have been cancelled. Let's go have a meal with your parents tomorrow and then go back to school. The yellow-haired young man rubbed Wang Xiansu's head. You're not tall, don't touch my head. The little girl patted the yellow-haired young man's hand and hid behind Xiaji. Xiaji, do you want to go to my parents' place for dinner together? Yes, brother Xiaji, do you want to come with us? The little girl behind also pulled the corner of Xiaji's clothes. Ha, I won't. After watching the fireworks, the 3 of them chatted for a while and then went home. It is said that this year's New Year's Eve fireworks are indeed very short. In previous years, they were held until dawn. Little sister, sleep with me. I'll squeeze in with you tonight. Before Xiaji agreed, the yellow-haired young man pushed past Xiaji who had just opened the door and walked in. He threw away his cotton slippers and lay down on the bed, just like his own home. The same, without the slightest bit of self-consciousness from the guests. Okay. Looking at the yellow-haired young man lying on the bed, Xiaji felt helpless. He refused. Xiansu, go to bed early, kids can't stay up late. You have to get up early tomorrow, and it will take 3 or 4 hours to go to your parents' place. Good night. Okay, I know, brother Xiaji, good night. Watching Xiansu close the door of 12 to 4, Xiaji also closed the door. The next day, Xiaji watched the brother and sister leave with a pair of dark circles under her eyes. The yellow-haired young man snored so loudly that he couldn't sleep all night. Regarding the sound insulation ability of the building, Xiaji gives full marks and is not afraid of being proud of it. Yawning, Xiaji came to the sports field to start his daily 5 kilometers. His physical growth has been very obvious in the past month. 5 kilometers in 20 minutes is no longer a challenge for Xiaji. He is sprinting towards 18 minutes. There are very few people in the sports ground today. To be precise, there are very few people in the entire Qingba community. During the Spring Festival, most people in the community will go to reunite with their relatives. Qingba community is a relief housing community. All those who can live here are unmarried unemployed young people. After working, they will have special unit housing. After marriage, the government will take back the relief housing and allocate a 200 square meter urban house as a wedding room for the newlyweds. Therefore, there are basically no elderly people in the Qingba community, but children who come to play with their brothers and sisters can be seen from time to time. As for why you can see so many elderly people in the outer parks before the summer solstice, it is because Shipo next to Qingba community is an elderly community. Turn on the shower, wash away the sweat from running, and feel indescribably refreshing. Put on your helmet and get into the game. It's rare for the main city to feel deserted. After getting back the wildebeest from the NPC in the training area and opening the map, Xiaji decided to fight monsters and upgrade. Most of the players were now level 40, but he was still only level 10. There aren't many places to choose from, so it's best to collect materials and sell them for money while upgrading. In the end, Xiaxi chose the ghost mine in the mountains west of Wanyue City. It was the only place near Wanyue City where you could kill monsters and get materials without having to pull the monster corpses yourself. Without the rookie certificate given in the novice village, in this game, after killing the monster, you have to pick up things by yourself, which is very troublesome. After riding the dwarf wildebeest, the passive effect of Dragon Shadow riding took effect automatically, and the horse's speed more than doubled in an instant. Although it was much faster, riding on the horse in summer solstice did not cause the dryness of the wind in the eyes. At the moment of mounting the horse, Xiaji had a feeling. At this moment, I am the horse, and the horse is myself. At this moment, Xiaji turned into a centaur and could control every muscle of the wildebeest and perform various operations as he pleased. Drive! 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 Try active release. Dragon Shadow riding. At the summer solstice, one person and one horse turned into afterimages. The attributes increased tenfold, which was simply outrageous. Although it only lasted 100 seconds, Xiaxi felt that she was really invincible. If she were to be annihilated one by one, unless she had life-saving skills that could avoid injury and death, at the same level, I really don't know who could stop her. Send it yourself. Xiaji, who is riding a dwarf wildebeest, has the Dragon Shadow riding skill enabled. Annihilation's panel damage has reached a terrifying 25,600 points. Xiaxi can directly deal 38,400 points of real damage with the ultimate damage of independent spellcasting. With the blessing of Dragon Shadow riding, Xiaxi quickly arrived in front of the mountains in the west. There is a huge canyon in the middle of the mountains, where NPC troops are stationed. Following the guide on the forum, Xiaxi found the military supplies department in the military camp. Although the Chinese New Year has reduced the number of online players in the game, there are still many people here. According to the official guide, to enter the ghost mine, you need to purchase a teleportation scroll at the military supply store. There are 2 long lines outside the tent of the military supplies department. The starting point of one is the NPC in the military supplies department, purchasing items and submitting tasks. The other one is for players, who specialize in purchasing the ore produced by the ghost mine, and the purchase price is 10 times that of the NPC. Although there is no experience reward, players are still more willing to sell the ores they find to players. After all, they give too much. The player in charge of the acquisition was dressed in formal attire, and the big-brimmed hat on his head was printed with the national emblem of Daxia. It looked like an official handiwork. After queuing in the NPC queue for a while, it was Xiaxi's turn soon. Hello, I want to enter the ghost mine. Xiaxi said without any nonsense. The NPC was also very straightforward. He threw a yellow scroll to Xiaxi, and a mission was automatically accepted. The whole process took less than a minute. After all, there was a lot of people queuing up behind me. System prompt: you successfully accepted the task, Mineral Collection. Task name, Mineral Collection. Mission content: due to the influence of ghosts in the Kana's mine, some of the minerals were contaminated by the spirit of ghosts and turned into monsters. All creatures that entered the veins were attacked indiscriminately. After the monsters transformed from the minerals were killed, the ores would be regenerated. Although ordinary miners can no longer work normally, it is a good way to make money for those who have a certain amount of force. It just so happens that the military in Wanyue City is purchasing the ore from the ghost mine, and they won't let the ore you get rot in your own hands. Completion conditions: free submission via scroll. Mission rewards: 1 ilmenite equals experience x10, copper coin x10. 1 red-black copper equals experience x100, silver coin x1. 1 piece of fine silver equals experience x1000, silver coins x10. 1 black magic gold equals experience x10,000, gold coin x1. 1 immortal martial stone equals experience x100 million, gold coins x10,000. After getting the scroll and completing the mission, Xiaxi discovered that the NPC in this mission would not give extra rewards to players like the novice village. To put it bluntly, they could only get system rewards, which was equivalent to working for the NPC in vain. After opening the scroll, a light curtain pops up, allowing you to freely choose the mine you want to enter. Mine number 1. Recommended level, level 10. Current number of people, 53. Mine number 2. Recommended level, level 10. Current number of people, 41. Mine number 256. Recommended level, level 20. Current number of people, 841. Mine number 752. Recommended level, level 40. Current number of people, 11,235. Mine number 1100. Recommended level, level 60. Current number of people, 8. Mine number 2000. Recommended level, level 100. Current number of people, 1. There are a total of 2,000 mines to choose from, and there seems to be more after 2,000, but they are not selectable for players. It's better to be cautious when you're new here. Xiaoxi chose mine number 1 to test the water first. Looking at the many options, the only thing that puzzled him was that there was almost no one in mine 1500 after that. Why was there someone in the highest mine 2000? He suspected that someone was cheating. As the summer solstice selected mine number 1, the view changed and came to a mine tunnel corridor. The stone walls on both sides and the top were inlaid with blue emitting stones, which made the dim mine tunnel a bit scary, but it was better than being unable to see anything. There were no players or monsters in sight, and there was an invisible dark end in front and behind. Xiaoji headed in the direction he faced when he first entered. Sha sha sha. The mine tunnel is very quiet, with only the sound of summer solstice straw sandals stepping on the ground, and from time to time there is the sound of water drops dripping onto the ground. The somewhat scary environment gave Xiaoji the illusion that he was filming a horror movie. If it were the reality, he would never come. Kacha. For a while, I didn't encounter any players, but I encountered the first monster, a skeleton whose bones rubbed against each other and made a clicking sound when it walked. He was holding a big knife in his hand and had a circle of rags wrapped around his chest. Blue will-o'-the-wisps were burning inside his head, making Xiaoji's heartbeat faster. Until he saw the monster's attributes. Name, Blue Bone Skeleton Warrior. Level, level 10. Life, 610. Physique, 61. Spirit, 30. Skill. Self-destruction. When its own health is lower than 10%, it will ignite the soul fire, causing 60 points of soul damage within a 3-meter range. Reorganization. You can increase your strength by assembling the bones of other blue bone skeletons into your own body. The current number of extra bones is -1. After evenly distributing the free attribute points after changing jobs, Xiaoxi's current physical and mental health are both 34, and annihilation under normal circumstances can kill this skeleton. -610. When the blue bone skull was still 10 meters away from the summer solstice, a precise number appeared from the skull. System prompt, experience plus 100. Ta! The blue bone skeleton didn't even have a chance to self-destruct. The soul fire dissipated and the bones were scattered on the ground. Reaching level 11 requires 10,000 experience points and requires killing 100 skeletons. Xiaoxi has no plans to continue killing here. He wants to go to the mines further back. He thinks he has the capital. Walking to the pile of bones, there are 3 items with properties. Item name, Ilmenite fragments. Item quality, ordinary. Item effect, the toughness of the created item plus 1.0. Item introduction, or can be found everywhere and can be dug in almost all mines. Every 10 ilmenite fragments can be synthesized into 1 standard ilmenite. Of course, it doesn't actually need to be synthesized, because the ore must be smelted first. Equipment name, Grey Bones Cloak. Equipment quality, ordinary. Equipment effect, physique plus 1.0. Equipment durability, 3.0/10.0. Equipment introduction, if you don't mind that it was ripped from a gray skeleton, you can also use it to cover your shame. Who knows which first owner you are of the cloak, and where its last owner got it entangled. Equipment name, Blue Bone Saber. Equipment quality, ordinary. Equipment effect, edge, can cause constitution plus 8.0 points of physical damage when chopping, and the ultimate damage is 86.0. Equipment durability, 8.0/9.0. Equipment introduction, if you use a little more force, the sword will break into pieces. An ore shard, a knife, a cloak. He put away the ore, put on his cloak, and wrapped a piece of cloth around his chest. Can this really be called a cloak? Xiaji is very suspicious. I haven't taken the summer solstice sword, and it cannot be stacked when placed in a backpack. The purchase price at the NPC store is 1 copper coin, and selling it in the city is not enough for travel expenses. He took out the mine teleportation scroll, and after waiting for a while to get out of the battle, Xiaji returned to the military camp. After taking his horse back to the manger in the military camp, Xiaji entered the mine again. Although it's a bit strange to ride into the mine on horseback, the passive effect and attribute bonus of Dragon Shadow riding are really strong. Even if the decimal point is not moved, the 10 times bonus is very outrageous. Although it consumes a lot of spiritual energy, Xiaji's meditation has also been modified, and the mana recovery is 2% in 6 seconds, which is very fast. The pygmy wildebeest's physical and mental abilities are both 30. As long as he mounts his horse, relying on Dragon Shadow riding's passive is equivalent to gaining 10 levels out of thin air. This time he chose mine number 500, with a recommended level of 30 and a current population of 5,632. Ha ha. Fuck. When I first came in, I didn't have time to look around. A huge skeleton came straight to Xiaji's head with a hammer bigger than Xiaji. It had the momentum to smash Xiaji's people and horses into pulp, and it caused gusts of wind. Dragon Shadow riding, Dragon Shadow charge. Bang. With both skills activated, Xiaji's horse turned into an afterimage and narrowly avoided the giant hammer. The giant hammer hit the ground, splashing up a pile of rubble, and Xiaji had already appeared 50 meters away. Name, Blue Bone Warriors, Elite. Level 30. Life, 53,000. Constitution, 530. Spirit, 120. Skill. Self-destruction. When its health is lower than 10%, it will ignite the soul fire, causing 1,200 points of soul damage within a 30-meter range. Reorganization. You can increase your strength by assembling the bones of other blue bone skeletons into your own body. The current number of extra bones is 132. Overlord Hammer method. When using hammer weapons, the damage is increased by 50% and the flexibility is increased by 100%. Blue Bone Body, immune to 20% physical damage and 10% spell damage, and the soul damage received increases by 30%. Blue Bone Warriors, according to the information I saw on the official website, are elite monsters in the ghost mine. The probability of appearing is not high. On average, one Blue Bone Warrior can be refreshed in a mine a day. Unexpectedly, it was teleported to its face when it came in. So unlucky. Xiaji, who is currently riding a horse, only has 650 blood, so it is okay to use Dragon Shadow riding. It has 6,500 blood and is a pure glass cannon. If it is touched, there is a risk of sudden death. But now that he is far away, Xiaji is completely worthy. He now has 25,800 damage from an annihilation panel, and it only takes 3 hits to kill the Blue Bone Warrior in seconds. Annihilation. Minus 25,800. Pulled to his maximum output distance of 100 meters, with the blessing of riding skills, the farthest output of annihilation is actually 6,500 meters, but the mine is too dark. 100 meters is the limit of Xiaji's vision, and the prerequisite for using annihilation is Xiaji can lock the opponent's vision. First, 2 shots of annihilation reduced the Blue Bone Warrior's health to 10.1%, and then the annihilation ended it directly. Within half a minute, the Blue Bone Warrior fell on the running road. System prompt, experience plus 30,000. System prompt, level improvement. System prompt, level improvement. Upgraded 2 levels in a row. Adding points will still mean average physique and spirit, and this will probably be the case in the future. It can be foreseen that annihilation will be Xiaji's absolute combat power for a long time, and all points added will serve annihilation. As for the marksmanship, with his dozens of points of physical fitness, it would be difficult for Xiaji to scrape off any ashes for the Blue Bone Warrior unless he was riding a horse. Or annihilation comes quickly and without risk. Arrive at the pile of bones scattered by the blue bone warriors. A piece of jade silver, a hammer, and a ghost core. The equivalent of 11 gold coins was entered into the account. Because of his talent, whether he submits a task to an NPC or a player who collects minerals, a piece of jade silver can be sold for 1 gold coin. The ghost core submitted to the guardian of the cinema is worth 1 gold coin, and it will also become 10 gold coins with the talent. As for the hammer, it was too heavy for Xiaji to pick up. Even if it was sold in Wanyue City, it would cost only 1 silver coin, so Xiaji still carefully picked it up in his backpack. In just 1 minute, he earned 11,000 united coins, plus the more than 100 gold coins he received last time, which made Xiaji feel a little unreal. After all, his monthly subsidy was only 2,000 united coins. Put things away. The Blue Bone Rex was at an intersection in the mine. There were 7 directions to choose from, and Xiaji chose one at random. Fubuki, please stop. You're doing too much damage. I can't hold back my hatred anymore. I come. After walking for a while, Xiaji came across a team of 3 people forming a team to kill the Blue Bone Skeleton Warrior. This skeleton has 2,600 health points. It holds a broadsword and a shield and fights 3 players back and forth. It is worth mentioning that this game does not have a friend system or a team system, let alone friend damage reduction. If the cooperation is not good, an AoE may appear and kill teammates and monsters together. Xiaji saw 3 people, and the 3 people also noticed Xiaji. Without any verbal communication, the 3 of them led the monster to the wall in a tacit understanding. The mine tunnel was 5 meters wide, leaving enough space for Xiaji to pass through. Xiaji rode a horse, and the dwarf wildebeest walked away slowly. After the summer solstice passed, the 3 of them once again pulled the monster into the middle, making it stuck on the wall and making it difficult to play. The blue will-o'-the-wisp on the skull's head suddenly turned red, and Wufeng Chueshua holding the blue bone sword suddenly roared. Sage, please break the skeleton and explode. Fuck. The staff's durability is gone, and I can't let go of silence. Sage wailed, and his figure quickly retreated, trying to escape the explosion range of the blue bone skeleton. And he did succeed. However, Wufeng Chuexu and Langho, who were close combatants, were not so lucky. Because they were too close, they would be banned for 10 days if they took 2 steps back. Wow. Unexpectedly, it exploded, and the blue bone skeleton turned into a pile of bones. The 3 of them glanced at the pile of bones scattered with skeletons, and all looked in the direction where Xiaji left. There was not a single person in sight, only endless darkness. Ha, I met a kind-hearted boss. Wolf Howl exhaled. Let's go back to the mine in the level 20 area. The risk of jumping to level 16 to fight monsters is too high. Okay. Wolf Howl and Seg said in unison. Leaving this episode, Xiaji walked and stopped all the way, encountering several bluebone skeleton warriors and shooters on the way, all of which had too low health. After harvesting several intact pieces of ilmenite, Xiaji lost interest in staying here. He plans to visit the level 50 mine. Then after going around the level 50 mine, Xiaji expanded again, skipping levels all the way until Xiaji came to the 2000 mine. The HP of ordinary monsters here is about 10,000, and they have a series of skills. If Xiaji fights them, whoever fights first will win. After losing a level 100 bluebone skeleton warrior in seconds, Xiaji decided to do it here. Unlike mine number 1, killing a skeleton will drop an ore fragment, and it takes 10 to synthesize one. Killing a skeleton in mine number 2000 will yield 10 complete pieces of ilmenite, which is equivalent to 10 silver coins for Xiaji. How is this different from picking up money? So Xiaji happily started farming in mine number 2000. Encounter ordinary monsters. Dragon Shadow Riding, Annihilation. Minus 13,400. Second. System Prompt, Experience plus 80,000. System Prompt, Level Improvement. System Prompt, Level Improvement. The experience given is much more than that of level 30 elite monsters, but it is much easier to fight than the elite monsters. After all, it can kill you in seconds. Of course, the premise that level 100 ordinary monsters are easy to fight is to only look at the blood volume and ignore the dozen or so skills that cannot be used. Encountered elite monsters. Fuck, it's looking over here. Dragon Shadow Riding, Dragon Shadow Charge. Run. The blood volume of level 100 elite monsters is generally around 200,000. Even if you use Extreme Annihilation to scratch it, it will take nearly 5 or 6 hits, and the cooldown of one ultimate annihilation is as high as half a minute. Although it can be forced to fire continuously and the freedom of independent casting is ridiculously high, the current Xiaoji will die suddenly on the spot due to spiritual disorder once the system panel damage is fired more than 5 times in a row. Even if Xiaoji independently casts spells to perfectly control the cooling and power, it would still take half a minute to kill a level 100 elite monster without considering the consumption of spiritual power. The long list of skills of elite monsters contains more or less long-range damage. Once the opponent fights back, the risk of him being killed is too high. So Xiaoji didn't dare to fight. Maintaining the method of running away when encountering ordinary monsters and running away when encountering elite monsters, Xiaoji took every step in the mine very carefully. Under such high-quality monster spawning, Xiaoji reached level 39 in just a few hours. Now the experience required for each level is measured in millions, and the experience required to reach level 40 has skyrocketed to 4.5 million experience. As 31, the total experience gained by reaching level 39 is higher than that from level 40 to level 41, but the attribute points given by level up have not changed at all. In fact, it's not that many for Summer Solstice, just a few hundred ordinary monsters. Except that it takes more time to find monsters, everything else is fine. 1 minute before being kicked out of the game, Xiaoji exited the mine. Being kicked out of the game without leaving the battle would leave his body behind. Xiaoji didn't want to be forced to stay by the monsters the moment he was kicked. In this game, as long as there is hatred from a monster, you will be forced into a combat state, even if you are not attacking or taking damage. Eagle Country, White House. Your Excellency, Katniss said you were looking for me? The president of Eagle Country sat on the presidential chair, and a young man with gold-rimmed glasses stood across from the desk. Kenneth, according to the latest news, Daxia has reproduced the DF series equipment in the Shadow World. Why haven't I seen what you promised me yet? Your Excellency, we have completed most of the assembly of the hydrogen bomb, but we have not found anything that can be called heavy in the film world. We are looking for other leads. I don't want your reasons, I just want results. I don't give you so many resources just for you to come up with reasons. Your Excellency, the only clue we have so far requires too high a level of combat power for us to lead the way. Even if that person goes there in person, he is not qualified. We have been stuck at level 50 for too long. We don't know when the follow-up system will be opened. We have no choice but to resign ourselves to fate. My suggestion is to suspend hydrogen bomb experiments and switch to conventional weapons. Then temporarily close Laboratory 0, and you can go to Laboratory 1 to help. As you wish, Your Excellency. Youth exits Presidential Office. Script type equals text/JavaScript, language equals JavaScript, src equals https://live.premies.text/live/libview.php, s equals 121252 and kbuster equals %cachebuster%%/script. After finishing my daily exercise, I browsed the official website and forums, and Xiaoji entered the game again. I sold all the ores to the official players and got 10 gold coins. In addition, I sold them twice before when my backpack was not enough. In less than 8 hours, Xiaoji earned a total of 73 gold coins in mine number 2000. It made no difference to Xiaoji whether to sell the ore to the NPC or the official. The NPC had a little more experience that Xiaoji looked down on. Considering the subsidy and the official appeal, Xiaoji finally decided to sell the ore to the official. The official issued an announcement on the official website calling on players to sell the ore they found to official recycling personnel. This operation blinded Xiaoji's titanium alloy dog. Under various official operations, the game has been open for a month, and the price of game currency continues to rise. This game can be regarded as one of a kind. Under the official ratio of 1 gold coin to 1,000 United coins, the black market price has reached a terrifying 1 to 5,000, 5 times the official price. Of course, this may be related to the official's strong crackdown on the black market. Since the server was launched, thousands of private exchange websites have been banned almost every day. This situation can be said to have made Xiaoji's difficulty in buying a game cabin plummet. With the speed at which he spawned monsters in the mine, it was too easy to earn money. After selling the ore, Xiaoji led the horse into mine number 2000 again. Set a small goal to reach level 40 within half an hour. Riding a horse, Xiaoji walked slowly in the mine. He didn't dare go too fast, his vision was too dark, and he was afraid of hitting the monster's face. He must be very alert along the way. If the remote monster discovered him first, he wouldn't even have a chance to escape. The monsters in the main mines were too scattered, and Xiaoji encountered at most 2 ordinary monsters together. Annihilation's group attack effect cannot be used at all. The level 40 Summer Solstice has a full 124 points of physical and mental strength. Counting equipment in Dwarf Wildebeests, with Dragon Shadow Riding actively activated, the group attack range reaches 1550. The number of targets is also a full 1540. But in the mine, Annihilation can only be used as a single target skill, and Xiaoji feels a little sad for the waste. Rumble. Just as he reached out to pick up the ore on the ground, Xiaoji suddenly stood up. The ground suddenly began to vibrate regularly, and it became more and more intense. Roar. Something huge is approaching. But he couldn't see anything within 100 meters of Xiaoji's field of vision. He was like a blind man. Appeared, the culprit of the vibration, a huge bone dragon had emerged from the darkness. Name, Ghost Bone Dragon, Leader. Level 100. Lives, 100 million. Constitution, 4,350. Spirit, 2,300. Skill. Self-destruction. When its health is lower than 10%, it will ignite the soul fire, causing 23 million points of soul damage within a radius of 30,000 meters. The default unit for range is meters. Advanced reorganization. You can obtain new characteristics and skills by adding new bones. Current number of special bones, 39. Ghost Dragon Flame spouts out a breath of terrifying scorching dragon breath, causing 23,000 points of soul damage and 230,000 points of fire damage to the target. At the same time, it continues to burn the target, causing 1,000 points of fire damage every second until the target dies. The furthest attack distance is 10,000 meters, and the cooldown is 3 seconds. Seeing the attributes of the dragon head, Xiaoji did not hesitate. He took out the teleportation scroll and got on his horse. The Ghost Bone Dragon's hatred was on him and he could not teleport out. Dragon Shadow Riding, Dragon Shadow Charge. Regardless of whether he would bump into other monsters, Xiaoji rode his horse and ran for the road. The Ghost Bone Dragon's ridiculously high blood volume and endless skill list made Xiaoji dare not have any ideas. Fortunately, Ghost Bone Dragon talked about martial ethics and did not give him a burst of dragon flames out of sight, which made Xiaoji very lucky. Although I can't beat him, I'm still very confident in outrunning the Ghost Bone Dragon Xiaoji. The Dwarf Wildebeest can reach a speed of 30 meters per second, and can reach 40 meters per second with its own superposition. The agility of the Dragon Shadow Riding skill is as high as 1545, which directly increases Xiaoji's speed to 55.7 meters per second. Then Dragon Shadow's charging speed doubles, and Xiaoji's instantaneous burst speed can reach 111.4 meters per second. Coupled with the larger size of the Ghost Bone Dragon, which is not suitable for moving in the mine tunnel, there is a chance for Xiaoji. The ultimate distance of Longying's charge of more than 300,000 meters, Physique X 10 by 20, is enough for Xiaoji to run away with all his spiritual power. After turning left and right in the intricate mine tunnels, his spiritual power was exhausted, and the charge was over. The figure and movement of the Ghost Bone Dragon had long since disappeared. I took out the teleportation scroll, but it couldn't be used. The hatred of the Ghost Bone Dragon was still there. Not daring to linger too long, Xiaoji dismounted and meditated, regained half of his spiritual power, and continued running wildly with the Dragon Shadow Riding skill. Along the way, Xiaoji's spiritual power has always remained above 30%. Once it drops to 30%, stop and meditate for a while. The 2% recovery effect every 6 seconds is still very good, except for the fact that you can't meditate right away. I just ran and stopped, using Dragon Shadow Charge as soon as it cooled down. I kept running for 3 hours and was kicked out of the game when the time was almost up. Xia Ji was a little desperate. He didn't believe in ghosts and gods. After praying to the gods and Buddhas, he was prepared to be kicked out of the game and the game characters would die. But maybe the summer solstice prayers played a role. Finally, the hatred of the ghost bone dragon disappeared from him. Xiaoqi instantly opened the teleportation scroll in his hand and exited mine number 2000 without any hesitation. I don't know if it was just luck. After running for 3 hours, Xiaoqi didn't encounter a single monster. It's too scary. Xiaoqi won't enter mine 2000 no matter what. Also, changing the game cabin must be put on the agenda. If he is kicked out of the game at a critical moment, Xiaoqi will cry to death. According to the gold coin exchange ratio on the black market, a game cabin only costs 200 gold coins. After clearing the ore in the bag, Xiaoqi now has 140 gold coins, which is almost enough for the next mine. After looking at the list of mines, I saw that the unknown player in mine number 2000 was still there. I hope he wouldn't encounter the ghost bone dragon. Quit the game and continue your daily run. Next time I come in, Xiaoqi decides to go to mine number 1999. City B, a luxury villa area. As a first-tier city where every inch of land is at a premium, those who can live here are basically either rich or expensive. The basement of a villa with retro decoration. A game cabin inlaid with golden patterns lay quietly. In addition to the pattern, this game cabin was also larger than an ordinary game cabin. Following 2 jets of white gas, the hatch of the game cabin popped up. A cold-looking man climbed out. The cold man went to the bathroom and the cubicle to wash himself, hung up a bathrobe and walked out of the basement to the rooftop on the 2nd floor of the villa. The sun was shining brightly today. Although the wind was slightly cold and the sun could not provide any warmth, the cold man had an expressionless face, but the low temperature of 2 or 3 degrees did not seem to have any effect on him. Picking up the Leia Bacon he had just taken out from the wine cabinet, the man lay on the rocking chair and took a sip. That's a comfort. Dragon originally didn't drink. During a cross-border mission, Long and his team were almost wiped out. But someone didn't know who brought a bottle of fake Leia Bacon. They relied on the bottle of low-quality industrial alcohol mixed with water to prepare a bottle of liquid explosives and successfully blew up the protective device of the mission factory, leaving them with no ammunition or food. Able to escape. Because of that mission, his facial nerves were damaged. The sunny boy who once loved to laugh could no longer laugh, but at least he survived. Since then, he has fallen in love with this little bottle of cuteness. Although they tried it several times after returning, they found that the original product could not match the liquid explosive at all. We soldiers just don't. The cell phone that Long had casually left on the table next to him suddenly rang. Explain. Major General, the electromagnetic conductivity of high-purity dragon soul gold is unexpectedly good. What the Institute is asking is if you can temporarily put down other tasks and prioritize hunting ghost bone dragons. We need at least 100 yuan. If you can get more, then that's even better. New. Pa. After hanging up the phone and throwing the phone back on the table, Long lay back on the rocking chair again and decided to take a break for himself. In order to find a way to summon the bone dragon in the ghost mine, he stayed in the mine for 7 or 8 days, and then went out to chat with the old man on New Year's Eve night. He hadn't seen the sun for 8 days and was almost turning into a gopher. After browsing the forum for a while, Xiaoji entered the game again. Opening the teleportation scroll in the ghost mine, a light curtain unfolded. There is no one in mine number 2000. It seems that the player was also driven away by the ghost bone dragon. After selecting mine number 1999, the view flipped and revealed a blue mine tunnel, no different from mine number 2000. Riding a horse, I quickly encountered the first monster, which had lower attributes and dropped less ore after killing it. It's not a big problem, just try to get 200 gold coins in 8 hours. So Xiaoji started his journey of killing monsters and earning money by killing monsters and running away when encountering elite monsters. Roar! There was a loud roar and the sound of a giant stomping on the ground. Xiaoji immediately took out the teleportation scroll. He was locked in hatred again. Dragon Shadow Riding, Dragon Shadow Charge. Xiaoji turned around and ran away. He sincerely thanked the Ghost Bone Dragon and its entire family for not having any hatred to target him twice. And at the other end of the mine, the dragon wearing a martial arts robe came to the birthplace of the Ghost Bone Dragon. Apart from scattered shell-like gravel, there was not even half a dragon shadow. Damn! That bastard lured the Ghost Bone Dragon away. Again. The same thing happened to him last time in mine number 2000. By the time he arrived at the location, the dragon was gone. He chased the Ghost Bone Dragon for 2 or 3 hours before catching up. After taking out a palm-sized sign and determining the direction, the dragon turned into an afterimage. Phew! This time he was not chased wildly, but after running for more than 10 minutes, the hatred of the Ghost Bone Dragon disappeared from Xiaoji's body. Ho! That player also ran to take refuge in mine number 1999. Xiaoji smiled knowingly, knowing that someone else was unlucky together, which made him feel more balanced. After exiting the mine, Xiaoji cleaned up the ore on his body and found a total of 203 gold coins in his bag, which was enough to buy a game cabin. Exit the game and turn on your phone. Click on the ladder that you haven't used in half a year, open the browser, and enter a mysterious code. A dark web page appears. The world's #1 dark web, Deep Ice. It is said that there is an armed organization behind it. Of course, this has nothing to do with the summer solstice. He is here to exchange money. The exchange rate of Shinbing's game currency is much higher than the official uniform price. It once reached the level of 1:10,000. However, due to the pressure of various countries, it was forcibly reduced to 5,000. In fact, there are many small websites with exchange rates exceeding 10,000, but you have to carefully consider whether they are phishing websites or not. Xiaoji didn't have the ability to identify phishing websites. Shinbing was the website with the highest exchange rate he could find while ensuring safety. Click Confirm on the redemption interface, and a dialog box will pop up. Select the main city where the game is located, enter your bank account, and a code and address will pop up. After exiting the website, Xiaoji came to the sports ground of the community. There were still many people there. This was his last time running, and Xiaoji wanted to try his current limit. Hang your coat on the railing, come to the track, warm up for 3 minutes, and start running. Xiaoji ran all the way, causing a burst of exclamations. 1 lap of the track is a standard 400 meters, and 5 kilometers requires 12.5 laps. 17 minutes and 26 seconds. Not bad. Even in the army, he can be considered a good player. After finishing the run, Xiaoji walked around the community and entered the game again. Following the coordinates on the dark web, Xiaoji came to the door of the job transfer hall. There was a person standing there and comparing it carefully. Yes, it was exactly the same as the exchanger described on the dark web. But looking at the big-brimmed hat on her head, Xiaoji was a little unsure. Isn't that an official person? With the mentality of giving it a try, Xiaoji stepped forward and spoke the code. How many gold coins do you want to exchange? The exchange clerk smiled sweetly. 200 gold coins. You need to pay gold coins first before transferring money when exchanging on the dark web, but don't worry, it's very safe. Okay. As Xiaoji said, he threw a pile of gold coins on the ground, which was put away by the exchange staff. The gold coins in the backpack did not occupy any space and could be stacked infinitely, but it was a bit troublesome to trade. Regarding dark web exchange, Xiaoji has not heard any negative news for the time being, and the exchange staff has official backgrounds, so Xiaoji is still very relieved. Wait for me, I'll go transfer the money. After collecting the gold coins from Xiaoji, the exchange staff went offline. In less than 10 seconds, a beam of light fell and the exchange staff appeared again. Hello, the transfer is completed. You can go offline to confirm. If you have any questions, come to me at any time. I am on duty here most of the time. If you want to exchange gold coins in the future, you don't need to go to the dark network to exchange them. You can come to me directly. I'll give you a price of 1:6,000. So in fact, I can get a higher exchange rate by coming to you directly as an official? So what is the exchange rate on the official website? If you come to me directly, the official ratio is 1 to 1,000, no matter the price. But if you come from the dark web, you won't be able to find an official purchase in the future, and they won't say anything if I make some extra money. But remember not to talk nonsense. Keep it secret. The exchange clerk winked at Xiaji mischievously. Without chatting with the exchange staff, Xiaji quit the game. Open a bank account. Current balance, 1,001,323. Open the online shopping software, find the game cabin you want, add it to the shopping cart, and choose to pay. Knock knock knock. Hello, the game cabin you ordered has arrived. Logistics in this era is very fast. Less than half an hour after ordering, Xiaji, who was watching the short video, heard a knock on the door. But at this point, Xiaji will probably deliver the goods near the community, and it will take 2 hours to take the subway to the city. These bloggers probably all went to play games and stopped updating videos frequently. They sighed with a sigh of summer and ran to open the door. The delivery person was an uncle wearing suspender overalls, followed by a transport robot. Hello, I need to confirm the last 4 digits of the identity code. XXXX. This is the acceptance form, please sign for it. The delivery person handed Xiaji an acceptance form. The game cabin is relatively large, and your door isn't wide enough. A delivery robot carrying a large box got stuck in the doorway. The delivery person compared them and said to Xiaji, "Your window is big enough, but half a window is not enough. You need to tear down the window. Do you agree? If not, you can also tear down the wall. Let's take down the windows." With the sound of work, Xiaji's bed was replaced by a silver-white game cabin, and the original folding iron bed, quilt and game helmet were put away. After connecting the nutrient solution delivery pipe and wires, the game cabin begins self-checking. With a series of beeps, the self-test is completed, the green indicator light lights up, and it can be used normally. After reinstalling the window, the delivery man and robot leave. Xiaji opened the lid of the game cabin and lay down in it. Not bad, I finally don't have to spend money on nutrition bars anymore. The screen changes and summer solstice enters the game. I jumped on the spot and moved my body a little. There was no difference in the game from when using a gaming helmet. When I took out the teleportation scroll in the mine, no light curtain popped up. The military camps leaving the mountains to the west are actually unusable. Riding on horseback, Xiaji headed west. How can I do it with only 3 gold coins? I can go to the mines to get money for upgrades. It would be better if I didn't have the ghost bone dragon. Xiaji is now level 43. It only took 1 day to catch up with the player's large army level, and is about to surpass it. Looking at the list of mines on the light screen, the old man went to mine number 1998. Without thinking too much, Xiaji also chose mine number 1998. If he was lucky enough to meet him, he really wanted to exchange experiences with that man about being chased by the ghost bone dragon. Ka ka ka. As soon as I entered the mine, I heard the sound of rocks breaking. The location we entered this time was a huge cave. There was a huge stone egg in the middle of the cave, but gravel kept falling off the eggshell. Then Xiaji watched helplessly as a bone dragon head broke out of its shell. Roar! An information source throws out. Mom! The properties are exactly the same as those in mine number 2000. Seeing the attribute panel of the bone dragon head, Xiaji was so frightened that he took out the teleportation scroll. Brother, I just came in and I didn't have time to kill your little brother. The hatred was locked, and Xiaji got back on his horse. Dragon Shadow Riding, Dragon Shadow Charge. With afterimages behind him, Xiaji randomly chose a passage and got in. Roar! With a loud roar, the ghost bone dragon's eggshell was completely shattered. The bone dragon revealed its true form, looked up at the direction Xiaoji left, and chased after him with a roar. As one person and one dragon left, the cave became quiet. Within 10 minutes, a figure wearing martial arts robes appeared in the cave. Grass. Long's originally warm and sunny face gradually turned cold. Because he has facial paralysis in reality, after learning how to laugh for 2 days in the film world, Long loves to laugh, but now he can't laugh. This is the third time. He summoned the ghost bone dragon 3 times in total, but each time he was lured away by the bastard, causing him to waste time chasing after him. Long was very sure that the same person had the ability to run through level 50 and level 100 area mines 3 times, and the whole world combined could only use 2 hands. Taking out the guidance token, the dragon chased after him in the direction the ghost bone dragon left. I sincerely thank Ghost Bone Dragon for his high quality and never spitting when he sees no one. After running for 2 hours, Xiaoji finally got rid of the hatred of the Ghost Bone Dragon and immediately disappeared into the mine. When he clicked on the light curtain again, Xiaoji felt a little psychologically depressed. This time he was teleported directly to the side of the boss. What should he do if he teleported directly to the boss's mouth next time? By then, no matter how good-tempered the boss is, he probably won't be able to resist biting him. Bless those who share the same problem in mine number 1998, the summer solstice has entered number 1997. Xiaoji was very cautious this time, always holding the teleportation scroll in his hand. If anything went wrong, he would run away immediately, never giving Bone Dragon the slightest chance to lock his hatred on him. After entering the mine and waiting for a while, there was no movement. Feeling relieved, Xiaoji got on his horse and began to slowly look for the mobs. This time, we seemed to have good luck. We didn't encounter any boss until the backpack was filled with ores, and we only encountered blue bone warriors a few times during the summer solstice. When Xiaoji went out to clean his backpack, he found that the player had gone to mine number 1986. After thinking about it, Xiaoji also chose mine number 1986. Roar. Bang. Boom. Xiaoji went in and heard a loud roar and the sound of heavy objects hitting. As soon as he came in, he bumped into the bone dragon, but his hatred was not towards Xiaoji. Xiaoji was very happy and immediately took out the teleportation scroll and left the mine. It is estimated that the player has collided with the ghost bone dragon. I hope he can save the day, but judging from the sound, it is more likely to be more serious than bad. Anyway, Xiaoji has no intention of helping, sending death. Returning to 1997, Xiaoji embarked on a pleasant journey of making money. And this brushing lasted for more than 10 days. These days, the days of killing monsters are no longer monotonous. Every time I go out to sell mines, I can see another player being chased by the boss into other mines. Now that player has gone to mine number 1893. One thing to say is that the player was really unlucky. After Xiaoji, out of curiosity, he followed the player to the same mine again. As a result, I met the ghost bone dragon again. I felt that the player was unlucky. Xiaoji returned to his lovely 1997, a cute mine that had not farmed the ghost bone dragon for several days. As for the possibility of that player chasing the bone dragon, with 100 million health points and tens of millions of skill damage, Xiaoji can only say that it is impossible, absolutely impossible. Phew, the backpack is full again, it's time to go. Xiaoji now has more than 2,000 gold coins in his hand, and his level reached level 50 a few days ago. After seeing that it took 5.1 billion experience to upgrade to level 51, Xiaoji was really frightened. It was more than 100 times more than it took to upgrade to level 50. Why did this happen? Even for someone like him who can walk around the level 100 mining area, it would take a huge amount of time to level up, let alone other ordinary players. Of course, compared to the high experience requirements, killing monsters without giving experience is even more fucked up. After reaching level 50, you will automatically receive a career promotion task. Task name, Career Promotion. Task content, you have reached the level bottleneck, and your current professional rank is not enough to support you to continue to improve your strength. Go for it. Collect 3 career cores to start the promotion path of the current career. Completion conditions. 1. Professional Core, 0/3. Mission reward, open the road to career advancement. Professional cores are not uncommon and are sold in stores opened by some NPCs. But under normal circumstances, NPCs will not sell them to players. However, many players stole, robbed, or cheated. Generally speaking, they obtained many professional cores. However, the professional cores obtained through abnormal means did not have attribute panels and could not be used to submit tasks. As for the normal way, there is no normal way to obtain it. The official statement is that functions above level 50 have not yet been enabled for players, and the specific activation time will be notified on the official website after it is activated. Saying it is the same as not saying it. After cleaning up his backpack, Xiaji rode towards the movie theater in the north. He had no money before, but now he plans to build weapons first. Showing the Xianying order, he entered the camp smoothly. First submit the ghost core, and after receiving 10 gold coins, Xiaji came to the prophet's tent. This tent is very big, and there are 3 old men inside. The old man who originally gave the Xianying certificate is also there. Adventurer, are you here for business? Sensing someone entering, the old man with a white beard opened his eyes and asked. I want to build equipment. Xiaji said and took out the long stick of chaos and the long stick of order. According to the official website, the guardian prophets in the movie theater are these 3 old men. They can use the long stick of chaos to create growth equipment. If there is a long stick of order, it can also be exclusive. For those who will go to the Shadow Realm, we originally wanted to provide equipment for free, but due to certain rules, you must provide 1,000 gold coins for sacrifice. I'm ready for this. Xiaji threw 1,000 gold coins on the ground. What are your requirements for the equipment? One thing to note is that the more functions you give to the equipment, the weaker the functional strength will be. The white-bearded old man put away the gold coins with a wave of his hand, and at the same time took the 2 sticks in Xiaji's hand. I want to build a long gun weapon that can be freely expanded and retracted in length and size. By the way, the mass distribution of the best equipment can be freely adjusted. Because the battle scenes cannot be static, the simplest horse fighting, foot fighting, single combat and battle formation all have different requirements for the length of the spear, so Xiaji wants a multifunctional spear that can even be compressed into a dagger in a narrow space. Forgive me for being ignorant, but what is quality? Well, it's the weight. You can adjust the head or tail weight of the gun at any time. If necessary, the long gun can be used as a long hammer. Okay, wait a moment. Taking the things, the old man with the white beard disappeared. The other 2 old men were still meditating with their eyes closed, not wanting to pay attention to Xiaji. Xiaji was not kept waiting, but within a few minutes, the old man with a white beard appeared holding a silver-white pistol that was much taller than a man. The body of the gun is engraved with dark purple lines, and it looks like an extraordinary product. Zhun. There was a gunshot, the gun body vibrated slightly, broke away from the white-bearded old man's hand, and flew into Xiaji's hands. The gun body was slightly cold when he took it into his hands. It felt a little strange, very weird, and it felt a little addictive. Xiaji held it and was unwilling to let go. The little guy can't wait to find his owner. Give him a name. The old man with a white beard stroked his beard and said with a smile. Looking at the silver gun in his hand, Xiaji thought for a while and said, since it has black and purple lines all over its body, let's just call it Xianzi. Zhun. As Xiaji said the name of the gun in his hand rang softly and then calmed down. He didn't know whether he was satisfied with the name. The properties are also out. Equipment name, Xianzi, exclusive for winter. Equipment quality, special. Equipment effect. Rui, the length, thickness and mass distribution of the gun body can be freely adjusted, and the shape of the gun body should not change by more than 10%. The upper limit of volume and mass change, 1000.0 times, the lower limit, 0.1%. Growth, the spear can gain growth value by swallowing other equipment, and the strength of the gun body will increase as the growth value increases. Growth value, 0.0/100.0. Promotion: after the growth value is full, you can be promoted by swallowing materials, and you will obtain new characteristics based on the materials. Promotion level 0.0/1.0, owner's career level. Spirit Seal: Xianzi cannot be destroyed and can be freely absorbed into the body. It can be summoned at will within 10.0 meters. The summoning strength is 100.0, the upper limit of the power that Xianzi can exert when summoned is equivalent to 100 constitution. Equipment durability, indelible. Equipment introduction, please enter. Xiaji is still quite satisfied with Xianzi because he has no one to compare with and doesn't know his strength. After expressing his gratitude to the old man with white beard, Xiaji left the cinema and returned to the mine in the west again. We had a lot of fun during the summer solstice along the way. Sometimes Xianzi in his hands is like a pillar holding up the sky, standing more than 20 meters high on the ground, and sometimes it is like a needlepoint weed on, whirling at the fingertips. But Xianzi had some trouble moving the decimal point to the summer solstice. Just like the marksmanship skill, it has the potential to grow. Xiaxi is afraid that if he moves now, he will encounter better characteristics later. Now the movement also has two attributes that make Xiaji particularly excited. One is the extent of shape change, and the other is promotion level. If the change range movement is 100%, is it possible for the spear to be freely transformed into various things, including swords, guns, swords, and halberds? Is it even possible to transform it into armor? The idea of being a little more perverted and turning into a modern thermal weapon also flashed through Xiaji's mind. If the upper limit of promotion level is moved to 10 now, will it become 11 or 20 after the career level is improved? If the former Xiaji is probably angry to death, maybe it even becomes 2, then Xiaji is probably still angry enough to survive. 2 words, entangled. Still fucking confused. Fortunately, like Dragon Shadow Writing, it can move, but Xiaji chose to put it on hold until it is needed later. It is enough for now. Arriving inside the military camp and opening the teleportation scroll, the unlucky player was still working hard in 1882 and selected the lovely 1997. The figure of summer solstice disappeared in the camp. Although they are the same monsters and drop the same items, the quality of the items in the level 100 area is indeed much higher than that in the level 10 area. Riding a horse, holding a silver gun and wearing a white robe, Xiaji thought very coquettishly that it would be great if the horse was white. After staying in the mine for so long, Xiaji had already changed into a complete set of equipment. From head to toe, except for the earrings and rings, there is nothing missing, even the mask, all made of white cloth, all plucked from the pile of skeletons. There are 11 equipment slots in this game. The 7 main equipment slots are head, top, bottom, gauntlets, leg guards, shoes and belt. The 4 accessory slots are earrings, rings, face decorations and outer clothing. The mask of Xiaji belongs to the face decoration, and the cloak belongs to the outer clothing. Weapons are rather special. They only have characteristics, no attributes, and no equipment slots. They just need to be held in hand. The whole set, although it has no set attributes, also provides Xiaji with 100 points of physical fitness and 1000 points of dual resistance. Of course, this is the result of moving the decimal point after the summer solstice. In fact, normal equipment has more than just these attributes. The main equipment in Xiaji is all garbage dug out from the bone pile. Normal equipment requires materials to be found by NPCs or professional players to build. Of course, you can also go directly to the store or auction house to buy the finished product. Not long after leaving, I met the first monster, an old friend, the Blue Bone Skeleton Warrior, who provided half of my equipment. Xiaji had just obtained a new weapon and met an old friend, but Xiaji had no idea of going to work with a gun. Annihilation. After collecting the ore, he found 2 pieces of equipment in the bone pile and absorbed them for Xianzi. The growth value increased by 2 points. In theory, Xianzi's strength increased a bit, but Xiaji didn't feel anything. Not bad, just a few dozen mobs. The summer solstice continues on the road. Within an hour or two, Xianzi's growth value was full, and Xiaji left the mine. The gold coins are enough for now. No experience will be given after reaching level 50, so there is no need to mine. Regarding Xianzi's promotion, Xiaoji planned to ask Dong Lin for his opinion. After all, they are professional gun users. After cleaning the backpack, Xiaoji sat on the horse. He held the reins with his left hand and held Xianzi diagonally with his right hand. He ran and walked in the wind. Xiaoji, who was wrapped tightly, didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed. He really put on the mask physically. Psychologically took off the mask. After returning to the city, the horse must be replaced with a white one. Xiaoji looked at the map and ran all the way to the central hub. There were many types of horses here. Xiaoji spent 80 gold coins to buy a new white horse. As for the original dwarf wildebeest, he let the NPC recycle it for 16 gold coins. The shadow voucher is still very useful and is 20 gold coins cheaper. Name, wildebeest. Level 10. Life, 6000. Constitution, 60. Spirit, 60. Base speed, 40. Skills, none. The attributes of the horse have doubled, and they are also much more expensive. This is the best horse you can buy. After changing into a white horse, the satisfied Xiaoji entered the training area of the arena. He planned to learn the remaining skills to cast spells independently, and also asked the cheap master who was waiting for his death for career advancement and weapon advancement. After the training ground is opened, it seems that every player will enter an independent space, so unlike other areas, there are very few people in the training area, at least there are very few people. Outside. Opening the training ground, Xiaoji came to an empty space with only the floor. Burn a modified high-level Zen incense and click on the weapon and gun skills training module. A random defeated general with spear skills, price, 1 gold coin/day. After clicking on it this time, 3 images appeared. The first one was a picture of myself, and the last 2 were the trial figure during job transfer and the skeleton holding a spear. Unlike the last time you could click on the picture directly, this time there is an extraction button in the middle below the picture, and there is a percentage above each picture. They are 0.0001%, 16%, and 84% respectively. Is this too much to display? But the last 2 add up to 100%. No wonder he said it was impossible to summon him like this after changing jobs. But thinking about the last day of the battle between Dong Lin and him, he seems to be more than just a gun, right? Changing the weapon selection, the flail is a relatively unpopular weapon. It is not a soft weapon. Xiaoji did not know the existence of this weapon before seeing Dong Lin use it, and has not encountered it since. After checking the reality, it seems it evolved from agricultural tools. A random defeated general with the flail skill, price, 1 gold coin/day. Looking at his lonely picture, Xiaoji immediately clicked on it. But this time, no light point flew out of his body, but a golden light pillar fell. Dong Lin's figure appeared, holding a flail in his hand. Hi! Ignoring Xiaoji, Dong Lin started talking to himself. The flail is a kind of soft weapon. Looking at the dull Dong Lin, I felt like I was watching a robot teaching. No, to say he is a robot is to flatter him. Nowadays, robots have rich virtual emotions, such as the supermarket delivery robot. The summons was cancelled, a beam of light fell, and Winterfall disappeared. Try another one. Whip, no. Fong Tian draws a halberd, it doesn't work. Fire gun, no. Without exception, all the summoned winters are not their true form. Junior Spearmanship Training Instructor, price, 10 silver coins/day. After trying several different weapons and wasting some gold coins, Xiaoji returned to the summoning item that was tainted by winter's coming. The black beam of light fell, and Dong Lin's figure appeared. The evil look on his face made it look like he was himself. Didn't I ask you to come back after level 100? You're only level 50. Why don't you get career advancement and join me? Career advancement requires career core, but that thing is not open to adventurers, so they can't be promoted. Not open? Dong Lin looked at Xiaoji and turned around. You people in this class are so arrogant? It's been more than a month, and even 1/10 of the awakened people can't reach level 50? Don't you have full level upgrades with low level upgrades? What is the awakened one? Xiaoji heard a new word. Those who can enter the shadow world. The indigenous people here generally like to call us adventurers. Oh, it's the player. Xiaoji suddenly opened his eyes wide and his pupils contracted violently. Are you a player? Player? Do you think this is a game? But that's right, life is just a game. Dong Lin sighed. No, if you are a player, how come you are so strong? And why did you show up in the cinema trial to fight me? No, you can pollute the light beam of the system. Are you the GM, or did you put the game's server break it, and then come to tease me out of boredom? Xiaoji's mind was very confused at the moment. Dong Lin was a player and he couldn't understand it. Kid, don't think too much, you and I are not from the same era. Dong Lin seemed to remember something sad and sighed softly. Are you from ancient times? From that dynasty? Do you know Qin Shi Huang? We are not a civilization at all. After the death of my civilization, dozens of civilizations were born on Blue Star, but they all perished in the Blue Shadow War. And now it's your turn, be prepared to die together after the destruction of the Blue World. Jie. Jie. Donglin laughed strangely. Is this a game setting or? Xiaoji didn't dare to think about it, the official strange operations, the conspiracy theories that had been active in the forum, and the NPC who claimed to be an ancient player. It's okay to say it's a game setting. In the setting, the destruction of the Blue World will cause the collapse of Blue Star's will, and the collapse of Blue Star's will lead to the death of Blue Star creatures in the real world. Why? No, why? The will of Blue Star is also the will of Blue World. The universes where Blue Star and Blue World are located are parallel universes. To be precise, they should be twin universes, and Blue World and Blue Star map each other. The spiritual will of the creatures in the two worlds merged with the world itself, and together they created the Blue Star will. Therefore, the Blue Star will has traces of all the creatures in the two worlds. As we all know, the effects are mutual. Blue Stars will has traces on all living beings. Similarly, all living beings who are born and stay in Blue Star or Blue World for a long time will also have traces of Blue Star's will. Because of this trace, if Blue Star's will perishes, not a single living creature can escape, they will all die. And this trace is also the reason why I can resurrect from your corpse. We are so similar, even our names are so symmetrical. After you kill me, you who have my last trace are simply me. Of course, all this is speculation. After all, since the beginning of my civilization, there has not been even a single civilization that escaped from the solar system. But after experiencing the demise of dozens of civilizations, I have not found any counterexamples until now, so I can tentatively consider it to be true. Listening to Donglin's words, Xiaoji felt like she had fucked a dog, but she quickly found the loophole in Donglin's words. Then why are you okay? If the collapse of Blue Star's will lead to the demise of all Blue Star creatures, then it would be very problematic for Winter Coming, who claims to be an ancient player, to appear here now. Me? I survived because of my special talent. Xiaoji asked, thinking of the scene when he first entered the game. Isn't talent given by Blue Star's will? If Blue Star's will collapses, will talent still exist? Blue Star will is a blessing, not a gift. Once the talent is awakened, it belongs to you. No one can take it away. At most, it will be sealed and cannot be used. But the Blue Stars of your generation are much stronger in will, and they are actually given the ability to resurrect. What is the Shadow Realm? Why do you want to destroy the Blue Realm? Besides, you are from the Shadow Realm now, right? Xiaoji once again found Dong Lin's loophole, and he really didn't want to believe Dong Lin's statement. The Shadow Realm is full of monsters without self-awareness, similar to void beasts. They are generally called shadow monsters. After killing the creatures in the Blue Realm, they can obtain everything from the killed, thus giving birth to self-awareness. They seem to have with an instinct to perfect self-awareness. Monsters in the Shadow World will attack conscious living beings without thinking. This is an irreconcilable contradiction, and some unreasonable people take the initiative to let the monsters in the Shadow World devour them. They think that it is just another way of living. The shadow monsters have your memory, your body, and everything about you, so the shadow monsters have your memory, your body, and everything about you. The blame is actually you. This group of aliens is more difficult to deal with than the brainless shadow monsters. They will take the brainless shadow monsters to hunt the intelligent life in the blue world, and they are difficult to guard against. Of course, there was another group of aliens among this group of aliens. Although I don't really agree with it, that group of weirdos did lead the monsters in the shadow world to live in peace with the blue world for a long time. Xia Jun's civilization also became a member of the blue world and the shadow world. The longest-lasting civilization after the barriers between worlds disappeared. That's a strange balance. Let the shadow monster devour the old people at the end of their life or the people who are about to die due to illness. No one loses. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long, and this balance only lasted for 10,000 years. In this situation where the people from the blue realm are immortal in disguise and the monsters from the shadow realm have no shortage of channels to give birth to self-awareness, everyone, including me, thought we could live in peace forever. But for some reason, the traces of the first-generation people who were actively devoured suddenly disappeared from the shadow monsters. Those shadow monsters have returned to their original form and lost their sense of self. Do you know how far those people who stand at the pinnacle of humans and shadow monsters have grown in the following 10,000 years of peace? Even if I blow my breath now, those monsters can't resist it. Donglin couldn't help but show fear with palpitations. Expression. But at the beginning, even though I had experienced 2 civilizations, I could barely hold them back. We thought of many ways. Countless people were voluntarily swallowed by the terrifying monster, but they could not leave any traces. Since the first generation's mark, after disappearing, the shadow monster seems unable to obtain new marks to restart its self-awareness. In that battle, I fought 1 against 10,000, and the shadow world disappeared, the blue world was shattered, the blue star was shaken to dust by the aftermath of the battle, the sun was poked with a hole as big as the blue star, and the sun's companion Apollo was even more directly extinguished as the collapse. After hundreds of years of hard work, I finally died of exhaustion, my body was destroyed, and I fell into a deep sleep. When I woke up, I was already in the next civilization. And the next civilization will just repeat the path of the previous civilization. It cannot escape the fate of the 2 worlds of blue and shadow to perish together. As he spoke, Donglin fell silent. No civilization will survive. According to you, didn't the shadow monster win? Why did they both die together in the end? Xiaji asked. This is about something else, the Chaos Core, a world reset button. Whenever the life on the blue star is about to die, a core of chaos will always appear in the hands of humans. Activating the core of chaos requires blue star's will, but blue star's will cannot be embodied, so living creatures become the spokesperson of blue star's will. When there are a lot of living creatures, it's not a problem. The authority of endorsement is too scattered and has basically no effect. But when there are hundreds of millions of living creatures left, it won't be a problem. As humans with the highest ideological level, they have become the absolute spokesperson of Blue Star's will. The last living person has the authority to activate the core of chaos. If it were you, and your people were slaughtered by other races, and you had no power to resist them, and you happened to have the power to take them to death with you, what would you do? If I encounter this situation, I might, probably, maybe, will die together with the enemy without hesitation. Summer solstice is a bit unimaginable, how desperate the person who finally activated the chaos core must be. The last survivors of the destroyed civilization have the same idea as you. Therefore, from me to you, Blue Star has restarted again and again. Except for me, there is no winner. But didn't you say that those monsters from back then are now your breath? Why are they still there? Will those monsters become stronger through the reincarnations of civilization like you? That's not true. They all died with the world. I have made many attempts in the reincarnation of civilization, but... Donglin raised his eyebrows and did not continue. So, death is doomed? Then what is the meaning of our coming to the blue world? It's just the dying resistance of Blue Star Will. However, Blue Star Will's ability is limited. The time it came in was too short, There were too few people, and it was random. There are few people? Randomly? Excluding me as a factor, what's the use of tens of thousands of people coming in? If some scientists can come in and transfer Blue Star's technology in the early stage, it can at least make a splash in the later development. Unfortunately, the awakened ones are completely random. However, the will of every generation of Blue Star is always happy with this. If they don't want to, they will just wait for death. They will always send some Blue Star people to the Blue Realm in the last 12 years. How many players are there in your class? Xiaxi seemed to have discovered something. About 100,000 people. The number of people who can enter the Blue Realm is about the same every time. Opening a passage for 100,000 awakened people to pass is the limit of Blue Star's will. But we can say that all the humans on Blue Star can come in this time. What? Dong Lin looked incredulous. This is impossible. Blue Star will cannot have the power to open so many channels. But this is a fact. There are about 7.2 billion people in Blue Star who have logged into the game now. This number was seen by Xiaji on the official website. Some countries do not have the ability to set up equipment production lines and need assistance from other countries. Therefore, although more than a month has passed, most people in many backward countries have not entered the game. Even in China, new people are still entering the game. Currently, China has 1.1 billion registered players. This is impossible. Dong Lin's eyes glowed red, and he lifted Xiaji up with one hand, an endless black energy poured into Xiaji's body. No, there is something wrong with your body. This is not your original body? Dong Lin frowned and looked directly into Xiaji's eyes, as if he wanted to see through it. The one generated when creating the character must be different from reality. In midair, Xiaji kept twisting, trying to break away from Winter's clutches. If the body in the game and reality were the same, then reality would have been messed up long ago. After going back and forth in Xiaji's body countless times, Dong Lin retracted the black air. So that's how it is, using the soul mark to sneak through. But how did you do it? This is not the work of Blue Star's will, and he has no ability to do this. I don't know about this. Xiaji spread his hands, indicating that he didn't know either. Such a big change happened this time. Dong Lin was silent for a while and then looked up at Xiaji. Tell me how far your real world has developed now? What energy is used? How far can it go? The main source of energy we use now is nuclear fusion, and the farthest we have built a ring space station in the synchronous orbit of Jupiter. Is that so? Dong Lin pinched his chin in thought. If it has only developed to this point, it should not be possible to actively enter the shadow world. Have you ever come into contact with alien civilizations? I don't know about that. We don't seem to have observed any traces of other civilizations. Are there really alien creatures in this world? Of course there are. I found a tree seed in the real world in the last civilization cycle. Tree seed? Yes, tree seed. I am very sure that the seed with biological activity is not the original creature of the solar system. I planted it in the ruins of the shadow world. I don't know if it has grown up now. Of course, in addition to the tree seed, I have also found a lot of alien things. In fact, you should have seen some traces of alien civilizations. I have seen it. Why don't I know? Xiaji looked at Dong Lin in confusion. There are many relics of alien civilizations that reflect the development of human beings in the real world. The most common influence is myths and legends. Myths and legends? Pango, Nuwa, etc. Yes, they are myths and legends on the blue planet, but I suspect they really exist outside the solar system. I have done experiments. As long as there are corresponding alien relics in the real world, their legends will almost certainly appear among humans. However, the forms of appearance are different. It may be a fabrication out of thin air, or it may be a real person who was deified by a monument or totem evolution. And the world will seems to like to use these things as its own name. The world will of the civilization where I was born was called Nuwa. Later, Pangu, Dongwon, Zeus, and Kamenpus appeared. I don't know what the world will call itself this time. This is really amazing, a little beyond my cognition. Boy, to be honest, I really want to kill you and go out to see your world. This time, a new situation different from usual has appeared. Xiaji was still trying to sort out what he just knew in his mind, but Dong Lin suddenly changed the subject and said something suddenly. In the end, Dong Lin did not kill Xiaji, but gave him a piece of ore to upgrade his exclusive weapon. Watching Dong Lin dissipate the black gas, Xiaji's heart, which had been beating, gradually eased. It was a heartbeat, but it was a pity that it was scared. Xiaji summoned Xianzi, who was still in his body. As the ore was swallowed, Xianzi gained a new feature. The appearance did not change much, and the growth value changed from 100 to 0/10,000. Spirit Devourer can convert 1% of the damage into its own spiritual power for each attack, and the maximum spiritual power converted in a single time is 2% of the maximum spiritual power value. The effect of Rui did not change, but the summoning distance and strength of Spirit Seal were increased by 10 times. The so-called summoning strength, after Xiaji's attempt, was found to be how much strength Xianzi could have to break free from the restraints when he left his hand. The summoning distance of 100 meters after the increase can already allow Xiaji to use Xianzi as an automatic recovery javelin. The soul-devouring skill is almost perfect for Xiaji. With this new feature, Xiaji can basically maintain the consumption of Dragon Shadow Riding in battle, which makes him want to move the decimal point of Dragon Shadow Riding without hesitation. Now he has no shortage of endurance in terms of spiritual power. Xiaji's spiritual power is 10 times the physical strength plus spirit, and the damage of the annihilation skill is 20 times the physical strength plus spirit, so even if it only causes damage to the system panel each time, it can achieve the limit conversion effect of soul devouring. In other words, as his physical fitness improves, if he has the opportunity to reduce the self-casting overload time of annihilation to less than 2 seconds, he can infinitely continue Dragon Shadow Riding. Of course, the premise is not to encounter opponents who are immune to true damage. If it is not unexpected, Dong Lin should know the Dragon Shadow Knight profession very well, otherwise he would not give him a piece of material to increase endurance. The Dragon Shadow Riding skill is worthy of being the core of the second-ranked profession. It is really strong, but the consumption is also really outrageous. The percentage consumption, no matter how long your energy bar is, if the recovery cannot keep up, it can drain you in 2 minutes. Without rushing to move the decimal point of Dragon Shadow Riding, Xiaji opened the skill training panel of the training ground. He had 2 things to test. One was whether the initial skill annihilation could eat the effect of soul devouring, and the other was the working principle of his talent moving the decimal point. With the existence of autonomous casting, plus this world is very likely to be real, if Dong Lin did not lie to him, then his original guess that his talent was to directly change the game data should not be true. He wanted to see the changes in the skills in autonomous casting before and after moving the decimal point, and his talent should not be that simple. At the training ground, Xiaji put on the clean and simple novice suit again. Although it had no attributes, it did look better than the white cloth. First click on the training of annihilation, and a scarecrow appears. Annihilation. -1000. Spirit Eater, spiritual power plus 10. Now the 10-point consumption of annihilation is close to nothing for Xiaji. The physical and spiritual attributes of a level 50 Xiaji reach 154, and the spiritual power reaches 3080 points. After testing, as long as Xianzi is not in a state of silence within Xiaji's body, the damage from annihilation can trigger the effect of Spirit Devouring. After testing the Soul Eater, Xiaji started training on Dragon Shadow Riding. The moment the training started, an ordinary white horse appeared in front of Xiaji. The system still understood him very well. Get on your horse and follow the system prompts. Dragon Shadow Riding. A strange energy circuit was building up in the body, and the body seemed to have turned into a terrifying black hole of spiritual power. The spiritual power in the body was dissipating proportionally, but at the same time, the body and spirit were greatly strengthened. It lasts for 10 seconds, and Dragon Shadow Riding is automatically cancelled. System prompt, please remember this feeling, and then use the skill, Dragon Shadow Riding, independently. If you need system assistance, please say System Panel silently. With the blessing of the revised version of Zen Xiang, Xiaoji's sense of the use of dragon shadow writing is extremely clear, but to reproduce it, that is two different things. The first time I tried to use it, it directly consumed 50% of my spiritual power. After holding on for 2 seconds, the energy bar was completely consumed. But at least it has been used. It is a pity that the passive effect of dragon shadow writing is not within the scope of learning. Independent casting can only learn the skills that are actively released. However, passive skills can also be turned on and off independently without any impact. Just like the beating of the heart, it is impossible for people to learn how the heart beats. The same principle applies to passive skills. However, compared with the instinct of heart beating, passive skills can be turned off actively. Once again, I felt the feeling of casting spells through the system after several times. During the training of dragon shadow writing, time passed slowly. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Xiaoxi can barely function normally. But this is with the blessing of the modified version of Zen Incense. The summer solstice is equivalent to studying for 300 days. The difficulty of dragon shadow writing is not at the same level as annihilation. Thinking about learning annihilation in the first place, after 10 days of learning, apart from forward movement and independent casting, I was able to completely abuse the system. Feeling that he had almost learned it, Xiaoxi clicked on the Dragon Shadow Writing panel and moved the decimal point of the Dragon Shadow Writing attribute multiplier. Skill name, Dragon Shadow Writing. Skill type, Chaos. Skill consumption, 1% of maximum spiritual power / second. Skill cooldown, none. Skill effect. Passive, the knight and the mount are linked through the power of the dragon shadow, and their wills are connected to form a symbiotic body. The mounts. Physique, spirit, and base speed are superimposed on the knight. Active, use the huge power of dragon shadow to stimulate the power of knights and mounts. The attributes of the symbiotic body are x100. Annihilation. Minus 616,000. Spirit Eater, spiritual power plus 30,810. Perfect. The attributes have increased by 100 times, and the spiritual power has also increased by 100 times. The consumption of Dragon Shadow Writing has also increased by 100 times in value. At the same time, 100 times of damage brings 100 times of spiritual power recovery effect. Cancel the system casting of Dragon Shadow Writing and enable independent casting. Annihilation. Minus 45,310. The damage is greatly reduced, and the effect of Dragon Shadow Writing used in independent casting is not before the moving decimal point. Starting to learn Dragon Shadow Writing again, Xiaoji was really curious about the principle of moving the decimal point. Dragon Shadow Writing. With the release of Dragon Shadow Writing, an unusual feeling emerged. This feeling had happened when I was learning Annihilation. At that time, Xiaoji thought it was a normal phenomenon. After all, I didn't understand anything when I learned the skills in the game for the first time. Now it seems that with the movement of the decimal point, not only the values on the system panel change, but also the way the skills are released and operated is somewhat different from the original ones. After feeling it carefully for a while, Xiaoxi found that the original structure of Dragon Shadow Writing has not changed at all. The talent seems to have added a new level on top of the original structure, which is equivalent to adding a new dimension to Dragon Shadow Writing. Moreover, Xiaoxi discovered that this layer of structure was in a dormant state and would only be activated when Xiaoji used it. It is equivalent to talent adding a layer to skills, and Xiaoji is the key to this layer. Only he can use the effect of moving the decimal point. He also wanted to sell mobile equipment after the decimal point, but it went bankrupt before it even started. However, he still planned to try it, just in case. To modify the Dragon Shadow Writing after the decimal point, you only need to learn the new structure of the talent. It is not too difficult, but it is not very simple either. Kyoto, the second-floor rooftop of a retro villa. I have collected the last 36 pieces of Dragon Soul Gold. I will return to Tianhua City to bring it to you tomorrow. After saying that, Long hung up the phone, picked up Lao Baigon, took a sip, opened his address book, and called out. Brother Long? Mouse, check someone for me. The person who made you run away for 2 extra days out of thin air? It's him, Long said in a cold tone. He got angry when he thought of that bastard. He even deliberately avoided the mine where the man was, but the bastard actually caught up with him and disgusted him several times. It really didn't hit him, otherwise he would have to let that bastard know why the flower was so red. Brother Long, don't be angry. Being angry is not good for your health. Before that, I have to ask you what you want to do if you find him. Chop the men into pieces and feed them to the dogs, chop the women into pieces and feed them to the cats, and chop the men and women into pieces and feed them to the pigs. Brother Long, if you say this, I can't give you his information. Do you have information about him? Long was stunned for a moment. As the only player in Great Xia who can enter Area 100 at level 50, we can't help but pay attention. You can't let such a person be ruined. The old man means to leave him alone and let him develop freely. Then listen to the old man, but how did you find him? Face recognition? Long was a little confused. If you want to find a player in the shadow world in reality, even if it is their official organization, it is no less difficult than logging in. Sky. The kid wrapped himself up like a mummy, so there was no way to check it at first. Fortunately, he sells mines every once in a while. In addition, we used the current number of people in Mine 1997 to estimate his activity time and found that he disappeared for 1 hour every 8 hours, which confirmed his high probability. Use a gaming helmet. I have to say, he is really a model worker. He has basically been in the mine since February 3rd. Apparently he sold the ore and exchanged it for United Coin to buy a game cabin. His mummy suit is very recognizable, and our gold coin exchange staff were very impressed. He exchanged 1 million United Coins at 3:15 p.m. on the 3rd. Although it was a transfer on the dark web, we couldn't get the account information, but after checking bank accounts across the country, we found that there were only 3 accounts with 1 million United dollars deposited into the account within 1 minute, and only 1 account purchased the game cabin after the deposit. Afterwards, through community monitoring and playback, we compared the time of his activities in the movie world and the real world before purchasing the game cabin, and they matched perfectly. How about it? It's awesome. Hee. Good job, send his information to my email. After Long said, he hung up the phone and picked up Lao Baigon. As the saying goes, practice has no time, and the same goes for skill training. In the blink of an eye, time has arrived on April 1st, 2100, and the game Shadow has been launched for 3 months. Today, the number of game registrations has reached 8.9 billion, and the price of domestic game warehouses has dropped to 100,000 United Coins. Of course, this is not important. What is important is that the level of the player army has reached level 49, and they are all heading towards level 50. Just today, a system prompt that many people have been waiting for appeared. System prompt: the current adventurer level has reached the required level, and some permissions in the shadow world have been opened to adventurers. System prompt: the current adventurer level has reached the required level, and some permissions in the shadow world have been opened to adventurers. System prompt: the current adventurer level has reached the required level, and some permissions in the shadow world have been opened to adventurers. 3 identical system prompts suddenly appeared in front of all online players. Announcements on the official website are also updated in a timely manner, but this time the content of the official website is relatively concise. The game content has been updated, please explore the specific content by yourself. With just such a sentence, the previous practice of posting game guides on players' faces is somewhat similar to the practice before the game was launched, and the official website has become mysterious. After seeing the system prompt, Xiaoji also quit the training ground. After more than a month of independent spellcasting training, Xiaoji's meditation, dragon shadow writing, and dragon shadow charge have all achieved independent spellcasting, and the spellcasting effect is only stronger than the system cast. What puzzles Xiaoji is that marksmanship and information source cannot learn to cast spells independently. Marksmanship is easy to understand. Most likely, it is because marksmanship is a passive effect, or it may be that you already know it. The system panel only displays a panel display of your own abilities, so there is no need to learn it. But the information source was not something Xiaoji could understand. It was obviously a typical active skill, but it couldn't be learned. Walking out of the arena, there were many players coming out with them. Xiaoji rode a horse and came to an NPC store selling sundries. There were not many players yet, and it was foreseeable that the place would be full soon. Before the game was updated, players had already found the NPC store that sold professional cores, and were waiting for the official update to come and buy them. There are only 3 NPC stores in Wangyue City that sell professional cores, and I don't know if they will be out of stock. Xiaoji's speed was extremely fast, leaving most of the players behind. When he entered the store, there were only a few players who arrived before him. They should be players who happened to be nearby when the system prompt appeared. There are many new products added after this update. Finally, there are red and blue medicines that can be purchased. It's something that other game novices will give as gift packs. This crappy game is only available to players after the version is updated. A player next to him complained. Hurry up and buy the professional core and leave. Go to other stores to take a look at the rest. Leave here first. It will be embarrassing if you are squeezed out later. Another player who was also complaining about the player urged. Opening the product catalog, a light screen appeared, and he flipped through it quickly. In addition to the professional core, Xiaoji also had his eye on another thing. Item name, professional core. Item quality, special. Item effect, the key to unlocking the path to career advancement. Item introduction, a special item that is not considered special. Item name, Origin Spirit Crystal. Item quality, special. Item effect, the key to unlocking the real illusion. Activate the epic fragments at the void altar to absorb the energy in the void, recreate the epic scenes of the past, and experience the legend of the hero. Item introduction, compared with the real illusion, we prefer to call it a copy. If you have good strength, you can also get good gains in it. Professional cores are limited to purchase, and each person can only purchase 3 cores per day. The amount purchased each time is just enough for one person to be promoted, and the price is 1 silver coin each. The dream of being a second-hand dealer at the core of the profession was shattered. In addition to professional cores, Xiaoji also purchased 99 Origin Spirit Crystals, and also purchased a set of red pills and blue pills for emergency use. Each Origin Spirit Crystal costs 1 gold coin, and a set of red and blue medicines costs 1 gold coin. A total of 81 gold coins were spent, and as a result of the discount on the shadow voucher, he was wiped out by 0 by the NPC in the store. It should have been 80 gold coins, 82 silver coins, and 40 copper coins. After shopping, Xiaoji left the store, which was already a little crowded. More than 10 miles away from the store, Xiaoji found that the further out, the more terrifying the flow of people was, which was no better than when he first entered Wangyue City. After choosing to use it, the professional core prompts you to go to the inheritance place, and the Origin Spiritual Crystal prompts you to go to the Void Altar. I don't know where the Void Altar is. The place of inheritance may be the Hall of Heroes. Xiaoji plans to go and see it first. Arriving at the entrance of the Hall of Heroes, there were many players queuing up outside to challenge the trial and want to enter. But there were only a few people inside, and the huge hall seemed deserted. Come to the Dragon Shadow Knight Inheritance statue, submit the task, and the 3 professional cores turn into light particles and fly into the inheritance statue. System prompt, task, career promotion, has been completed. Get rewards, the road to career advancement opens. System prompt, career promotion has been started. Do you want to enter? Yes. With the determination, the figure of Xiaoji disappeared. He came to a void space, the environment was blue, and there was no end in sight in any direction. System prompt, please assign your professional benchmark skills. The promotion value that can be assigned is 3, a single skill can be assigned a maximum of 3 and a minimum of 0. Dragon. Shadow Riding, Dragon Shadow Charge, Dragon Shadow Marksmanship. System prompt, please note that the promotion value distribution of basic skills will affect the promotion effect of future professions, and cannot be changed once selected. Xiaoji's Dragon Shadow Marksmanship was swallowed up by his exclusive skill, Marksmanship, and he didn't have this skill at all. And he remembered that Donglin once said that the Dragon Shadow Knight was famous for his riding skills. So after Xiaji thought for a while, he allocated all the promotion points to Dragon Shadow riding. Although Dragon Shadow Charge had saved Xiaji several times, apart from being used for running away, this skill was of little use to Xiaji. It was impossible for him to hit people on horseback. It's easier to kill an Annihilation who can be killed by riding a horse. If Annihilation can't hit it, it's for nothing. If it's just for running away, the current one is enough. No, to be precise, it's already overflowing, because the cooldown time is too long. System prompt: the basic skills have been allocated. Since no promotion value has been allocated, Dragon Shadow Charge and Dragon Shadow Marksmanship have been removed from the promotion sequence. System prompt: promotion task has been generated. Mission goal: win the championship. The system prompted completion, and the vision was spinning. Xiaji appeared at a racecourse. This is a huge circular venue, and the surrounding high platform is filled with cheering spectators, but the faces of the spectators cannot be seen clearly. In the middle of the arena, there were many huge light curtains floating in the sky, and Xiaji saw his own figure in one of them. Standing at the starting point of the track at the summer solstice, a code appeared on my body at some point. There is a number written on the chest, 8. The black horse next to him also had a white cloth with the number 8 written on it. There were many people and horses standing at the starting point of the track, all wearing jackets with numbers on them. Like the people in the audience, people on the track can't see their faces clearly, and they will feel dizzy if they keep looking at them. Mount. Boom. 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 A loud shout came, accompanied by 3 drums, which made Xiaji's ears hurt. Wow. Everyone on the track got on their horses. Xiaji also got on his horse. After mounting the horse, there was no movement. The entire arena was eerily quiet. Even the cheers in the audience stopped, as if they were afraid of disturbing the racers from hearing the command to start the race. Boom! Suddenly a thunder fell, and not far from the starting point of the track, a huge torch in an open space was ignited by lightning. The riders at the starting point invariably clamped their legs between the horse's belly, and they and their horses turned into a stream of afterimages and shot out. Ha! Has it started? Xiaji was the only one left at the starting point, and he was shocked by the way he started. He also vaguely heard the insults directed at number 8 and the organizer from the audience. It's a shady story, it's definitely a shady story. The sudden rise of number 8 actually didn't move at the beginning of the finals. He didn't even act. I bought 1 billion gold coins for number 8 to win the championship. I need to refund my money. Damn it, refund the money, organizer, get out of here. Damn number 8, if you can walk out of the field alive at the end of the game, I will lose. Drive. The crowd in the audience was furious, and there were no other players in front of the track. Xiaji quickly chased after them. Xiaji was not running around the circular track of the stadium as she thought. When turning right, a black streamer blocked the way in front of her because there was a baffle on the right side of the turn blocking her view. After reacting, Xiaji, who could not stop the car, rode the horse plunged into the black streamer. There was no unexpected collision, and the scene changed. Summer solstice appeared in a rainforest, with a signboard marked with an arrow next to it. There are huge broadleaf trees standing in the forest, and there are also many low plants of various types. The overall environment is a bit dark. There are no traces of horses trampling on the ground. Either the riders came in from different positions, or the different riders were not in the same space. Following the direction of the sign, Xiaji rode on horseback. When entering the arena, the system panel disappeared. Xiaji was not in a hurry. It was not the first time anyway. Maybe this was an inevitable procedure for changing jobs. But one thing is fucked. This time, the spiritual power was also sealed by an unknown force. The spiritual power in the body was like stagnant water and could not be mobilized. Naturally, skills that consume spiritual energy cannot be used. Fortunately, although the dragon shadow riding technique cannot be used, some of the skills related to horse riding are not affected. The horses being ridden in competitions now are completely different from the horses bought at the inn in Xiaji. If you don't know how to ride, you will definitely not be able to ride. Even getting on the horse will be a problem. Xiaji rode his horse all the way. His speed was not slow. Although the dragon shadow riding skill could not be used actively, the passive effect was taking effect. There is no doubt that Xiaji's horse must be the fastest horse in the entire competition, if other players do not have passive skills to increase horse speed. The humidity in the rainforest is very heavy, the leaves underfoot are covered with mulch, and there are rocks protruding from time to time. The horse's legs are easy to slip, so Xiaji has never dared to increase the speed. In addition, the summer solstice also requires distraction to find signs. To Xiaji, every place in the rainforest was the same, and he couldn't tell where he was. If there weren't road signs appearing every once in a while, he would have been lost. There are not only lush plants in the rainforest, but also many animals. Along the way, Xiaji saw many poisonous insects and beasts, but fortunately they were not interested in Xiaji. Just now, Xiaji ran past a leopard-like beast, but was completely ignored by the leopard and didn't react at all. That thing is a jaguar, right? It's too big. Seeing that the beast didn't move, Xiaji breathed a sigh of relief. The rainforest is huge, and after running for who knows how long, the trees begin to become shorter and bushes begin to appear. Not long after seeing the bushes, it started to get brighter ahead. Hiss! With the sound of a horse's cry, Xiaji rode out of the jungle. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, and there were endless reeds growing as far as the eye could see. Wetland or swamp? It seems that a swamp is a wetland. When encountering new situations, Xiaji immediately slows down. As the saying goes, the ship that lasts 10,000 years is built with care. This is? While rushing out of the jungle, a card suddenly appeared in Xiaji's hand. The front of the card shows a silhouette of a horse, with a sentence printed on the back. Reward for completing the rainforest track, tearing up the jam can temporarily unlock your own energy, duration, 1 minute. This is good, it can be used when accelerating in a straight line, but if I use it now, can I run directly through this swamp? After all, as long as you go fast enough, you won't sink even if you run on water. Xiaji was reluctant to use the cardboard he had just obtained for experiments. He tried to control the horse's legs to step on the mud, and a strange feeling appeared. He raised the horse's legs and stepped down hard, and it sank in immediately. The force feedback given by thin mud is slightly better than that of air. After a series of experiments, Xiaji discovered the problem with this swamp. The harder he stepped on it, the emptier it became below. It was the opposite of non-Newtonian fluid, and it was impossible to get up fast unless he could fly. The length of this mud and pond track is less than half that of the rainforest, but it took 10 times as long to complete the journey on the summer solstice. Stepping onto the grass, a card exactly like before appeared in Xiaji's hand. Reward for completing the wetland track, tearing up the jam can temporarily unlock your own energy, duration, 1 minute. This should be a grassland. At first glance, it is green and green, similar to the grassland in Novice Village, but there are no rabbits. To the right of the summer solstice, a group of antelopes are running happily, and behind them, a group of gray wolves are also playing. Looking at this lively scene, Xiaji smiled knowingly. He wanted to use a prize card first. This flat prairie is perfect for accelerating. Judging from the first 2 tracks, the path indicated by the sign is straight. Of course, you can also take a detour if you encounter a difficult road. Xiaji has detoured several times on the wetland track. He dismounted and took a look at the sign, looking for a hill directly in front of him. Xiaji got on his horse and tore the card. As the cardboard was torn in half, the seal of spiritual power disappeared. Dragon Shadow Writing, Dragon Shadow Charge. At this moment, Xiaji had the illusion that he had turned into a light. Under the protection of Dragon Shadow Charge, Xiaji was not crushed into blood mist by the terrifying acceleration. Even with the blessing of Dragon Shadow Writing, with 100 times his own attributes, there is no way he could withstand this terrifying acceleration. No, it's more than 100 times. The horse under Xiaji's but also has attributes. After careful perception, it is at least 2,000 times higher than his own single attribute. The attributes of this horse are about 20 times his own. It didn't take even a minute, just half a minute, for Xiaoji to complete the extreme distance of the charge. At the end of the jam, Summer Solstice slows things down a notch. Without the blessing of Dragon Shadow Riding and Dragon Shadow Charge, with the terrifying speed when he charged just now, the air is no different from steel to Xiaoji. Without slowing down, Xiaoji will be hit by the air on the spot after the charge effect disappears. Not far ahead is the foot of the mountain. There is a sign next to it, which should be another track. In other words, it took Xiaoji half a minute to complete the grassland track. As the horse's front legs stepped onto the mountain road, a card appeared in Xiaoji's hand, and he entered a new track. There is no end in sight on the mountain road, and the visible road is winding. The non-road areas are rugged and rocky, so climbing may be possible, but forget it by walking. Give up using cards to unlock spiritual power, and ride up to the summer solstice. Pa pa pa. At this time, suddenly there was a sonic boom behind him. Turning around, I saw a strong wind blowing in the distance. The strong wind blew up countless clods of soil and grass, and I could even see antelopes and gray wolves in the air. Maya woo. Bang bang bang. Mixed with the screams of animals, countless objects rolled up by the strong wind hit the mountain wall, frightening Xiaoji to dawdle and quickly run to higher ground. The strong wind came very suddenly, coming along the route that Xiaoji had just run. Fortunately, he ran fast and didn't let me hit him. Xiaoji was very happy. Little did he know that this wind was caused by him running too fast. After going up the mountain, you come down the mountain. The other side of the mountain is completely different. Different from the rainforests, wetlands, and grasslands here, the other side is the dead desert and yellow sand. Running on different tracks along the way. There are dozens of different track environments, and more than half of them are suitable for starting the land rocket mode during the summer solstice. Moreover, the length of each track is seriously different. Except for the sections where using skills is not helpful, some tracks did not finish even 3 cards during the summer solstice, while some tracks did not finish the race before the duration of 1 card was more than half. Got it. When he came to the last track, plus the newly acquired ones, Xiaoji still had 3 cards in his hand. There is a bottomless cliff ahead, and there is a wooden sign next to it that says, "This is the last section of the track." There is an arrow above the text, pointing in the direction of the cliff. Looking at the abyss beneath her feet, Xiaoji felt a little confused. Should I jump down on my horse? Xiaoji tried it with a stone, but there was no air bridge ahead. It seems we can only jump. Are you ready? Horse. Patting the horse's neck, Xiaoji tore open the paper. Dragon Shadow Riding, Dragon Shadow Charge. At full speed, Xiaoji opened her eyes wide and charged forward. After a simple run-up on the cliff platform, the horse's hooves jumped up. Even if it is a projectile, if the initial velocity is larger, it can be thrown further. The 4 horse hooves soared into the air without any parabolic motion as imagined. After Xiaoji jumped off the cliff on horseback, a golden stream of light shot out from the wooden sign on the cliff, catching up with Xiaoji and hitting the black horse's butt. As the golden stream of light hit the black horse, a pair of black wings suddenly opened on both sides of the black horse's back, and a wheel with blue flames appeared under the horse's hooves. Hey! Can this horse fly? Xiaoji, who was in the human horse state, found that he suddenly had a pair of wings. No, the horse suddenly had a pair of wings, and there were a few more wheels under its feet. Without considering the reason, maybe the horse was set up like this. The horse was at full power, and the originally terrifying speed became even more terrifying. After leaving the cliff, green circles suddenly appeared in the field of vision, 1 every 10,000 meters. It should be a check-in point, right? Xiaoji selected the nearest aperture. After passing through the aperture flashed and disappeared. It seems right. Along the aperture, the summer solstice passes through the clouds, leaving a white trail. Until now, Xiaoji has not seen other players. The players should not be on the same track. Are the other players ahead of him? Xiaoji didn't believe anything Xiaoji said. With the blessing of the modified version of Dragon Shadow Riding and Dragon Shadow Charge, Xiaoji didn't believe that she was thrown so far away just because she was stunned at the beginning. The length of the aerial track is a bit long this time. When the effect of the second jam is about to end, a black streamer appears in front of the summer solstice. Passing through the streamer will not change the original state of movement. I don't know what is on the other side. To prevent accidents, Xiaoji lowered the speed to an extremely low speed and passed through. Scene changes. Oh. Number 8. Number 8. There was a roar of people, and Xiaoji returned to the competition field. There was a red ribbon pulled 200 meters in front, which should be the finish line. The light curtains in the center of the field are arranged in sequence, and there is a player's figure on each light curtain. Xiaoji found his own piece at the top, looking up in the light curtain. The one under his light screen showed a figure riding a horse and walking hard on the glacier. It seems that everyone passed the same track scene. Summer solstice strides through the finish line. The moment I touched the red ribbon. Suddenly everything went dark, and when Xiaoji opened her eyes, she was already next to the inheritance. Statue. System prompt: career promotion is completed, you can move to a higher level. Is this the end? Not feeling any movement, Xiaoji was a little confused. Open the properties panel. Name: Dong. Level 50, 0/5.1 billion. Occupation: Dragon Shadow Knight, level 0. Constitution: 154. Spirit: 154. Life: 15,400. Spiritual power: 3080. Agility: 154. Base speed: 10. Physical defense: 154. Spell defense: 154. Mental resistance: 154. Free attribute points: 0. Talent: crazy decimal point. Equipment: Xuanzi, linen suit, novice equipment. Skills: Annihilation, Information Source, Meditation, Dragon Shadow Riding, Dragon Shadow Charge, Marksmanship. Gains: Blue Blessing, Special, 0 Growth, Special. Debuff: None. There is no change in the attribute panel after career promotion. Oh no, one thing is that there is an additional 0 level at the end of the career. These two words did not exist before. So career promotion means promotion from no level to level 0? Xiaoji is a little confused. There is no change in the distribution of promotion points during promotion. There is no change in the skill panels of Dragon Shadow Riding and Dragon Shadow Charge. Xiaoji, who was promoted in this career, was confused. After moving her hands and neck, Xiaoji decided to go offline and take a rest. There is obviously no fatigue system in this game. Even if winter coming is in the real world, there is no fatigue law for players. But after running the entire horse race, Xiaoji felt like he was about to fall apart. I feel much better after leaving the field, but my brain is still tired. After going offline, Xiaoji plans to take a nap in the game cabin. Sleep is not required to enter the shadow world, but Xiaoji is still not used to not sleeping at all. Every 10 days or so he would take the initiative to take a nap, even if he wasn't sleepy at all. After checking the time, Xiaoji, who was about to fall asleep, suddenly opened the hatch and sat up. Today is April 12th. It was always daytime during the horse riding competition. There was no concept of time during the summer solstice. I just felt that the race took a long time, but I didn't expect it to be so long. Forget it, let's get some sleep before we talk. Close the hatch, turn on the sleep aid mode, and close your eyes to fall asleep. Shadow World, Void Altar. Each main city has its own Void Altar, which can be entered through the teleportation array in the square or by purchasing a one-time teleportation scroll in the NPC store. Entering the interior of the Void Altar in different main cities cannot be said to look very similar, it can only be said to be exactly the same. The environment is similar to that of a training ground, except for the floor tiles that cannot be seen around the edges, and there is a towering stone monument in the center. It records the clearance ranking of the copy. First place. Team name, Zodiac sign. Illusion strength, 10. Number of people, 1. Region, Dacia. Clearance time, 2 hours, 18 minutes and 32 seconds. Second place. Team name, Caesar. Illusion strength, 10. Number of people, 1. Region, Eagle Country. Clearance time, 2 hours, 18 minutes and 41 seconds. Third place. Team name, Black Bears. Illusion strength, 10. Number of people, 1. Region, Tsarist Russia. Clearance time, 2 hours, 19 minutes and 12 seconds. 13th. Team name, Baki. Illusion strength, 10. Number of people, 1. Region, Japan. Clearance time, 2 hours, 29 minutes and 3 seconds. 324. Team name, HXLZ12357. Illusion strength, 10. Number of people, 1. Region, Dacia. Clearance time, 2 hours, 58 minutes and 41 seconds. 431. Team name, SEBLS15438. Illusion strength, 10. Number of people, 1. Region, Tsarist Russia. Clearance time, 2 hours, 58 minutes and 42 seconds. In front of the stone tablet, players continue to appear and disappear. As the system prompts, only some permissions are open to adventurers. Currently, there is only one copy, Lava Hell, in the world. No matter which main city corresponds to the Void Altar, there is only one stone tablet inside, and the stone tablets also have the same epic fragment sealed inside, Lava Hell. Epic Fantasy, Lava Hell. Required Origin Spirit Crystal, 110. Entry Limit, 1/100. Introduction. This place was originally a mineral vein in the Qin Shang Empire, providing 30% of the empire's mineral consumption every year. But a sudden undead natural disaster swept across the world. The unprepared empire was retreating steadily, and the Shangyang mines were also occupied by the undead. After several years of reconstruction by the undead, this place became an arsenal for the undead, providing simple weapons to the undead on the front line. The League of the Living was deeply aware of how helpful this place was to the undead, and decided to send hundreds of teams of 100 people to the Shangyang mine to destroy the vein stabilizing device and allow the lava underground to swallow the entire vein and the undead in it. Of course, the team that went to destroy the leyline stabilizing device were also devoured. April 15, 2100. In the real world, a bizarre thing is happening in T City, which is more than 300 miles away from C City where Xiaji is located. A suburb of T City. There are many unfinished high-rise buildings. The top of the platform was scorched black by the wind and sun, and the outer pillars were covered with moss. In the absence of human activities, plants began to invade this land without plants. This was originally the site for a relief housing community. Due to changes in policies and actual needs, the entire project came to a complete halt after several suspensions. Because it was noticed by many photographers, film crews came to shoot the scene from time to time, and the subsequent demolition plan was also put on hold. Now, because of the appearance of the game's shadow, no one has been here for more than 3 months. Ha ha! It's night, and the breeze blows through the tall buildings, playing the music of the night. In the silent night, apart from the sound of the wind, there was only the rustling sound of the blown banners. The banner is too old, and the whole thing is pale. A few words can be vaguely read: enthusiastic, finished. Bang bang bang. The sudden appearance of chaotic gunshots and gunfire broke the tranquility of the place. Under the illumination of the gunfire, one can clearly see that this is a well-equipped special operations team. Their pure black combat uniforms and exoskeleton armor make them look like ghosts in the dark night. Bluebird team is calling the command center, coordinates 26.8N, 124.3E. The target has been found and is being tracked. The poisonous fawn calls the Bluebird. It has fired to alert the target. It requests synchronized shooting to force the target into the abandoned planning area. This is the command center. Bluebird is cooperating with Operation Venomous Fawn. Be sure to stay away from the target and not lose the target. Follow-up support has been launched and is expected to arrive in 3 minutes. Day. A young man with black hair was walking quickly through the streets covered with weeds. Under the weak moonlight, although he could not see his hands and fingers, it was not much better. But the dark night seemed to have no effect on the young man. As if he had night vision, the young man could easily avoid various construction debris on the road or large props left by the crew. Wherever the young man walked, there was a trail of warm liquid left behind. Not long after the young man left, 2 teams of armed men arrived one after another. I saw one of them holding a palm-sized instrument and rubbing it on the liquid left by the young man. The instrument screen flashed rapidly and began to display the composition of the liquid. The blood of ordinary humans. Aliens are actually ordinary humans? The inspector looked at the data and said, "Ordinary human being? Your instrument is broken." The humanoid monster was hit by my KN-43 sniper modification, but it was still able to run. I even wondered if it was a carbon-based creature. How could it be a human being? That's the KN-43 sniper modification that can break 500mm ordinary armor with one shot. He was actually carried down by the body of a creature? Okay, hurry up and catch up. Looking at the red human-shaped red dot on the field of vision tactical eyepiece that was gradually moving away, the detector gave a reminder and took the lead in chasing away. The 2 teams formed one team and hung far behind the black-haired young man. Once the young man stopped, they also stopped and raised their guns in the direction of the young man and stood ready. As beings who could withstand the KN-43 sniper modification, no matter what it was, they had no intention of engaging in close combat with it. Pa. Suddenly there was a sonic boom in the sky. We even sent out fighter planes. What kind of monster are we facing? Looking up at the fighter planes trailing blue tail flames in the sky, the 2 teams felt that they were not feeling well. As we all know, the stronger the teammates assigned to you, the more terrifying your opponents will be. The command center called, and all armed personnel on the ground in the abandoned planning area immediately put on oxygen masks, and began to release JY3 anesthetic gas 1 minute later. A little fox was actually released. That thing is worth $1 million each. Things used in closed areas were actually released outdoors. Rumble. After a while, a group of hundreds of armed helicopters came to the sky, surrounded the black-haired youth, and began to drop capsules one by one. After the capsule landed, it exploded instantly, forming a smoke screen area covering about 10 meters. The first arriving fighter group has been patrolling back and forth in the sky, and seems to have made no other movements. The command center called, the anesthesia zone has been formed. All reconnaissance and tracking teams have evacuated to the periphery. The combat attack team is moving closer to the target. The use of JY7 anesthetic gas is authorized. The primary goal is to capture alive. We will judge according to the situation and allow to kill. Bluebird team received it and are exiting the anesthesia area. Wolf Warrior Squadron has received it and is approaching the mission target. When thousands of armed men surrounded him, the black-haired young man fell at an intersection on an abandoned street. He was lying on the ground, with a huge wound on his back almost tearing him apart. The place where he lay was covered by a smokescreen, and a large amount of liquid infected the ground. It was not known whether the reason for his collapse was excessive blood loss or anesthesia gas. Credit. Thousands of people gathered in a circle, pointing guns at the young man lying on the ground. He seemed uneasy. 3 capsules with JY7 printed on them were thrown next to the young man and exploded to form a stronger smokescreen. Because of the visual field tactical eyepiece, the smokescreen did not affect the field of view of the armed personnel. After throwing out the capsule and waiting for another 10 minutes, someone slowly approached. The personnel on the periphery all had their fingers on the triggers. If there was any abnormality, they would shoot without hesitation. No problem, the target is asleep, let the seizure team come over. The people who came to check were relieved. If the people outside were to fire, he in the center would not survive. After a while, a large box hung under an armed helicopter hovered in the center. 2 ropes were thrown down, and 2 soldiers in black combat uniforms slid down the ropes. Caw. After a few clicks, the box under the armed helicopter flashed a green light several times. The arrest of stranger number 03 has been completed and is now being escorted back to the detention area. The two soldiers pulled the rope back to the helicopter, and the helicopter began to rise and move rapidly in one direction. The fighter jets that had been patrolling in the air also changed direction and patrolled around the escort helicopter. The fighters' guided missile insurances are all unlocked and can be launched at any time, and their targets are the big box containing the number 03 Iran and the helicopter on it. It wasn't until the escort helicopter left that the thousands of people gathered in a circle relaxed. The command center called, "The arrest mission has been completed," the armed personnel evacuated to rest, and the aftermath personnel went to the gas coverage area to recover as much gas as possible. The order has been updated. Wolf Warrior Squadron will go to G City immediately to arrest. The transport vehicle will arrive in 5 minutes. Please be careful. This target is extremely dangerous. All members of the Bird Squadron have died, 2,354 people, no one has survived. City G is currently evacuating citizens. Your mission goal is to kill alien number 07. At the very least, you must expel or lure alien number 07 to no man's land. The use of 50 yield nuclear bombs has been authorized. A total of 42 squadrons including Taichung, Jioding, Qilin, and Liming are also going together. Please cooperate. The command has been transferred, and this battle is under the direct command of the E Department Theater Command. I slept soundly during Siaji, but my sleep was a bit long. It's like this every time. I don't feel sleepy and I don't need to sleep, but it takes a long time to wake up. After washing up, Siaji lay down in the game cabin again. Without entering the game directly, open the official website. It's been more than 10 days since Siaji was updated, but there is no update content on the official website. The homepage of the official website is no longer a simple sentence to explore by yourself. Most of it is an introduction to new content, and as always, the guide is for players. But the last line of red text caught Siaji's attention. Please note, due to the high degree of fidelity of the game, some players have become mentally confused and cannot distinguish between reality and the game. Recently, there have been incidents of mentally abnormal players hurting people. If players find themselves or those around them behaving abnormally, please report them in time. Contact a rescue agency and we will provide the best free treatment. Contact number XXXXXX. Jump to the game forum. The top 2 items are the copy, Lava Hell strategy and a combat power ranking list, but no one is on the list. Close the forum and enter the game. Without stopping at the arena, after Siaji went online, he rode his horse to the square in the center of one US city. In the center of the square was a teleportation array. There were a lot of people walking in and out of the square, but it didn't seem crowded. After changing the no attribute novice outfit from linen to white cloth, click on the transfer array light curtain. Selected target, Altar of the Void. The light beam fell, and Siaji came to an empty world. Next to him was a huge stone tablet, which recorded the clearance ranking of the copy. The first part was fine, but after the 100th place was entered, and until the end of the 1000th place, the team names were all a combination of English letters and numbers, which was a bit confusing. He withdrew his gaze from the stone tablet, took out an origin spirit crystal, and pulled the stone tablet with his thoughts, and a black vortex appeared in front of Siaji. System prompt, please invest a sufficient amount of origin spirit crystal. The current real illusion, Lava Hell. Minimum, 1.0, maximum, 10.0. Can't this be changed? Skills can be understood as dimensionality enhancement. What is the principle behind this? What Siaji couldn't understand was that this was actually a dimensionality increase. The formation principle of the dungeon was to rely on the origin spirit crystal to draw the energy of the void to recreate the past scene, and the lava hell illusion differentiated by the dungeon stone tablet required at least one origin spirit crystal to complete the void. Energy pulling can only carry up to 10 origin spirit crystals to pull void energy at the same time. Siaji's talent is equivalent to strengthening the power differentiated by the stone tablet, and the consequence of doing so is the copy formed in this way. No matter how many spiritual crystals are invested, only Xiaji can enter. He threw an origin spirit crystal into the vortex and waited for about a minute. The vortex suddenly grew larger and a suction force came. Xiaji had no resistance and was suddenly sucked into the black vortex. The inside of the vortex is like a circular channel, with arcs flashing constantly on the walls of the channel, and from time to time some magnificent image fragments will appear. There is no gravity in the channel, so Xiaji floats in the air and keeps flying forward. Suddenly a white light filled the field of vision. After the white light, Solstice appears inside a cave. Different from the ghost mine, this cave is like hell. The inside of the cave is completely a magma pool, with a black road formed by the cooling of magma, and the cave walls are reflected red by the magma. System prompt: your team is responsible for destroying the leyline stabilizing device in mine number 153, let's go. For the living. The hole is wide open behind you, and it's pitch black outside. As long as you step out of the hole, it means the mission has failed, and the player will be teleported out of the dungeon immediately. Ahead, lava is flowing and the heat is overwhelming. As he steps forward, Xiaji is not nervous. Even if he dies in the dungeon, there will be no punishment, but the harvest will be cleared. Moving forward along the road, Xiaji soon encountered the first monster, the Goblin Miner Slave. Name: Goblin Mine Slave. Level: Level 50. Life: 1000. Constitution: 100. Spirit: 80. Skill: Escape, will immediately run away after being attacked, speed plus 20 within 10 seconds. A very weak monster, the goblin is mining seriously with a mining pickaxe. Xiaji had already walked to its position 1 meter away without noticing it. Even after hearing Xiaji's deliberate footsteps, she dug even harder without any intention of looking back. Holding his spear, he pointed it hard at the goblin's head. Ba la! The weak point penetrated, and the goblin's brain was pierced, hanging on the gun, and lost movement. Minus 1000. System prompt: experience plus 10,000. Instant kill. According to Xiaji's current physical constitution of 254 points plus equipment, Xianzi alone cannot defeat goblins in a second with basic attacks. Because there is no damage bonus, with Xianzi's current strength, in terms of numerical value, Xiaji can only deal up to twice the physical damage in a single time. However, due to the extra damage from part destruction, as long as there are strong and weak points such as the head and heart, even the 10,000 blood Xiaji can still do it in seconds. The tip of Xianzi's spear is very sharp, and it cannot be stopped by just a mob's skull. The monster is very weak, and the only loot after killing it is a mining pickaxe with a swing speed of +1. Without picking up anything, Xiaji got on his horse and moved forward. Xiaji discovered that reality comes from annihilation. After the goblin miner, Xiaji encountered the dwarf miner, the white ghost, the black ghost, and the forger. There are strategies for all the attribute weaknesses of these monsters on the forum, but Xiaji won't use them. In less than 10 minutes, Xiaji reached a huge cave with a magma pool in the middle and a towering pillar standing in the magma. This is it. There is a hand-drawn image of this pillar on the forum. It is the stabilizing device, just destroy it. The pillar has a health bar. At the difficulty level of an origin spirit crystal, it only has 1000 health, which is pitiful and can be destroyed in a few hits. Of course, there are obstacles to blowing up the pillar. There is an undead knight guarding next to the pillar. However, the terrain in the mine is not suitable for horseback fighting, and the undead knight will not dismount or attack the middle pillar. Therefore, it is not difficult to defeat the undead knight by relying on King Qin's pillar circling method of circling the magma pool and consuming the stream remotely across the pillars. You can even go around the pillar and attack the pillar directly. As long as you break the pillar, you will immediately leave the dungeon. But no one would do this. Why come in if you don't kill the boss? Travel? There is no reward for clearing the dungeon of this game, and the rewards all depend on the explosion of monsters inside. However, it is said that the first 1000 people who can leave their names on the dungeon stone tablet will receive rewards, which will be given out at the end of each month. The undead knight was wearing a pair of armor. He couldn't see clearly inside. It was pitch black, leaving only a pair of glowing red eyes. Under his body is a bone horse that emits will-o'-the-wisps, and in his hand is a spear that emits black smoke. Don't tell me, this outfit is quite cool. Distant Xiaoji's one-shot skill double combo. Dragon Shadow Riding, Annihilation. -105600. However, half of the undead knight's health bar of 2 million blood was instantly gone. The sleeping undead knight was awakened, raised his head, his eyes flashed red, and sprinted towards the summer solstice. Dragon Shadow Riding, Annihilation. -105600. Another double shot. With a crash, the armor of the undead knight was scattered on the ground. While meditating to restore spiritual power and riding a horse, summer solstice came to the place where the undead knights were scattered. Self-casting meditation can already be used on a moving horse, but other skills cannot be used while meditating. Looking at the horse bones lying on the ground, Xiaoji's luck was broken. He could guarantee that he had never attacked a horse once, but when the undead knight died, the horse also disappeared. After experiencing the high-stat horse in the promotion competition, Xiaoji's desire for a super high-stat mount became even stronger. With the Dragon Shadow Riding skill, he was really suitable as a pendant for a powerful mount. A giant dragon with 100 times the attributes asks you if you are afraid. Among the corpses of the undead knight, Xiaoji dug out the spear. This is the only one with attributes in it, and it is the one that Xianzi can devour. A little increase in growth value is better than nothing. After killing the undead knight, Xiaoji did not immediately attack the stone pillar, which is the stabilizing device. There are 2 hidden bosses in this copy, and Xiaoji planned to take a look. There is no need to look for the boss of this dungeon. You can't find it even if you want to, just sit back and wait. About an hour later, a roar suddenly appeared from the direction of the cave entrance. Damn humans, how dare you come to destroy my Bone Clan's mine, don't even think about leaving here alive. This is a skeleton warlock wearing a robe. Moreover, the normal attack is long range and has the ability to summon skeleton warriors. Relying on the bonus of Dragon Shadow Riding, it is still easy to dodge long-range attacks from 1,000 meters away. In addition, the bonus can annihilate the pseudo-group attack effect of over 10,000 meters, so Xiaoji is not false. As for the skeleton warlock with a spiritual crystal difficulty, Xiaoji didn't even look down on it. When Xiaoji saw it, he took it away with a set of skills. The skeleton warlock's health volume is not half as high as the undead knight's, only over 900,000, while the summer solstice. Annihilation, with the blessing of writing skills, has already reached 1 million points of damage on the system panel alone. Coming to the pile of bones scattered by the skeleton warlock, this time the equipment with attributes was a robe, and the attributes added were not as good as the pile of white cloth exploded in the ghost mine. Let Xianzi absorb it directly, and the growth value will not change. Script type equals text/JavaScript, language equals JavaScript, src equals https://live.premies.text/live/liveview.php, s equals 121252 and kbuster equals %cachebuster%%/script. After picking up the things, Xiaoji smashed the stone tablet with an annihilation. He didn't want to wait for the boss later. It was a waste of time. He just wanted to understand the process. He wanted to go to the 10-spirit crystal difficulty dungeon to check it out. And his ultimate goal is 100. Climbing slowly one gear at a time. Although there is no penalty for failing the copy, the one-day cooling down is not what Xiaoji wants. As long as you clear the dungeon, you can continue directly without cooling down. The consciousness triggered the stone tablet, and this time Xiaoji threw 10 origin spirit crystals into it. It's still the same mine, and the environment is still like a red hell without any change, but the ground is much harder. When there was a spiritual crystal, Xiaoji could hit a hole with one kick, but now there won't even be a mark with one kick. There is also a thin goblin mining in the old location. Bang! Bang! Every time the goblin went down, sparks shot out from where the pickaxe collided with the cave wall. Obviously, the goblin was not as weak as it looked. Name, Goblin Mine Slave. Level 50. Life, 4000. Constitution, 400. Spirit, 230. Skill. Escape, will immediately run away after being attacked, speed plus 1000 within 10 seconds. Bullying, when the opponent's physique is lower than your own, the physique effect is x2. Fake death, after the life reaches 0, if the body is not destroyed, you can be resurrected 1 day later. Remaining number of resurrections, 3/10. It was indeed a lot stronger, but to Xiaji it was still an ordinary annihilation. Minus 4000. System prompt, experience plus 30,000. There is still only one mineral pickaxe with attributes, which is much better than the one last time. Unfortunately, it is not equipment and Xianzi cannot absorb it. As for taking it out, you can't sell it at all. The explosion rate of this mining pick is as high as an outrageous 100%. At first, there were NPCs who would take it, but after more than 10 days, now even the NPCs don't take it. Without the idea of destroying the corpse and eradicating traces, even if the goblin was resurrected a day later, it would have nothing to do with him. The other monsters in the mine have also become a lot stronger, but they are still not the enemies of Xiaji in one attack. At most, they will be annihilated in one shot. Soon I saw the sleeping undead knight again, this time with a health volume of 30 million. Not daring to disturb him easily, Xiaji only dared to use his skills twice after walking around to the other end of the pillar. Minus 1 million. This number is the result of Xiaji's own control. It is slightly lower than the panel damage, and the cooldown is also shorter. The undead knight wakes up and chases Xiaji around the pillar. Without the active effect of Dragon Shadow Riding, Xiaji's speed is slower than that of the undead knight, but interspersed with Dragon Shadow Riding for a second from time to time, Xiaji and the undead knight always remain on the opposite side of the earth vein stabilizing device. After 5 minutes of circling, with the sound of items falling and relying on Xianzi's soul-eating effect, the undead knight was surrounded to death by Xiaji. System prompt, experience plus 1 million. This time, 2 pieces of protective equipment were lost. Their properties were much better than the white cloth on Xiaji's body. However, Xiaji did not wear them and instead gave them to Xianzi. This undead knight was not Xiaji's target. He planned to fight the undead knight with a difficulty level of 100 spirit crystals, and he must explode his horse. Xiaji had seen it on the forum. Not only was the bone horse a thief, but it also had very good attributes. Anyway, the bone horse with 10 spiritual crystals had more than double the attributes of Xiaji. After breaking the pillar, I have no idea of fighting Xiaji, the next 2 bosses, at least not yet. The skeleton warlock is purely long range and the risk is too high to fight. The pillar is broken and the copy is cleared. Xiaji went to the store and bought 200 origin spirit crystals. A black vortex appeared. After modifying the system prompts, Xiaji dropped 100 pills at a time. It's the same cave entrance, and it's the same goblin mining. Name, Goblin Mine Slave. Level 50, level 0. Life, 30,000. Skill. Mutation, the goblin miner has received an unknown improvement, and its strength is far greater than before. Pickaxe mastery, when using a mining pickaxe as a weapon, the damage is increased by 50%, the skill is increased by 10%, and the mining speed is increased by 100%. Dragon Shadow Riding, Annihilation. Minus 30,000. System prompt, experience plus 100,000. One set can easily take away the goblin. The goblin's health actually has 30,000. Compared with the difficulty of 10 spiritual crystals, it is directly increased by 10 times, and it also has several more skills. Moving on, Black and White Ghost's physical damage immunity has reached 100%. Fortunately, Xiaji focuses on real damage, which has no effect on him. More than half an hour had passed when the stabilizing device was cleared this time. Xiaji spent most of his time meditating. Without using Dragon Shadow Riding, Xiaji was very self-aware and could only defeat the goblins. Name, Undead Knight, Leader. Level, First Level. Life, 1.5 billion. Constitution, 12,000. Spirit, 6,000. Skill. Mutation, the Undead Knight has received an unknown improvement, and its strength is far greater than before. Undead Flying Rider instantly increases speed by 1000%, lasting 10 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. Undead charge, the speed is increased by 300%, causing 1.2 million damage to the charging target, knocking up all units on the path and causing 120,000 damage. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Death Bones, immediately regenerates after death, removes all debuffs, and restores health to 30% of maximum health. Cooling, 1 day. Undead Spear. Come to the other end of the pillar. Dragon Shadow Riding, Annihilation. -1 million. The undead knight exits his slumber. Depend on. Dragon Shadow Charge. Xiaji turned into an afterimage and rushed towards the entrance of the cave. The speed of the undead knight is so fast that it can actually be as fast as Xiaji with Dragon Shadow Riding enabled. Although Xianzi's soul eating effect enhances battery life, the cooling vacuum period of annihilation is a full 5 seconds, which is too long for summer solstice. Unless there is infinite blue, with the speed of the undead knight, Xiaji cannot be beaten. The summer solstice, which turned into an afterimage, passed through the cave entrance in an instant. The copy failed and exited unexpectedly, and then cooled down for a day. Xiaji actually rushed out, but it was pitch black outside, with nothing but the ground under his feet. There was endless darkness ahead, as if there was a great horror waiting for him. This feeling made Xiaji not want to move forward. Turning around, I saw only a faint red light coming from the entrance of the mine. A black spot rushed out of the hole and headed towards the summer solstice. Damn, I'm still chasing you. Xiaji didn't dare to stop charging. The charge was over, and Xiaji's spiritual power was exhausted. Looking back, there was only a faint red spot. The wildebeest running slowly under his buttocks. Xiaji began to meditate to restore his spiritual power. As soon as the spiritual power is restored, he immediately uses the Dragon Shadow Riding technique to run away. Just run and walk like this until the cooldown of Dragon Shadow Charge is completed 10 minutes later. Xiaji stopped, turned the horse's head and began to walk back slowly. After walking for about 2 minutes, a pair of red dots appeared in Xiaji's field of vision, and they were rapidly approaching Xiaji. It's the eyes of the undead knight. Looking into the eyes of the running undead knight, Xiaji was not nervous. Dragon Shadow Riding, Annihilation, 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 Dragon Shadow Charge. -1 million. -1 million. -1 million. -1 million. -1 million. 5 consecutive rounds of annihilation directly took away 5 million lives of the undead knight. The price was that if he used annihilation again within 10 minutes of summer solstice, he would die suddenly on the spot. But this is the charm of independent spellcasting, and the reason why Xiaji is willing to spend so long learning it. As soon as Longing charged, Xiaji bypassed the undead knight and headed towards the faint red dot in the direction of the mine. He's going back to steal homes. Xianzi ate up a full 3,000 growth points in this 100 spirit crystal difficulty mine, and Xiaji didn't want to give it back if the copy failed. The tickets you bought for 100 gold coins can't just be wasted. After running for 9 minutes, Xiaji successfully returned to the mine. There was no one in the mine at the moment. Annihilation is still overloaded and I dare not use it. Use Xianzi as a javelin and shoot it at the stone pillar. -31,400. A health bar appears, and a decrease of 30,000 has no effect on the health bar. It is already invisible to the naked eye. The leyline stabilizer is not a monster and the source of information is invalid. Xianzi recalled midair and continued firing. The mosquito legs were also meat. 2 minutes passed, and annihilation resumed. -1 million. The health bar finally moved a little, and Xiaji estimated that Shizhu's health volume should be about 10 billion. This is a slap in the face. After some calculations in my mind, I grinded the undead knight back and forth, once every 10 minutes, with 5 million health each time. 1.5 billion health would take about 50 hours. If you want to grind off the stabilizing device, you need to lure the undead knight away first and then come back. Summer Solstice cannot get rid of the undead knight without using Dragon Shadow Riding. You need Dragon Shadow Riding twice to ensure safety, so a round trip takes about 20 minutes. According to the speed of the Undead Knight allows 2 to 3 minutes to grind the pillar each time. The maximum efficiency of annihilation can drain 12 million blood in 1 minute, and 10 billion blood will take more than 90 hours at the fastest. Beating the pillars is worse than beating the Undead Knight. Just as he was thinking about it, the Undead Knight suddenly rushed in from outside. After a series of attacks, Xiaoji scratched the Undead Knight and ran out of the mine. After a while, the Undead Knight also rushed out of the mine. In this way, Xiaoji led the Undead Knight back and forth around the mine. And Xiaoji found a skill in pulling. After the encounter, there is no need to fire 5 rounds of annihilation and run away. You can use Dragon Shadow Riding to hold it for about a minute, and then charge and run away after half of the spiritual power is consumed. Moreover, he can cancel the effect of Dragon Shadow Riding during the consumption of spiritual power, take a sip of the blue bottle, and immediately activate Dragon Shadow Riding after drinking back the spiritual power. After the Dragon Shadow Riding is turned on, Xiaoji's maximum health and spiritual power will increase by 100 times, while the current health and spiritual power are fixed percentages. 4. Example, the original spiritual power is 50%. After the Dragon Shadow Riding is turned on, the spiritual power will be increased by 100 times. Still 50%. After such a trip, Xiaoji's output per unit time has more than doubled. Xiaoji is sure to grind the Undead Knight to death within 20 hours. If the cooldown time of Blue Bottle hadn't almost caught up with Dragon Shadow Charge, Summer Solstice would have been even faster. Time passed slowly, 4 hours flew by, and the Summer Solstice came to the side of the mine again. According to the guide on the forum, the mine will be engulfed by lava after 4 hours, and then the player will be drowned by the lava and the mission will fail. The shape of the outside of the mine is a small hill, and its volume is much smaller than the inside. After standing at the entrance of the cave and looking at it for a while, a rumbling sound suddenly came from inside. After a while, lava flowed out of the hole. Not wanting to touch the lava, Xiaoji quickly got out of the way. After a while, the Undead Knight caught up with him again. Activate the Dragon Shadow Riding technique and annihilate one by one every few seconds. After the spiritual power reaches half, charge and run away. The Undead Knight seems to always know Xiaoji's location information, and will never lose Xiaoji no matter how much she runs. -1 million. System prompt, experience plus 6 billion. System prompt, level improvement. Finally dead. After 20 hours of grinding, the Undead Knight finally collapsed completely. Xiaoji was shocked by this experience and was directly promoted to a level. Now it takes 5.2 billion experience to level up to level 52, and you can still level up after killing one. Of course, what makes Xiaoji most happy is that the bones of the Undead Knight did not scatter into piles of bones, but disappeared directly. What this means is self-evident. Hurrying forward, Xiaoji took out 2 items with attributes by the light of the magma lake. A black spear, based on its attributes and characteristics, was not even a little bit stronger than Xianzi. Then Xiaoji directly let Xianzi eat the black spear. This spear directly increased Xianzi's growth value to 10,000 points. Consider it value for money. Based on speculation about his own innate abilities, this kind of improvement, which is equivalent to a dimensional promotion, should not have any impact on the original structure of the item. Therefore, after Xiaoji now moves the decimal point of Xianzi's promotion limit by 1 decimal place, the possibility that the upper limit after career promotion is 20 is very high, the possibility of 11 is also very low, and the possibility of 2 is 0. Xiaoji expressed that he wanted to give it a try, and he took action immediately. As the decimal point moved, Xianzi's characteristics immediately changed. The growth value of growth has become 0/10,000, the promotion level of promotion has become 2 out of 10, and the effect of Soul Eater has doubled. Each attack can convert 2% of the damage. For its own spiritual power, the maximum spiritual power value converted in a single time is 4% of the maximum spiritual value. Although the effects of Rui and Spirit Seal have not changed, the improvement of Spirit Devouring is simply perfect. Now Xiaoji is sure to grind the Death Knight within 10 hours. If the spiritual power conversion effect of Devouring Soul can be increased to 5%, relying on the soul eating effect to have unlimited battery life, it can be completed within 2.5 hours. It's still not strong enough. Xiaxi sighed and took out another item, which was a bone flute. Item name, Nightmare Bone Flute. Item quality, gold. Item effect, summons a bone-dead nightmare to help in the battle. Duration, unlimited. Only one can exist at the same time. Item introduction, am I from hell? No. That's heaven. That's it. Xiaji jumped happily. The one on the forum was only of silver quality, and its attributes were much higher than Xiaji's. Get out of the way like a white horse, it's not as good looking as a bone horse with will-o'-the-wisps. Woo woo woo. He played the bone flute, and the sweet sound echoed in Xiaji's ears, but the bone horse never appeared. Is my posture wrong? The dismounting sound of the summer solstice is sounded again. Woo woo woo. Still no response, is the scene not allowed? Looking at the magma lake spreading outwards next to it and the submerged mine cave hill in the center of the lake. How do I make a copy? Xiaxi suddenly realized that there was a serious question. There are only two ways to exit the dungeon. If the player dies and fails to clear the level, he or she can break the leyline stabilizing device and exit successfully. But looking at the magma lake surrounding the mine cave, Xiaxi fell silent. Do you want me to swim in the lava lake and break the pillar? Xiaxi tried writing with Dragon Shadow. The magma will cause 10,000 points of burning damage per second. Xiaxi with writing skill has 314,000 health and can resist for 31 seconds. Because of the enhanced effect of Xian Zi's Spirit Devouring, 4% of the spiritual power can be restored every 5 seconds while the annihilation is being used, and the spiritual power can last longer. It is feasible to carry the magma to dismantle the pillars, but the thought of the pillars having 10 billion HP makes Xiaxi feel a little scared. However, Xiaxi would rather waste some time here than give up the nightmare bone flute. The explosion rate of this thing, according to the incomplete statistics of the inferior by Xiaoxing on the forum, the total difficulty is less than 1/10,000th. And because the mount has a very high bonus to the knight profession, even a bronze-quality nightmare bone flute exploded under the difficulty of 1 spiritual crystal, the minimum transaction price is as high as 10,000 gold coins, which is not something he can afford at all. It can be said that he is lucky to be able to enter the soul at the difficulty level of 100 spirit crystals. He has already obtained something and there is no way he will give it up no matter what. With no other choice, Xiaxi rode a white horse, turned on riding skills and charged and ran into the magma lake. Hiss, it's so hot. As soon as he entered the magma, Xiaxi's whole body was on fire. The white cloth he wore in the ghost mine was all burned, and his health and life immediately dropped. As a last resort, Xiaxi took out a novice outfit with no attributes and put it on. Strangely enough, all the equipment was on fire, but Xiaxi's skin was not burned, and his and wildebeest's hair was not singed by the lava. Although it was a bit strange to control the limbs of the horse to swim in the lava, Xiaxi still did it. When approaching the entrance of the cave, both the man and the horse emerged from the lava, took a deep breath, and plunged into the cave. With the blessing of Shuanglongying, Xiaxi quickly swam to the location of the earth vein stabilization device. Looking at the blood bar of the pillar, Xiaxi was a little surprised. After being completely immersed in magma, the stabilizing device will automatically lose health. Now it's less than 10%, just wait outside for another hour or two. After giving the stabilizing device 5 consecutive annihilations, Xiaxi left the magma mine. After waiting outside for about an hour, Xiaxi found a figure suddenly appearing at the entrance of the mine. Rubbing his eyes, Xiaxi was very sure that the figure struggling in the magma was the skeleton warlock. Speaking of which, the skeleton shouldn't need to breathe. It can just walk out. But what the hell is it struggling to float up and down on the surface of magma? In Xiaxi's eyes, the skeleton warlock looked like a man who couldn't swim and struggled wildly after falling into the water. How could Xiaxi let go of this kind of beating down? The magma skeleton? He was annihilated from a distance while riding. After being attacked, the skeleton struggled even more fiercely, but its actual position did not change at all. Is there any boss better than this? Xiaxi has realized it. I will let you go this time and come back next time. The pillar completely soaked in magma is about to explode. There is not enough time to kill the boss this summer solstice. Not long after the skeleton warlock appeared, Xiaoji returned to the void altar following a system prompt. System prompt: you have successfully completed the real illusion mission, and the gains from this trip will be retained. Xiaoji took out the bone flute, which was the biggest gain from the copy. As the bone flute sounded, a portal formed by flames appeared in front of Xiaoji, and a tall bone horse walked out of it. Name: Nightmare of Bones. Level: First level. Life: 120,000. Constitution: 1,200. Spirit: 3,000. Nightmare power: 3,000 points. Skill: Volley. The bone-dead nightmare can run in the air, and consumes 100 points/second of nightmare power when used. Illusion: create an illusion to trap the target. The intensity of the illusion is affected by the mental power of the nightmare and the consumption of the power of the nightmare. A maximum of 100% of the power of nightmares can be consumed at one time. Dream: causes the target to fall into a deep sleep, lasting 5 seconds. Shadow of Dead Bones: with the dead bone nightmare as the center, within a kilometer range, when the average visibility is less than 100, the visibility at the turn of the sun and moon is 100, all attributes of the nightmare will be increased by 100%, and when the average visibility is higher than 800, visibility at noon is 1000, all attributes of the nightmare are reduced by 50%. Damn, someone broke the news about the nightmare. What a blessing. And this nightmare is so big, much bigger than the silver ones on the forum. At first glance, it is the top existence among silvers. Brother, can you let me get closer and take a breath of European air? Listening to the envious conversations of the players next to him, Xiaoji's vanity was greatly satisfied. Brother, do you want to sell your horse? I'll pay you 100,000 gold coins. In addition to the players who lamented, many players also came up to ask if Xiaoji would sell horses. Sorry, I want to keep Nightmare for myself. Do you want this white horse? I'll give you a discount. How can it be possible to sell a horse in Xiaoji? Even if it is sold, it cannot be sold for only 100,000 gold coins. This is gold quality. Some of the best silver quality horses on the forum can be bought for 200,000 gold coins. The newly summoned Nightmare is at most a summoned monster. Although it won't object if Xiaoji rides it, Nightmare is not a mount and cannot get the riding bonuses of Dragon Shadow Riding and Dragon Shadow Charge, and even the riding bonus of Marksmanship. Neither riding status nor damage can be triggered. Leaving the Void Altar, Summer Solstice came to the central hub. The horse purchased at the hub has its own mount attribute. If other monsters want to obtain the mount attribute, they must purchase a mount talisman at the central hub and imprint the monster with the mount attribute to obtain support from relevant rules. The mount talisman is not expensive, you can buy it for 10 copper coins. However, there are very few wild monsters who have the qualifications to mount and are willing to accept the mount talisman. There are not many players who have switched to night professions, so whenever mounts with high attributes appear for sale, they are extremely expensive. I bought a mount talisman and sold the wildebeest by the way. Summoning the Nightmare, Xiaoji put the talisman on the Nightmare's head. The ghost fire of the Nightmare, who was not worried about the summer solstice, burned the talisman. As soon as the talisman touched the Nightmare's forehead, it turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Is this the end? Clicking on the attribute panel of the Nightmare showed the base speed, 100, and nothing else changed. Xiaoji got on the horse and instantly felt a lot stronger. Yes, that was the feeling. It was the same as the horse he rode when he was promoted. And Xiaoji feels that the Nightmare is not much worse than the racehorse. Now even if I hit you head on, I won't be able to defeat the undead knight at level 100. Pulling the Nightmare, Xiaoji entered the Void Altar again and opened the dungeon. It was still the difficulty of 100 spiritual crystals, but this time he was different. As a pendant, after he mounts Nightmare, he might be able to defeat his former master with Nightmare alone. Not to mention that it is also a pendant with output. Under the superposition of Nightmare's outrageous attributes, Xiaoji's annihilation damage, now blessed by Dragon Shadow Riding, has reached a terrifying over 9 million on the panel value alone, and the limit damage of independent spellcasting has directly exceeded 10 million. What is invincible? This is invincible. The undead knight with a blood volume of 1.5 billion is not enough in front of Xiaoji, and 150 rounds of annihilation only take 13 minutes. As for speed, without Dragon Shadow riding, it is worse than the undead knight, but with riding, the undead knight can lose sight of the taillights, and there is no need to charge to speed up. In less than 10 minutes, Xiaoji came to the undead knight again, and half of the time was spent picking up equipment. Dragon Shadow Knight, Annihilation. Minus 10 million. After the blow, Xiaoji ran out of the mine. He planned to take the undead knight for a walk, but the mine was narrow and the speed was too fast to move. And when it's pitch dark outside, Nightmare's Shadow of Bones effect can be triggered, and the damage and speed can be increased to the next level. Shadow of the Dead Bones only takes effect on the Nightmare's initial physical attributes and mental attributes, but this is also a huge improvement. Compared with the Nightmare's attributes, Xiaoji's are nothing like them. 261420000 261420000. His spiritual power was about to bottom out. After 5 consecutive rounds of extreme damage, Xiaoji charged to distance himself and meditated to restore his spiritual power. After recovery, continue to come back and pull. Because of the Shadow of the Dead Bones, it went much faster than expected. In just 8 minutes, the undead knight was killed by Xiaoji, scratching his bones. This time the undead knight was equally generous and gave him a helmet and spear with attributes. By the way, is this gun the same as the goblin pickaxe at the entrance of the mine? It is 100% explosive. Xiaoji killed 4 undead knights every time. The spear was eaten by Xianzi, and the promotion level was raised to level 3. The soul-eating spirit was improved again, with 3% damage conversion and 6% maximum spiritual power conversion limit. The achievement of perpetual motion is achieved, annihilation is endless, and writing skills are endless. Equipment name, Undead Helmet. Equipment quality, Gold. Equipment effect, Physical Fitness plus 1000.0. Shock absorption, eliminates the damage effect of weak points. Extreme vision, vision distance increased by 10%. Equipment durability, 780/1000. Equipment introduction, the standard equipment of the undead knight. The attributes are very high. At first glance, it seems that it is not something that should appear at this stage, especially after the summer solstice moves the decimal point. After putting on the helmet and using the summer solstice dragon shadow riding skill, his health points reached tens of millions, and his damage reached 40 million. He is now a big boss. Not to mention being invincible at the same level, there is no need to be invincible when crossing levels, just seconds. No, he can't drop a level 1 undead knight in a second. After all, the health volume is measured in hundreds of millions. But the same undead knight can't drop 10 million blood in Xiaoji in 1 second. After collecting the items dropped by the undead knight, Xiaoji waited on the spot. It was time to take a look at the 2 bosses at the back. After waiting for about an hour, the skeleton warlock appeared at the entrance of the cave. The skeleton warlock's HP is not as good as that of the undead knight, and he kills faster. However, the skeleton warlock is a purely long-range monster, and he has the power to fight back against Xiaoji. So there was a situation where Xiaoji rode the nightmare and fought against the skeleton warlock. He could hide and avoid non-tracking skills. Xiaoji is very fast now. He can reach 1046 while riding, which is 3 times the speed of sound. He can dodge. Open a lot of skills. For tracking skills that cannot be avoided, I have to resist hard. Xiaoji's double resistance is tens of thousands, and with more than tens of millions of blood, I can completely withstand it. With Xianzi's Soul Eater, I have no shortage of spiritual power. I can cancel the riding skill from time to time and take a sip. Red medicine, blood volume has been maintained at a healthy level. The cooling time of the red medicine is much shorter than that of the blue medicine. In fact, the cooling time of the two should be the same under normal circumstances, but because the energy bar of summer solstice is spiritual power, the cooling time of the blue medicine is several times longer. Within 5 minutes, the skeleton warlock fell to the ground. In the pile of bones, Xiaoji took out a staff and Wu now absorbed it for Xianzi, increasing its growth value by 6,000. The third boss still needs to wait for more than an hour. After waiting for a long time, Xiaoji was almost impatient, and finally the boss spawned at the entrance of the mine. The information source is thrown out. There is only a sketch of this monster and a general introduction to its skills on the forum, but the introduction is very unspecific. What? The information source of the modified version of Summer Solstice also cannot see the boss information. The boss is holding a giant sword, has a skeleton body, is wearing a complete battle armor, and is 3 meters tall. Just standing there will give you a sense of oppression. Annihilation. After the boss showed his complete body, he looked in the direction of Xiaoji. The figure disappeared instantly. I remember that the forum guide states that the boss's first attack will appear behind the player. During the summer solstice, I felt wind blowing at the back of my head and my neck felt cold. The charge started, and Xiaoji shot out at 6 times the speed of sound. Xiaoji's reaction was slow, but he still didn't hide away. Minus 10 million. A huge damage appeared from Xiaoji's body, and the more than 10 million blood seemed to be nothing. In an instant, only the blood skin was left, but his own annihilation did not deal any damage. According to the guide on the forum, this is an ability of the boss. It gains a shield every 10 seconds. The shield can invalidate the next attack received. After running far away, Xiaoji turned around and looked back. Through the firelight of the nightmare, he saw his headless body. Summer solstice? System prompt: your real illusion mission failed, and you will be refunded for this trip. Following the system prompts, a confused Xiaoji appeared at the void altar. The undead helmet is gone, Xianzi's promotion level has dropped back to level 2, and Xiaoji's level experience has also returned to what it was when he entered the dungeon. Xiaoji didn't react until now. He just thought he was invincible, but he was killed by the boss? That boss is too outrageous. His attributes are not normal to begin with. Depending on the effect of his talent, his attribute limit should be more than 100 times that of ordinary players, but he can't. Beat a dungeon boss? Obviously the first 2 are so easy to fight. No, we must find our place. Xiaoji plans to go to the dungeon with 10 origin spirit crystals to get to the final boss. System prompt: the soul path is disordered. Please wait patiently for the path to calm down before the real illusion can be opened. Forgot that after the copy fails, it will take a day to cool down. Xiaoji didn't want to go to Ghost Mine Cave, and there weren't many other good places to go, so Xiaoji simply quit the game. After exiting the game, the copy cooling will speed up the recovery. The official website cannot explain the specific principle. The reason given on the official website at the beginning was to stop players from being addicted to the game, but then it was withdrawn after being criticized by players. Based on the various official operations, the credibility of this reason is infinitely close to 0. After exiting the game, you only need to wait about 6 hours to enter the instance again, and the cooldown time is only a quarter of that of staying in the game. 6 hours passed quickly. Xiaoji went to the park for a walk, and finished reading the video novel for a while. Entering the game again, he wanted to find the boss at the bottom of the lava hell level with 10 spiritual crystal difficulty. Enter the game, throw in 10 origin spirit crystals, and summer solstice appears again in the lava hell instance. There was no one-stop enemy like Xiaoji in the front, but the things he was given were pretty impressive, only giving Xianzi 200 growth points. The first 2 bosses are easy. The undead knight once again exploded the undead helmet, but it was of silver quality, with much fewer attributes, only a 200-point physical bonus, and the only remaining characteristic was extreme vision. However, compared to Xiaoji's current blank slate, his attributes are still off the charts. He only has 157 points of constitution, and 2000 points of constitution can still be used after moving 1 decimal point. After killing the skeleton warlock, Xiaoji finally sought his true master again after an hour of waiting. The information source this time is very powerful, and all the information about the last boss can be seen at a glance. Name: Undead Centurion, Leader. Level: First level. Life: 80 million. Constitution: 5000. Spirit: 4000. Skill: Recruit 1000 captains. When the health is lower than 50%, 1,000 dead bone warriors can be forcibly summoned from the kingdom of the undead to assist in the battle. The summoned warrior is one level lower than the summoner. Cooling down, after being used once, it will be banned and requires a superior general to unblock it. Military order, 1,000 commanders, apply the buff effect, madness to yourself and 1,000 targets, duration, 3 hours. Cooling, 1 day. Battle formation, play of the dead, gather the strength of your subordinates to form a fighting spirit. Death Bones, immediately regenerates after death, removes all debuffs, and restores health to 30% of maximum health. Cooling, 1 day. Emergency Armor, generates a shield that can eliminate damage every 10 seconds. Don't turn around, instantly appears behind the target. When the target turns around, his own physical strength is temporarily increased by 100 times. The increase lasts for 10 seconds. If the target does not turn around within 1 minute, this effect disappears. Cooldown, recharges 1 level every 8 hours, up to 3 levels. Slit Throat, the first hit behind the target causes physical damage of Constitution x 200x weapon strength points. Cooling, refreshed after facing the target head-on. The cooling of different targets is calculated independently. Dark Body, when in darkness, you are immune to all damage by 30% and your agility is increased by 100%. Despair Sword Technique. Only the end-of-level boss with 10 spiritual crystals difficulty can see all attributes of Xiaoji's information source. The overall attributes are not even as good as the Undead Knight at 100 difficulty, but the skills are a bit difficult to master. Especially after seeing the Undead Centurion's MO turn and cut-throat skills, Xiaoji felt a headache. At 100 difficulty, he should have been killed by these two skills. There are many people and the skills can be consumed by quantity. I really don't understand how those solo players on the rankings can do it. You must know those on the rankings. The team all cleared the game solo. Just like last time, after the undead captain appeared, he looked in the direction of Xiaoji and disappeared. Seeing that the boss disappeared, Xiaoji reacted quickly. He started riding and charging, and ran away at 4 times the speed of sound. Without the 10,000 point physical bonus of the gold quality helmet, Xiaoji's speed was almost a third slower. Physique affects agility, agility affects speed. Although it was slow, the undead commander did not attack Xiaoji this time. Because not only is Xiaoji slower, but the difficulty of Undead 1000 Centurion is also much slower compared to 100 Spirit Crystals. In addition, Xiaoji is prepared this time and speeds up immediately when seeing Undead 1000 Centurion disappear. Walking around the mine all the way, Xiaoji thought about it in her heart. His current maximum damage of annihilation is 19.54 million. If he fires 5 consecutive rounds of maximum damage, he can kill the Undead Centurion in seconds. But he can't see the Undead Centurion now, and if Annihilation wants to hit someone, it must first sense and lock on the opponent. Xiaoji can only lock on sight at the moment. There was a chance before, but he missed it when he looked at the boss's attributes panel. After running for more than half a minute, Xiaoji turned off his riding skills, took a sip of blue medicine, and ran forward relying on his raw speed. After turning on riding, Xiaoji can have more than 3 million blood, but he is not sure whether he can withstand the sword of the Undead 1000 Captain. After triggering Mo's turn, the Undead Centurion's constitution was as high as 500,000. After Xiaoji started riding, it only had 330,000 constitution. He didn't have much confidence in using Xianzi Gu to block it. And once there is no way to block it, don't turn around and slit the throat. Even if Xiaoji has 100 million blood, he won't be able to withstand it. You must make these two skills take effect separately, otherwise you won't be able to fight. As long as he turns around and sees the Undead Knight, with just one glance, he can defeat the boss in 0.5 seconds. 0.5 seconds is the forward swing time for Xiaoji's autonomous casting of Annihilation. There is no forward swing after one cast followed by 4 consecutive casts. The so-called forward swing is the time it takes for Xiaoji to build an energy circuit in the body. The same energy circuit does not need to be rebuilt for the next 4 times. The price is that the energy circuit is overloaded and cannot be used again within 10 minutes. It is similar to the overheating of a gun barrel. If it is not cooled down, it will with continued use, the energy circuit will explode. The same principle applies to the limit damage being greater than the panel damage. The energy output is increased, but there is a limit to the energy that the energy loop can pass through at a time. If it exceeds the limit, it will explode. This is similar to the overload of a wire. Unfortunately, the energy circuit construction of absolute tracking skills such as annihilation starts from target locking, and cannot be charged in advance like non-tracking skills. I wonder how strong the boss's weapon is. Xiaji muttered. It's okay to keep doing this all the time. He wants to take a gamble. First, he can resist the undead captain's attack and cut his throat, then run away to get his health back to full, and then turn around and fight the boss. A 300,000 person constitution is only 1.66 times that of a 500,000 person constitution. Although his attributes are poor, he is still somewhat confident in his marksmanship. He doesn't need to rely on his marksmanship to beat the boss. He just needs to drag him until he can see the boss. I can only gamble. God forbid that the boss's weapon strength does not exceed 4. When the charge cooled down and recovered, Xiaji stopped. He decided to bet that the undead centurion's weapon strength was less than 4 points. If the boss had a weapon strength of 4 points, slitting his throat could cause 4 million physical damage. However, the physical defense of Xiaji's riding skill was 335,700 points, and slitting his throat with a sword could cut off 3.38 million blood during the summer solstice. But Xiaji only has 3.35 million blood, which is very annoying. Even if he can get 30 more points of physical fitness, he can reduce the extremely high risk. Because it is a non-modified difficulty of 10 origin spirit crystals, as long as he leaves the mine, the settlement will be directly failed, and Xiaji cannot come out. The Shadow of Bones, effect of the mine-eating nightmare. 2396168. Not long after stopping, Xiaji felt a chill on his neck, and immediately launched the Dragon Shadow Charge. Xiaji was very lucky. The boss's weapon strength was only 3, and he suffered over 2 million damage. He ran away in an instant, turned off his writing skills and drank a bottle of red and blue medicine, then immediately turned on his writing skills and turned around. Chang! The moment Xiaji turned around, the undead commander instantly appeared behind him and slashed down with a giant sword. After blocking the attack, Xiaji turned his horse's head and retreated. Most turn skill only has 3 charges, and now that it is used for the second time, there is still 1 left. Xiaji wanted to deceive all of this skill first. The 100 times physical strength in 10 seconds made the boss's blood volume increase to billions instantly. Even if he could lock on when blocking the attack, Xiaji had no idea of annihilating him. Blocking from the front refreshed the cooldown of the undead centurion's throat-cutting skill. Xiaji used the same method to trick the undead captain into cutting his throat and turning around again. Relying on his speed advantage and blocking the undead centurion's last attack, Mo turned around and added a giant sword attack, and Xiaji once again opened the distance. Just wait for the 10 seconds for Mo to turn around and turn around. Xuanzi Projection, Annihilation, X5. 195420000. 195420000. After using Xianzi as a javelin and breaking the effect of emergency armor, 5 consecutive annihilations successfully killed the boss in seconds. The undead captains were scattered all over the ground, and then the pile of bones suddenly floated into the air. It is the effect of dead bones, and the undead knight also has it. Seeing that the boss was about to be resurrected, Xiaji immediately ran away on Nightmare. Once annihilation was overloaded, he would have no means of output. Without the high output of annihilation to control the spiritual transformation of Soul Devourer, Xiaji's Dragon Shadow Riding technique could not last long. Relying on the passive effect of Dragon Shadow Riding technique alone, although Xiaji's dual attributes exceeded 3,000, he did not want to compete with the undead at all. The captain hits the front. The undead captain who does not turn around is like a lamb without his horns in front of the summer solstice. 10 minutes passed by in a blink of an eye, and Xiaji, fully recovered, came to the undead captain again. But this time, the undead captain was not the only one. There were thousands of skeletons surrounding him, protecting him in the middle. The undead captain led his team to track Xiaji, but unfortunately he was walking too slowly and he failed to catch up with Xiaji. After Xiaji recovered, he found him looking at the large army of thousands of skeletons. Xiaji felt nothing in his heart. Annihilation, which had always been used as a single target attack, could finally play its role. Once the writing skill was activated, Annihilation's target limit reached more than 10,000. Annihilation x2 -1954200x1001 -195420000. System prompt, experience plus 800 million. In an instant, a group of huge numbers appeared from the heads of the skeletons, and for a while, everything was white. With just one shot of annihilation, the undead captain's skeleton army was wiped out, and his little health was also taken away by Xiaji's subsequent consecutive shots of annihilation. After the death of the skeleton army, they did not scatter into piles of bones. Instead, they turned into light spots and disappeared, leaving no experience for Xiaji. The drop of the undead centurion is really touching. It is much harder to defeat than the undead knight with 100 spirit crystal difficulty. Not to mention the lack of experience, the item only gives a big sword. Although it is also gold equipment, its characteristics are not as good as those of the undead. The spear given by the knight. It's useless to keep it, and you can't sell it for money. If it's eaten by Xianzi, the growth value will be plus 1000. Destroying the earth vein stabilizing device, Xiaji immediately opened the lava hell dungeon with 10 spirit crystals difficulty after exiting the dungeon. He had an idea to try it with the undead centurion. If he could succeed, he might have a chance to complete 100 with a full set of equipment. Difficulty of the undead captain. 2 hours passed by in a flash, and Xiaji once again saw the undead captain with a difficulty level of 10 spirit crystals. After the undead captain appeared this time, Xiaji stared quietly, waiting for his next move. I saw the figure of the undead captain disappearing, and instantly appeared behind Xiaji and in front of the nightmare. The giant sword was raised horizontally, and there was no movement. He wanted to wait for Xiaji to turn around. Annihilation. -1302800. How could Xiaji give him a chance? With a normal annihilation, he controlled the nightmare to walk backwards, trying to get out of the attack range of the undead captain. Chang. Seeing that Xiaji was about to run away, the undead captain cut his throat out with one move. But Xiaji seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. Without turning around, he fired a shot with his backhand, successfully deflected the blow, and also sent the undead commander's giant sword flying away. 330,000 constitution versus 5,000 constitution, the advantage is mine. Relying on constant annihilation, this time in less than 2 minutes, the undead commander Bai was defeated and once again gave Xianzi a giant sword, adding 1,000 growth points. As long as you get rid of the undead captain Mo Zhuan, it will be easy to kill him. Xiaji's solution is simple. He rides Nightmare backwards and relies on the passive effect of Dragon Shadow Riding. After he and Nightmare form a symbiotic body, he can see Nightmare's vision. The 360-degree blind angle brought by reverse riding is very useful for killing the undead centurion. As long as the undead centurion does not break away from Xiaji's only way of perception, vision, he will be killed like two bosses. He always thought that this kind of sharing of vision was useless. He just rode on the back of the nightmare. What was the difference between what the nightmare saw and what he saw? Pure and tasteless effect. But I didn't expect that it would work wonders when used to deal with the undead captain. There really is no waste effect, as long as it is used in the right place. After easily killing the undead commander at 10 difficulty level, Xiaji had his revenge. His next step was to purchase a set of undead knight equipment at 100 difficulty level, and then take revenge on the undead commander at 100 difficulty level. The stabilizing device was broken and the copy was successfully cleared. Xiaji felt that he was fast enough, but the time was still several minutes slower than the last place on the leaderboard. According to the time on the ranking list, Xiaji calculated it and subtracted the waiting time that could not be skipped. Even if he was in the last place, the combined survival time of the three bosses was less than 1 minute. How was this done? Xiaji was very uncomfortable. Understand. The last two bosses are okay. I think I can do it when the equipment is fully maxed out at summer solstice, but how did the undead knight do it? Did they kill the undead knight at the entrance of the cave? Don't you want to run pictures? He looked up at the ranking on the dungeon stone tablet and sighed that it was outrageous. Pulling the stone tablet with his thoughts, this summer solstice will open the lava hell with 100 spiritual crystal difficulty, and he will start to refresh his equipment. Tianhua City, Void Altar. Different from other main cities, almost all the players here wear standard equipment, and the style and design of the equipment are incompatible with the environment of the game itself, as if a group of modern people were thrown into ancient times. As a member of the dungeon painting team, Bai Lixing's daily work content is to clear the lava hell dungeon opened by 10 origin spirit crystals 5 times, and the remaining time can be allocated freely. As in the past, I started clocking into work early in the morning every day. As the 10 origin spirit crystals were thrown into the black vortex, a suction force came and Bai Lixing entered the copy space. Ka ka ka. The goblin at the entrance of the mine is still digging hard. After entering the dungeon, Bai Lixing took out a large mountaineering bag from the system backpack. After the backpack was thrown to the ground, it changed for a while. In less than 10 seconds, it turned into a dark green bag half a meter thick and 2 meters long supported by a bracket. Cylinder. If there are players from Dacia here, they will definitely scream, "Isn't this the DF-107 individual ultra-short-range ballistic missile that appeared in the military parade on Mother's birthday 20 years ago?" After the cylinder transformation was completed, Bai Lixing took out a bullet as thick as an adult's thigh and half a meter long from his backpack. Click. Bai Lixing put the projectile into the cylinder automatically locked, and a red button popped out. As Bai Lixing pressed the red button, a large amount of flames and smoke burst out, and the projectile flew out at an extremely high speed, and the speed continued to increase during the flight. After doing all this, Bai Lixing turned the cylinder back into a mountaineering bag and put it into the system backpack. Boom! 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 The goblin who was mining was alerted by the sound of projectiles being fired. He turned around and found that the other person was not a skeleton or a ghost. He was holding a pickaxe and running towards Bai Lixing with his teeth and claws snarling. Unfortunately, before he got within 20 meters, Bai Lixing took out a pure black pistol and shot his head 3 times in a row. The headless goblin fell, and Bai Lixing removed the pistol magazine and loaded it with bullets before putting the pistol back into his backpack. After putting away the pistol, Bai Lixing picked up the goblin's mining pick and put it in his backpack. He took out a shovel again and started digging at the entrance of the mine. After digging a hole on the ground at the entrance of the mine and on the rock walls on both sides, Bai Lixing took out 3 discs the size of a human face and began to install them. In less than half a minute, the disc was installed. Without any covering, the disc was exposed to the air with the red light on. Bai Lixing took out an electromagnetic sniper rifle with a barrel only 3 meters long and walked towards the inside of the mine. Bai Lixing walked all the way. Except for the black and white ghosts who were highly immune to physical damage and used grenades the size of table tennis balls, the rest of the monsters were basically broken into pieces with one shot. Everything dropped by monsters will not be left out, as long as it has attributes, it will be taken away. Going around in order to kill monsters, nearly an hour had passed by the time Bai Lixing arrived at the center of the mine. After clearing away the nearby mobs, there was no undead knight near the earth vein stabilization device. Only a huge pothole was very eye-catching. In the center of the pothole, Bai Lixing picked up a black spear and an undead plate armor. After picking up the things, Bai Lixing threw a few frisbees towards the earth vein stabilizing device. After the frisbees came into contact with the stabilizing device, they immediately popped up with several hooks and hung themselves on the stabilizing device. After throwing the frisbee, Bai Lixing walked towards the depths of the mine with his sniper rifle. The stabilizing device was located in the middle of the mine. Most players would go deep to brush mobs while waiting for the boss. Bai Lixing, on the other hand, is the task of his superiors and must take away all the resources that can be taken away from the mine. Bai Lixing's movement speed was not fast, even somewhat leisurely. By the time he finished slaying the mobs and came to the mine entrance again, it had been more than an hour and 50 minutes since he entered the dungeon. The entrance to the mine is larger than when it was first entered, and the discs placed by Beiluxing have also disappeared. Only a staff was left lying quietly on the spot. After picking up the staff, Beiluxing took out 5 larger discs and started installing them again. After installing it, he walked slowly to the corner not far from the entrance of the cave, making sure that if someone entered from the entrance of the cave, he would not be seen. Beiluxing leaned against the cave wall, took out a full coverage military helmet and put it on, as if waiting for something. Rumble! A huge explosion suddenly came, and countless gravel flew around, bouncing off the cave wall and hitting Beiluxing's head with a ping-pang sound. Also appearing together was a tongue of fire that swept into the corner of the mine. The tongue of fire dissipated and Beiluxing appeared from the corner. The entrance to the mine is larger, and there are countless bones floating and rotating in the air at the entrance. Throwing a disc under the bones, Beiluxing hit around the corner again, holding a detonation button in his hand. Within 10 seconds, a slightly smaller explosion came. This time, without waiting for the tongues of fire to disappear, Beiluxing ran towards the place where the disc was just now despite the damage from the tongues of fire. Now only a greatsword and a gauntlet lay there. Beiluxing quickly put the things into his backpack and pressed the button in his hand. System prompt: you have successfully completed the Real Illusion mission, and the gains from this trip will be retained. System prompt: Real Illusion completion degree, 100%, completion time, 2 hours, 3 minutes and 51 seconds, your team, HXLZ12357, ranking improved, currently 196. Unlike the initial dungeon, which took nearly 3 hours to open, with the upgrade of equipment and the update of playing methods, Beiluxing now takes just over 2 hours to complete each dungeon, instead of half a day. He spends most of his time in the mine, which is equivalent to a 30% reduction in daily working hours. Unfortunately, it is difficult to improve this time again, and the first place is only 8 seconds faster than him. Unless the group of monsters who set the time within 2 hours and 30 minutes when entering the dungeon for the first time come again in person, it is basically impossible for the dungeon rankings to change much. After clearing out the rags in his backpack in the logistics department, Beiluxing came to the dungeon monument again. He had to do the same thing 4 times today. His job is so dull and boring. The days of grinding equipment are a bit boring. Xiaji lasted for 10 days. During these 10 days, Xiaji entered more than 200 dungeons and killed the Undead Knight a full 216 times before finally grinding the 7 main equipment that the Undead Knight would drop. Full. It's not that the explosion rate is low. Every time you kill a boss, at least one piece of equipment with attributes will drop. It's just that the repetition is too uncomfortable. Xianzi is full of 216 black spears. Xianzi's current growth value, 10,000/10,000, promotion level, 10 out of 10, the effect of Spirit Devouring, has also reached the point where it can convert 20% of the damage into its own spiritual power for each attack, and the maximum spiritual power value for a single conversion is 40% of maximum spiritual value. Xianzi's improvement is perfect. It can be said that Xiaji now has no shortage of spiritual power, and the Dragon Shadow Riding skill has unlimited battery life with ease. Xiaji found that the modified promotion level was still very different from the normal promotion. Normal promotion equipment requires the absorption of special materials after the growth value is reached, and there will also be new features. However, Xianzi will be promoted to a higher level as soon as he reaches the full growth value. No new characteristics will appear, only the effects of the original characteristics will be improved. Not only the Undead Knight, but also the Skeleton Warlock's Xiaji drops are not missed every time. Waiting for an hour will greatly delay the efficiency of equipment farming. However, Xiaji is too poor, and the ticket fee for the dungeon is too high. If you don't get the Skeleton Warlock's drops, Luolai sells it, and he doesn't even have the money for the tickets for the copy. At first, Xiaji wanted to sell the duplicate equipment dropped by the Undead Knight as tickets. After all, it was golden equipment. Even if it was sold at a low price, it would at least be worth the price of the ticket. Until he went to the auction house to take a look. Have you ever seen gold equipment worth 10 gold coins? Lots of auction houses. Normal gold equipment should be sold for around 1,000 gold coins, top-grade ones can cost tens of thousands, and accessories and mounts can cost upwards of 100,000 gold coins. However, some people are selling large amounts of dungeon equipment, all of which are drops from the 10 origin spiritual crystal difficulty. The silver equipment dropped by the Undead Knight and the Skeleton Warlock, regardless of part, has a unified price of 1 gold coin, or buy one and get one free, and buy defense equipment and get a weapon. That kind of thing. You must know that the normal price of silver equipment should be 100 gold coins. The price of the gold equipment dropped by the Undead Captain is also outrageous. Although there is no buy one get one free, the price of all pieces is the same as 10 gold coins, and the weapons are 10% off. In other words, if you are not lucky, you may face the risk of paying back the ticket price if you complete a dungeon with difficulty level 10. Although the equipment in Xiaoji's hand is gold quality Undead Knight equipment, which is not on the same level of competition as silver equipment, it collides with the equipment of the Undead Commander. They are both warrior equipment. Although the attributes are slightly better, the price is up to 20 gold coins. It can't be sold. In other words, the Warlock equipment dropped by the Skeleton Warlock can barely be sold for 600 gold coins. If the Warlock only drops a staff, the income from a copy of Summer Solstice will be directly negative. Weapons are the least valuable equipment in this game. They exist for only one purpose, which is to increase the growth value of players. Customized growth weapons. The introduction of the Chaos Long Stick states, the stick is the ancestor of all weapons. Xiaoqi thought it was just a literal meaning, but she didn't expect it really meant a literal thing. As long as you hold the Chaos Long Stick, you can go to the movie theater and pay a sum of money to find a Guardian Prophet to customize a growth-type weapon that can be promoted. If you add the Order Staff, the weapon will have an exclusive nameplate. It is said that such a naughty Chaos Long Stick should be very rare in ordinary games, but Shadow is extraordinary. It is actually a novice equipment, and every player has it. As soon as this weapon creation method came out, on the statistical platform, the player rating of the game's Shadow increased from 0.9 to 1.1 in just 3 days, but later it dropped back because of losing money playing dungeons. The harvest of these 10 days, in addition to the full set of armor of the Undead Knight, the Skeleton Warlock also contributed a ring to Xiaoji. Equipment name, Undead Plate Armor. Equipment quality, Gold. Equipment effect, Physical Fitness plus 2000.0. Spirit Fire, restores 1000.0 points of soul fire intensity every second when out of combat. This effect is only valid for the undead. Anti-crit, when receiving critical damage, you are 30% immune to the damage. Built-in cooldown, 10.0 seconds. Equipment durability, 800/1000. Equipment introduction, the standard equipment of the Undead Knight. Equipment name, Undead Riding Skirt. Equipment quality, Gold. Equipment effect, Physique plus 500.0, Agility plus 200.0. Strong riding, while mounted, the mount gains 10% physical damage immunity. Cooperation, in the riding state, the tacit understanding between the knight and the mount is increased by 100%. Equipment durability, 580 of 1000. Equipment introduction, the standard equipment of the Undead Knight. Equipment name, Undead Boots. Equipment quality, Gold. Equipment effect, Agility plus 500.0. Extreme speed, base speed plus 5.0. Running, active, instantly increase speed by 10.0 times, lasting 10.0 seconds, only effective in foot combat. Cooldown, 1 days. Equipment durability, 780/1000. Equipment introduction, the standard equipment of the Undead Knight. Equipment name, Undead Gauntlet. Equipment quality, Gold. Equipment effect, Physical Fitness plus 300.0. Magic Shield, Spell Defense plus 5000.0. Dexterity, Hand Dexterity plus 20.0%. Equipment durability, 900/1000. Equipment introduction, the standard equipment of the Undead Knight. Equipment name, Undead Leggings. Equipment quality, Gold. Equipment effect, Physical Fitness plus 300.0. Physical Shield, Physical Defense plus 5000.0. Dexterity, Leg Flexibility plus 20.0%. Equipment durability, 920/1000. Equipment Introduction, the standard equipment of the Undead Knight. Equipment name, Belt of the Dead. Equipment quality, Gold. Equipment effect, Physical fitness plus 100.0. Portable space size, 100.0 cubic meters. Healing, active, instantly restore 30% of one's soul fire intensity. This effect only takes effect on the undead. Cooling, 1 hours. Equipment durability, 710/1000. Equipment introduction, the standard equipment of the Undead Knight. Equipment name, Spiritual Ring. Equipment quality, Gold. Equipment effect, Spirit plus 1000.0. Purification, active, forcefully remove 1.0 control effects of level 1 and below. Cooling, 10.0 hours. Void, active, enter a state of nothingness, immune to all first level and below effects, lasting 10.0 seconds, during which it cannot attack. Cooling, 1 days. Equipment durability, 990/1000. Equipment introduction, as long as the reaction is fast enough, the mage can also counterkill the assassin at close range. Coupled with the remade undead helmet, Xiaxi is now 3 accessories short of being fully equipped. Every time you get new equipment, it's a happy point of moving the decimal point. The undead helmet remains the same, and the constitution has been moved from 1000 to 10,000. The undead plate armor is a bit of a trap. The spiritual fire effect is useless against Xiaxi, and the anti-riot effect is only so. Xiaxi has not encountered a critical hit so far, and I don't know if it is strong or not, so I chose to move the physical constitution, which changed from 2000 to 20,000. The undead riding skirt is the worst. After the passive effect of Dragon Shadow Riding, Strong Riding, and Collaboration, will not take effect on the symbiotic body. Under the symbiotic body, Xiaxi is the nightmare, and the nightmare is Xiaxi, sharing the same health bar, and in the attribute panel, there is no possibility of the mount being immune to damage, let alone tacit understanding. As for giving up the symbiotic body, the effect of the undead riding skirt is simply not enough in the face of Dragon Shadow Riding. It is obvious who to choose. In the end, the summer solstice moved the body from 500 to 5,000. The undead boots are just fine. Moving from the base speed of 5 to 50 is still very good, but the running effect is a bit useless. How can he fight on foot in Xiaxi? The undead gauntlets are very similar to the leggings. All Xiaxi moves have the dexterity effect. While the agility remains unchanged, the speed of the dance gun is much faster, which is very useful. There is nothing to say about the belt. It can be seen in a portable space and the movement is 1000 cubic meters. The spiritual ring is really strong, and both active effects are very useful, but the cooldown is too long. Even the decimal point of the mobile cooldown can only be used at critical moments, so Xiaxi has no idea of moving the cooldown. He is using purification. There is some confusion between the forced release of a control and the 10 seconds of nothingness. After thinking about whether to increase the invincibility time or the number of control removals, Xiaxi finally chose to increase the number of control removals. 10 seconds of invincibility was enough for Xiaxi, who had a modified version of Dragon Shadow Riding, to do a lot of things. A number of equipment after the moving decimal point have brought huge improvements to Xiaxi. In addition to various characteristics, the attributes gave Xiaxi physical 35700, spirit 1000, agility 700, base speed 50, physical defense 5000, spell defense 5000. You must know that the basic attributes of Xiaxi after level 100 are only double 304, which is less than a fraction of what the equipment provides. This improvement is not a big improvement. The experience given by the 2 bosses every time I refreshed the dungeon was very high. The equipment was not fully refreshed yet. Xiaxi reached level 100 first. After reaching level 100, not only could I not gain experience, but the experience bar disappeared. The properties panel of Summer Solstice is now as follows. Name, Dong. Level 100. Occupation, Dragon Shadow Knight, level 0. Physique, 304 plus 35700. Spirit, 304 plus 1000. Life, 360,040. Spiritual power, 373080. Agility, 19,354. Base speed, 10 plus 50. Physical defense, 41004. Spell defense, 41004. Mental resistance, 1304. Free attribute points, 0. Talent, crazy decimal point. When you see the decimal point in the panel, you can move it one place to the left or right. Each independent panel can only be moved once. Operable panels, some system prompts, item panels, skill panels, decimal points appear on the panel adaptively. Equipment, Xian Z, Undead Suit X7, Spiritual Ring. Skills, Annihilation, Information Source, Meditation, Dragon Shadow Writing, Dragon Shadow Charge, Marksmanship. Gain, Blue Blessing, Special, 0 point growth, Special. Debuff, none. In addition to the improvement of equipment attributes, Xia Shi is now considered a rich man. By selling the Skeleton Warlock's equipment, Xia Shi had a total of 50,000 gold coins in his hands. If it were exchanged for Union coins, he couldn't imagine that it would be money that he would never earn in his life. Of course, after Donglin learned that this game was not just a game, Xiaji had no idea of exchanging the gold coins. In addition, Xiaji also tried selling equipment that he had moved by a few decimal points. As a result, other players not only could not enjoy the attribute bonus after the move, but even the attribute panel of the equipment looked like the original version. Then he was regarded as a liar. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough and pretended to be deluded. Now that he has the divine armor in hand and Xiaji's attributes are off the charts, it's time to find trouble with the Undead Centurion at difficulty level 100. When Xiaji reached level 100, a lot of system prompts suddenly appeared, but he planned to put them away first, waiting for him to kill the undead captain at level 100. Entering the Void Altar, throwing 100 Origin Spirit Crystals into the vortex, Xiaji appeared at the entrance of the mine. Ka. It was the same goblin who took him away with one shot of annihilation. Now Xiaji's annihilation panel damage has reached 80 million. Except for the 3 bosses in the Lava Hell Dungeon, no one can take his annihilation. The first 2 bosses were easy. There was no need to annihilate them. They relied on marksmanship to stab them alive. Once the Dragon Shadow Writing skill was activated, Xiaji had the capital to fight the boss head-on with a constitution of more than 3 million yuan. The Undead Centurion appears, and the attributes on the panel are still not visible, but I have fought in dungeons of other difficulties, and I am fairly familiar with the Undead Centurion's skill Xiaji. Before the Undead Centurion appeared, Xiaji had already turned over on Nightmare's back, directly nullifying the opponent's strongest killing skill, leaving him with only a close-range effect. Annihilation. As soon as the undead captain appeared, Xiaji fired one shot of annihilation, breaking the emergency armor first. Chang. The figure of the undead captain instantly appeared behind Xiaji. The giant sword and the spear collided, sparks flying. It is very difficult to perform when fighting with your back on your back. With the blessing of the dexterity hand of the undead gauntlet, you can barely move freely. After a brief struggle, the gun and sword separated, and Xiaji controlled Nightmare to distance herself. In Xiaji's estimation, the undead centurion's physique should be around 100,000, but he didn't expect that after the actual contact, his physique of more than 3 million was actually evenly matched with him. Annihilation. -83016000. It is useful to use instant damage and annihilation bursts with extreme damage. The best choice is to use continuous damage system panel damage. The speed of summer solstice when Dragon Shadow Writing is activated is 2503, which is almost 7.3 times the speed of sound, far beyond the capabilities of the undead centurion. To Xiaji, the undead centurion is just a short leg, so there is no need to deal damage in seconds and then run away. The most efficient option is to deal panel damage. However, Xiaji couldn't understand this damage. The panel damage of his own annihilation should be 80 million, but the actual damage was directly less than 0. 90% immune to real damage? He didn't remember the boss had this skill. Although the damage was inexplicably reduced by a large amount, the undead centurion's health bar came out. Based on the fluctuation of the health bar of 8 million damage, it can be estimated that the health bar is 10 billion. It's not bad, it can be scraped to death within 2 hours. The attributes of nightmares can be doubled in the dark space outside the mine, but Xiaoji doesn't dare to go out. He doesn't have the ability to see the dark, so nightmares are not affected, but that way they won't be able to have a 360-degree surround view and fight against the undead. If you don't turn around, are alone, you will definitely lose in the summer solstice. The undead captain was chasing after him crazily, and Xiaoji was leisurely scraping in front. It was foreseeable that victory was waving to Xiaoji. In nearly an hour, the undead centurion's health dropped to 50%. It should be no problem to kill the boss's first life before the lava emerges from the mine. After his health dropped by 50%, he saw the undead commander suddenly stop and raise his giant sword above his head. A door to space and time opened in the sky, and countless black streams of light flew out from it. The stream of light fell to the ground and revealed his true form. It was Death. Bone Warrior. Name, Bone Warrior. Level, First Level. Life, 300 million. Constitution, 3000. Spirit, 1000. Skill. Mutation, the Bone Warriors have received an unknown improvement, and their strength is far greater than before. Battle formation, the more the merrier. For every necromancer warrior around you, all attributes of the player will be increased by 0.1%, up to a maximum of 100%. Dead Bone combat skills, master all the basic combat skills of the Dead Bone clan. There were 10,000 in number, almost filling the cave space where the stabilizing device was located. Roar. After the Dead Bone warriors appeared, the undead commander let out a loud roar, and a strange red light appeared on all the Dead Bone warriors. I don't dare to let the undead centurion continue to use buffs. Annihilation X5. -124524000. -124524000. Annihilation dealt normal damage to the Bone Warriors, and 5 consecutive extreme annihilations were enough to kill all these skeletons in seconds. A white number floated in the air. This time, the Dead Bone Warriors who were instantly killed by Xiaoji did not disappear like they did in difficulty 10. Instead, they were all scattered into withered bones floating in the air, rotating around the undead centurion. Is this going to be a merger or a resurrection? Xiaoji recalled the attribute panel of the Dead Bone Warrior, but found nothing. It should be the skill of the Dead Bone 1000 captain. Annihilation fell into a 10-minute cooldown due to overload. The undead centurion was wrapped in rotating bones. Dream. This is the ability of the Dead Bone Nightmare, but Xiaoji under the symbiotic body can directly consume spiritual power to use it. Unfortunately, it has no effect. Sleeping for 5 seconds does not happen. Fantasy. Xiaoji consumed all his spiritual power at once, but it still seemed to have no effect on the undead captain. The undead captain stood quietly in the middle of the whirlwind of dead bones. The red light on his body was getting stronger and stronger. It looked like he was accumulating power for his ultimate move. However, Xiaoji used all his methods and there was nothing he could do against him. There is always a feeling of waiting to die in my heart, but Xiaoji is not a person waiting to die. He came to the earth vein stabilizing device, activated the Rui effect, and the black purple in his hand became 10 meters long. Across the magma pool, Xiaoji poked wildly. The damage of the spear in Xiaoji's hand is not low. Thanks to his extremely high promotion level, he can now deal 10 times the damage of his physical strength with each shot. The undead centurion's ultimate move does take a long time to charge up. It's not finished until the leyline stabilizing device has only 100 points of blood left. The 100 blood points were deliberately reserved by Xiaoji. He wanted to see if he could beat the undead captain who was also at the same level. If he couldn't beat him, he would just run away. Staring in the direction of the undead commander, Xianzi's spear tip was only half a centimeter away from the stone pillar in the middle of the magma pool. Under Xiaoji's nervous gaze, the red light on the undead commander finally reached its limit, and the withered bones flying around him instantly shot towards the undead commander. Roar! A huge figure was born, with a height of 100 meters. A black robe wrapped the body, with only the looming skull face and a huge bone scythe dragged behind it. I saw a huge figure looking towards Xiaji, and the eyes of the two empty skeletons flashed red. At that glance, Xiaji instantly felt like he had lost control of his body, and he couldn't move. The bone sickle carried the hurricane and slashed at Xiaji. Purification. One layer of purification effect failed to release the god of death's control over Xiaji. It was not until 10 layers of purification effects were stacked together that Xiaji finally regained control of her body. There is no idea of using the void to carry the bone sickle. Xiaji doubts that the void can't bear it. The spear in his hand shook, and the tip of the spear collided with the stone pillar. Xiaji instantly exited the dungeon. System prompt: you have successfully completed the real illusion mission, and the gains from this trip will be retained. Returning to the void altar, Xiaji sighed softly. Even though he was wearing divine armor, he still couldn't defeat the undead centurion at difficulty level 100. But at least he ran away, and he would definitely win the battle next time. Xiaji encouraged himself and exited the void altar. There is no need to stay here when the equipment is maxed out. There are still many things to do after level 100. Xiaji's next step is to find Donglin. Donglin promised Xiaji that she would go to him after reaching level 100 and he would have a dual career for Xiaji. Exiting the void altar, Xiaji went straight to the training area of the arena. Open an independent personal training ground. A black beam of light fell, and Donglin appeared. It's level 100, kid, you're a bit slow. The level has been reached long ago. I'll brush up the equipment. Xiaji tapped on his undead plate armor. By the way, can you give me the equipment you don't want? Xiaji suddenly realized that since Donglin had lived for so long, he must have a lot of good things. Although he is dead, didn't he give himself a death and a piece of or last time? Ha ha. You have a nice idea, but unfortunately I want to give it to you, but you can't use it. You can't even put on the equipment I'm carrying. There are no restrictions on wearing equipment in this game, right? Indeed, then you can try this on, Jie. Donglin said with an evil smile. A ring appeared in his hand, and he threw it towards Xiaji. Xiaji quickly caught it. Fuck. It doesn't look like a gently thrown ring, but like a bullet fired at high speed. Collapse. The ring fell to the ground, and the summer solstice turned into points of light and reorganized. Now you know. The energy level is not enough. It's a problem to even hold it, let alone use the power of the equipment. Do you have any junk equipment? You are wearing gold equipment now, will you put bronze equipment in your backpack? Xiaji shook his head. After Xianzi had eaten enough, he was not even interested in picking up the bronze equipment. Me too, I have no interest in collecting garbage. Donglin spread his hands. Okay, let's change our profession first. Donglin interrupted the conversation. Okay. Are you ready? Donglin asked seriously. Ready. Xiaji is ready. Then come on. Defeat me. A black spear appeared in Donglin's hand, making a fighting stance. The red electric arc flashed around the gun body in Donglin's hand, and as soon as the surrounding space fluctuated, it seemed that it could not withstand the pressure of the long gun. In addition to space, summer solstice is also unable to withstand the pressure of winter's spear. As soon as the spear appeared, Xiaji began to reorganize frantically. Sorry. Donglin quickly took back his spear. Come again now. A training gun appeared in Donglin's hand. Then I'm going to do it. The bone flute plays and the nightmare appears. Dragon shadow writing, annihilation. -1. Summer solstice? Sorry, I forgot. Donglin made a move, and 2 black energy came straight towards Xiaji. Dragon shadow charge. The summer solstice has exploded, but it still has not escaped the black air of winter. System prompt: due to unknown effects, your skills, equipment, items, buffs, and talents have become invalid. System prompt: under unknown influence, your buff effect, blue blessing, skill, marksmanship, equipment, Xianzi, recovery. As the black energy hit, Xiaoji's crotch nightmare dispersed into black particles and disappeared. The attributes and characteristics of the equipment have been reduced to 0, leaving only a Xianzi that can be used. Only use marksmanship to defeat me. Donglin stood with the gun in hand. Coming! Xiaoji shouted loudly, stepping with special steps under his feet, threatening the approaching winter. When approaching, Xianzi instantly stretched 3 meters. Pa! I saw Donglin casually dancing with his gun, easily breaking Xiaoji's trick. The sneak attack using Xianzi's Rui effect failed. Xiaoji was not discouraged and quickly opened the distance. Xianzi shortened the distance and adjusted the center of gravity of the gun. Xuanzi projection. Pa! Still easily picked apart by Donglin. Spirit seal. Taking the spear back into his hand, Xiaoji didn't know how to fight. Play normally? Absolutely impossible. After a few more sneak attacks, they failed again. Xiaoji bit the bullet and got closer. It was better to fight normally. Summer solstice's steps twist, spears fly, and countless gun shadows sweep toward winter. Ding ding ding. Donglin also waved his gun, and countless gun shadows were ejected, tip to tip, and Xiaoji's attacks were blocked one by one. Summer solstice? I can't play anymore if you play like this. I admit defeat. Defeat Donglin with him now? What a joke. Have you ever used a gun during this time? Your marksmanship has declined a lot. Donglin's face turned dark. Well, forget it, practice the gun for 2 more days and then challenge the inheritance trial. You can't pass it now. Donglin shook his head. This is a necessary procedure. Although I can use the back door to exempt you from the trial, I don't want to do that. I think it's better to go through the back door. Almost ready. The summer solstice closes the gun and stands still. In the end, Xiaoji practiced shooting at the training ground for 5 days. The trial is very simple, just defeat me. Donglin waved his hand, and a dark portal appeared in front of Xiaoji. Of course, not who I am now. Xiaoji stepped into the portal and appeared in a floating arena. Opposite him stood a figure, holding a long spear. See its image. It's the summer solstice. Oh no, it's winter. Just like the Dragon Shadow Knight trial, the system panel disappears. But this time Xianzi and Xiaoji's hand came in, and the undead suit and ring disappeared, turning into a novice outfit with no attributes. After Xiaoji entered the trial field, the figure just stared at Xiaoji quietly without any movement, as if waiting for him to make the first move. Entering with a gun in hand, Xiaoji intends to fight openly and honestly this time and not engage in evil ways. Zheng boring boom. As the summer solstice approaches, winter advent also begins to move. The fight between the two became intense, with various moves emerging one after another. The two of them were going back and forth, making killing moves every step of the way, and every shot they fired was with a sure kill aura. Winter's Coming's marksmanship has a sense of life and death, and every move is extremely radical. Offense is the best defense is a perfect illustration of it. As for Xiaoji, his spear was taught by Donglin. Although the two men made thrilling moves and deadly moves, apart from the collision of gun bodies, neither side made much achievements after dozens of rounds. Xiaoji fought for a long time and discovered a serious problem, which could not be solved by a trick taught by his master. 100 rounds. 200 rounds. 10,000 rounds. Xiaoji didn't know what to say other than sighing that the game didn't have a fatigue system. Sunrise and moonset. 5 consecutive days and nights of fighting made Xiaoji a little mentally weak. Bang. The two separated as soon as they met, and then turned around quickly, walking in the same pace, and they were one body and one gun, facing each other. Phew! The long period of mental exhaustion made Xiaoji feel exhausted. He was in a daze for a moment, and was struck by winter's coming to his heart's content. Opening his eyes again, Xiaoji appeared at the training ground. Sorry, it failed. Looking at Dong Lin with a smile on his face, Xiaoji felt a little unhappy. Congratulations! You passed the trial. Dong Lin laughed. Ah. I lowered the difficulty for you. You only need to persist for 2 days. I thought you could resist for 3 days, but I didn't expect that you actually fought for 5 days. It's not bad. Dong Lin explained. Then why is there no system prompt for passing the inheritance trial? Xiaoji was a little confused. System prompt, Xia Zhang is inheriting your profession, whether to accept. As soon as Xiaoji finished asking, the system prompt appeared. Xiaoji was not in a hurry to confirm. Looking at the 3 question marks, Xiaoji was a little confused. The name of a profession is like 3 question marks in my eyes. Is this normal? Is my level too low to see the name of a profession? No, it's just that I haven't given my profession a name yet. After explaining, Dong Lin thought for a while and then said, I consider myself a gunner, so I might as well call my profession a gunner. What do you think, How? I have no objection. Did you name your career by yourself? Xiaoji has no idea of dictating other people's careers, although he will inherit this career soon. If you are the founder of a profession, you choose the name. If you don't choose it until your death, then the successors of the profession can also take it. After confirming the name of the profession in winter coming, the system prompts also changed immediately. System prompt, Xia Zhang is offering you the inheritance profession, gunslinger. Do you accept it? After having no doubts, Xiaoji chose to accept. System prompt, congratulations. Successfully converted into a gunner. System prompt, due to the inherited profession, you can obtain additional free attribute points each time you upgrade, and the level attribute points have been automatically replenished. System prompt, you have obtained a new energy bar, Netherworld Spear Intent, energy level, 9.5. Affected by the existing energy bar, spiritual power, Netherworld Spear Intent, disappears, and spiritual power, gains spear intent. Blessing, allowing free control of spiritual power when using marksmanship. Configuration skills undergo adaptive changes. System prompt, you have obtained the professional skill, Chaos Marksmanship. System prompt, Chaos Marksmanship is affected by the existing skill, Marksmanship, Chaos Marksmanship disappears, and Marksmanship gains new effects. Skill name, Marksmanship, Winter exclusive. Skill type, Chaos. Skill consumption, Chaos. Skill cooldown, Chaos. Skill effect, the foundation of gunmanship, the cornerstone of your own path. Chaos, you can obtain new marksmanship effects by challenging the ancestors of each sex marksmanship. The target level must not be lower than yourself. Current, 0.0/1.0. Owner's professional level. Dragon Shadow, in the mounted state, marksmanship damage x 2.0. Are you mistaken? Your 2 professions are too bad. The Dragon Shadow Knight has 3 skills, and you only have a marksmanship type, and you were eaten by my own marksmanship. In addition to gaining 2 additional free attribute points for each level, there is also an additional feature for marksmanship. Although this feature seems very strong, it is comparable to Xianzi's promotion. As far as the results are concerned, Xiaoji's combat power has barely improved after changing jobs, and the attribute points given by the upgrade are only a fraction of the equipment that Xiaoji modified based on his talent. What do you know? The more skills, the better? Skills are more expensive than more. In addition to necessary functional skills, as long as one ability is strong enough, you can defeat all kinds of magic. Hearing Xiaoji's complaint, Dong Lin he was also a little annoyed, and his tone started to sound bad. Besides, apart from the writing skills of the Dragon Shadow Knight, the other 2 are pure waste. I don't even want them as a gift. Seeing that Dong Lin might be angry, Xiaoji quickly shut up and asked about his doubts. Can I challenge you with the chaos effect? Then I can get a bug and a bunch of chaos effects appear. No, as an owner of the same profession, it's useless for you to challenge. You won't get any effect. You can't challenge the Dragon Shadow Knight either. That's it, I understand. The next question is, how do I find the ancestors of each faction's marksmanship? They have all died of old age, right? It's very simple. Go to the Void Altar. Anyone who has created an independent marksmanship faction can basically find the epic fragments related to them there. If you open the highest difficulty dungeon and try tens of thousands of times, you will have a chance to obtain their marksmanship characteristic. Of course, if you can find the ancestors of marksmanship in reality and challenge them, you will basically be able to obtain their marksmanship characteristics. But now the Altar of the Void is just a lava hell, with nothing there. That's because your level is too low, and the permissions haven't been fully opened yet. You'll be able to see it after your career changes to level 1. That's when it really begins. Your strength should now be enough to start the first level promotion challenge. The promotion challenge is not busy at the moment. There will be an all-blue star player competition in a few days. Only players below the first level can participate. The rewards are very generous. I want to take a look. Player competition? Organized by the country? That's right. This way we can quickly identify the most powerful players among the players. After the level reaches 100, the system prompts a blue ranking list. It should not be the work of the country. If the game world is true, Xiaoxi does not believe that the country has the ability to issue system prompts in the game. Kanglin, hey, the will of your civilization's blue star is really. Tell me about the outside world. With so many awakened people coming in at once, I'm really curious about the future direction of this shadow world. Actually, I don't know much about it. I spend most of my time brushing monsters. Xia Ji hesitated. By the way, can I ask why you are not your true self when summoned by training with other weapons? If we agree in advance, can I summon you by training with other weapons? Xiaoxi has been wondering about this question for a long time, but always forgot to ask. You think the loopholes in the system are so easy to exploit? If I don't hold my own gun in my hand, I don't have the ability to fight the system. Dong Lin said angrily. After the job transfer was completed, Dong Lin asked Xiaoji about the outside world. Xiaoji himself was ignorant and could only pick and choose the information he saw on the forum. Lighting Zen incense, Xiaoji continued to practice marksmanship here in Donglin for a few days until May 1st. The previous Zen incense became ineffective after reaching level 50. Xiaoji now uses gold quality Zen incense, which can only increase the training effect by 100% and can barely be used after moving the decimal point. During the past few days of training, Xiaoxi spent half of her time practicing her moves, and the rest of the time was spent fighting a black shadow summoned by Dong Lin. During this period, he was surprised to find that Dong Lin actually had the ability to change the space of the training ground, and the gun dance in the bamboo forest also had a unique flavor. System prompt: the blue ranking list has been opened. The adventurer competition will start on May 1st, 2100, Blue Star Time. At that time, all level 100 adventurers can participate. This is the system prompt that Xiaoji received when his level reached level 100. It is also the reason why he does not plan to be promoted for the time being. After promotion, the level will disappear and become a rank. Xiaoji is not sure whether he can participate in the competition then, and he does not want to take risks. The rewards for this competition can be said to be very generous. The first place reward is an automatic promotion skill of your choice, 1 automatic promotion bead. After use, it will give a skill to automatically advance according to the player's level, source Crystal X100. The top 10 all have self-selected skills. Xiaoji has wanted a life-saving skill for a long time. Currently, the only 2 life-saving skills, Purification and Void, are built in with the equipment. There are very few ways to acquire skills in this game. 4 months after the server was launched, Xiaoji has seen a skill book that disappeared in the auction house. A prompt sounded from the game cabin in the Xiaoji room, and the wake-up system was turned on. Xiaoji woke up after 10 hours of sleep. After practicing the gun, Xiaoji decided to take a nap. Due to the high-intensity concentration and the effect of Zen incense, he always felt that he was overusing his brain and his head was dizzy. Enter the game again. System prompt: Adventure has started at the competition venue. Adventurers can enter in advance. The official start time is 10 hours, 26 minutes, and 43 seconds later. System prompt: whether to enter the competition venue. Enter. As soon as he went online, Xiaoxi was prompted by the system to start the competition. With nothing else to do, Xiaoxi decided to go in and take a look in advance. A beam of light fell. System prompt: you have entered the gap between time and space. The light beam dissipated, and Xiaoxi appeared in a square. Players continued to pour in with light beams, not only people from Daxia, but also people from other countries. There are NPCs in the square maintaining order. Although there are many players, it is still orderly. Hello? What? There was some noise among the players. Except for the English taught in compulsory education and the Japanese learned from some learning videos, Xiaoxi could barely understand it. Other strange languages were completely unknown. System prompt: you have been blessed by Blue Star and gained a new skill, communication is unhindered. As soon as he walked out of the square, a system prompt suddenly appeared. Although he still couldn't understand the clamor of foreign players in his ears, Xiaoxi could understand what it meant. Please follow me this way. After Xiaoxi left the square, he was stopped by an NPC wearing standard leather armor. This time the adventurer competition is in the Red Rock Canyon. When the time is up, they will be teleported in at the same time. You need to wait at the teleportation point outside the city. Do you know what the content of this competition is? Xiaoxi, who was following the NPC sergeant, asked. The content of the competition is to hunt shadow monsters. What is the shadow monster? Is it difficult to fight it? Asked a young man with yellow hair who was also following the NPC sergeant. Shadow monsters are creatures from the shadow world. Because the film of the world is fading away, many low-level shadow monsters have entered the gap between time and space. The Red Rock Canyon has been sealed by Mazu. Only shadow monsters below the first level can enter. This, in fact, it is equivalent to a reward from Mazu, so you don't need to worry about how difficult it is. Who is Mazu? Asked a Western European with a high nose. Mazu is the mother goddess of this world. She created us. According to prophecies in ancient surviving documents, Mazu seems to be called Blue Star will to you adventurers. The NPC sergeant thought for a while and replied. Under the leadership of the NPC sergeant, 10 players, including Xiaoxi, finally arrived at the city gate after taking 2 large biological buses and a small teleportation array. Looking up, in the middle of the city tower, there are 2 large gilded characters barrier printed on a gray stone plaque. Even though the city tower is hundreds of meters high, it is still clearly visible. On both sides of the city gate, there is a huge statue, whose height is almost as high as the city tower. Press your hands on the pillars. The NPC led everyone to one of the statues. System prompt: you obtain the fire mark, which disappears when you die. As everyone came into contact with the base of the statue, a reminder sounded in everyone's ears, including the NPC sergeant. Due to the special nature of the enemy, everyone who leaves the city must be marked with a fire mark. Only those with a fire mark are allowed to enter the city. After a group of 11 people finished marking, the NPC sergeant explained and led everyone to set off again. This time there was no such long walk inside the city, but within half an hour, Xiaoxi and his party arrived at a small fortress. Okay, this is it. When the time is up, you can enter the teleportation array. Don't worry about the competition. Under the seal of Mazu, Redstone Canyon is similar to a copy of the Altar of the Void. You will exit here directly after death. There will be no danger. I will come to take you back to the barrier city at that time. In addition, the adventurer competition lasts for 7 days. After 7 days, the adventurer will be automatically teleported out of the Red Rock Canyon. If you want to quit during this period, you can commit suicide. Also, entering Red Rock Canyon requires a team of 10 people to enter, but this is not a mandatory team. After entering, it is up to you whether you want to stay in a group for warmth or go alone. After the NPC sergeant arrived, he comforted everyone, leaving Xiaoxi and a group of people waiting there. He said hello to other NPCs in the fortress and left. A line of 10 players. Xiaoxi was very sure that the 10 people were from different countries, because the 10 people spoke 10 different languages. Fortunately, the effect of unhindered communication is outrageous, and 10 people can communicate with each other without any problems. It was boring to wait, so the 10 people started chatting. Xiaoxi rarely spoke to them, and mostly just listened to them. Japan, Kyoto. A certain Wenge community. Convened by the Prime Minister, the 12 ministers of state gathered in the private residence of the Prime Minister. This time I called you here instead of in the daily meeting room. The reason is very simple. You must have noticed that Mr. Haiku has undergone some changes since he started the movie hall trial in the Shadow World. I want to hear your opinions. The Prime Minister spoke first. I think I may be overly worried. I firmly believe in Mr. Haiku's love for the great Japanese Empire. What's more, as the strongest warrior in Japan, Mr. Haiku has dual talents. How could he try in the cinema? The chain failed, the Minister of Defense said. The Intelligence Department also tracked Mr. Higuchi for a long time after he completed the theater trial, and did not find any Mr. Higuchi doing anything that harmed Japan and humanity. I also think that Mr. Higuchi did not become an alien. The Minister of Intelligence said nervously. Followed by the words. Ha ha. This is not necessarily true. You don't know how difficult the cinema trial is. Once you enter, the combat power of both parties will be suppressed to the same level. Who can guarantee that you can pass it? If it can be guaranteed, why should we remove all those who have conducted the cinema trial from the power structure? Isn't it because he is afraid that there is someone hiding in it? Why should Shinya Korakuchi be an exception? Besides, I don't think Kishimoto Matsuyama is weaker than Koraguchi Shinya. The special landing module that he paid a huge price to get back should be given to Kishimoto Matsuyama. He will definitely not behave abnormally. After listening to the two people's words, the Minister of Internal Affairs, Kishimoto Tobiko, retorted. That's right, and how do you explain Mr. Higuchi's unusual behavior? The Minister of Economic Affairs followed closely behind the Minister of Internal Affairs. That may be because Mr. Higuchi failed to reach the top 10 in the first dungeon competition. He felt ashamed that he had made Japan lose face. That's why the abnormality occurred. Maybe just hiring a psychiatrist for him can solve it. Minister of Defense, he explained, his voice couldn't help but become a little louder. Subsequently, other ministers of state also joined in the discussion, but the discussion was just a good discussion, and gradually turned into scolding. Looking at the noisy ministers below, the Prime Minister rubbed his brows and felt a headache. Pa! Seeing that the discussion over Korakuchi Shinya was gradually developing into a factional fight, the Prime Minister of the Cabinet interrupted the quarrel among the ministers of state by slapping the low table in front of him. Okay, we will increase the monitoring of Mr. Haiku. Any changes must be reported immediately. Let's discuss the blue rankings and the player competition. The Prime Minister of the Cabinet said, looking in the direction of the Minister of Intelligence. Yes, the Minister of Intelligence replied, quickly sat upright, and began to elaborate on the game. What we know so far is that this competition is taking place between the Blue World and the Shadow World. There are a large number of shadow monsters there, and there are currently heavy cities built by NPCs to guard them. However, it is foreseeable that players will be promoted to level 1. There will be the main battlefield at the end of the stage. In addition, this competition lasts for 7 days. During these 7 days, the only task of the contestants is to hunt shadow monsters in the Red Rock Canyon between time and space. This time is different from the movie hall trial. Even if the shadow monster kills the player, he cannot become an alien. People can only obtain part of the player's abilities, and the player himself will not suffer any losses. It is estimated that 20,000 people will participate in this competition in Japan, and about 1 million people in the world. Most people have not yet reached level 100. According to the information we have collected, there will be about 120,000 people in Dacia participate, and there are also 80,000 people in Sanin, Eagle Country. The above is all the information that can be collected about this competition. In order to prevent forced kicking during the game, we have lifted the forced kicking program of the helmet. After the game, I think there is no need to install the program back. According to our current production capacity, plus it will take at most 18 months for the landing pods smuggled over from Dacia to be deployed by the entire country, the Minister of Reconstruction said after the Minister of Intelligence finished speaking. In addition, we have made a lot of plans for this competition, and the information collected from the NPCs in the shadow world cannot be fully trusted. Just like the information given to us by the alien, it is also somewhat different from the actual situation, and the results appear after the opening of the shadow world. The death penalty did not match the propaganda. It was a good thing that time, but if it were the other way around, no one can guarantee good luck every time. The Minister of Internal Affairs continued. A few hours passed by in a hurry, listening to a few people chatting about their hometowns both inside and outside the game, and the various anecdotes were not boring at all. Dong, I heard that your country in Dacia is the safest country in the world. Is it true that no one dares to walk around outside at night? Several people started chatting, and a thin man next to Xiaoji turned to Xiaoji and asked. During the chat, the 10 people shared information that they did not need to keep secret, such as their names in the game and their nationalities in real life. Yes, if you want, you can hang out outside 24 hours a day without any danger, but of course no one would do that. You are so lucky. If only my country could be like this. When I was 7 years old, my father was required to perform military service and died on the battlefield with the rebels. My mother went to collect the pension and died. Never came back, and when I saw her again, she had lost her warmth. Later, I was adopted by the government. I will wear a military uniform when I reach adulthood at the age of 15, and then I may die at the hands of an enemy whose name I don't know. Maybe I'm lucky. The game shadow suddenly appeared. The government and the rebels stopped fighting. Everyone can eat just by playing the game. Maybe I won't go to the battlefield in the future. As he spoke, the thin black guy got excited. Dong, living in such a beautiful country, you must have a happy family. Looking at his eyes that were shining with a certain light, Xiaoji couldn't bear to interrupt his fantasy and replied with 3 words. Maybe. Thinking of the accident 3 years ago, Xiaoji sighed. The time is up, you can enter the teleportation array. While the 10 people were chatting, the fortress guard NPC standing by reminded them. After standing up and dusting off the dust, Xiaoji and his party all walked into the teleportation array, and their figures disappeared in an instant. System prompt: Welcome to the Adventurer Competition. The rules of this competition are as follows. 1. The entire competition time, 7 days. 2. Adventurer's mission: hunt shadow monsters to gain points, and gain the same amount of points based on the level of the shadow monster you hunt. 3. The top 10,000 players in the points ranking are allowed to enter the next round of 1v1 competition. 4. Points cannot be traded and given away. The only way to obtain points is to kill shadow monsters. Multiplayer cooperation will be distributed based on actual contributions. The actual contributions will be automatically distributed by the system. 5 adventurers are prohibited from attacking each other. Penalty for killing an adventurer: after deducting the points owned by the killed adventurer, an additional 10,000 points will be deducted. 6. How to leave the competition area: automatically teleport away after the 7-day competition. After the adventurer dies in the competition area, he will be automatically teleported out of the competition area and resurrected, and 25% of the existing points will be deducted. 7. After the game, the player with a negative score will be erased and cannot be resurrected. 8. 25. Those who obtain more than 10,000 points in this competition can obtain a piece of Shinying token. Those who already own it cannot obtain it again. As the scene progressed, Xiaoji and his group appeared in a Gobi desert. Apart from lucerne dead rocks, nothing could be seen as far as the eye could see. This place is not like a canyon, but more like a desert. Rumble. Suddenly, there was a loud noise in the sky, countless streams of light swirling around, red and blue halos intertwined in the sky, some like the polar aurora. It was so beautiful, accompanied by a continuous slight roar. Most of the players who were reading the rules were startled, looked up, and were amazed by the aurora. Warn! Warn! Warn. System prompt: the ceiling barrier is contaminated, and some rules have changed. 1. The entire competition time, 10 days. 5. The adventurers are prohibited from attacking each other. Penalty for killing adventurers: after deducting the points owned by the killed adventurer, an additional 10,000 points will be deducted. Suicide is regarded as killing the adventurer. After deducting the points you own, an additional 1 point will be deducted. 6. How to leave the competition area: automatically teleport away after the 10 days of competition. After the adventurer dies in the competition area, he will be automatically teleported out of the competition area and resurrected, and 25% of the existing points will be deducted. The adventurer died completely after being killed by a shadow monster in the competition area and could not be resurrected. The vision in the sky went away just as quickly as it came. The changes in several rules seem to turn this extremely rewarding game into a Shura field for players. But can it really be done with just these few rules? The time was extended, and he died completely after committing suicide and being killed by the shadow monster. Want to kill level 100 players with level 100 shadow monsters? This is the doubt in the minds of most players. Among the players who can participate in this competition, which one is not the elite among players? You must know that there are nearly 10 billion players in Blue Star, and the large force is still around level 90. Who can be qualified to participate in this competition? All the players in this competition are cutting-edge players who can leapfrog the competition, and it is not impossible for some players to even leapfrog the competition. Even so, a suppressed emotion still enveloped the hearts of most of the participating players. No one knew whether the unknown enemy who appeared out of nowhere dared to do this and had his own support. Originally, I planned to leave alone, but now it seems that it is safer for everyone to go together. Seeing the sudden change in the rules of the game, everyone was still thinking about it. Judd, a Western European with a high nose, spoke first. I agree. Marjorie raised her hand in agreement. She wore a pair of ponytails, and her brown skin did not hide her delicate face. Instead, she gave people a lively, fiery, and wild beauty. I have no opinion. The thin black boy also spoke. All 9 people in the team expressed their intention to leave together, except Xiaji, who has not yet expressed his opinion. Seeing that Xiaji didn't speak, the thin black boy pushed Xiaji with his elbow. Dong, come on, let's go together. It's good to have someone to take care of you. If you dare to change the rules like this, there is a high probability that shadow monsters will appear that we can't deal with. Others also looked over. Xiaji was thinking about whether to go with these people. The changes in the rules made him a little worried. If not necessary, he was not an adventurous person. But if you want to form a team, you must find players of the same level. Otherwise, it won't be a team, but the boss will lead the newbie. If you give money, you will lead the boss. He had no doubt that none of the other 9 people in the team could withstand his own annihilation. Moreover, at his own speed, joining them will seriously hinder his progress in earning points. Xiaji's goal is to be number 1. With his outrageous skills and equipment, if he doesn't win first place, it would be a shame for his bug-like talent. After thinking for a long time, Xiaji decided to be a lone wolf. In fact, forming a team would not help him at all. You guys come together, I want to see it alone first. Xiaji refused to form a team. Let's meet together. The thin black boy wanted to persuade him again. Yes. A person has his limits after all. Marjorie also said. But I still want to try it alone first. Xiaji refused again. Okay, if you encounter a problem that can't be solved, you can come to us if we still encounter it. Frida, who was elected as the captain, said the last thing, and led the team to choose a direction. Leave. Okay, good luck to you. Saying goodbye to the team, Xiaji summoned Nightmare and rode in the opposite direction. Although it was just a temporary team formed by a group of strangers, everyone got along fairly well, and Xiaji didn't dislike this feeling. During the ride, Xiaji took out a spare undead helmet from his bag in order to find monsters more easily. The undead helmet has a feature, Extreme Vision, that increases the field of view distance by 10%. After moving the decimal point, the field of view distance can be increased by 100%, which is very useful in this canyon where the end cannot be seen at a glance. In exchange, Xia gained at least 9,000 points of physique. But it's not bad. After riding the nightmare, Xiaji's current physique is still 28,304 points. Dragon Shadow Riding. With the active effect of riding on, Xiaji's speed increased by more than 6 times. Coupled with the field of vision bonus provided by the undead helmet, Xiaji found the first monster in just half a minute. Xiaji has never seen a shadow monster and doesn't know what it looks like. The monster in front looks a bit like a pangolin, and I don't know if it is a shadow monster. It is wandering aimlessly in the desert. At this time, the monster was at least tens of thousands of meters away from Xiaji. Xiaji relied on extreme vision to see the monster, but even if it turned towards the direction of Xiaji, the monster could not see Xiaji. The release distance of the information source is a bit short. Although Xiaji can use annihilation to kill the monster out of sight, Xiaji wants to see the monster's attributes first. The distance of tens of thousands of meters is very short for the summer solstice, but it only takes a dozen seconds to cover the distance of 30,000 meters. Information source. Name, Shadow Beast. Level 100. Life, 2,500,000. Constitution, 2,500. Spirit, 2,000. Skill. Swallow, acquire part of the ability of the devoured target. After devouring a sufficient number, you can gain free consciousness and be promoted to a shadow monster. Current progress, 83%. Other skills are obtained by random swallowing. Due to the particularity of the shadow beast, the information source cannot be visually identified through records. Please make your own judgment. Shadow beast? That's it? Is this the attribute? There is nothing to be afraid of in the next 1 million summer solstice. Once the riding skill is activated, it will cause 65.41 million real damage to 440,000 targets within a range of 2.83 million meters. All of them can be solved in one 3-company attack. Annihilation. -6541600. System prompt, points plus 100. After seeing Xiaji, the shadow beast roared and quickly attacked Xiaji. Unfortunately, it died before leaving. It fell forever on the way forward, and provided Xiaji with 100 points and 40% spiritual power recovery. After the shadow beast died, it turned into black light spots and dissipated, leaving no trace in this world. With one shot of annihilation, most of the spiritual energy consumed on the road was instantly restored. This shadow beast Jian is really a good person. If he can keep meeting him, Xiaji won't have to slow down to meditate to recover his spiritual power. Kill the shadow beast Xiaji and continue on the road. On the way to Xiaji, I opened the competition rules again and looked at them. I still don't understand the changes in the rules. Extend the time to give me warmth? There were really not many shadow monsters on the field. Xiaji slowed down and meditated to recover his spiritual power several times. After running for 10 minutes, Xiaji saw the second shadow beast. This time, the shadow beast looked a bit like a mammoth and was bigger than the pangolin just now. Much bigger. There was no idea of getting close to see the attributes. Out of sight of the shadow beast, Xiaji destroyed it with one shot of annihilation. System prompt, points plus 100. The points awarded did not increase as the body size increased. Maybe he chose the wrong direction. Xiaji planned to try in another direction. There were too few shadow monsters. Could it be that this competition was about reconnaissance ability to see who could find more shadow monsters? Squeak. Xiaji, who was looking around for shadow monsters, was attracted by a cry from the sky. He looked up and saw a pterosaur flying across the distance. Annihilation. System prompt, points plus 100. Oops. Xiaji suddenly slapped his head and realized that he could fly. Why didn't he think of it? Volley. Nightmare skill consumes 100 points of nightmare power per second, but Xiaji can use spiritual power instead. The consumption of 100 points per second is equivalent to nothing compared to the 1% consumption of writing skills per second. Xiaoji now has more than 30 million spiritual powers after he activates writing. If the consumption of writing skills is not taken into account, he can fly to the end of the world. The valley opened, and flame clouds emerged under the nightmare's feet, and the air was like substance under its feet. Running high into the sky, his field of vision instantly broadened, and within a few seconds he saw a new shadow beast. It was a wild cat sleeping on a boulder. If you walked on the ground, you could hardly find its location. With one shot of annihilation, you get 100 points, which consumes less than 20% of your spiritual energy and returns it to full. Just perfect. Riding a nightmare in the sky, you can basically find a shadow beast every 20 or 30 seconds to restore spiritual power to Xiaoji. Sometimes you are lucky, and you may see another one the next second after you kill one. And this unilateral massacre continued for 3 days. During this period, Xiaoji changed direction several times, and finally came to the conclusion that the number of shadow monsters would be denser when going east. This spacetime gap is a bit strange. There is no sun in the sky, but there is no night. The air is also very hot, and even looking up at the sky is a bit dazzling. After 3 days, looking at the time during the summer solstice depends entirely on the countdown to the end of the game, and looking at the direction depends on the system map. Although the system map is pitch black, the compass on the map is still usable. It is uncertain whether it points to the southern summer solstice, but it always points in the same direction, which can stand the test of facts. Flying high in the sky, 3 days flew by. Summer solstice's points reached 450,000. On average, one shadow beast could be found almost every minute. Perhaps because other players were also hunting, the number of shadow beasts was declining after the first day. The most intuitive feeling is that the number of shadow beasts killed on the second and third days of the summer solstice combined was not as many as on the first day. During this period, Xiaoji also met many other players, both lone wolves and in teams. Among them, he also encountered 2 large teams with more than 10,000 people inviting him to join. Most of the people in the 2 large teams were in real-life camouflage military uniforms. Xiaoji speculated that they should be the army of a certain country, and seemed to be calling players to act together. After encountering large teams twice, Xiaoji opened the changed rules and looked at them again. He was a little worried. The military of those countries would definitely not recruit players for no reason. There was a high probability that they knew something in advance. I don't know if Dacia's military has taken any action. If they are in danger, they can run for refuge. But then I thought about it, if I brought a monster that I couldn't kill to the military, that would count as bringing a wolf into the flock. Shaking his head, Xiaoji shook off the unnecessary thoughts. He didn't even know whether the Dacia military had gathered or where it was. Why did he think so much? It's still true that the shadow-brushing beast is there. Annihilation. System prompt, points plus 100. Kill a rat with 1 shot of annihilation, and continue moving forward in the east direction. This canyon is really big. I can't even see the edge now, Xiaoji sighed. Strange again. A black dot appeared on the horizon far ahead. Xiaoji hurriedly flew away. Although he could lock the attack when the black dots were annihilated, Xiaoji wanted to make sure the opponent was not a player first. Previously, I attacked a player just because I saw a black spot, which triggered a player's life-saving skills. Fortunately, there are no black names or system prompts for attacks in this game. The player didn't know it was Xiaoji. Thinking that he had encountered a new high-level monster, Xiaoji stepped forward to check its attributes, but when he got closer, he discovered that it was a person and a player. After getting closer, the player reminded Xiaoji to be careful. There were unclean things nearby. She was inexplicably hit with life-saving skills. If not for some tricks, she might have died. Seeing the serious warning on the player's face, Xiaoji did not tell her the truth in the end, and said goodbye to her with some guilt. Tens of thousands of meters away, there is a Taurun. After confirming that he was not a player, Xiaoji no longer hesitated. Annihilation. It was too far away to see the damage value, but it was certain that the Taurun was not dead and was looking around. His behavior was exactly the same as the player who attacked during the previous summer solstice. You're not a player again, are you? Who the hell is cosplaying a Tauron in the game? Cursing his luck secretly, Xiaoji decided to step forward to see the situation. Xiaoji was getting closer, and the Tauron also noticed Xiaoji, and rushed towards Xiaoji, rolling up smoke and dust, and his momentum seemed to want to fight with Xiaoji. It's not a player, it's a new monster. It's impossible for any player to attack like this after seeing other players. Xiaoji was instantly excited and headed towards the Tauron. Running in both directions quickly shortened the distance between Xiaoji and the Tauron. Name, Shadow Monster. Level, First Level. Lives, 1 billion. Constitution, 10,000. Spirit, 8,000. Skill. Advanced Swallowing, obtain part of the authority of the swallowed target. Including but not limited to, memory, ability, traces of existence. Other skills are obtained by random swallowing. Due to the particularity of the shadow monster, the information source cannot be visually identified through records. Please make your own judgment. Is this the shadow monster? I don't know what the shadow monster's skills are, but just to be safe, after seeing its attributes, Xiaoji quickly pulled out the backside. This attribute has already caught up with the dungeon with 100 origin spiritual crystals difficulty. There are no skills, and Xiaoji doesn't dare to rely on it. 3,000 meters in the air, which is the ultimate height for the nightmare to walk in the air, the shadow monster below roared crazily at the summer solstice. It can't fly. Back then, he couldn't fly in the dungeon hole. This time in the player competition, Xiaoji felt the benefit of being able to fly for the second time. Annihilation. Minus 83.4 million. Changing back to the undead helmet that had moved his body, Xiaoji started to scratch. In fact, it's not a scratch, it only takes 13 rounds of annihilation from the system panel to kill it. Just 1 minute. The shadow monster is incapable and furious below, and the summer solstice is scraping leisurely above. Annihilation. Minus 83.4 million. System prompt, points plus 10,000. Big profit, so many points were given. Shadow monsters that require one shot of annihilation to kill are only given 100 points, and shadow monsters that can be killed with 13 shots of annihilation are directly given 10,000 points. That's ridiculous. If you keep encountering shadow monsters, wouldn't the efficiency of earning points be improved? Several times. Summer solstice is a beautiful thought. Kill the shadow monster and get down. Like the shadow beast, the body of the shadow monster disperses into black light spots and disappears after death, but the shadow monster still leaves a crystal in place. Item name, Shadow Crystal, First Level. Item quality, Special. Item effect, it can be used for refining to improve strength, create equipment, enchant, function. Item introduction, it has many functions. In addition to being used directly, it is also often used as currency. What I started with was a dark-colored spar, which was round but not spherical and about the size of a palm. The effect states that it can be refined to improve strength, so Xiaoji holds it in his hand and recites it silently before using it. A cool breeze blew by, but Xiaoji's strength did not improve, and the black crystal stones did not change at all. Forget it, go out and do more research. Putting the shadow crystal back into his backpack, Xiaoji chose the direction where the shadow monster appeared just now and continued moving forward. He looked forward to meeting more shadow monsters. Compared to shadow beasts, shadow monsters really gave him too much. Unfortunately, God failed. Except for the Minotaur shadow monster he encountered first, in the next few hours, Xiaoji encountered all shadow beasts that needed to be annihilated in seconds, and the number of shadow beasts was also much smaller. The fourth day is about to pass, and Xiaoji's points have barely reached the 500,000 mark. Oh! I met another one. A shot from a distance was annihilated, but the target was not dead. However, Xiaoji did not continue to attack. This shadow monster was a bit strange. It was originally running in one direction, and Xiaoji didn't pay attention to it. But after taking one shot of annihilation, the shadow monster stopped and looked around. No enemy was found, and it continued to run hard in the original direction. There must be something. The purpose of this shadow monster is very clear. Hanging far behind, Xiaoji wanted to see where the shadow monster was going. Maybe you can encounter more shadow monsters. The speed of this shadow monster is very slow, and Xiaoji can easily keep up without using his riding skills. After killing the Minotaur, Xiaoji replaced the undead helmet with the effect of increasing vision. With an ultra-long sight range, you don't have to worry about encountering any danger. If something goes wrong, just activate riding in charge and run. Follow all the way, and new shadow monsters will appear in front of you from time to time. The shadow monsters did not stop after meeting, and continued running in one direction together. This is much better than looking for shadow monsters by yourself. In less than an hour, there are already 3 shadow monsters in front of them, without disturbing them. Xiaoji wants to bring a few more, preferably tens of thousands. He kept following behind and met shadow beasts from time to time along the way. He didn't give them a chance to meet them, so he annihilated them all and took them away. It is easy to distinguish between shadow monsters and shadow beasts. Shadow monsters mostly walk upright and resemble human shapes, while shadow beasts are almost all beasts. Of course, it's not absolute. Among the 3 shadow monsters that Xiaoji followed, there was a black tiger. The biggest difference between them is their behavior. Shadow monsters have a clear destination and keep running in one direction, while shadow beasts basically wander around in place unconsciously. Where are their destinations? After following for 3 hours, the number of shadow monsters in front of them has reached 8. Xiaoji is starting to take action. 80,000 points is a lot. Ha! Looking along the direction in which the shadow monster is moving, we can see that there are people fighting in front, and the direction in which the shadow monster is running is aimed at this battle. Get closer and see the battle group clearly. There are 9 players and 3 shadow monsters. The battle group was divided into 3. 2 teams of 4 each fought a shadow monster, and 1 person carried a shadow monster alone. Isn't this the team that I joined in the first place? Wandering around, I didn't expect to encounter it again. When they parted, Frida told them that she could go to them if she had any problems, but they encountered problems first. There is no way to fight and retreat quickly. Seeing the 8 shadow monsters sprinting from the distance, Frida felt like she was dead. Mengli, try to stop him. I bought it. God! The other people who were seriously fighting against the enemy turned their heads when they heard the captain's words. Except for the thin black boy Mengli who was fighting the shadow monster alone, they were all shocked. Run quickly! Captain Frida and the tall-nosed Judd each dragged the shadow monsters in their own battle group. The others withdrew from the battle group and fled in the opposite direction to where the 8 shadow monsters were running. Seeing the 6 people running away, Frida and Judd also abandoned the shadow monsters and evacuated, leaving only Mengli to carry the 3 shadow monsters alone. Under the siege of 3 shadow monsters, Mengli was also stretched thin. He could only barely block and had no ability to fight back. If he kept fighting, Mengli would definitely lose. Of course, even if Mengli wanted to keep fighting like this, the shadow monsters would not give him a chance. The 8 new shadow monsters that appeared were getting closer and closer, and Mengli's brows became more and more frowned. He was thinking about how long he could hold on to 11 shadow monsters. He thought he wanted to run away, but with more than a dozen shadow monsters there was no way he could be left behind. But if he ran away, his teammates who hadn't gone far would suffer. It took less than an hour from the time the 8 shadow monsters were seen to the time they got close to them. They had to fight 11 shadow monsters at once, which made Mengli very nervous. Roar! There was no chance for Mengli to challenge 11. After the 8 shadow monsters approached, one of the 3 shadow monsters that had been suppressing Mengli roared. Only one of the 8 shadow monsters was left to join the battle, and the rest chased in the direction where the other members of the team escaped. Come back here! Tone! The giant sword in Mengli's hand flew, and he bounced away the 4 shadow monsters surrounding him. He turned around and chased the 7 shadow monsters that missed him, trying to stop them. Roar! The monkey shadow monster roared again. Zheng! As Mengli approached, 4 of the 7 shadow monsters turned and attacked him, surrounding him again. The four shadow monsters that had previously held Mengli behind did not join the fight after they caught up, but passed them and chased the other members of the team. Mengli's giant sword flew in the air, trying to repeat his old plan. But he failed this time. His sword was bitten by a tiger-shaped shadow monster. Sparks flew out from the friction between the tiger's teeth and the giant sword, and the sound it made stung a person's scalp, which was comparable to a cat's claw scratching a blackboard. The weapon was restricted, and the other three shadow monsters took the opportunity to attack. Mengli let go of the giant sword and dodged, and an identical giant sword appeared in his hand again. This giant sword was given to me by the undead Thousand Captain who played the 10th difficulty dungeon. It happened to be usable by the Mengli profession. At any rate, it was a gold equipment and better than his exclusive weapon. It was good for temporary use. It was in his bag now. There are also 5 or 6 that are very durable. Dang dang dang. After blocking the shadow monster's attack, Mengli opened a certain distance, the giant sword in his hand flew, and collided with 4 shadow monsters again. He has tried his best, and his teammates may wish themselves well. There is no way these shadow monsters can stop them with their brains. Ha! During the battle, Mengli saw a stream of light passing through the sky out of the corner of his eye. It looked like a man flying in the sky on a horse, and the figure looked familiar from the back. Minus 83.4 million. Minus 83.4 million. What's the situation? The 4 shadow monsters in front of them were fighting well, and suddenly a long white damage number appeared above their heads. Boom boom boom. Before the confused Mengli could figure out the situation, a deafening explosion suddenly came from behind. Turning around, I saw a cloud of sand and rocks sweeping in. Monlay? But on the Xiaoji side, in order to ensure safety, he had been hanging at the extreme position of his field of vision. When he saw the people in the team had just begun to evacuate, and without hesitation, he chased them in the cavalier charge. When they arrived at the original team's location, the skinny black boy was left alone to fight 4 shadow monsters. Seeing that the boy still had enough energy to stop the 7 shadow monsters that were chasing people, Xiaoji ignored him and went to kill the shadow monsters that were chasing people first. However, Xiaoji still opened Annihilation to help the boy beat him, and at the same time regain his spiritual power. The consumption of writing skills was too outrageous. Along the way, Xiaoji quickly caught up with Judd and Frida who had finally escaped. At this moment, the situation of the two of them was not optimistic. They were each surrounded by 3 shadow monsters, and 1 shadow monster was missing. I don't know whether they took the initiative to stop the shadow monster or were forced to stay, but they objectively gave the teammates who were the first to evacuate a chance to escape. Under the siege of 3 shadow monsters, no matter BB Mengli, the health bars on their heads due to the attacks had bottomed out, and they were about to be doomed. As for the blood bars on the heads of the shadow monsters, except for the 3 that they besieged at the beginning, all the others were full of blood. At this time, the summer solstice was still thousands of meters away, although it only took him a few seconds to arrive. But Judd and Frida were attacked by a shadow monster in front of them, and the attack from the shadow monster behind them was almost up to their necks. Xiaoji was thinking crazily in his mind. For this team that had only been here for a few hours, his senses were pretty good, so he had to save him if he could. If you replace yourself with a helmet that adds physical strength, the ultimate damage of Annihilation can reach 125.1 million, and the ultimate 5 consecutive damage can reach 625.6 million. But the shadow monster has a full 1 billion blood volume and cannot fall out in seconds. The consequence of not falling out of the shadow monster is that the 2 of them will be killed by the shadow monster. According to the rules of this game after the mutation, if you are killed by a shadow monster, you will die completely and cannot be resurrected. Suicide will also be erased because the score drops to -1. The 2 of them have reached a dead end. They will die if they are killed by the shadow monster, or they will die if they commit suicide. Xiaoji closed her eyes and mourned for them both. No, he is dead in the game, but he can still be saved in reality. Xiaoji opened his eyes, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. Under the Annihilation, all living beings were equal. Annihilation x5. -125.1 million. minus 125.1 million. System prompt: because you killed a player, 15,620 points will be deducted for this game. System prompt: because you killed a player, your points for this game will be deducted by 19,800. The 5-shot limit of annihilation, huge damage figures emerged from the heads of the 6 shadow monsters. Of course, not only the shadow monster, but also Frida and Judd were injured. Worried that Frida and Judd still have life-saving skills. In order to prevent a shot of annihilation from destroying their life-saving ability, they were killed by shadow monsters. The summer solstice directly annihilated Wulian. It turns out that Xiaoji didn't think much about it. Frida was killed with 1 annihilation shot, but Judd forcefully took 2 of Xiaoji's annihilation shots and died from the 3rd annihilation shot. 2 beams of light fell and took away Frida and Judd, who were killed by Xiaoji. Killing 2 people made Xiaoji lose more than 30,000 points in an instant, which made him feel a little sad. At least, someone was saved. After comforting himself, Xiaoji rushed towards the 6 shadow monsters with Xianzi in his hand. The loss was a bit big, so he went to find the shadow monsters to get them back. Annihilation circuit was in an overload state for 10 minutes, but Xiaoji's gun wasn't made of wax either. With Xianzi, who had been promoted to level 10, in hand, Xiaoji's ultimate weapon with all his strength could damage up to 10 times his physical strength. When Dragon Shadow Writing is activated, it can reach 37.3 million physical damage. Compared with Annihilation, it is not weak in single combat situations. Riding a horse, he drove into the middle of the shadow monster with the riding solstice. Aha! 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 Minus 35.6 million. Minus 34.2 million. Minus 15.6 million. 3 consecutive shots were fatal. Except for the shadow monster carrying a turtle shell, Xiaoxi was sure to kill one of the other shadow monsters within a minute. Roar! Bang! The monkey shadow monster roared, holding a stick and colliding with Xiaoxi. The monkey shadow monster was knocked far away, and the turtle shell shadow monster also caught up with Xiaoxi. The remaining 4 shadow monsters stayed away from Xiaoxi, and all ran towards the way they came. Are you running away because you've done too much damage? Wrong. Looking at the direction in which the 4 shadow monsters left, they planned to kill Mengli first. Xiaoji chuckled. This is too small of oneself. Can you two stop me? Riding the nightmare, Xiaoji's figure flashed and appeared in front of the 4 shadow monsters in an instant. With the support of a bunch of skills, equipment and mounts, Xiaoji's agility is as high as over 2 million, and his base speed is 160. In front of Xiaoji, whose ultimate speed is as high as 7.39 times the speed of sound, the shadow monster is like a turtle. Unless there are hundreds of more shadow monsters forming a wall, there is no way to stop him. No, even the shadow monster wall can't stop Xiaoji. He has noble Air Force attributes and he can fly. Roar! Seeing that he could not escape the restrictions of Xiaoji, the monkey shadow monster roared, and all 6 shadow monsters surrounded Xiaoji. Just what I wanted. Xiaoji rides a horse and holds a gun, walking among the shadow monsters. System prompt, points plus 6,000. System prompt, points plus 7,000. System prompt, points plus 5,000. System prompt, points plus 10,000, x3. In just 5 minutes, all 6 shadow monsters were killed. After killing the shadow monster, Xiaoji looked in the direction where he was looking and the direction in which the rest of the team was escaping. A shadow monster, 6 people should be able to solve anything. After thinking about it, Xiaoji returned the same way. Mengli and the 4 shadow monsters were no longer where they were and had risen to the extreme height. In the distance, Mengli ran wildly across the road, with 4 shadow monsters chasing after him. Annihilation has not recovered yet, so it cannot strike remotely. Driving the Dragon Shadow Writing skill, I didn't encounter any shadow monsters that could absorb spiritual power on the road. Xiaoji's spiritual power was now less than 10%. Fortunately, the kid looked alive and kicking and didn't look like he was in danger. Xiaoji let the nightmare chase him while he meditated on horseback to restore his spiritual power. Although meditation for independent spellcasting still cannot have other actions, it can now be used on horseback. In 6 seconds, the spiritual energy is fully restored quickly. Bang! The summer solstice fell from the sky, and the 4 shadow monsters chasing Mengli were blown away. Hearing the movement behind him, Mengli turned around and stopped. Dong, it's really you. Seeing Xiaji fighting 4 shadow monsters, Mengli shouted in surprise, drew a giant sword in his hand, and ran back. Hey, don't come and steal my points. Seeing Mengli turning around and running wildly holding a giant sword, Xiaji felt in his heart that 10,000 alpacas were running past. But he couldn't say it directly. He couldn't embarrass Daxia in front of friends from other countries when he was away from home. Seeing Mengli getting closer and closer, Xiaji could only speed up the gun in his hand as much as possible to deal more damage before he came over. System prompt, points plus 9,000. System prompt, points plus 9,800. With Mengli's help, Xiaji quickly eliminated the last 4 shadow monsters, earning a total of 38,000 points. Deducting the more than 30,000 points lost to save Frida and Judd, Xiaji gained a total of 50,580 points in this battle. Damn it, it's better to kill those 8 shadow monsters in advance, it would be a huge loss. Xiaji secretly complained. Dong, thank you very much. The people of Daxia are indeed as friendly as the legend says. Under the attack of Xianzi and the giant sword, Black Tiger screamed and fell heavily. Did you save the others in the team as well? I should kill 6 of the 7 shadow monsters that chased me. I felt that you were more dangerous, so I came back to find you. It shouldn't be a big problem for them to take care of the other one. Xiaji scratched his head. Well, if there is only one, Frida and Judd can contain it, so there will definitely be no problem. I have already sent them out of the game. Send the game away? What do you mean? Mengli didn't react. Literally, they were too far away at the time and I couldn't save them. I could only kill them before the shadow monster killed them. Xiaji explained the situation a little bit. You are really a genius. I certainly couldn't have imagined that I could do this and just watch them get killed. Mengli gave Xiaji a thumbs up. Let's go find them now, Dong. Let's go. Xiaji planned to go take a look and make sure everything was fine before leaving. In front of foreign friends, his personality must not collapse. Towards the direction where the other team members left, Mengli ran wildly on the ground, and Xiaji rode the nightmare leisurely in the sky. With people? Impossible. However, the 2 of them didn't walk long before they met 6 people walking back. Hi. Mary Jo. From a distance, Mengli said hello first. It's great that you're okay, Manlei. Hi. Dong, you are here too. Captain and the one with the high nose? A group of people met, explained to each other, and all expressed their gratitude to Xiaji. After the 6 members of the team ran far away, they suddenly received a system prompt that their points had increased, proving that the shadow monster they had besieged before had been killed. After waiting for a while, they could not see the chasing shadow monster, so a group of people boldly walked back. Nothing happened on the road until they met Xiaji and Mengli. Xiaji scratched his head, confirmed that everything was fine, and planned to leave. Saying goodbye to Mengli and others, the summer solstice ascended into the sky. There was also a shadow monster that did not run after the 6 members of the team, and neither did he or Mengli encounter it. Maybe he got lost, so Xiaji planned to look for it nearby, which was worth 10,000 points. Looking at Xiaji flying away, several members of the team felt a little regretful. With such a fierce man by their side, they felt extremely safe. The players who can come here to compete are basically the leaders in their own circles. They all have their own pride in their hearts. At first, they regarded Xiaji as someone of the same level. If Xiaji wanted to leave alone, they would try to keep her around. After Xiaji showed his strength, although they hoped Xiaji would stay together in their hearts, when Xiaji really wanted to leave, no one said anything to keep Xiaji this time. Let's go too, said one person. I think it's better to choose another captain. It's better to have unified command than to work independently. I recommend Mengli. Although he is young, it turns out that he is a very reliable friend. Marjorie spoke and looked at Mengli. Agree. X5. Captain Monley, please decide what we should do next. Mengli didn't react for a moment. Facing everyone's gaze, Mengli's dark complexion could not suppress the blush on his face. Well, I think our team's combat strength is still too weak. If we encounter the same situation again, the risk of the team being wiped out is too high. My suggestion is to join the national team. As he said this, Mengli took out a big brother with a display screen. National team? What is this thing of yours? Is this kind of thing allowed to exist in the game? Seeing Mengli take out Big Brother, the understanding of the game among the other 6 people in the team was shattered. The national team is the country's army. Every country has one. This is a signal searcher. The principal gave it to me before entering the game. He said that if there is danger, I can use this to find the country's team. After Mengli operated the search device, 7 red light spots appeared on the screen. A group of people gathered around and watched Mengli's operation. Why are there 7? Someone asked in confusion. There should be 7 meeting points, why don't we go to the nearest one and check it out first? It was also the first time for Mengli to operate the search engine and he didn't understand it very well. Okay. The other members of the team had no objections. After Mengli confirmed the location, the team followed the direction guided by the search engine. Where did the shadow monster go? Xiaoji walked around and saw not a single shadow beast, let alone shadow monsters. Looking around, there is a desert below, and the terrain is flat, with no place to hide people. Unwilling to give up, Xiaoji went around again, but unfortunately still found nothing. Forget it, I won't look for it anymore. I've probably run far away already. I'm so tired that my shadow is much darker. Wait, that's not right. Xiaoji stood in the sky on Nightmare and glanced below herself. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it. Once you look at it, you will find a big problem. Why is your shadow so dark? There is no sun in the gap between time and space, but there is parallel light shining straight down from the sky, forming a shadow like noon in the real world. Because nightmares have their own flames. The shadows formed under summer solstice's feet are normally much lighter than those of ordinary people. But at this moment, his shadow was so dark that it was almost dripping with ink. Xuanzi projection. Looking at his own shadow, Xiaoji shot Xianzi down. Chirp. Xianzi plunged straight into the soil where the shadow was, without any movement. Withdrawing Xianzi, Xiaoji tried a few moves, and the shape of the shadow changed accordingly. Except for the color being a little abnormal, there was nothing wrong with it. Go down and check it out? Shaking his head, Xiaoji gave up this dangerous idea. Looking at the shadow below, Xiaoji tried to build a circuit of annihilation in his body. What he didn't expect was that he succeeded. The annihilation circuit based on locking the target was constructed in one go. Annihilation. Minus 65.4 million. A white number emerged from the dark shadow, extremely conspicuous. After waiting for a few seconds, the shadow still didn't react at all, and another Xiaoji fell into annihilation. Annihilation. Minus 65.4 million. The shadow reacted immediately after the second annihilation. The shadow was seen squirming crazily, and a fox with 2 tails emerged from it. The 2-tailed fox emerged from the shadow and ran away immediately. An information source was dropped, and as soon as the 2-tailed fox appeared, Xiaoji saw its attribute panel, which was just an ordinary first-order shadow monster. After searching for so long, it was actually right at his feet. Xiaoji never imagined that he would be tricked by the shadow monster into hiding under the lamp. However, the behavior of this 2-tailed fox was a bit strange, so Xiaoji did not kill it immediately. The other shadow monsters refused to retreat after seeing him, but this fox was very strange. Instead of fighting, he ran away. After the 2-tailed fox left the shadow of summer solstice, it ran as fast as it could, but as it ran, it suddenly stopped in place and waited for a few seconds, then changed direction and continued running. If something goes wrong, there must be a monster. Looking at the two-tailed fox's actions, Xiaoqi probably went to play the trick of gathering shadow monsters again. This is exactly what summer solstice wants. Following the two-tailed fox, Xiaoqi put on an undead helmet with a constitution of 10,000. Learning the lesson from last time, if other shadow monsters appeared this time, Xiaoqi decided to kill them first, and there was no need to be so far apart to make it difficult to chase them. Things turned out as Xiaoqi expected. Not long after, he encountered an oncoming shadow monster. However, the two-tailed fox did not stop after meeting the new shadow monster, and continued to run wildly. Roar! The oncoming shadow monster roared at Xiaoqi, and an energy beam shot out from its mouth. Dragon Shadow Riding, Annihilation. Minus 83.4 million. Once the riding skill was activated, he easily dodged the energy beam and swooped down on the nightmare. In less than half a minute, under the double blow of annihilation in Xianzi, the shadow monster left a shadow crystal in place for Xiaoqi. As they rose high into the sky, the two foxes were still running not far away, and Xiaoqi could easily catch up. Not long after, another shadow monster stopped in front of Xiaoqi. Easily kill the shadow monster Xiaoqi and follow up again. Not long after, another shadow monster stopped in front of Xiaoqi. Easily kill the shadow monster Xiaoqi and follow up again. Still not long after, another shadow monster stopped in front of Xiaoqi. Could it be that this fox is the prince among shadow monsters, and other shadow monsters will risk their lives to save it? You are truly my money tree. Looking at his 2 million points and more than 100 shadow crystals in his backpack, the two-tailed fox suddenly became cute in Xiaoqi's eyes. In just 5 hours, more than 100 shadow monsters had come to die. There were not many stops along the way. The two foxes ran as hard as they could, and Xiaoqi also killed them with all their might. 10 hours later, Xiaoqi's points reached 5 million, with a total of 456 shadow crystals. Stopping in midair, Xiaoqi just watched the two-tailed foxes running away without any intention of catching up. A sentence suddenly came to his mind: if you want it to perish, you must first make it crazy. At the same time, there is a scene that keeps circling in his mind and he can't get rid of it. A boy saw a gold coin at the entrance of the alley. He picked it up happily. When he got up, he found another gold coin in front of him. The boy was very happy. He ran over and picked up the gold coin. He looked up and saw another gold coin not far ahead. The boy is happier. And what is the difference between him and that boy now? After running for a while, the two-tailed fox turned around and stopped when they saw that Xiaoqi was not following. The moment she saw the two-tailed foxes turning their heads, Xiaoqi put on a helmet with increased vision, turned around and left without stopping at all. After chasing for 15 hours, this was the first time he saw the two-tailed fox turning to look at him, at least within Xiaoqi's field of vision. And this time he turned around exactly when he stopped. If he continues to move forward, it is self-evident what awaits him. He does not lack courage and self-confidence, but he does not like unnecessary risks. The harvest from this trip has far exceeded expectations, so it's better to take insurance when it's good. Seeing Xiaoqi, he turned around and left. The two-tailed fox turned back to follow. Annihilation. Minus 65.4 million. I originally wanted to let this fox go. After all, it brought me a lot of benefits. Unexpectedly, this fox would dare to chase back. After taking one shot of annihilation, the fox did not stop and continued to chase Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi smiled and walked back. As soon as annihilation cooled down, he turned back and fired at the fox. The two-tailed fox, which had eaten more than 10 rounds of annihilation, kept running behind Xiaoqi as if it didn't know that it was about to die. If this last shot is annihilated, you will die, little fox. Looking back at the fierce fox who was not afraid of death, Xiaoqi failed to deliver the last blow of annihilation. Dragon Shadow Riding, Dragon Shadow Charge. As soon as the double dragon shadow opened, Xiaoqi, which was 13.2 times the speed of sound, sprinted away like a bolt of lightning. From the monkey shadow monster to the fox shadow monster, the shadow monster made Xiaoqi not feel stupid, but rather cunning. It has been running for so long, but now it has no brains to chase Xiaoqi despite its annihilation, which shows that it just wants Xiaoqi to kill it. If he had fought with Xiaji when he just emerged from Xiaji's shadow, then Xiaji would definitely not hesitate to kill the fox, but now, Xiaji said nothing. Xiaji turned into a stream of light and disappeared, directly out of the sight of the two-tailed foxes. Chirp! The two-tailed fox roared, its body suddenly expanded, and instantly exploded into a ball of blood mist. In the blood mist, a purple ball of light flew out and chased after Xiaji along the path he had left. The speed was so fast that it was not much faster than Xiaji's single use of dragon shadow riding. After flying for more than 50 seconds, Xiaji slowed down, released the effect of the symbiotic body, and began to meditate on the horse. He took 1 minute to run for 10 days, meditated to recover 20% of his spiritual power, activated the Dragon Shadow riding skill again and began to charge. Dragon Shadow Charge's autonomous casting has a special effect, that is, you can rest in the middle. As long as you don't collide with someone whose physique is higher than your own, and the limit distance of the charge has not been completed, you cannot directly enter the cooling state after stopping. But keep it. Continue to charge in the charging state. The time limit for a single interval is 1 minute. Xiaji has tried it. Even if he takes a step and stops for a minute, he can always maintain a charging state. In order to keep his spiritual power level at least half, he ran for 20 seconds again and began to meditate on Xiaji. Meditation does not require closing the eyes. Xiaji has been looking at the scene behind. Suddenly, a purple light spot appeared in Xiaji's field of vision, and was heading in his direction. Due to conditioned reflex, Xiaji started riding and planned to run. Just after taking a step, Xiaji stopped again, stopped riding, and took a sip of the blue medicine. If you run blindly, your spiritual energy consumption cannot keep up. Trying to annihilate the lock attack, the circuit construction fails, and the purple light point cannot annihilate the target. Within a few seconds, the light spot in the field of vision expanded into a ball of light. As it got closer, Xiaji put on his physical helmet and started riding, planning to fight hard. The collision happened in an instant, and the ball of light disappeared instantly after hitting Xiaji. There was no harm as expected. Xiaji checked it carefully and found no changes. Worried, Xiaji pulled out all the system panels and looked at them. There was nothing abnormal. What the hell? I can't figure it out. It's not wrong to run farther away after all. Xiaji started a riding charge. Because he had just moved, the charge effect was not interrupted. After running slowly for more than 10 minutes, Xiaji still felt uneasy. The purple ball of light had no effect, which made Xiaji very uncomfortable. He would rather resist 10 million damage. Purification. Effects of the spiritual ring. If it really has a control effect, you can choose to purify it, or it can't be unlocked by 1 layer of purification. 10 layers of purification are superimposed, and the control effect disappears. Suddenly, Xiaji found himself at the place where he collided with the light ball. He still remembered the gray-green boulder below. Fantasy? Teleport? Without giving Xiaji time to think, 2 more black and white dots appeared in Xiaji's field of vision in the direction where the light ball appeared just now. Tried to annihilate 2 points locked in the air, and succeeded this time. Annihilation. Spirit Eater, spiritual power plus 1.308 million. The damage is too far away to be seen, but the recovery effect of spiritual power is very intuitive for Xiaji. Xianzi, who has been promoted to level 10, can convert 20% of the damage into spiritual power. Under normal circumstances, a panel-damaging annihilation blow can convert 40% of the maximum spiritual power. But this time, only 4%. The result was clear. He encountered the inexplicable 90% real damage reduction of the 100 difficulty Undead Centurion. After seeing the recovery effect of Soul Eater, Xiaji immediately started running with Dragon Shadow riding. He couldn't defeat an undead captain, let alone 2 of the same level. At the beginning, Xiaji found that the Dragon Shadow Charge state, which had not been broken, was gone, and the cooling state had been restored. This means that he must have been under an illusion just now, but it doesn't matter. There are 2 scary guys chasing behind him. The speed of the black and white dots is not much slower than that of the purple ball of light. Due to the effect of riding skills alone, the distance between Xiaji and them is getting closer and closer. After turning off the writing, he drank a bottle of blue medicine that had restored cooling, opened both dragon shadows, and rode a horse in the summer solstice to run in the air, while not forgetting to turn around and use the annihilation to restore the spiritual power. After running for a while, Xiaji slowed down and meditated. After releasing the symbiotic body, Nightmare's movements were not included in the charge movement. In order to ensure that the charge skill continued, he had to ride for 1 second every minute. As for the reason for walking while riding, the charging distance is different in the 3 states of walking, riding, and riding, default riding. Because of the bonus of Dragon Shadow Charge itself, the speeds of the 3 states are faster than the other, but the time required to complete the entire charge is not inversely proportional to the speed. After running the entire charge, it takes 1016 seconds to charge on foot, 7671 seconds to charge on horseback, and a terrifying 125,826 seconds to charge on horseback. The switching of charging distance between different states is connected by the same percentage as the current spiritual power in life. Normally, the charging distance is not used up, so you don't need to consider it. The situation is different now. The double speed of charging is too important. The charging distance must not be wasted. Writing skills are required to use charging. The result of this is that 2 black and white dots quickly appear in the summer solstice field of vision, and they catch up. Xiaji was not in a hurry, and ran away without seeing it. He continued to meditate, and at the same time released the annihilation transformation spiritual power between the 2 meditation weeks. When the black and white dots flew halfway across Xiaji's field of vision, his spiritual power was almost full. Continue to enable writing and charging. Now Xiaji has been wearing an undead helmet with increased vision. Under the current situation, the 90% increase in vision is much more effective than 9,000 points of constitution. The dragon shadow writing skill was horribly drained, and running all at once would only lead to death, but this was not much better. Once the charging distance is over, being caught up is inevitable. But there is no need to rush. With Dragon Shadow Writing enabled, the maximum charging distance is enough to run at full speed for 34.95 hours on Xiaji. After the charging distance is over, it is to see if Xiaji can hold it in the hands of black and white for 10 minutes while the Dragon Shadow Charge resumes its cooldown. Of course, it would be better if the black and white dots could be worn away during the run. But thinking about the undead commander who opened up, Xiaji didn't have confidence in it. However, he had no other way. The only thing he could do was to maximize his damage while ensuring safety while running. Although he kept his speed all the way to do as much damage as possible to the black and white dots behind him, his escape speed was still much faster than when chasing 2-tailed foxes. Within 2 or 3 hours, Xiaji had returned to the place where he discovered something was wrong with the shadow. He slowed down and meditated to regain his spiritual power, and took a sip of the blue medicine. After a while, the black and white spots caught up with him again. Maintaining the extreme distance of his vision from the black and white dots, Xiaji continued to use Annihilation Guasha at the fastest speed. Although the damage of Annihilation only has 10% damage effect, it can restore 4% of the maximum spiritual power each time. The cooldown of Annihilation is only 5 seconds. If it is continuously scraped, it is equivalent to consuming 1% of the maximum spiritual power every 5 seconds. Every time when my spiritual power is full, I will wait for a minute or two to catch up with the black and white dots on the summer solstice. When my spiritual power drops to about half, I will distance myself and meditate to restore my spiritual power. Hey, there are players ahead. After maintaining the same speed as the black and white dots for a while, I was about to speed up, but suddenly I found someone in front of me. First of all, the person was humanoid, and it was unlikely to be a shadow beast. He was not running in a fixed direction. The possibility of being a shadow monster was not high. Although it was too far away to see clearly, Xiaji estimated that the possibility of it being a player was extremely high. Without any thought of diverting trouble to the east, after firing the last shot of Annihilation, Xiaji changed direction and accelerated away. Red Rock Canyon is so big, it's not easy to find someone. It's really hard to fish out needles in this sea. Holding a crumpled hand-drawn portrait in his hand, Bai Lixing occasionally raised the Type 95 telescope in his hand to look around. There was no hair on the vast flat land. He was originally a member of the dungeon painting team, and he was doing well in painting, but he was suddenly transferred here to participate in the player competition. The mission goal: try your best to get the highest ranking. In the words of the regiment leader, this competition was a military competition. If you can be ranked first in the regiment, you can get a third-class merit. If you are ranked first in the military region, you can be awarded a second-class merit. If you are ranked first in the army, you can be awarded a first-class merit. If you are ranked among the top 100 in the rankings, you can be awarded a special grade. Achievement. This was considered normal, and Bai Lixing was confident of achieving a third-class meritorious service. But 3 days ago, a major general in the army encountered a second-level shadow monster, and the mission of the entire army changed. First, the entire army assembled, abandoned the initial mission, and then began to build fortifications on the spot. Their mission becomes, get out alive. In addition, he and many others also received a strange order to find someone. What's even more outrageous is that the first person to find the person is directly awarded a special merit. In order to prevent accidents, their search range was centered on the camp, within 100 kilometers. The search area is very large, and the target may not necessarily be within this range. The only clue is only a headshot. Bai Lixing does not have hope for this. Maybe it was good luck. After 2 days of searching, Bai Lixing saw the special merit waiting to him. A few hours ago, he met a team of foreign players. He went up and asked with the intention of giving it a try, but he didn't expect that they actually knew the person he was looking for. Bai Lixing was told that the name of the person he was looking for was Dong, and he had been teammates with the foreign player team for a period of time. And I know that winter is easy to identify, flying in the sky riding a tall boneless nightmare. After a few hours, Bai Lixing arrived at the place where they parted. Although the person must have gone far away, this was the only new clue. He could only treat it as a dead horse. Doctor, he decided to try his luck. That is? A figure was reflected in the telescope held by Bai Lixing. A burning bone horse was running towards him from the sky, with a man dressed in black riding on it. It's exactly the same as what those foreign players described. Bai Lixing held the telescope in his left hand and picked up the walkie-talkie hanging on his waist with his right hand. Call this is the number, HXLZ12357, requesting for positioning of my current location. I have found the search target. Repeat, this is the number, HXLZ12357, requesting to locate my current location. I have found the search target. ZZ, this is the Combat Command Center. Positioning completed. Number, HXLZ12357. Please report the specific location of the target. With me as the base point, the target is located 13 degrees east of me, 30,000 meters away, facing me. Speed, the target has turned, current moving direction, true north. Speed is 4,498.9 meters per second. ZZ, this is the Combat Command Center. The location has been received. The search mission has been completed. All mission personnel have returned to the camp to report. Pressing the receive button, he put the walkie-talkie back on his waist and looked in the direction of the search target with a telescope. Bai Lixing felt a little emotional. He had been in the army for 5 years and had never received a second-class merit award. This time, how could it be so easy? That is? As if he saw something he couldn't believe, Bai Lixing rubbed his eyes and raised the telescope to his eyes again. 2 figures, one black and one white, were also flying at extremely high speeds, and the moving direction was exactly the same as the search target. Call this is the number, HXLZ12357. There are 2 second-level shadow monsters chasing the search target. They are the black and white twins. The speed is 2,842.4 meters per second. Please support. Please support. Bai Lixing, he hurriedly picked up the walkie-talkie. ZZ, this is the Combat Command Center. The question has been received. The location data of the shadow monster black and white twins has been sent to everyone's terminals. People nearby should evacuate immediately. Repeat this. People nearby should evacuate immediately. After watching for a while, Lixing relaxed until the black and white twins left the telescope's field of view and nothing else happened. Lixing let out a breath, hung the walkie-talkie back on his waist, retracted the telescope into the system backpack, and bowed in the direction of the search target. He had previously wondered why the search target suddenly changed, but now he understood. Who is this guy named Dong? At first, Lixing was very disgusted with spending a lot of military power to find this guy. Looking at the avatar in his hand, he felt a little disgusted. He thought that some second master had lost the information search device. Although he still didn't know who this person was, his dislike for him had dropped significantly. He flattened the head that he had crumpled into a mess before, folded it and put it back in the bag. This head was going to be handed back. Sighing at the magic of reality, the world suddenly began to become strange, and all kinds of bizarre orders from superiors appeared one after another. But what does all this have to do with him? Thinking too much will only add to your worries. He is just a soldier, whose duty is to obey orders and to protect the people. After taking out a Big Brother-style information search device and determining the direction, Lixing left with an uncontrollable smile. After all, that was a special merit. Legend has it that special merit can only be obtained while lying down. After avoiding that player, Xiaji continued as usual, slowing down and meditating every time he gained some distance, and when he caught up, he would scratch the black and white spots behind him. I also tried Xiaji during the summer solstice, stretching a very long distance at a time and then turning. Unfortunately, no matter how I turned, I would eventually be overtaken. What the hell? Xiaji was running well when suddenly 10 tiny points of light appeared in front of him. The speed of the light spot is extremely fast, several times faster than the opening of the double dragon shadow on the summer solstice. In addition, the light spot and the summer solstice are moving in opposite directions. The light spot enlarged in the field of vision at an extremely fast speed. By the time Xiaji reacted and turned to avoid it, the light spot had turned into a stick-like object with a burning tail and passed by Xiaji. The whole process from the discovery of the light spot to the encounter at the summer solstice only takes 2 seconds. DF-451? The target of the 10 light spots was not Xiaji. The stick-shaped object flew past, and Xiaji could barely make out the code on it. How could there be such a thing in the game? He knew that the game was a real world, but it was a little weird to see something like this that only appeared in military parades. Judging from the country's various actions after the game appeared, Xiaji believed that the country must have known something in advance, and there would definitely be follow-up actions. However, he was still shocked when he looked at Dongfeng Express passing by. The missile flew over and a strong wind and heat hit, but Xiaji didn't feel uncomfortable, but felt a little comfortable. He slowed down slightly and looked back to lock the fading light spot. Their goal should be the 2 black and white dots chasing them. Within a few seconds, the missile turned into a point of light and disappeared from Xiaji's sight. After a while, strong lights flashed in the direction where the light spots disappeared, and a huge fireball suddenly appeared in Xiaji's field of vision. Daxia Combat Command Center. Ballistic tracker Zhang Ling stared nervously at the data on the green screen in front of him. He had just been authorized to fire the remaining 10 DF-451s. It is equipped with a KCR airburst bomb, Daxia's 5th most powerful conventional warhead, and the most powerful warhead brought into the competition this time. In this competition, the information they obtained from NPCs was that there were only level 100 shadow beasts on the field. Out of fear of insufficient firepower, they directly carried 1,000 KCR air-burst bombs that could instantly kill first-level monsters. Unexpectedly, the rules of the competition changed and second-level shadow monsters appeared in the venue. As the data changed rapidly, Zhang Ling felt relieved. All 10 missiles hit their targets. But before he could wipe the sweat from his forehead, the detector that fell off early before the missile hit the target sent back data. There is also a high-energy body at the center of the explosion. Thinking of the special pair of black and white twin shadow monsters they had encountered before, Zhang Ling stood up. Report. Now I don't have to run away anymore, but why is there no prompt to get points? Looking at the gradually fading fireball, Xiaji slowly stopped his nightmare steps. A deafening explosion sounded dozens of seconds later, and the sand and rocks under his feet also began to vibrate. But Xiaoji was a little confused. He had scratched the black and white dots for a long time, so he shouldn't be given no points at all. Thinking of this summer solstice, my heart was agitated. Unless... Turning on the writing skill and taking a step to refresh the interval between charges, Xiaoji stared intently at the place of explosion where the flames faded away and only white smoke remained. After a while, a black spot broke through the smoke and headed towards the summer solstice. There's only one black one? Where did the white one go? Damn! Why did this black guy fly faster after being bombed? Don't forget to hit Annihilation, activate the double dragon shadow, and Xiaoji escapes quickly. The speed of this black spot has increased by at least 10%, and the speed of driving the double dragon shadow to distance has become slower. No, I shouldn't be able to see the black and white dots at this distance. Xiaoji looked back again to make sure that her eyes were not dazzled. It doesn't make sense, but if it happens, it can only mean one thing. Either the black spot used skills such as flash to get closer to him, or the black spot suddenly became huge like the undead captain, so big that a dot could be seen even from such a distance. Because the white spots disappeared, I didn't get any points. Xiaoji is more inclined to the second guess. He suspects that the black and white spots were indeed killed by the explosion, but they were resurrected after death. Officially, this is giving him a big daddy. But thinking about it, it doesn't seem to matter. If you keep shaving, sooner or later, this big daddy will come out. It's just a matter of time. It's better to come out earlier, but the remaining charging distance is still longer. It would be really desperate to scrape Big Daddy out when the charging distance just ends. Perhaps because of his excessive size, even if he traveled at full speed, the black spot never went out of Xiaoji's field of vision. Annihilation did not stop for 5 seconds, and Xiaoji suddenly discovered an outrageous and abnormal fact. When faced with black and white dots before, the black dot's speed is only a little more than half of Xiaoji's full speed, and because its size is not as big as the current black dots, its field of vision is limited. If you dare to meditate when you can see black and white dots during the summer solstice, you will be approached within 1 meditation week. Due to the damage problem of annihilation, the spiritual power conversion is only 4% every 5 seconds, which just can't be used as a perpetual motion machine. In order to be safe during the summer solstice, the only way to do this is to meditate at a long distance when the spiritual power is too low, and wait for the black and white spots to catch up and continue to scrape. But it's different now. Although the speed of the big black spot has become faster, because of its size, I can see it at a greater distance. Even if the big black spot is within the field of vision of the summer solstice, it cannot go directly to the door of the summer solstice after meditating for a week or 2. Moreover, with the blessing of writing skills, the locking range of annihilation is as high as 2.83 million meters, which is far beyond the sight of Xiaoji. As long as the target can be seen, there is no need to worry about annihilation being useless. Therefore, in the summer solstice, when you can see the big black spot, it can be annihilated every 5 seconds, and if it is interspersed with meditation, it can be annihilated every 6 seconds. Just do it. Xiaoji tried to intersperse meditation with annihilation. The spiritual power fluctuates at the same level, and the overall situation remains unchanged. The distance between him running at full speed and the distance shortened by slowing down and meditating also maintains a delicate balance. After the big black spot appeared, the disguised perpetual motion achievement was achieved again. A smile appeared on Xiaoji's face. The black spot has become stronger and bigger, but it seems that I can beat it? The remaining distance of the sprint is still enough to run at full speed for 30 hours on the summer solstice. It has been annihilating continuously. According to the effect feedback of Spirit Eater, the damage caused by Xiaoji to the big black spot is 6.54 million, if it does not stop for 30 hours. Xiaoji thought about it and came up with a huge number, at least 100 billion. Actual value, 141.264 billion. Of course, because meditation is interspersed, some annihilations have to be released 6 seconds apart. In fact, the damage per unit time is smaller, but also because the meditation time does not consume the charging distance, the total pulling time is also larger. This Xiaoji took a breath of cold air and secretly thanked the officials for the rockets sent to them. Follow me, Dehaizi, I really don't believe you have 100 billion blood. As soon as annihilation fell, Xiaoji began to slow down, release the symbiotic body, and meditate. With the idea that he could fight back, Xiaoji ran for 2 hours, during which he encountered more players than before. It was rare to see a player the day before. Since being chased by the black and white dots, the probability of Xiaoji encountering a player has increased. No, with the person in front now, he is already the 9th. He didn't pay much attention to it. After confirming that it was more likely to be a player, Xiaoji changed direction again. However, what Xiaoji didn't know was that, except for the first person he met, every time he turned around for the next 8 times, the figures he saw would disappear without a trace. About 500 miles ahead of the summer solstice. Turning again. There are several people standing or sitting here, seeming to be waiting for something. Suddenly, the space surged, and a figure appeared out of thin air. People are already coming here. They will arrive in about 2 minutes. After the figure appeared, he said to the few people waiting here. Excuse me, Francois. The young man in martial arts robes who was sitting on the stone stood up. But I don't think he needs our help at all, he can solve it on his own. There are still hundreds of second-level shadow monsters to be dealt with in the camp, and the frequency of second-level shadow monsters is getting higher and higher. With Dong's high-end combat power, just one second-level shadow monster can hold him back. It's a loss to us. The young man in martial arts robe said calmly. Okay, hurry up and finish the work. There are still a lot of things to do. Don't tell me whether you have these things or not. Before the young man in the martial arts robe could finish his words, he was struck by the 3-seal saint with a red dot on his forehead. Z interrupted. Oh, it's a pity, Long. It would be great if you were the one being chased in Daxia. I definitely wouldn't mind putting down my dignity and intercepting you on the way. Reliance appeared in the hands of the blond young man standing next to the boulder. A staff looked in the direction of the young man in martial arts robes and suddenly spoke. The young man in martial arts robes smiled gently when he heard this. Steinbeck, if the same thing happened to you, I don't think I would consider dignity in face. Looking at Long's smile, Steinbeck frowned. Do you know that it's really disgusting when you smile? I still prefer the way you look when your face is paralyzed. That's okay. Stop. 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 You two are not done yet. You quarrel every time we meet. At it, the holy son of 3 seals couldn't listen anymore. But didn't that guy Heike say he was coming? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Francois also said. That guy with a black mouth has been a little weird lately, and I don't know what he's crazy about. Adit looked at Steinbeck. Steinbeck spread his hands. I don't know the specifics. It seems that someone in Japan's cabinet suspected that he was a foreigner and increased surveillance on him. He was a little unhappy about this. That's it? Who here is not under the highest level of surveillance? Heiko's mentality is too bad. It seems that I really thought highly of him before. Adit chuckled lightly. After listening to Steinbeck's words, Long immediately took out a small communication device. Hey Heiko, can you hear me? Hello? After calling several times but getting no response, Long frowned slightly and looked towards the direction winter was coming. What do you mean? Steinbeck looked at Long's movements. Literal meaning. The dragon's feet twisted in steps, and his figure disappeared instantly. With a smile and a staff in hand, Steinbeck's figure gradually faded away. How many literal meanings does it mean? Adit was a little confused as he looked at the two disappearing people. The literal meaning is the literal meaning. The surge in the space in front of Francois also disappeared without a trace. Where is the word coup? Hey! Wait for me, you bastard. Adit's body burst into golden light and instantly shot up into the sky. Hurry up and hurry up. When the dragon arrived, he happened to see Winter's disembodied body, standing still on the spot while riding a nightmare. A huge humanoid figure with a height of 1,000 meters was behind him, and its huge claws with red light in its hands were grabbing at him. In front of it, a figure thrust forward, red and blue swords intertwined in its hands. Its target was exactly where Winter was. Haiku. Jinmi. Seeing this scene, the dragon's eyes were about to burst, and the hands wearing half-finger gloves were instantly covered with golden light. His momentum surged, and his speed exploded to the extreme. Now. Bang! The fists and claws clashed, and the dragon's body surface flashed with golden light. The body did not move, but the 1,000-meter giant monster was forced to take a step back, and this step was a full 200 meters away. Standing between Winter and the giant monster, Long looked in the direction of Korakuchi Shinya. He seemed to have mistaken his intention. Haika's knife did not strike at Dong, but passed by and struck at the giant claw of the giant monster. Although it only blew up a bunch of sparks and was bounced away, there was no achievement at all. Ha ha! Long, it seems that your literal meaning is not quite accurate. A voice suddenly echoed around. With the sound of the sound, countless originally invisible elemental powers condensed around the giant monster, including gold, wood, thunder, wind, darkness. After the elements were formed, they began to rotate around the giant monster like a storm. In less than half a moment, various types of hail, thunder and lightning, flames, vines, earth thorns, etc. formed by the power of countless elements attacked the giant monster one after another. Minus 12,542. Minus 19,523. Countless damage values exceeding 10,000 were floating on the giant monster's head. If you count it in detail, you will find that this elemental storm can cause nearly 500,000 horrific damage to the troll every second. Roar! The giant roared and rushed out of the elemental storm area. Bang! As if hitting an invisible wall, the giant monster that had just rushed out of the storm was blocked back. Bang! 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 After changing several directions, it seemed that the entire storm was surrounded by a wall of air, and the troll couldn't get out. Looking at you two running so fast, I thought something would happen. Francois stepped out of nothingness. Hey! Where is the literal word? A ray of golden light fell from the sky, passing through the elemental storm and hitting the giant monster's head straight. Minus 1.32 million. A terrifying damage value appeared. All the 4 people from before were present, and Steinbeck also appeared. 5 people, including Korakuchi Shinya, gathered around the stunned Xiaoji and chatted, leaving the giant monster helpless and furious in the elemental storm next to it. Hurry up and release the control. What are you waiting for? Adit spoke first. Francois shrugged. I'm just a space player. Don't even look at me. I'm a mage, not a priest, and I haven't learned anything about holy light salvation. Steinbeck took half a step back. Long also rubbed his brows. It was easy to release the control for himself, but asking him to do it for others would be forcing others to do something difficult. I am a samurai. I can only kill people, but I can't save people. Korakuchi Shinya put away his swords. A group of people fell into silence. In this case, we can only. Long looked at the giant monster rampaging in the elemental storm. It seems there is no other way. Several people turned and walked towards the troll. By the way, the damage done by this brother is too high. In 2 hours, one person managed to beat half of the twins' blood. Hearing the sound of fighting behind him, Xiaoji felt like crying. What kind of evil had he done? System prompt, points plus 56,320. As a system prompt appeared, about 3 seconds later, Xiaoji regained control of her body. Damn it, everything was normal, and it was only a matter of time before the big black spot on the back was rubbed out. But for some reason, he was inexplicably immobilized. The big black spot that had been so far away suddenly appeared behind him, and a figure wearing a Japanese warrior uniform suddenly appeared in front of him and slashed at him with 2 swords. Fortunately, he was just immobilized. Although he could not make any movements, the use of his skills was not affected. The purification effect attached to the equipment was used previously. Xiaoji can only resist with writing skills, which is different from the last time she resisted the purple ball of light. This time he also used the E-Void effect attached to the ring. This time the target was a person, and it was impossible to stop after hitting him. He could only hope that the duration of this control effect would not be as long as the duration of Void. As a result, Xiaoji found that he was overthinking, and the control effect of the immobilization was too exaggerated, and the duration of his nothingness was incomparable. Moreover, the person coming from the front did not really attack him, but seemed to come to save him. Rumble. Under siege by 5 people, the troll only lasted for more than an hour. After the fight, the 4 people except Kurakuchi Shinya walked towards the direction of Xiaoji. If you don't pick it up, I will accept the second-level shadow crystal and pay you the difference later. Kurakuchi Shinya turned his back towards the place where the troll's body disappeared. At the same time, a transparent crystal in his hand was crushed by it and he took back his backpack. In the next winter, thank you for your help. After Xiaoji resumed operations, he cupped his hands to the 4 people who came over to express his gratitude. It's okay. Call me if you need anything. Francois took a step back and disappeared. It's a small matter. Once it's done, I'll leave first. My countrymen need me. Adid waved his hand and turned into a golden light and leaped into the sky. You're not leaving yet, you want to wait for me to take care of the food? Isn't this boy thanking you? Boy, do you want to sit on the top spot in Daxia? Let's join forces and kill the dragon. You will be Daxia's strongest fighting force. Are you interested? Steinbeck looked at him. The direction of the summer solstice. Turning to look at Long, Xiaoji's heartbeat slowed down for half a beat. Seeing the dragon appear in front of him, Xiaoji felt a little excited. He had only seen his face on the internet. He always had a warm and reassuring smile. He was sought after by thousands of military fans and went to death countless times to save people. He was the absolute god of individual soldiers in Daxia. But for some reason, one day, Long suddenly disappeared from the public eye. Some said he was dead, while others said he was just injured and retired. The official did not come out to clarify, and there were different opinions on various reasons. During the summer vacation 3 years ago, I was at home alone, while my parents worked at the power station. The power station accident suddenly broke out, and the accident affected a wide range. Even the employee living areas far away from the core were reduced to rubble. Xiaoji was playing games at home when a sudden strong earthquake and explosion made him panic. But it didn't matter whether he was panicking or not. The building that could withstand a magnitude 8 earthquake only lasted 2 seconds before it started to collapse. Maybe Xiaoji was lucky. The building collapsed and he, who lived on the 8th floor, didn't die directly. He was trapped in a small space. He was trapped under the ruins of the building for an unknown length of time. He was rescued when Xiaoji was so hungry that he began to consider whether to produce and sell his own food. A soldier dressed in black and a disaster relief robot dug him out of the rubble. Xiaoji failed to see the soldier's appearance. He was wearing a mask. Until 10 days after he was rescued, he saw a picture on the news. One person walked out of the ruins carrying a large wooden board. Lying on the wooden board were more than a dozen disaster survivors, including Xiaoji. The news report gave the name of the black-clad soldier wearing a mask. His name is Dragon. Because of the influence of the dragon, Xiaoji's first thought after graduation was to sign up to join the army. Unfortunately, he failed the physical examination. Sorry, I'm not interested in this, Xiaoji said calmly because the other party had just saved her. Tell me what you have to say. Long looked at Steinbeck with a smile on his face. Unexpectedly, he thought they had a good relationship. Based on the current strength growth of shadow monsters, it is only a matter of time before the 3rd-level shadow monster appears, and this time must be before the end of the game. Facing the 3rd-level shadow monster, none of the 7 camps have the ability to block it. What we mean is that instead of being defeated one by one, it is better for everyone to gather and wait to die together. Of course, the most important thing is that if I can see you die before me before I die, I can rest in peace even if I die. So, what do you Daxia have to say? No objection, I agree. Okay, then I will notify the camp and let each camp prepare. Steinbeck's figure gradually faded away. Here's the price difference. After picking up the shadow crystal, Heiko Shinmi also came over and threw a small bag to Long. Then I'll leave first. I'm sorry just now, thank you very much. Seeing that Korokochi Shinmi was about to leave, Xiaji hurriedly spoke. At the beginning, Xiaji was immobilized. When he saw Korokochi Shinya slashing at him, the nightmares, illusion, dream, and his own annihilation were all thrown at Korokochi Shinya, although it seemed to have no effect. It doesn't matter, it's because my location is too easy to misunderstand. Korokochi Shinya waved his hand. One question, why did you show up here instead of going to the meeting point? Long took the bag and took out dozens of crystal stones and threw them back. When I received the message, I was outside providing support. I rushed from the support office to the assembly point, and happened to encounter Dong being controlled here, so I took action. Do you doubt me? Korokoro Shinya looked at Long with eyes wide open. No, I was just a little confused. It's okay now. Humph. Haiku exploded into a puff of smoke and disappeared. Is there really nothing wrong with him? Looking at the green smoke in front of him, Xiaji touched his throat, and he could still feel a hint of coolness. Do you think there's anything wrong with him? Long turned around and smiled. I think so. That's right. Long patted Xiaji on the shoulder. Let's go. Take this. I originally planned to give it to you after we met in the duel match. Unexpectedly, there was a big problem in the first qualifying match. In the future, if you encounter a problem that cannot be solved by one person, if there are people from the country within 10,000 miles, you can always ask for help. Long threw a small communicator to Xiaji. Looking at the palm-sized communicator in his hand, Xiaji was not surprised. After all, even Dongfeng Express had come out. What do I have to give? Nothing is needed, but I hope you can stand up when the country encounters difficulties and you are able. Of course, it's okay if you don't stand up. No one will blame you. Long suddenly stepped forward, and with each step, his figure moved forward nearly a kilometer out of thin air. By the way, how do you know me? The Dragon Shadow Charge was activated, and Xiaji hurriedly caught up with him, but without the Dragon Shadow writing skill activated, he could not keep up with the dragon at all. After stopping and waiting several times, Long finally couldn't bear it anymore. Aren't you a fast runner? You were chased by the twins for several hours and you were fine. Why are you so slow now? I was in combat mode, so the situation is different. How about you let me hit, suck, a few, blue? Thinking that Xiaji had beaten the twins to half health in 2 hours, Long rejected the proposal on the spot. In the end, Xiaji took back the nightmare and was dragged all the way back to Dashia's camp by the dragon. In less than 5 hours, under the leadership of Long, Xiaji arrived 5,000 meters outside the Great Summer Camp. It was not the solemn military camp as imagined. At this moment, the shouts of killing were loud. The periphery of the camp has become a battlefield between players and shadow monsters. At first glance, there are only a few people wearing uniforms, and there are more unofficial players with various equipment. Not only Daxia players, but also many players from countries that are closer to Daxia are also here. Countless man-made trenches crisscross the camp, firmly protecting the camp. On the trench, fully automatic cannons roared continuously, forming a long fire blockade, tearing apart any shadow beast that wanted to break through the blockade. Logistics drones shuttle rapidly in the trenches, constantly transporting strategic materials to the front line. They are also responsible for replacing coolant and loading ammunition for fully automatic cannons. There are also a large number of monitoring drones traveling rapidly in the sky, monitoring the entire battlefield and providing commanders with real-time battlefield data. However, the overly complex and changeable battlefield environment makes it difficult for artificial intelligence with the ability to grow to adapt. Synthetic armor made of low-level ores, due to its low attribute bonus, is like a paper shell in front of high-level monsters, which can be broken with a single poke. As for high-grade ores, they are not enough to build more important electronic devices and equipment, and it is impossible to use them to build armor for robots. As a result, in a game world where individual combat capabilities are extraordinary, most of the intelligent machines that are the absolute main force on the battlefield in the real world are used as logistics and support. Even so, the intelligent machine is still barely capable of dealing with shadow beasts. The first-order shadow monster that broke through the blockade of fully automatic cannon fire met the player head-on. Players with weak individual combat power form a team to fight a single shadow monster. Players with strong individual combat power can catch and kill each other one by one, and some even fight dozens of shadow monsters alone. Players who are known for their speed and ability to protect people are walking around the periphery of the melee, their eyes constantly searching for players in danger on the chaotic battlefield to provide timely assistance. At the same time, there are also many players recovering in some later areas, ready to rotate at any time. No wonder it's hard to find shadow monsters and shadow beasts when I fly outside so fast, and it's getting harder and harder to find them. All my emotions are running here. Seeing this scene, Xiaji couldn't help but sigh. Want to go now? Xiaji turned to look at Long blow the bone flute, activate the writing skill, and an annihilation falls. Dragon Shadow Writing, Annihilation. Minus 65.4 million. Minus 65.4 million. Minus 65.4 million. In an instant, countless white terrifying figures fluttered on the battlefield. Countless shadow beasts died violently on the spot and disappeared, and countless shadow monsters that were beaten to a pulp were decapitated by Xiaji. System prompt, points plus 8. System prompt, points plus 30. System prompt, points plus 800. System prompt, points plus 600. System prompt, points plus 10. Suddenly hundreds of thousands of system prompts exploded in Xiaji's mind, making his scalp numb. However, the points earned are calculated by the system based on the actual kill contribution. Taking the last hit will not give him extra points. But this time alone, Xiaji's points increased by nearly 3 million. A white digital wave rolled over, and the roaring battlefield seemed to pause for a moment. OF*CK. After a moment's pause, countless players on the battlefield exclaimed. With this blow, the momentum of the entire player group on the battlefield rose sharply. Because they know that. Under this terrifying wave of white numbers, it means that another cheating player has arrived, and this new cheating player is even more outrageous than the previous ones. Their hopes of getting out of the game alive were a little higher. Hiss. Long, who was always calm, couldn't help but take a breath, and his voice couldn't help but be a little louder. Your attack is group AoE damage. So be it. How wide is the coverage? Are you using this to fight the twins or other single target skills? I only have this remote output skill. As for the range, it can be used anywhere within sight. After listening to Xiaji's words, Long was silent for a few seconds. Then, he took out a pair of goggles from his backpack and handed them to Xiaji. Equipment name, Tactical Eyepiece -21 Malawian Quachas type. Equipment quality, silver. Equipment effect, physical fitness plus 10.0. Eagle eye, vision distance increased by 100%. Equipment durability, 200 of 200. Equipment introduction, this is the second batch of goods, which will be given priority to the people in the 3rd detachment of Tianhua City, who need this for their missions. Does improved vision increase coverage? Yes, but there is an upper limit on the number of single attacks. The targets I can see now have exceeded the upper limit. Looking at the dense battlefield below, the Shadow Beast area that he annihilated and left blank has been filled again. Understood, come with me. This is not our battlefield. There are more than 200 second-level Shadow Beasts waiting for us. Taking one step forward, the dragon figure disappeared and returned to the same place. After moving the decimal point to the tactical eyepiece in his hand, Xiaji put it on. The field of view distance is increased by 1000%. If you encounter a black and white spot again, you will definitely not be as embarrassed as last time. The equipment type of the tactical goggles is a face decoration among accessories. The eagle eye effect and the extreme vision effect of the undead helmet are additive. After wearing the tactical goggles, his field of vision increased by 1,100% in total. In the face of the 1,000% improvement of eagle eye's field of vision, the 100% of extreme vision seems dispensable. Xiaoji replaced it with an undead helmet that adds 10,000 points of physical fitness. The tactical eyepiece was not fixed with a rope. There were two sets of interfaces on it, one of which fit perfectly with the undead helmet. It seemed to be specially designed. Xiaoji seriously doubted that the other set of interfaces could perfectly fit with the fallen helmet of the undead commander. After quickly putting on his clothes, Xiaoji turned on his riding skills and chased after him. With his riding skills turned on, he was as fast as the dragon. The breadth of the battlefield exceeded Xiaoji's expectations. After putting on the goggles, he could see the entire battlefield clearly. Overall, it looked like a black torrent hitting a thin film, but this film was extremely hard. The black torrent didn't make any waves after it hit, and everything disintegrated and dissipated. Annihilation continued all the way. Following the dragon's figure, Xiaoji crossed the entire battlefield area of the Great Summer Camp in less than 2 minutes. After leaving the battlefield area, Xiaoji turned around within 5 seconds, seemingly never forgetting the battlefield. Until the battlefield is completely out of sight. Hey, brother! Help me! I can't run anymore. Xiaoji shouted to the front after putting away the nightmare and standing on the ground. The dragon appeared next to Xiaoji with a dark look on his face. Your ability to rush is really... I saw Long's right hand resting on Xiaoji's shoulder, and the two disappeared instantly. After several hours of traveling, Long brought Xiaoji to a new battlefield. It's not so much a battlefield as it is a prison for shadow monsters. More than 200 shadow monsters all gathered in a circle artificially drawn with red material. Various natural disasters are raging in the circle. Outside the huge space surrounded by the red line, it was as if it was surrounded by a wall of air. No matter how hard the shadow monster attacked, it could not step over the red line. There are also many shadow monsters with strong jumping abilities and flying abilities trying to jump over invisible high walls. But once their bodies are completely off the ground, the gravity they seem to experience will increase exponentially. Actual jump heights are much lower than their ideal values. As for the shadow monster flying high into the sky with multiple gravity, once it exceeds the height of 1,000 meters, it will seem to lose the ability to fly and start a free fall. However, the invisible air wall does not seem to exist for players. Outside the red circle, there are a large number of players constantly releasing long-range skills to bombard the shadow monsters in the circle. It's so hurtful and touching that it's hard for anyone to break through the 10,000 mark. Some people rushed into the circle to fight hand-to-hand with the shadow monster, but they could not last more than a few seconds and had to withdraw from the circle to recover. The number of people and shadow monsters here is far less exaggerated than that of the Great Summer Camp. There are only more than 200 shadow monsters and only 1,000 players. But the intensity and sense of the battle were no less intense than that over there. That's it. All the second-order shadow monsters were teleported by Francois of Tsarist Russia and sealed here. However, his spatial ability is relatively weak and he cannot cause damage to second-level monsters, so we have to come. All the people we can find who can cause harm to second-level shadow monsters are here. Long looked in the direction of the cage and let go of Xiaoji's shoulders. Hey, that person is already here. Looking at the figure sitting cross-legged outside the red circle, Xiaoji felt a little familiar. He is Francois. His ability to teleport through space is very strong. Any place where he left a mark, no matter how far away, can be reached within 3 seconds. When it comes to returning to the old place, we can't compare. Looking at Xiaoji where he stared, Long explained. Didn't you say that he can even teleport shadow monsters? Why not just teleport us here? Xiaoji was a little confused when he thought about the several hours of journey. The risk of his teleportation is a bit high. Teleporting others has a 30% chance of leaving the teleporter in the space turbulence forever. No one dares to take advantage of his teleportation, so he can only teleport monsters. Unfortunately, he doesn't have this risk probability. Legal control increases. All right. Okay, let's go ahead and kill as many as possible. As the number of second-order shadow monsters increases, the pressure on his space barrier will become higher and higher. After saying this, Long dodged and entered the battlefield. I saw it dashing left and right among the shadow monsters, its hands formed into fists, covered with golden light. Every collision made the air explode, and just by looking at it, you could feel the hot blood flowing from the fist to the flesh. He took out his bone flute and played it, got on his horse, and Xiaji immediately joined the battle. Dragon Shadow Riding, Annihilation. Minus 8.34 million. Like the Undead Centurion, Annihilation only deals 1/10 the damage. It should be impossible for all second-level monsters to be 90% immune to real damage, and the possibility of level suppression is very high. After all, Xiaji's current Xiaji is only at level 0, and the fight against a second-level shadow monster can be said to be 2 levels higher. Damn it, some big guy is here again. He's doing more damage than me when he fights the first-level monsters. Looking at the damage in the shadow monster pile, the players who lost their skills outside the circle vented their anger. Calm down, this kind of large area, high-damage skill usually has a long cooldown, so it's just a flash in the pan. The Yiying Kingdom player looked at the shocked expressions of those around him and chuckled. Minus 8.34 million. Boss, I was wrong, please take my knee off. This is unscientific. Damage, cooling, consumption, usage conditions, there is always something that limits a skill. What are the limitations of this skill? Is it high consumption? Or are there other additional restrictions? A player touched his chin and began to analyze. As Xiaji Annihilation continued to be used, many people looked in his direction. Although Annihilation does not have any special effects. But he was the only one who had just arrived, and after he appeared, this high amount of damage appeared. You can tell with your gluteus maximus that this injury must be related to him. As for the dragon that appeared with Xiaji, they have been fighting together for several days. They all know that the dragon does have the ability to deal this kind of damage, but it only deals single target damage. Not paying attention to the looks of others, Xiaji held a spear in hand and rushed into the cage where the second-level shadow monster was imprisoned. There is no danger. Once the double dragon shadow is activated, its speed reaches 14.76 times the speed of sound. Except for some speed-type shadow monsters, it is difficult for most shadow monsters to reach half of his speed. Of course, with such a fast speed, Xiaji would definitely not be able to get there. It would be hard to react to the surprise attack from behind, which would be too unsafe. There are many auxiliary players mainly outside the red circle, responsible for rescuing melee players who rush into the cage. Xiaji also saw Baiyu among the auxiliary players who made the last move in the novice village. At this moment, she was sitting cross-legged 50 meters outside the circle, with the pile of empty blue medicine bottles around her taller than a person. Chirp! Xiaji turned into a stream of light, pointed the spear in his hand at the head of a shadow monster, and stabbed it with one blow. Minus 74.229 million. What the hell? After one blow, Xiaji withdrew from the battlefield. Looking at Xianzi in his hand, he fell into deep thought. Xianzi's damage is only linked to his physique. Xianzi, who has been promoted to level 10, has a full strength of 10 points. Without damage characteristics, the maximum damage of each hit can be 10 times that of his physique. When he activates Dragon Shadow Riding, his constitution is 3,731,400, and with the Dragon Shadow effect of his marksmanship, his damage from one blow is 7,462.8. Based on actual damage calculations, the physical defense of the shadow monster he attacked should be around 200,000. Of course, this is not important. What is important is that his Xianzi dealt normal damage. Even Annihilation's real damage is suppressed by level, but Xianzi's physical damage is not suppressed? Open Xianzi's panel. Equipment name, Xianzi, exclusive for winter. Equipment quality, special. Equipment effect. Rui, the length, thickness and mass distribution of the gun body can be freely adjusted, and the shape of the gun body should not change by more than 10%. The upper limit of volume and mass change, 1,000 times, the lower limit, 0.1%. Growth, the spear can gain growth value by swallowing other equipment, and the strength of the gun body will increase as the growth value increases. Growth value, 10,000/10,000. Promotion, after the growth value is full, you can be promoted by swallowing materials, and you will obtain new characteristics based on the materials. Promotion level, 10 out of 10, owner's career level. Spirit seal, Xianzi cannot be destroyed and can be freely put into the body. It can be summoned at will within 100 meters with a summoning strength of 1,000. Spirit Eater, each attack can convert 20% of the damage into its own spiritual power, and the maximum spiritual power value converted in a single time is 40% of the maximum spiritual value. Equipment durability, indelible. Equipment introduction, please enter. Looking at promotion, this entry that he moved is the only one that can explain this unreasonable situation. Hiss. 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 Many people who were watching Xiaji couldn't help but stop what they were doing. The people in the red circle stopped attacking when they saw many people outside, and hurriedly evacuated, fearing that something had happened. Long also walked out of the circle and saw that many people were looking in the direction of Xiaji, so he ducked under Xiaji. What's going on? Seeing Xiaji fall down, Long asked. It's nothing, my gun doesn't take level suppression, and the damage was so high that it shocked them. Xiaji danced the Xianzi in her hand. To be honest, Xiaji himself was also scared. He originally thought that Xianzi could do millions of damage, and that no matter how hard he scratched, he was stronger than most people present. He didn't expect that Xianzi could directly scratch the second-level shadow monster. Of arteries. I have to say, if you can get out alive, this competition will be your paradise. 7 camps are moving here, and all the battlefields will be dragged here later. I'm a little envious of you. Who knows how many points you will have if you get out alive? Okay, let's work together. The number of shadow monsters is growing faster and faster. We must suppress the number. The dragon jumped into the air, shouted to the players, and entered the battlefield again. Oh! The players echoed and entered the battle again. As soon as the 2 dragons of summer solstice opened their shadows, they also rushed into the battlefield. The collision damage of charging is far less than the damage caused by basic attacks with a spear, and charging becomes a pure acceleration skill. Of course, the annihilation skill is released non-stop throughout the process. Although Xianzi's single target damage is high, the total damage is still not a little bit worse than annihilation, which can scrape more than 8 million blood from all shadow monsters on the scene at the same time. Under Xianzi's soul-devouring effect, Xiaji's spiritual power never dropped below 95%. With the addition of the summer solstice. Although Françoise will disappear for a period of time from time to time, and then bring back a new second-level shadow monster. However, the number of second-level shadow monsters in the cage still began to decrease steadily. The amount of damage done to Xiaji alone has exceeded the total damage done to everyone present, including Lone. After several days of fighting, the number of second-level shadow monsters increased from more than 20 to more than 200. After Xiaji joined, only 7 or 8 hours later, there were less than 10 second-level shadow monsters left in the cage, and they were all just brought in by François. Most of the players present were talking and laughing, and there was not much pressure on their faces. The appearance of Xiaji gave them too much hope. With the terrifying group AoE damage of the summer solstice, unless death has a follow-up form, it is impossible for a second-level shadow monster to survive for more than 5 hours. As long as the summer solstice is here, the number of shadow monsters can be steadily suppressed to the total number of appearances in 5 hours. With the number of second-level shadow monsters suppressed, François' space barrier will not be at risk of shattering. Making it out of this game alive is no longer a problem. At this moment, Xiaji had already gone to assist Xia in relocating the camp. Not only him, there are only 300 to 400 players left among the more than 1,000 players in the second-level shadow monster, most of whom went to assist in the relocation of the camp. The second-level shadow monster was almost wiped out by Xiaji, so there is no risk for the time being. Standing in the sky above the great summer camp, Xiaji's mission was simple. In the black torrent surrounding the camp, open a path to the second-level Shadow Monster battlefield. Under the damage of more than 80 million, no Shadow Beast could withstand it, and it was difficult for a first-level Shadow Monster to survive for more than a minute. Each shot creates a blank area, and scattered first-level Shadow Monsters will also be pulled away by other players. Except for a huge signal transmission tower that was dragged away, other equipment was dismantled into parts and put into backpacks. This is how they were brought into the competition area. After everything was ready, the whole team set off. The relocation of the camp went smoothly. There were many Shadow Monsters attacking at the beginning, and the team speed was not very fast. But after a period of marching, there was no obstacle to the relocation of the Great Summer Camp. Xiaji killed all the Shadow Monsters that were originally surrounding him. It may be due to the large number of players gathering. Shadow Beasts and Shadow Monsters kept running towards the team on the way, but they were stopped by Xiaji before they were out of sight of other players. The only effect of the Shadow Monster attack was to help Xiaji stay healthy. Spiritual state. The only surprise during this period was that more than a dozen second-level Shadow Monsters appeared, but they were stopped by the dragon and dragged away by Francois. No faster than Long on his way with Xiaji, it took 2 days for Xia's team to reach the predetermined location. After arriving on the ground, various parts were taken out and assembled, and official players in uniform began to build fortifications on the spot. Xiaxi came to the cage where the second-level Shadow Monsters were again. There were nearly 500 second-level Shadow Monsters in the cage. There was no player outside the cage except Francois, who was recovering from meditation. After negotiation among the leaders of the 7 major camps, all second-level Shadow Monsters were handed over to Xiaji and Francois, and everyone else was transferred to the outer defense. The overall plan of the camp is centered on the second-order Shadow Monster cage, with 7 camps forming a circle to jointly defend against the impact of first-order Shadow Monsters and Shadow Beasts. Carrying Nightmare to high altitude, the second-level Shadow Monster began to grind blood from a distance. Without assisting players to save people outside at all times, Xiaji had no idea of going into the cage to fight in close combat. With the tenfold field of view of the tactical eyepiece, Xiaji can also see the battlefield outside the camp encirclement, which can deal damage from a distance and reduce the pressure on the front line. Looking at his hundreds of millions of points, Xiaji no longer felt anything. Unfortunately, he was excited for millions of points at first, but now he can get millions of points with just one shot of annihilation. The horror of annihilation, or rather the horror of his talent, was only truly felt by Xiaji at this moment. As time went by, less than 100 of the more than 500 second-order Shadow Monsters in the cage were killed by Xiaji, all of which were brought in later. The initial second-order Shadow Monsters were all dead long ago, and the outer defense line after the players who originally fought the second-level Shadow Monster joined, it was like an iron barrel, unbreakable. Everything has stabilized. In the words of Steinbeck from Eagle Country, now we just need to wait for the third-level Shadow Monster to appear, and then everyone will die together. The appearance of the third-level Shadow Monster is calculated based on the increase in the strength of the Shadow Monster. As for whether it will definitely appear, no one can guarantee it. If you don't appear, everything will be fine. If you appear, everything will be fine. However, a plan was finally negotiated and players killed each other. If a third-level Shadow Monster does appear in the end, one player will kill all the players and leave one person here waiting to die. Except for those who were not allowed to stay, there were more than 8,000 people who voluntarily stayed. Finally, it was decided by drawing lots that the person who stayed was named Bailey Xing, a soldier from Daxia. In the circle formed by the camp, a circular belt was planned, and the underground was filled with explosives, enough to blow up all the players standing on it. After testing, this method is feasible. Bailey Xing, who is holding the detonating device, has now dropped below 1,000 points during the test. It was extremely stable, but seemed silent. On the second day after all the preparations had been pushed to the limit, it was also the 7th day of the competition. If nothing else, this should be the day players leave the field. But something unexpected happened, and all players will leave on this day. Because, it's coming. The appearance of the third-level Shadow Monster is not like the first and second-level Shadow Monsters running from an unknown distance. In the sky above the camp, a black hole suddenly tore open in the space, and a terrifying aura overflowed from it. As the sky tore apart, the sky in this area suddenly surged like at the beginning of the game. Countless streams of light rolled around, alluring and indescribably beautiful, as if they were sending the players off. But faced with this scene, the player did not feel appreciative. Instead, his heart felt as if someone had squeezed it hard. There were mixed feelings in his heart, but the player's movements were not slow and he quickly headed to the predetermined explosion area. Bai Lixing held the detonator of the camp in his hand and felt a sudden terrifying aura. He did not press the button in his hand immediately. He had not yet received the order to detonate. Because, players, there is another trump card. Except for Bai Lixing and some players who were blocked outside the explosion ring, other players were resting and meditating on the ring where the explosives were buried to restore their energy bars. System prompt: Adventurer Greystar wants your support. The energy link has been constructed. Please decide on your own energy supply. Xieji, who was also recovering his spiritual power from the explosion ring, suddenly received a system prompt. Greystar? The one who directs Novice Village? Looking up, the black cracks appearing out of thin air in the sky above the second-level shadow monster's cage are getting bigger and bigger. The third-level shadow monster showed its true form. Like a black giant, more than 10,000 meters tall, with a pair of huge claws in its hands, the black giant stands in the sky, and a sense of oppression comes towards you. Just its huge figure makes people unable to resist. Why didn't you detonate it? Do you want us all to die here? Where is the detonator? Please press it quickly. I beg you. Brother, eldest sister, aunt, uncle, please press the detonator quickly. I will burn 2 extra sticks of incense for you every Spring Festival and Qingming Festival. God will bless you. No matter who it is, please detonate it quickly. It will be too late when the shadow monster takes action. The official said there is still a backup, so don't worry, the official cares more about our lives than we do. What's the backup plan? Does the backup plan allow us to recover the energy bar? I can't even deal damage to the second-order shadow monster, let alone the third-order shadow monster. That's right, after passing the 3 major levels, you tell me how to fight. Those NPCs are liars. They also said that this is a reward competition given to us by Blue Star Will. Does it reward death? Bastards. No matter what the backup plan is, we can first send the person out first. Which bastard has the detonator in his hands? If you don't press it, give it to me and I'll press it. If you don't dare to press it, don't apply in the first place. As the third-level shadow monster revealed its true form, all kinds of abuses appeared among the players. Just its terrifying momentum made many players despair. In other words, the explosives under their feet that can blow them all up into the sky can give them a sense of security. At this moment, there is a closed chamber 300 meters underground. Bai Lixing's face was pale, and his hands holding the detonator were shaking. The coercion of the third-level shadow monster's appearance reached him across hundreds of meters of ground. He held the detonator tightly and stared at the pager in front of him. As soon as the order from his superiors arrives, he will press the button in his hand without hesitation. On the ground above, as a figure rose into the air, the curses of countless players stopped abruptly. Everyone received a system prompt at the same time. System prompt: Adventurer Greystar wants your support. The energy link has been constructed. Please decide on your own energy supply. Is this a backup plan? What do you need energy for? Whatever he is doing, the right way is to use your backhand to detonate the explosive. As he said this, a red dotted line suddenly appeared above the player's head and connected to the figure in midair. ZZ everyone, immediately transfer all their energy to Greystar. ZZ everyone, immediately transfer all their energy to Greystar. The sound coming from the loudspeaker constantly echoes through the camp, reminding the players. What is this going on? Who is Greystar? Does he want to fight against the third-level shadow monster? Is he so fierce? Is he even more perverted than Dong and Daxia? Hui Xing, I know. When the game was launched, he led the Qingxiang village players to kill the village boss with 0 casualties. So he, a commanding person, went to confront him? Don't worry about so much. Give him your energy first. As long as you don't give up, you have to believe that miracles will always happen. Yes, those who believe in miracles are as amazing as miracles themselves. A player stood up directly, raised his hands high, and connected along the looming dotted line. A bull-sized energy flow rushed towards the figure in midair. Will there really be a miracle? No one knows. But one thing is for sure, no one is sitting around waiting to die. Countless dotted lines closely connect the 1,232,564 people below. At this moment, their hearts are the same. Countless energy torrents roll straight up along the dotted line. Some are like the Yangtze River, flowing endlessly, some are like springs and streams, with stars and flames. But no matter how big or small, they will eventually converge into a vast ocean. The energy transmission of various colors burst out with a glorious brilliance. Even the continuously rolling light in the sky lost its color. Because she knew some information in advance, Xiaxi did not hesitate after receiving the system prompt. Dragon Shadow Riding. With the transmission of spiritual power, a giant white dragon rose into the sky and crashed into the figure in the sky. Because the energy transmitted by the dotted line has a limit, it took 10 seconds for Xiaji's spiritual power to be exhausted. When the riding skill is turned on, Xiaji's spiritual power is 41.71 million. Even if the riding skill itself consumes 10% in 10 seconds, it is still as high as 37.53 million. It is more than 1,000 times that of ordinary players. The quality of spiritual power itself is also much higher than other energy bars. Meditation. After the energy transmission was completed, Xiaji immediately started meditating after taking a sip of the blue medicine. In addition, his recovery speed is 10 times that of others. Countless energy dragons gathered together. In midair, Greystar stretched out his hands and stood in front of the third-order shadow monster, level with the chest of the third-order shadow monster. A faint shadow of a crown appeared on its head. Less than a minute after the link was opened, countless energies surged in. This was the first time he felt such a terrifying amount of energy gathering in both quantity and quality. It may be that the energy has reached the saturation point, or it may be that the energy transmission is completed and the players below have entered the energy recovery state. A golden light erupted on Greystar, and the swirling light in the sky was dyed gold, and the players below who were recovering energy were dyed gold. The dazzling golden light. Even the third-order shadow monster in front of Greystar was forced to cover his eyes with his claws. The shadow beasts and first and second level shadow monsters below turned into ashes the moment the golden light shone. The golden light did not last long. After about 10 seconds, a golden figure 10,000 meters high replaced the gray star. Boom! Bang! Ding! As soon as the translucent golden energy giant appeared, it immediately collided with the third-order shadow monster. The third-level shadow monster, which made people unable to resist, was knocked out of the sky above the camp in just one click. The golden giant immediately followed the flying figure. The golden fist flew straight out without any fancy techniques. Zheng. The third-level shadow monster has 2 huge claws across its chest, and the collision of its fists and claws makes a sound of gold and iron. Although this blow did not directly attack the body of the third-level shadow monster, it also forced the third-level shadow monster back tens of thousands of meters. Several times in a row, the third-level shadow monster was completely forced out of the camp. The aftermath of their battles is not something that current players can bear. After confirming that the battle would not affect players in the explosion zone, the golden giant's fists turned into colors, and each attack would be accompanied by a huge explosion. The third-level shadow monster was a little angry after being beaten, and its red eyes became more alluring and terrifying. The whole body is covered with red light, the speed is increased, and the giant claws are sharper. 2 huge figures kept colliding in the sky. With a body of 10,000 meters, players cannot see the damage done by the golden giant. Only the long health bar on the head of the third-level shadow monster can be seen, which will drop by a small bar every time it is attacked. There is no health bar on the golden giant's head, but every time it is attacked, the golden giant's body will become darker. Every collision between the colorful fist and the giant red claw can set off a huge shock wave. Even if they have never stood on the ground, under the cover of the shock wave, the ground under their feet is full of ravines and cracks. The shock wave spread far away, and the continuous roar could also be heard in camps hundreds of thousands of meters away. The roar echoed over the camp, touching the hearts of every player. This was not just a battle between two giants, each of their blows hit the hearts of the players. It doesn't seem to be a big problem. Graystar can easily block it. Long was sitting on a chair with his arms folded. In front of him was a huge round table. In the center of the round table was a square box-shaped signal transmitter with an antenna. I have to say that as long as there is enough unity, it is not an exaggeration to say that the leader profession is the strongest. Steinbeck rested his legs on the table, playing with a button in his hand. Unfortunately, under normal circumstances, this is impossible. Francois sighed. Yes, before disaster occurs, unity is just a great and upright slogan for mankind. Added also followed suit. I remember a saying from Dacia, those who are not of my race must have different hearts. But I have always been confused, whether this species refers to a sperm, a cell, an organ, a system, a person, a family, a clan, or a region, a nation, a country, a race, or a civilization. Kurakochi Shinya looked in the direction of the dragon. The round table is very large, with a total of 36 people sitting around it. These 36 people are the highest decision-making level of the All Blue Star official entering the arena this time. Dragon of Dacia, Steinbeck of Eagle Country, Francois of Tsarist Russia, Added of Sanin, Shinya Kirikou of Japan, Empire of the Sunset. Each of them has a red button in his hand. As long as more than 20% of the people present press it, the detonation signal will immediately be transmitted to Bailey Xing at the speed of light. Although they were chatting, everyone did not stop for a moment to restore their energy bars. Bang! There was another fierce collision, and the two figures were separated as soon as they touched. After more than an hour of fierce fighting, the health bar of the third-level shadow monster had dropped to the point where it was invisible. Thanks to the constant supply of energy from the players, the Golden Giant's figure became more solid during the constant battles. Ba. Relying on the super high strength and speed, the fragile carapace of the third-level shadow monster was penetrated, and the golden arm penetrated the third-level shadow monster. Hanging on the arm of the Golden Giant, the lifeless third-level shadow monster began to dissipate. Oh, I won! Graystar, I love you. God bless, that friend who pressed the detonator, you don't need to sacrifice for us. Ha ha! Following a system prompt, all the players' suppressed emotions exploded at this moment. System prompt, points +1. There were more than 1 million players, and each one got some points. Although it was not much, it proved that the third-order shadow monster was completely dead. Unfortunately, not long after the joy, a terrifying aura came from the black crack over the camp again. A figure only 3 meters tall appeared in the black crack. Inside a military tent in the explosion zone. Another one? Shouldn't the second third-level shadow monster be calculated in 2 hours? The growth of the shadow monster's overall strength has undergone a sudden change, and the summarized public test is no longer applicable. Spatial fluctuation data has started to be collected again, and we need to look for patterns again. Hurry up and report the situation. There were originally hundreds of layers of space barriers left by Francois at the black crack to block it, but it didn't seem to work. The 3-meter-tall new shadow monster flew out, only causing ripples like air disturbance in high temperatures. This layer of obstruction seemed to not exist. The Golden Giant who had just dealt with the giant third-level shadow monster looked in the direction of the black crack, his body continued to shrink, and he flew towards the new shadow monster at high speed. Two figures over 3 meters high kept colliding in the air. Although they were small in size, the energy stimulated by the collision was no less than the previous scene. With its small stature and extremely fast speed, except for a few players, the battle between the golden figure and the newly appeared third-level shadow monster has been beyond the range that most players can capture with their naked eyes. There is no visual impact and explosion like in the battle between giants. Only the endless lingering roar and the huge potholes that appear from time to time in the distance tell the player that this battle is equally fierce. I know, you should hurry up. Putting away his feet on the round table, Steinbeck looked around. You also heard that the intensity of the shadow monster's appearance has increased. Suddenly. I'm worried that he won't be able to hold it back later. As he said this, Steinbeck looked into the distance. In the direction he looked, a huge pothole suddenly appeared. So we have to call Greystar back now and leave immediately? Ellie, the representative of the Sunset Empire with natural golden wavy hair, said. I think we can wait a little longer. According to what Greystar said before setting off, he has the energy supply of more than 1 million players. As long as there are not more than 33rd level shadow monsters at the same time, he can withstand it. At the current speed of 1 per hour, plus Greystar's killing speed, even if the speed of appearing in 2 days is doubled, it is impossible to accumulate 33rd level shadow monsters. I personally believe in Greystar, don't you think so, Long? Kiriko Shinya looked at Long. I don't know if it's unintentional or intentional. But Hiyako Shinya's words stopped Long. He, an outsider, believed in Greystar. So, as the representative of Dacia, could Long, as a representative of Dacia, distrust his own countryman, Greystar? The key point is that his belief is based on objective analysis and is not a random boast. Everyone else also looked in the direction of the dragon, and Steinbeck had a playful smile on his face. Even if 30 level 3 shadow monsters really appear behind me at the same time, I believe that Greystar will not have any problems. But everything has accidents. If I remember correctly, this is already the 4th mutation that has occurred since we entered the arena. The problem is not with us, but with the shadow monster. Long glanced around and said. This is indeed a problem. Although points can be exchanged for many good things from NPCs, if the risk is too high, then 25% of the points will be meaningless. However, at least for now, the pressure from Greystar is not enough for us to give up 25% of our points. Francois took over. The golden figure and the shadow monster passed by each other again. The two figures stopped and turned around at the same time. The golden figure stood still, and the shadow monster's body began to collapse and turn into particles, leaving only a shadow crystal to fall down. This time, in less than half an hour, the newly appeared 3rd level shadow monster was killed. The figure flickered, and the golden figure appeared in the sky above the camp, standing in front of the black crack, quietly waiting for his next opponent. He didn't have to wait long. After about half an hour, another 3rd level shadow monster came. But instead of the crack where the golden figure was waiting, a new crack appeared in midair 20,000 meters outside the camp. What appeared this time was a beast-shaped shadow monster. After a roar, the beast-shaped shadow monster rushed towards the golden figure. It could feel that it was the only one that could threaten it and it must be killed first. The golden figure also rushed towards the beast-shaped shadow monster, and its figure expanded a bit in midair with the wind, and the two fought together instantly. Roar! The two fought outside the camp, and the initial roar of the beast-shaped shadow monster could be heard. The speed of sound was really too slow for existences like them. As the 3rd level shadow monsters appeared one after another, the players who were excited from time to time gradually became numb and quiet. The only thing they can do now is to restore the energy bar as much as possible to prevent the golden giant from collapsing due to lack of energy. Because of the difference in level, both their buffs and debuffs are ineffective against the golden figure and the 3rd level shadow monster. Sitting on Nightmare's back and meditating, Xiaoji's energy that one person could continuously provide was almost equal to that of tens of thousands of people, but that was all. He felt deeply helpless about this battle. He was once overjoyed that he could fight beyond the level, but now it seems that just fighting over the level is not enough. The enemy will not select an opponent specifically for you based on your limit, so that you can counterattack. From the 0-level shadow beast to the 1st-level shadow monster, and then to the 2nd and 3rd levels, the shadow monster completed 3 large-level jumps in just 7 days. Looking at the players, in addition to some more things that are not currently used in terms of points and shadow crystals, all members are still at level 0, and their combat power has not grown at all. He now somewhat understands Winter's lament. Without the national power to bring in real-world technology in the early stage, it would be impossible for players to develop in front of the shadow monsters. Just like this time, if there were no communication facilities to unite many players, if there were not a large number of cruise ballistic missiles to put out the fire, if there were not enough war machines to consume the massive shadow beasts. Perhaps before the third-level shadow monster appears, more than 90% of the players will be destroyed. When the third-level shadow monster appears, it can directly declare the complete defeat of mankind in this game. The price of complete defeat is that among the more than 10 billion people, all the top players who belong to the elite will be crushed. Even Siaji, Long, Steinbeck, Francois, Adit, Korakuchi Shinya, Ellie and other players who stand at the top of humankind have no chance of being spared. If I die here, maybe Donglin can help me get revenge. Thinking of the worst outcome, Siaji chuckled. But there is no if. Now all the players are here. Even if they face the third-level shadow monster, they are still capable of fighting. The escape route has been found, now it just depends on whether the shadow monsters are willing to let them take out all the points. Except for new black cracks that appear from time to time, there is no obvious change in the speed at which the third-order shadow monster appears. Every time a new shadow monster appears in the sky, the time it can last in the hands of the golden figure becomes shorter and shorter. 2 days passed slowly, and the number of third-order shadow monsters that died in the hands of the golden figure reached 76. Not to mention 30 third-order shadow monsters at the same time, the maximum number of third-order shadow monsters that existed at one time did not reach 3. Only. And the golden figure was countless times more solid than when it first appeared. If he encounters the giant third-level shadow monster that just appeared again, Greystar is confident that the battle will be resolved within half an hour. The game will end in 1 day, and the golden figure is getting stronger and stronger as the battle progresses, and the tense mentality of the players has also relaxed a lot. It's finally almost over. I must have a good meal when I go out. Who knows how frightened I have been in the past 9 days. Brother, I'm from Zindihai, where are you from? If we're close, let's go out and have a good time together. A competitive match turned into a cooperative match. I was also drunk. Saving people every day made my head feel heavy. I would sleep for a few days and nights when I went out. Although I didn't feel sleepy, my head was heavy. Mentally exhausted. Speaking of rescuing people, I feel that Baiyu from Daxia is so powerful. He can save people killed by shadow monsters. Speaking of which, Daxia has too many talents. Long, Dong, Huixing, Baiyu, and the guy with the Forbidden Sky domain are also very powerful. TCH, don't look at the total population of Daxia. In terms of population, our Eagle country is not that different from Daxia. Steinbeck, Kenneth. There was no relaxation in the recovery of the energy bar, but the overall atmosphere in the camp was much more relaxed. Many people began to chat about what they had gained from the trip, who was better than who, and what they would do after leaving. The new shadow monster that appeared now could not last more than 10 minutes before being defeated in the hands of the golden figure. Everyone sitting around the round table was relieved. Unfortunately, the beauty did not last until the end of the game. An emergency call shattered their illusions. Request to detonate the explosive immediately. The space fluctuation reading is extremely abnormal. A very high energy body is breaking through the space. We suspect that a fourth-order shadow monster is entering. No, the reading is still changing. It may be 5. The voice on the pager stopped suddenly, but it didn't matter anymore. Everyone knew something was wrong and the whole camp suddenly fell into deathly silence. It's like time is banned except in the brain. In addition to their minds being free, all players have lost control of their bodies. 300 meters underground, Bai Lixing is sitting quietly in the secret room. If you cut open his brain at this moment, you will find that his brain is frantically sending signals to his body. Press the button in his hand. Unfortunately, he couldn't move. The secret room was engraved with countless layers of immune protection as if it didn't exist. He, who was least likely to be affected by the control effect, couldn't move. Above the camp, in front of the first black crack, a figure in green robes stood tall. You can call him a person, or you can call him a fifth-level shadow monster. The fifth level is a watershed for shadow monsters. Except for those shadow monsters and shadow beasts who are lucky enough to become strangers, they want a complete body. Shadow monsters can only reach the fifth level. As for shadow beasts, in addition to becoming a stranger in one step, let's become a shadow monster first. The 36 people surrounding the round table below were not immune to the control effect that swept the entire field, even if they were the top players. The surface of many of them's bodies was floating, but none of them could break through this invisible shackles. Long retracted his original idea of rescuing Xiaji, and it was not easy to relieve himself. Sitting on the horse, Xiaji stared at the new figure appearing in the air. This control effect is exactly the same as the control effect that suddenly appeared when he was chased by a big black dot. The nothingness and purification provided by Jezi are completely invalid, even if the purification effect is that he has moved past the decimal point. Death seems to be inevitable. The system backpack is controlled by consciousness, and a scroll appears in Xiaji's arms. Item name, Death. Item quality, Special, Fate, Rules. Item effect, select a target. When the agreed time comes, the selected person will die. Strength of the power of fate, 100.0. Number of uses remaining, 1. Item introduction, is it worth sacrificing hundreds of billions of creatures just for a scroll? But, this is the power of the god of slaughter. There was a special scroll that Donglin didn't take back after throwing it to him. It was said that Donglin actually said it was this scroll that killed him. This scroll is very special, so special that Xiaji's talents were ruined on it. The remaining number of uses is enough in Chinese characters. But he tried to use his talent to move the decimal point of the strength of the power of destiny, but found that not only did the decimal point not disappear after each move, but it also jumped back immediately. This shows that his talent use failed, because the talent can only be used once for each panel, and after the decimal point he moved jumps back, the decimal point of the scroll can be moved again. This scroll can kill even Donglin. If Donglin doesn't brag, Xiaji thinks it won't be a big problem if he kills the 5th level shadow monster above him. But it was just a kill. Zhu Ming had no ability to save his life. After all, the scroll that killed Donglin appeared in Donglin's hands. According to Donglin, the shortest time for death to take effect is 1 day, and the actual time changes with the target's strength. It stayed on Donglin for a full 100 million years. Looking at the golden figure appearing in the sky in front of the man in green robes, Xiaji did not use death immediately. It makes no difference whether you use it early or late. Even if it takes effect for the shortest time, the game is over when it takes effect. Xiaji planned to use it when he was about to die. It would be a waste if nothing happened after using it. After all, this scroll that can kill Winterfell and whose talent cannot move the decimal point is really special. The golden figure flew in front of the 5th level shadow monster. The two faced each other, neither of them moving. What Hui Xing wanted to do was to delay it for a second. If you don't move, I won't move. He hoped that he would find a way to detonate it as soon as possible. Facing the 5th level, he had almost no chance of getting out alive. As for the shadow monster wearing a green robe, his face was ferocious, as if he was enduring great pain, and his body was trembling crazily. The entire camp fell into an eerie calm. After a few breaths, the shadow monster in green robes gradually adapted to the physical discomfort. His expression was still ferocious, but his body was no longer trembling. With its appearance, not only the control effect covers the entire field, but also countless new space cracks emerge crazily, and the swirling light in the sky is like an angry dragon rolling. It wasn't until his face returned to calm that the shadow monster in green robes raised his eyes and looked at the golden figure in front of him. Not only can the players not move, but the shadow monster itself was also swallowed up by this space when it first came in. Even now, it has no ability to move. The space passage has not been opened up enough for it to pass through, but if it is later, it will be too late and it will have to be squeezed in by force. A green long sword appeared in the hands of the shadow monster. He waved it at the golden figure in the air and stopped paying attention. After swinging a blow, the shadow monster in green robes held the hilt of the sword with both hands, and the tip of the sword pointed directly at the sky. The shadow of a huge sword began to appear above the camp, and the sword's edge was pointed directly at the players in the camp. Millions of players spanning tens of kilometers, without exception, are all shrouded in the shadow of the giant sword. Within 3 seconds, the shadow of the giant sword solidified, and the long sword held high in the hands of the shadow monster in green robe fell, along with countless giant swords. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. He will use this most powerful move to send all the adventurers here to death. As long as it succeeds and loses all the leading figures among the adventurers, the blue world will no longer pose any threat to the shadow world. And he can die without regrets. Time goes back to 3 seconds ago. With just a random slash from the 5th level shadow monster, the golden figure was instantly defeated, the solid body collapsed, Greystar revealed his true form, and his connection with all players was also interrupted at this moment. The collapse of the golden body did not make him suffer any less impact. Like a hit baseball, Greystar's entire body was instantly driven into the ground. The word despair flashed in everyone's hearts. However, the prompt that appeared less than a second after the link was disconnected gave people little hope. System prompt: you and everyone traveling with you have reached the end of the road, and you have obtained the buff effect, Last Stand. The Last Stand: clear all negative effects, restore all status, increase all attributes by 100%, and reduce damage received by 90% within 10 seconds. System prompt: Adventurer Greystar wants your support. The energy link has been constructed. Please decide on your own energy supply. The buff effect of Last Stand looks very strong, but it is actually very strong. But put it here. The control effect on the players has not been lifted by the Last Stand. It is 90% damage free for 10 seconds. Let's not say whether this damage free will take effect, even if it takes effect. Even if it was only 1/10 of the damage, even Xiaji couldn't guarantee that the more than 30 million blood he had after turning on writing would be able to withstand this attack from the 5th level shadow monster. The effect of the Last Stand seems to be only to restore the energy bars of all players to full value and increase the total amount. Judging from the successive system prompts, it seems that this is what Greystar wants. Countless dotted lines were drawn up again on all players, but this time they were not connected to Greystar, but straight towards the sky, shooting straight towards the shadow of the giant sword in the sky. Battle formation, association formation. Hui Xing, who was buried underground at this moment, had some regrets. He should not have been waiting for time with the 5th level shadow monster. He should have killed the players immediately after the 5th level shadow monster appeared, and at least he could have rescued a few. Also, the detonator should be given to him. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world. They have considered a lot, but there are also many things they have not considered. They considered that the situation introduced by the NPC was not completely accurate, and entered with far more force than described, but they considered the possibility of the emergence of level 4 shadow monsters and prepared 3 sets of records for this, but countless dotted lines pulled out from the player shoot upward for more than 300 meters. The dotted lines are intertwined with each other, and countless energy dragons follow closely behind. After receiving the system prompt, the players did not hesitate, and there was no time for them to hesitate, and they immediately used all their energy. They only hope that Greystar can create miracles again. In less than a second, the energy transmission is completed, and a green barrier blocks the player from the giant sword shadow. 3 seconds passed by in a flash. The turquoise barrier was formed, and the shadow of the giant sword fell. After transmitting the energy, Xiaji stared at the figure in green robe in the sky. This time, nearly 50 dotted lines were drawn on his body, but within half a second, all the energy was transferred. His mind was placed on the scroll in his arms, and as long as the barrier above his head showed any signs of instability, he would immediately activate it. The giant sword fell quickly, and instantly collided with the barrier. It seems that the word collision is not suitable. The barrier is shattered at a touch, as if it does not exist in front of the giant sword. Let's die together, you bastards. Ha! The summer solstice-inspired scroll came to an abrupt halt. The phantom of the giant sword in the sky instantly shattered the barrier built by Greystar. But after breaking the barrier, the giant sword seemed to hit another invisible barrier. After passing through the turquoise barrier, the phantom of the giant sword swung wildly, but it could not fall down at all. Still not in time? Seeing this scene, the shadow monster in green robes sighed softly, put down the sword in his hand, and the shadow of the giant sword disappeared. At this moment, 12 figures suddenly appeared around him, surrounding him. System prompt: the ceiling barrier has been broken, the adventurer's current points have been fixed, and the game ends early. System prompt: group recall has been started. As 12 figures appeared around the 5th level shadow monster, 2 system prompts appeared, all players' control was released, and countless light beams fell. Kona! What are you crazy about in the shadow world? Do you want to start a decisive battle now? The face of the person surrounding the shadow monster was terrifying with anger, and he roared in the direction of the shadow monster. Crazy? No, we acted after careful consideration, Jie. Looking at the angry faces of the people surrounding him, Kona laughed evilly. Careful consideration? Your careful consideration is to pull all the shadow monsters in the gap between time and space to die? Whatever you say, anyway, the Shadow Realm wins this battle. Jie. After Kona finished speaking, his body suddenly began to swell. No! He's going to blow himself up. The 12 people who discovered the abnormality quickly retreated. Rumble. A shocking shockwave swept outwards from Kona's position. Rumble. Not only in the sky, but also underground, Lixing pressed the detonator the moment he regained control. After he pressed it, the system prompt came belatedly. The explosives buried in the explosion zone are activated, and if time slows down 10,000 times, you will find that the ground begins to rise upwards. The explosions in the ground and in the sky squeezed each other, and no one gave way to the other. In the camp spanning dozens of miles, nothing could survive the shockwave of the explosion. The vision changed, and Xiaji appeared in a teleportation array. He returned to the small fortress from which he teleported into the arena. The beam of teleportation light dispersed, and Mengli, Marjorie and others appeared with him. I'm back alive. Xiaji breathed out. This game was 2 twists and turns. I almost didn't know where I was being led by the fox shadow monster. I was hit by an illusion again, and was chased by the 2nd level shadow monster. The 3rd level shadow monster started to come out from behind. When I finally met, I zoomed in to attack the shadow monster even more. Outrageous, Xiaji seriously doubts that it is more than the 4th level. Also, when leaving the arena, as soon as the beam of teleportation light covered him, something suddenly exploded under his feet, which shocked Xiaji. Fortunately, everything was safe and I came back safely. Don't bother me, I'll lie down for a while. Mengli lay on the ground like a big character. Playing a game can scare people to death just by being frightened. After returning to the city, I will give up traveling for 10 days and have a good rest. Marjorie shook the twin ponytails on her head, and cold sweat broke out on her face. Scan the fortress left and right. Where did the NPC go? Send me back quickly. Hey! Old Captain, are you two still here? Did something happen behind you? The NPCs have all been transferred to Red Rock Canyon. Frida and Judd, who were killed by Xiaji and left early, have been waiting in the fortress and have not left. A lot has happened, let me tell you. Wiping the cold sweat from her forehead, Marjorie told the 2 teammates who left the game early what happened next. There were many reversals of the situation, and the enemies were strengthened several times. In the end, the 2 of them were so surprised that they were sweating for the players. Dong, thank you. If it weren't for you and me, we would have confessed. After listening to Marjorie's thrilling story, the 2 came to Xiaji to express their gratitude. It's okay. It's just that the situation was urgent and we were too far away. I had no choice but to kill you too. Xiaji scratched the back of his head and said. You were just here to save me and us. Besides, if you didn't kill us, then we would really. The NPC sergeant said that he would come to take them back to the barrier city after the game. But now there is not a single NPC in the small fortress. Without an NPC to lead them, the group had no intention of wandering around on their own and planned to wait on the spot. After listening to a few people chatting for a while, Xiaoji found a flagpole and lay down to rest. After waiting for about 5 hours, an NPC sergeant entered from the entrance of the fortress. His appearance attracted the attention of Xiaoji and others, but they all looked away after seeing the NPC who was not the one who brought them here. "Let's go, I'll take you back to the barrier city. Only the teleportation array there can return to the blue world." The 10 people ignored the NPC, but the NPC